You got the boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. It's the boogie keeping you alive. With the fever, it's only one way that you can survive. You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Good morning. Welcome. Today is a special day. We've got a second series of group stages starting. That's right. Good morning, prolific pandas. Morning. Jenkins, what are you doing? We started the show. Stop being on your pad.
Huh?
Stop reading. What are you doing?
I was reading the patch.
Why? Well, you should have done that before the show started.
I scrolled down to the P section and I noticed there's not a pudge in there, so there might have been a bit of a mistype.
Search again.
I can see all the P's.
You got the Pangolier, would be later. Phantom Lancer would be later. Primal Beast,
Where's
later.
friggin' Pudge Valve?
Pugna. Oh, it should be between them. Were you not a little bit worried that you would have thrown it wrong?
No.
Oh, no.
That's
never,
not mine.
Never. Is it actually not?
It's not mine.
You were throwing with someone else's technology.
Yeah, that was one of our panelists.
I think I know which panelist that was. Almost ruined all her research. I think she can be mad about that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see the mood in which she's in. It's Effie!
Did you throw my iPad?
No.
Okay. Hello.
Good morning. How you doing?
Great. Let me just investigate my beautiful research.
Oh, it wasn't your iPad. Because that's not the one he threw.
Oh. Fine. I'm all right now.
You're good. Great. That's good to hear. Then is this mysterious tablet belonging to our next panelist? Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out if he does his research, if it's all stored in his brain like we expect. It's none other than Purge. Is that yours?
It's my tablet, yeah.
Cool. I like the cover of it.
Thank you. It's a little scratched.
Yeah.
Some residue on it.
If you accidentally lock it, would you be able to open it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'll give you a hint. There's a 69 in the code. Maybe 2.
Really?
Maybe 2 of them.
Jenkins, I like your t-shirt.
Yeah, that's nice.
You look like a big sexy man today. Can you stand up for us, please? Can we get some flexing? We definitely need a close-up.
Yeah, you need to flex properly.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like that.
I learned that one from Sheever.
Very good.
That's the...
Did you know we actually have a bodybuilder in the house? We can check.
We do.
do it right.
We should get him in here. Come on in.
Please.
Maybe another time. Maybe another time.
He's not here.
It's good that you're working on your muscles because I heard and please only answer with the yes or no. Have you or have you not ever been told off, been complained about by a taxi driver for slouching?
What is this?
Is it
what
yes
is
or
this?
no question?
What is this? Yes, I have.
I wonder who this could be. It's the taxi driver. No, it's not. Hello.
I would have a bone to pick with him if it was him. I would actually...
We have got Dr. Jordan. Can I call you Dr. Jordan or is it Dr. Respawn?
You can call me either. Jordan is fine.
Jordan.
Or Dr. Respawn. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, doctor. I like that. This is not just any doctor, Jenkins. This is a doctor specifically for you. You have a problem with slouching to the extent of being complained about by shuttle drivers.
This is an intervention. I will say farting and belching was also in that list. There were 3 complaints. It was farting, belching, and slouching. And every time I told somebody, they said, slouching? I was like, wait a minute. What do you think of farting and belching as well? Anyway, sorry, doctor.
No, doctor is here.
Can't help you with the other 2.
But with the farting, you can help me, of course.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously. He is an esports physical therapist. So he's here to help you prevent slouching. Now, doctor, you can see us as well, right?
Yes.
Yes, great. We have got a setup. Jenkins, why don't you show us how you normally would sit at a computer?
Oh my God, this is your fucking segment. Are you serious? Okay.
And then
I promise it's probably not the worst I've ever seen, so let's just
what do you make of this, doctor? What would you say?
Oh wait, I thought you were another kind of doctor.
All right. So
That's
first things first. One of the concepts that I try to use with all the players that I work with is that there are 2 general postures that I basically advocate for. What you're in right now is what I call the relaxed posture. Now, this is all the way sitting back. Your back is supported. You're relaxed. You're just watching video. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with this. Yeah, you can go to sleep, take a nap. The nice thing about Secret Lab chairs is you can actually recline all the way back like that. Now, this is not ideal for playing. So if you wanted to get into an actual playing position, what I usually recommend is actually sitting on the front half of the chair, not using the backrest, actually. I know it sounds crazy to people. And bring your feet a little bit under you. So yeah, there you go. And lean forward as if you are heavily engaged in the game. And what you're actually going to find is that most players tend to play in a lean forward position anyway. When you play without using the backrest like this, what this allows you to do is keep your lower back naturally straight. A biomechanical principle is that when your lower back is straight, your neck tends to straighten out. So this is the easiest hack that I have for adopting good posture. You don't have to think too much. all you have to think is sit on the front half of the chair. And a lot of this stuff becomes automatic.
Thanks, Doc.
I have a
How's
question.
that feel?
I do also tend to sit on the front of my chair, and I do lean forward, but then at some point, I'll lean forward and I hunch.
Wait, I'm the patient
Yeah.
here. Can I ask a question? How close?
Sure.
Is this too close for me to look at the screen? You're on eye doctor.
If you're a CSGO player, no, that's probably too far. No, it depends.
CS:GO
It
player,
really
I'd be
just
like-
depends on the game you're playing. Generally, the recommendation is about 18 inches away from your face, so it's about an arm's length away from your face. I apologize if you're in Europe. I use inches as I'm in North America. So you reach your hand out. If you can touch your palm to the screen, that's about the right distance. If you want to play with it closer, that's fine. Just understand that having it much closer than that, you're more likely to develop eye strain. So make sure you take breaks, look away from the screen, blink a few times. Just take those visual breaks between games. But I understand that a lot of FPS players specifically like to play with a much closer view because they can see the pixel that they're actually aiming at. Most mobile players don't have this issue as much.
So, Doc,
we don't care about how CSGO players play.
Doc, if my hands are on the screen, how am I supposed to touch the keyboard?
This is a quick measure. You might have other issues if you aren't able to use both hands. So yeah, it's just it's a check. Once you're good, you should be all set to play.
And how does he prevent slouching?
Punch is an offlaner, for God's sake.
If he starts slouching
So
while you're playing.
this is another actual misconception is that I usually don't tell people that you can't slouch. I think you just need to have breaks. So the position that I put you in initially should get you to a straighter back, straighter neck position to start. You play the game. At the end of the game, just understand that if you've been slouching, it just means that certain muscles are tight, certain muscles probably stretched.
I wasn't
Go
slouching.
ahead and do stretches for those. So you can just get out of the position you were in,
I wasn't.
do the opposite. So if you're leaning forward, you're going to lean back, give yourself that little break, and then come back to what you were doing. I think variability is actually the goal, not so much having perfect posture for the entire time.
Okay, so what's the relaxed position again? How do I move from
Scoot all the way back, but
all the way back.
but all the way back. Sit all the way back in the chair, and you're gonna make sure that the backrest, everything is adjusted all the way to you, and you're gonna try to have as much contact as possible between your back and the back of the chair. Yep, armrests are supportive. This is your relaxed position. So this is usually what I'd recommend for players when they're doing VOD reviews, when they're on YouTube, when they're just in between games.
One in the chat if I look relaxed.
You look a little nervous, actually.
Is
Tune
this
up
how
for
you do
Dota
a Herald review, Jengits?
How do I do a Herald review?
Yeah,
Usually-
he is saying
usually
how you
drunk and on
do
drugs.
YouTube videos and stuff. So is that how you look when you do a Herald review?
Yeah, it's about. Jesus Christ. I did not get good genes, Doc. Let me tell you. Are you a gene doctor as well?
No, I hate jeans.
You're not a big fan? And what do I do if
No, I
I
try to wear shorts whenever possible.
and if I keep going to the gym and I keep goddamn injuring myself and it hurts?
You could probably ask
And
him
then-
about your injury.
well-
He's gonna know.
Do you actually know? Will you actually help me with my injury?
Let's specify. I'm a doctor of physical therapy. So if you have
Yeah,
a
you can know that.
musculoskeletal injury, that is actually my specialty. So what are you having issues with?
I hurt my shoulder on the inside. When I lift
Okay.
it like this,
In the front?
that hurts.
Yeah. Where? Point to it.
On the inside.
Inside the shoulder.
It feels like it's on the inside, or maybe up here.
Okay. What were you doing when you heard it?
Leg day. I'm not joking.
Were you squatting? Did you have
No.
like the bar on your back like
No. I was doing step
Okay.
ups.
that? Okay, this story's getting wild. I don't
No,
know
this
the
is actually
correlation
true.
between stuff.
What? How did you
fall?
hurt it? Which step up?
No, I was holding weight. I was just doing this.
Yeah, do it.
With weights in your hand.
With
right?
weights in my hand.
And your shoulders started. Did you feel a pop? Did you tear something?
No, I didn't feel anything. I just woke up the next day and it hurt, Doc.
Okay. And
First
maybe
the
it has more
hemorrhoids,
to
now
do with
this.
how you slept.
How did I sleep? Oh, that's a good question.
Well, generally, just try some easy stretches. You can do cross-body stretch, something like that. You can do a doorway pec stretch. If those don't help, try doing some light rotator cuff strengthening, which is just rotational control, stuff like that. If that doesn't help, then generally I would get this checked out. go and see your local physiotherapist, have them do an evaluation. Usually what they're going to look for is mobility, whether or not there's any tissue damage, and then give you a plan going from there, usually just consisting of exercise.
Do I need to still be over here?
Say again, Jenkins.
Do I need to still be over here?
You can.
Doc, can you tell me, is physical therapy real?
What?
It's definitely real. I don't know what you mean by that, actually.
Because my mom said if I sleep with crystals under my pillow, then I'm not going to need to go to these physical therapists. They're con artists.
I mean, maybe I'm biased, but I would say anyone trying to sell you crystals to heal your shoulder might be more of the con artist.
Well, she said to sleep with it under the shoulder, and then I woke up and it hurt like hell. So she must have gave me the wrong crystal, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk I'm not going to say anything about your mother.
Okay.
Doc, I have a request. Is it possible
Sure.
for you to give us some exercises that we can use
Yeah,
to increase
absolutely.
our posture or improve our posture?
Yeah, I'll go through a few things. So posture, again, like I said, it's mostly habitual, but the things that you want to think about strengthening when you think about posture is the deep neck flexor muscles inside your neck here, and then the muscles between your shoulder blades. So with the deep neck flexors, an exercise I like is called a chin tuck. You're basically going to pull your chin straight back, give yourself a double chin. That strengthens these muscles here that hold your neck in a better position. Hold that for about 5 seconds. Yeah, it looks ridiculous, but it actually does mobilize a lot of the segments in the lower part of your neck and pulls your head back.
Wait, what are you guys doing
The
with
other
the gun?
exercise is a scapular squeeze. You can pinch your shoulder blades back behind you and squeeze there as well. I like to sometimes combine the two so it looks kind of like this, and you do, basically taking yourself out of that lean forward position. You don't have to do it all the time, but I like to do it between games just as a break, again, to stretch the muscles that are tight and then activate some of the muscles that haven't been used as much while you play. It's best if you do it on stream all the time if you do stream.
I can tell. This is this is definitely great visuals. Basically chicken.
Very good for
And then in
developing my
terms of
double chin.
stretches, yeah, the muscles that you want to stretch are generally the muscles that are tight when you're playing. So muscles in the front of your chest, I like to do this. Bring your elbows back behind you. That stretches the front. And then you can also do some neck stretches. Just pulling your head to the side, to either side, is going to get the trapezius muscles, which are the muscles that hold your entire arm and shoulders up while you play. Those are probably a little bit tight and sore. And try to put your other arm down. When you're pulling to the side, let's put that other arm like behind your back or hanging down. You're going to get more of a stretch out of it that way. That holds the shoulder blade down.
Have you ever stretched somebody so hard that they broke their neck?
No.
Why did you even think about that?
Think you admit it? Come on.
Like,
I was pulling hard.
Knock on wood. No,
all
I
right,
haven't.
Jenkins, stop hogging the questions. I have an actual concern. So I play games with my knees up, like on the chair.
Gamer posture.
Do you want to show it?
Yeah,
No,
I know a lot of people
Go
that do
ahead.
that actually. And like I said, my
wanna
big
show it, Jenkins.
thing is that no matter what position you're in, as long as you're changing it up frequently and giving yourself variation, it's not that bad.
But I can no longer play games if I'm not doing this. I can't concentrate on anything actually if I'm not sitting, like I have to sit exactly like this. Wait,
Okay.
hang on.
What do you typically play?
Like that. Dota 2. This is a Dota show.
Dota? Okay, so after every game then, when you don't have to focus and concentrate anymore, you should probably put your legs down for a minute and stretch your back the other way. And give yourself a couple minutes of changing your position. And then when you go back to that playing position, it should be okay. You're giving yourself that little micro break, and then you can focus on the game when you need to.
So my question is, am I going to develop knee issues or something? Because that's what people have been telling me. Because I've been doing this for about...
Not so much knee issues. I would suspect lower back issues more likely. But if you're doing core strength and you're exercising regularly, that kind of stuff is pretty manageable and mostly preventable. I wouldn't worry too much.
So it's not bad for your knees to have them up?
No.
Wow,
not
that's
really.
great news!
I feel like that doesn't put very much stress on them at all. Generally, the best thing I can tell you is that everyone should learn to listen to your body. If you're not in pain, don't worry too much about it. If you are in pain, try to listen to it, try to change things up.
Okay, that's awesome. That's all I needed to know. See, I knew I was right all along.
You were right all along. Purge, do you have any posture-related questions?
If I listen to my body, I get disgusted.
Posture-related question.
You are so happy with your lower back support anytime you sit down.
Okay, all right.
Just go sit down.
I have,
Show-
look, I have this theory
Show the
that
doctor.
chairs, and it's probably real, chairs are made to fit like the average person, and the average person is a various amount of shapes and sizes. So I feel like as a tall person, I'm 6'3", chairs are not made for my body, and thus I sit like a weirdo all the time. Like in school and stuff, I would like be butt towards the front of the chair, and I'd lean really far back because that's the only way I could get like the back of the chair on my shoulders. Am I just forced to live my life like this?
No, you should probably get a chair that fits your body.
That does make
There are
sense.
different size chairs. I would probably get the larger XL. Having an adjustable backrest support is also really critical. So if your chair doesn't have some of these points of adjustment, I would advise kind of looking into other chairs that potentially do.
That's the issue. If I sit up straight, I have like my back is basically just not touching the chair except for maybe my shoulders.
Yep.
Purge,
So
stop
when
trying
I
to
get
teach the doctor.
when I get some lumbar support, it feels so good.
He's a doctor. He
Like
knows.
so good.
Yeah.
Back me up.
That's
Is that
great.
am I right?
No, lumbar support's great if you're in a relaxed position. Like I mentioned earlier, though, if you're in a playing position, you tend to not use the back support anyway because you sit forward. So it's almost better that you don't touch the backrest period if you're going to be in a lean forward position. But if you're in a reclined position like you're in, the back support, the lumbar support is great. Make sure that you have it above your hips, though, not underneath.
Yep.
You want to make sure it's above the hips, under the lower back, right? Or at the lower back.
I've never seen Purge look so smug in his life when a doctor's like, yeah, you're right about lower lumbar support.
I told you. Day one.
Who
Now,
disagreed with lumbar?
individual needs will vary, right? So not everyone needs the same amount of support. Not everyone has the same comfortable positions they want to be in. So always, again, listen to your body, figure out what's best for you.
I have one question, Purge. I'm gonna need a chair. I've been gaming for a long time,
My
and
bad,
you.
Shut up. Don't draw attention.
When I game, and I don't know if this is reversible or not, because now this is my position that I game in. And I game like this so much and without breaks that this is my comfortable position. Can I reverse
If it's
this?
comfortable and you're not having problems,
But I
very
don't want to
rarely
be a
change the
hunchback.
posture.
I want to be a straight up
So-
person, but I'm growing into be a hunchback.
Again, it's just about taking breaks. If you're sitting like that all day, every day, inevitably you're going to stay like that. So
Can I
as long
fix
as
it?
between games you're getting out of that position, it should be okay.
How long's a good break, Doc?
It depends on how long you're playing, but every hour I'd suggest at least a few minutes. 5 to 10 minutes would be ideal.
Is it
Every few
reversible?
hours.
It's gonna be hard.
That's a tough one.
Is
You're
my
young,
hunchback
so yeah.
reversible?
For now, yes.
For now.
now.
Is there an age cutoff?
There actually is.
Oh.
It's not a hard number, but in your later years, 50s, 60s, a lot of the disc height will decrease in your spine actually, and it will be harder and harder to reverse a lot of this stuff. You
I
get
have
bony
an
changes that
unrelated
occur.
question. I am 6'2". I've been 6'2" for like.
She's taller than me. I think she's more than 6'2".
You
I've
are
been-
all very tall.
I've been like this height for like what 15 to 20 years. I have no idea.
She's tall as hell.
When am I gonna shrink? I'm gonna shrink at some point, right? That's normal.
Gravity.
I'd say 45 plus. You'll start losing a couple inches.
Okay. You're a couple years ahead of me, guys.
Are we all gonna shrink?
On height?
Yeah, are we all gonna shrink? That's
Everybody
normal,
does
right?
shrink. Everybody shrinks over time because, again, the disc height decreases, so you end up losing a little bit of height in your spine. Everyone's going to lose a couple inches of height.
Is it true that you are taller when you wake up in the morning than when you go to bed at night?
I would imagine if you measured it, it would be yes, but it's probably not a significant amount.
I'm 6'2". I'm 6'2".
He's not. He's lying.
I'm also 6'2".
Sorry, that is very funny.
I am.
Is there
Any more generic medical
there-
questions?
an ideal height for the monitor to be at for reducing
Yep.
your slouching?
You want the top of the monitor to be about eye level, and you want to tilt the screen up slightly. So what that does is it angles the monitor so that you're going to stare perpendicularly at it slightly downward. That keeps your neck straighter. Typically, when people have a vertical monitor that's too low or too high, you end up putting your face and you try to line it up, and that's why your head drops forward and down.
This
So
is
eye
the
level,
reason.
angle it up.
Monitors don't go high enough.
If only there was something we could put them on,
Books.
like iPads or something.
Is it better to have a curved or a straight monitor? Is there?
I actually don't have an opinion on that one. I think that's a personal preference.
Should I ask him about my hemorrhoids?
Yeah, you should.
No, please. Please don't.
I don't think he's
I'm not
that
gonna
kind of
ask.
doctor.
Like, you've been talking my ear off about your hemorrhoids. I mean, if you could get some help, that would be great.
Dog, what's the best hemorrhoid cream out there?
I'm not paid enough to advertise any specific brand.
Looking for a
Very
hemorrhoid
good.
sponsor near you today.
Okay.
If anyone
Any
wants to
final
reach out with an
questions?
offer, let me know.
Any final questions for Dr. Respawn or Dr. Jordan?
So, are you sure I won't develop arthritis in my knees?
I'm not sure, but it's highly unlikely.
Okay, that's great news. Great news.
Jenkins, do you think your slouching issue is fixed? Will we no longer get complaints about your slouching?
That was an unfathomably inappropriate complaint that was made about me. And I took it up with HR and they laughed at me.
No, they got Dr. Jordan for you to help you
They
with
did
your
get Dr.
serious
Jordan. This is-
problem.
This is like putting a band-aid on a broken arm here, Sheever, because the problem is the driver.
Sure it was.
It's not me.
All right, Dr. Jordan, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Could you, or do you want
You're
to
very welcome.
have any final words, any shout-outs? Where can people find you?
Yeah, I'm pretty active on Twitter at Dr. Jordan Sai. I'm a team physical therapist for Evil Geniuses and Cloud9. They're not as active in Dota. But yeah, hoping that both my teams do well in all the games that they're playing today, especially EG. They are competing. So yeah, if you want to reach out, I answer DMs. If you have any specific questions, I'm happy to chat. I don't do diagnoses online, but yeah, happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Jordan. I hope we didn't. You said you were an NA, so I bet it's in the middle of the morning/night.
It's the middle of the night.
The middle of the night. So I hope you either you
not
can
not
go to
sleeping
bed.
too much tonight. It's okay.
Hope we didn't disrupt your sleeping schedule too much. But thank you for taking
No,
the
no,
time to.
DGen gamer hours.
Good. All right. Well, then in that case, have a great Friday, which is still is coming.
You as well.
Yes. Thank you.
There he is.
Enjoy the games.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Here, you looked him up?
You looked him up?
No, I'm showing you a recipe for scones.
Looks.
Yeah.
Don't say scones
I
again.
think that's too much butter.
That's way too much
I
butter.
think you don't put that much butter.
We learned a lot this morning, and we hope you did too. We're going to learn more, but this time the lessons are going to be about Dota 2. And if you want to learn those lessons, including, like, for example, what's in the patch or which teams are going to play, you got to stick around. We'll be right back.
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. This is a shakedown.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Prolific Pandas. We have a great start to a great day. It is the start of the new group stages day. Group stage number 2, and that means no more Group A, no more Group B. Everybody's the same group. We got rid of 8 teams. Who needs them anyway? We only care about the best 8, and we got those going head to head. And it's pretty exciting, especially considering we have a patch dropped. It's now 7.33D rather than C, which it was yesterday. And I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Jenkins. And Purge, a new patch means new things to figure out. What's your initial figuring out brain tell you?
Well, what they did, Sheever, Ice Frog looked at one of the lowest win rate heroes in the patch, Zeus, and gave him a pity buff, which was almost more offensive than actually doing anything about the hero. So that's.
Is it actually a buff? Like, is it good enough?
His ultimate does like 50 more damage at level 18. It's really pathetic. I can't even believe it. I read it and I was like, not even an armor or something. Like, give him 10 damage. I don't know. Shameful. There's other good stuff, though. A lot of top heroes nerfed, for sure.
Yeah.
Batrider got a little nerfed. Void Spirit got nerfed.
I agree, Purge.
Thank you, Jenkins. I appreciate that.
I agree with you. But do you ever shut the fuck up?
Yeah.
Sheever, I want to let you know.
What do you feel about the patch?
Sheever, this has been a low point in my career.
I mean,
working with you.
We'll focus on Effie for now.
There have been some balance changes, right? We had some OP Universal heroes in Void Spirit and Magnus, and those guys got tweaked.
Yeah.
Also, one of the kings of the last patch, Leshrac, got some nice quality of life buffs. Not sure if it's enough to make him like first phase material, but I think a lot of the Leshrac players are going to be excited to try him out now that they don't have to necessarily play Void Spirit every game. And I do think we're still going to see that hero, but the really, really obnoxious heroes did get changed, which is nice.
Oh,
I mean, will it be enough though? We'll see.
Will it be enough? Jenkins, now it's finally your time to talk. I know you waited for this for a very long time. What do you feel about the patch that came out?
I think the Leshrac changes are actually fairly significant because the last time that this hero was very overpowered, there's a point that he fell off. It was actually after they had nerfed the Lightning Storm from 90 to 70 damage. So they gave him a plethora of buffs. Aside from that, just give me a second here. I'm just going to take a drink. I'm thirsty. That's all I have to say about that, Sheever.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Great analysis as always. Now the patch, it's actually so small that indeed we don't know how much it will have an impact on the games. If any really at all, we still have very strong universal heroes as well. Our first match of the day is going to be Aster taking on 9 Pandas. And we have, well, we're going to focus on Aster first, because Aster coming in, they have been doing a little better every time. Of course, with Sumail now, Effie, we like seeing them do well. How well do you feel like they're getting? Are they contenders for the top?
They're definitely contenders. I think all the teams that made it this far could honestly win the thing. It was a really close group stage. Sumail's been having an incredible performance, and with, you know, the meta heroes that people have been playing being nerfed, that's not really an issue for him since his hero pool is so massive. So it's going to be exciting to see.
Exciting to see, and we are going to learn a little bit more about Aster now as well.
ABs are out for Aster, but the chase is on. Pichu gets a good eye. Nice, ice pad. Caught inside, still going to die, but Carlo and Shags fall into the Drat Ranger.
My in-game name is Sumail, and I play for Aster.
好，大家好，我是 Mad， 我现在在那个 Aster 战队 Team Aster。如果就一句话形容我们队的话，就是我们正在成长当中。
They're very good teammates. Don't really have any big game rituals, I would say, no. Maybe some UFC clips, I guess, sometimes. Good seeing people get beat up, you know, before you play.
食物的话应该也没有，但是一般会喝咖啡。
Hurricane Pike and Satanic. Let's see what Execrating can do to Controller, because they've ruled up Palos. Monet's out with the Pike, and XWY with XXS have another one. Marcy, down you go. Tino and
肯定会有沟通的障碍，就是可能大部分其实我们简单的一些，比如说有一些复杂的团战交流，可能暂时没法做到，这个还是需要可能更多的时间。
Biggest challenge, I mean, we took a break after 5th series of DPC for a few days. After that, I don't know, we kind of forgot what to do. That was the biggest challenge, I would say, yeah.
觉得中国的教练跟国外的教练不 不一样的地方挺多的，就是国内就是中国队的教练很多其实就是一个比较主导的一个角色，然后就是包括战术思路啊，比如说就是细到英雄池，我觉得可能中国的就是传统的教练会主导的更多一些，然后国外队的教练我觉得就是提供建议的一个角色更多一些。
Does manage to get off the Fate Edict, but the physical damage came through anyway. Whisper gonna be.
I think the goal is the same, individual or team. We should do great. Top 2 at least. We're just gonna try our best and see where it takes us.
当然，我们也把 DreamLeague 当成我们 Major 这也是一个我们磨合的好机会，去提升自己的一个桥梁。希望在这1个月之后，我们队伍能够有一个比较不错的进步。
Top 2 at least, he said. That's, good goals. Now, we don't know that much about Aster in terms of their play style because they come out of Group A. In Group A, everything kind of tied, and they're just like tying just along with the rest of them. Group B was a little more spicy, and that's where their opponents come from. It's going to be 9 Pandas. FE9 Pandas coming in as one of the favorites as well. Top in the group?
Yeah, 9 Pandas. They had a really miraculous, I would say, showing at the last major. Got put on a lot of people's radars because normally people didn't expect much out of them. They didn't have a great performance in the last tournament that they played before that, but they've hit the rhythm. Kiyotaka is an amazing player. I'm really excited to see Kiyotaka versus Emil Mid. I mean, this guy's been carrying games on his Tinker left and right. They played some Tinkers during the group stage, so I wonder if we're gonna see that come out today. But they have a late game oriented playstyle. I'd say they're one of the slower teams in this tournament, but they play it very well.
Yeah, they've kind of just been on the come up, basically. Like the Eastern Europe region, we've just been expecting like Team Spirit, maybe like Bet Boom to be the fixtures there. But now 9 Pandas is like firmly in the top 2 of that region. Definitely having so many better performances in Bet Boom. So they have a really good shot of going far in this tournament. Maybe even knocking Aster out of that top 2 contention. They could be that top 2 instead.
They could be, or they could be top 2 together.
Crazy looking at this team on Dota Buff and seeing no Techies picks, because it's like this is the Techies team in the world, and it's just everybody's so damn afraid of it that it's banned.
They got to play it once. It's actually very sad.
One time.
First series of the tournament's like, well, let's never let them have that again.
Yeah.
Oh, already we see it banned. First ban on the side of Team Aster.
Yeah, they kind of invented that hero.
They really did, and it's quite curious because I initially thought that their showing at Berlin could have had to do with them figuring out techies before everybody else, because they've got like Techies Lover in Antares, their 4-player. He also plays a lot of Sky, and those heroes turned out to be really freaking good this patch, and a lot of teams caught on to that. So I wondered how it would translate now that other teams were playing their strats. But they've been playing just as well, which has been very impressive.
Yeah, they really did hit the patch at a good. They hit the things that were really solid. Like every 4-position hero that he would play, he would buy Solar Crest on, and that's like one of the item staples for supports right now. Same with Pavis as well. Just like they know what the good stuff is.
They were also doing the soloing the Tormentor with Techies and with Enchantress before any other team was as well. Like they just had the strats for supports taking the Tormentor, like, because I remember the general consensus around the time of the major was like, yes, the Tormentor is important, but no, we're not going to do it because it's so far away from where we want to be on the map that it's like a waste of time. And 9 Pandas was just like, all right, we'll just do it with our supports. We'll figure out a way to do it with our supports, which is really cool.
Yeah, then it only takes 1 hero instead of like 3 or 4.
Yeah, or even 2, yeah. Just the supports is enough.
That was cool to see. It shows their innovation and creativity, but of course you can't do that anymore since the Tormentor got changed. You can't solo the Tormentor with Enchanters.
You can still do it with Techies.
You can do it with Techies, but not Enchanters anymore. But I do want to mention that 9 Pandas and Aster met each other in the group stages, and they went 1-1. They drew. So in the first game, Aster completely stomped them. It was over.
They both came from Group B.
Yeah, they were from Group B. They won in 25 minutes in the first game, and they lost to some Aster Snowball with Sumail and Void Spirit. But in game 2, they won, and that was a 50-minute game, which is typically where 9 Pandas, like, they tend to want to extend the games for as long as possible.
So something we didn't talk about in the patch notes that's really important is they changed the items for Octarine Core. No longer takes a Ring of Health, it takes a second Void Stone now.
Yeah.
So this Vanguard Arcane Boots into Octarine thing is going to be different, or it'll just be like, oh, I just have a Ring of Health in my inventory, kind of a thing. So that's going to... And Batrider also got individual nerfs. His Flame Break does less slow. And Sticky Napalm does 1 less damage per level, so max of 16 damage instead of 20. So Batrider still picked in the first phase, and this is basically going to be the day where we learn, like, were these heroes nerfed enough, or are they still good heroes? Or are they now, like, second phase situational picks?
So my take on that is, obviously Batrider got weaker because of the Octarine core buildup, and the Batrider flex got weaker as well because the Flame Break slow got changed.
That's
so you
huge,
can no
yeah.
longer do 1 point in Flame Break as support Batrider and play off of that. Like you won't have as much kill threat as before. So I think that the Batrider flex overall got nerfed, but in the late game, in the mid game, core Batrider is still going to be as strong as ever. They've tried to nerf this hero so many times in the past, but he always has a place in the meta.
I do like that the first phase looks very similar to last patch, just because I feel like there can be something all of a sudden, you know, you see like a first pick Nature's Prophet or something because this hero got buffed. It's almost always a mistake even when you have these like big patches, and especially the letter patches. Like the changes are not as significant as people would think. When we get into the second phase, that's when I think we can start seeing maybe some of the buffed heroes, or at least some of the heroes that weren't nerfed. Like I think Skywrath Mage looks like a really solid hero right now, just because it didn't get touched, and people only figured out that it's really broken right before the patch came out.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Is there a possibility that due to the Octarine change, and now it gives you 5 mana per second or something like that, could we see your like Lina type spell blasters, Zeus even, become viable?
Rack, maybe?
Like, because you can just rush the item. It gives you, it's like a Kaya substitute effectively. Like,
yeah,
Lina's Shard got buffed too. Like, I actually think spellcasting Octarine heroes could be good.
How crazy is it to have like 2 Void Stones in lane, just like blasting people with nukes off cooldown, like a Lesh with Lightning Storm or something?
And you could do it in a side lane as well.
See, this is why they're professional players, because we're doing the over adjustment thing here.
Yeah,
like,
and they're
talking
like
about double Void Stone. They're just picking the same old shit.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's the best way to approach it because you have to get a feel of things, right? You can't just switch your strategies overnight. You have to play them and see how they feel,
Yeah,
and then make
I
adjustments
agree.
after
I agree
that.
with that.
Like, there's no way they can drop a patch on you, then you wake up in the morning and go, oh, our heroes got nerfed. Let's pick something else then. You know that the other teams are most likely going to be playing their strats too, but now we can assess it and see a better feel for everything.
The beard is gone. Sumail's beard is gone.
What? Oh my goodness.
No, he's lost his power.
He did also just lose 5 years.
He looks quite young, yeah. But also, I want to say that Undying is one of the support heroes that 9Pandas were running anyway, and a lot of teams, like, they did pick it here and there, but it wasn't as popular as your Pugnas and whatnot, your Coddles, etc. But it was untouched in the patch, not nerfed. So that's very good for 9Pandas, that they can just play the support that they already built their strategies around. It also opens up, you know, like some Ramses, Terrorblade, or ranged.
All the ranged heroes,
The ranged heroes that we haven't been seeing much of on the safe lane.
Here's where the over adjustment comes in the Dota player brain. When I see Undying and you're saying, oh, Undying, you know, this is the one support hero that didn't get nerfed, they already played, it's really good. I'm thinking, Nature's Prophet. This is the Nature's Prophet pick coming with this Undying. Just wait.
It did get buffed.
It got buffed, dude. Come on, you can't give that hero 20 attack range and not have it get picked.
You're
or
so
the
right.
Medusa still, or the TV, you know, they're still in there.
Nature's Call's only 120 mana now.
Just think of the split pushing, the cooldown.
You're going to be casting it more often.
The Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet is. You want to know a famous Nature's Prophet build at the moment?
What is it?
Skip treants, max teleport, because of the teleport thing that allows you to like hit like an absolute truck when you first teleport in. You just go to all the lanes, make them win it. Who needs treants? Treants and stats.
When you say it's a popular build, Shiver, where are you
I've
gathering
seen
this?
it many times in my pubs.
Okay, all right. Well,
Mostly by the same person, but still.
Is he actually doing that? Are you kidding me?
No.
Any excuse not to level a spell.
Especially
and
one that
Owen will play the
requires
hero.
micro.
yeah.
I would like to see that, because we thought Nature's Prophet was going to be popular with this bigger map anyway, and we haven't really seen it.
All right, here's a big difference. Magnus getting picked. He actually got a pretty big nerf to core Magnus. He loses 6 agility, which is about 1 armor, 6 attack speed. And the empower on himself, instead of giving a 75% bonus, it's only 50.
Yeah.
So that means when Mag is walking around with like 200 base damage, he's going to be hitting like 50 damage less or something
Yeah,
like that. It's a big deal for core
Two
Magnus.
thirds as good. Like
That's a massive deal.
it's a huge deal.
Yeah.
So if you're playing Magnus from like a 1 position, it's definitely worse. But
So they're running it as a
in
3.
other positions, it should still be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think this hero's damage is still high. He's still capable of out-CSing in lane. We probably just won't see him flex to carry anymore. But you can still go for the tried and true combos like Magnus and Void. Void is probably the hero that benefits most by having a Magnus. I mean, you can make a case for PA or Juggernaut, but I feel like Void naturally just doesn't ever want to build cleave, ever. So, and he has like the pseudo blink in his time walk where he could function as an anti-mage, and it really buffs up his, farm speed, it buffs up his damage in chrono, so it's just a very nice combination. And it's also just a Ramsey specialty, right? We've seen him pop off on this hero in the late game.
We got the Slark coming out on the other side.
I'm a little surprised by that because I feel like Void is one of the best answers to Slark in the late game. I mean, I know it can go both ways. Like, if you get the double pounce on a Void and he doesn't have chrono, like, you can definitely kill him, but this is an age-old, like, you chrono the Slark and he can't ult in the chrono. Like, you're going to kill him every time. I don't think it's a good counter against Batrider anymore. If it does turn out to be a Batrider off lane or a Batrider 4 position, because you're not playing around the sticky napalm. It's an interesting Slark pick. I mean, it's going to be... You're against 3 melee heroes, so you've got that going for you. It's very good against Undying. There's no stuns for him other than the chrono.
I think the Slark pick makes a lot of sense because it's going to have a strong lane versus either Magnus or Batrider. I mean, you want to make sure that your carry is going to have a good lane here because your supports are going to be rotating a lot. The last time Aster ran Veno and Enchantress, they were just camping mid near Sumail. They were holding like the triangle area, they were holding cliffs, they were camping near every rune, and they would completely like shove the enemy mid laner out because Aster has shifted their playstyle to be less focused around Monet and more focused around Sumail. So when they run these supports, you can tell they're just camping. They want to hold areas really early on and play around Sumail. So if you have a Slark who you know is going to have a good lane versus either the Magnus or the Bat, and then just catch up in the jungle, that covers a lot of bases in your draft. And I think that's what they were going for. They weren't really thinking about, oh, we're going to consider the Void right
sure,
now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Beast is the same. You can kind of leave a Beast alone, and he's going to be fine. Push out the lane with axes, go take some Ancients. Yeah, Ench is like, this is like the classic mid-contest hero. Venomancer now too, Blood Grenade with the Venomancer Q, like pretty much no supports can fight into this duo. So we're definitely looking for Sumail to get some sort of, 1v5 mid. He's going to get a lot of support this game.
I really feel like
left.
Slark could get a lot of kills in his lane with either an Enchantress or a Veno, depending on what the offlaner is. Like, it actually looks like they could be kill heavy there with Meg having 1 less armor.
Especially if they ever pair the 2 supports up together.
Yeah,
there's insane kill threat. Like Veno Ench, I can't think of 2 supports that I'd like hate to lane against more or hate to play against if they just go on you, unless you can like purge their stuff.
Yep. Winter Wyvern did get nerfed, but she does look solid here. Snap works too. So they needed a ranged hero to play in the mid lane to provide damage in the Chronosphere. This could also potentially be a deny pick from Sumail too, because he's been running a lot of mid Snapfire. But now they've covered there. We're going to have a strong laner in the mid lane. We're going to have the ability to damage in the Chrono. We're going to have someone who can rotate early on. And of course, the cookie mobility is always going to be a nice thing. I guess, I don't know how the changes are going to affect Core Wyvern so much because they changed her attack speed too, right? Which makes her harder to last hit with in lane. So people are going to be less likely to play her mid, I suppose.
Yeah, they will go for a Leshrac,
Oh,
actually.
nice. Okay.
All right.
Find the change exactly.
It got buffed. The Lightning Storm does 90 damage, to 70, so he's going to last hit with it. Split Earth has bigger AoE. Diabolic Edict cooldown is like 3 seconds less at max level. Like, it's a lot of small changes, but this is one of Sumail's best heroes. He hasn't played it yet this tournament, but might as well give it a shot. It's only going to be better than the previous patch by Octarine, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think this is good. I really do think, like, I mean, Leshrac is one of those heroes, like, every single time they give him a little bit of a numbers buff, all of his spells are on such a low cooldown, his win rate shoots up. Like, I'm definitely expecting to look at Dota buff tonight and look at the charts and see his win rate go up by, like, at least 2 to 3% or something with these changes. Like, I'm very confident in this Leshrac hero and this Leshrac pick. Like, we talked about a hero that Aster can just play around and like own the game with, give Sumail a free game and let him 1v5. Like Leshrac or Storm are like the two best heroes. He's obviously not getting Storm, but Leshrac is like a great hero for that.
Not just that, it's a high-tempo hero, right? When you play with a Beastmaster, typically you tend to group up very early, and you try to end early or take over as much of the map as you can. And like I mentioned before, when they played against 9Pandas the first time, they beat them in a 25-minute game. So this team's weakness is their exploitability in the first 25 minutes, 30 minutes of the game. But if it progresses to the ultra late, you do have Ramsey's Void versus Chorus Lark. Everyone's going to get stronger on the side of 9Pandas. So they do have it later on, but I'm confident that Aster can choke them out and not give them any space.
Yeah, I mean, Sumail's such a good Leshrac. I could definitely see them doing what you said, tempoing with the Beastmaster, taking towers rapidly, getting survivable, and then if he's RP'd or Chrono, he's still doing damage with Leshrac. So it's a really cool pick. It could definitely be what Aster needs.
Well, it seems like all of you are leaning a little bit more towards Team Aster over 9Pandas for this first game of this best of 3 series. It's going to be an exciting series, and that's for sure. And before we head over to some excitement, we're going to have some more excitement, but not from the Dota, but from our prolific pandas.
The opening of Group Stage 2 here. 9Pandas versus Aster. Two teams that have certain kind of similarities and certain very definite differences, Avery. I mean, first of all, we got to talk about it. It's going to be the mid matchup. Sumail versus Kiyotaka. I think both of these teams play around that mid laner a lot, just maybe in different ways.
I think they're both dependent on the mid as well. I feel like this matchup in terms of the series might come down to which of these just goes more ham in a way.
Yeah.
And that's kind of dependent on the roamers, the supports, what they're going to enable. I think Aster has a way more aggressive roaming mid policy than 9Pandas do. 9Pandas tend to want to get like all of their cores equally online, but Kiyotaka is like the true carry out of the three. Ramsey's kind of taking a slightly backseat in a lot of the games we've seen. Here, he's going to pick up that Faceless Void. I still think Kiyotaka is maybe the highest damage in the late game, but Empower Faceless Void is very scary if this game goes late. It's another one of those situations 9Pandas just want to put their opponents in this position of, hey, the onus is on you to come at us and stop what we have cooking. And I think Aster have a draft that can easily do that. They are definitely going to run at 9Pandas in this early game, especially they're back with that Enchantress Veno dual roaming support that they love to crash mid on. Kiyotaka needs to think about the roam here. He needs to think about the Enchantress ganks, and that is also what the 9Panda supports need to be communicating here. Where's Baboka in the early game? Where's Pichu in the early game? Are those supports winning the side lanes hard enough that they're just going to crush there? Or if that gets nullified, they're going to go towards mid.
Considering Kiyotaka's performance so far on 9Pandas, I'm surprised that they haven't adopted more of an Aster support policy of just rotating on mid constantly. I mean, this guy has been an absolute monster for them. He's been first in average kills coming from Group Stage 1, and he ranks as the third all-time in average kills per game.
Oh, this guy is one of the greatest killers Dota's ever seen, stats-wise, which is crazy because he hasn't been in competitive too long. I think he was the #1 killer at Berlin for 99% of that tournament, maybe until the last series, but absolutely destroying heroes. And I think that's also why they don't feel the need to roam on him, because he kind of prefers the solo XP. He also prefers to play these heroes that aren't necessarily the best heroes to roam for. They're heroes that come on in the line in the mid game. I mean, everybody thinks about his Tinker, right? Tinker is the signature hero. Tinker is not always a hero you want to go mid for. He's a hero you want to have strong side lanes so that he can TP to those side lanes, join the skirmishes, and clean up. I think that is the style 9Pandas prefer. So it's an interesting setup here. Aster, they want to crash mid. 9Pandas, they want their mid laner to gank the side lanes. And that could be another recipe here. Like, Kiyotaka gets a fast 6. I don't think you're going to kill Sumail. Sumail is a hard player to kill in a one-on-one. You pretty much have to gank him to get that threat going. That's a question. Who wants to devote the resources here?
Sure.
And that's dependent on how these side lanes are going, which so far 9Pandas look like they're doing pretty decent. I was kind of surprised by this Faceless Void pick in some ways, because if you look at this Aster lineup, I mean, go back a couple of years, picking Faceless Void into Beastmaster Veno Ench would be like a death sentence. It's like, are you insane? The amount of tempo, the amount of lane pressure. Beastmaster used to be an amazing matchup, but of course, Beastmasters now, they're playing off the axes, makes time dilation a little bit better, and they tend to just farm up and play a little slower game. So I can kind of understand this pick. If you get away with it, you're going to be really happy. It's just how fast is this game going to accelerate here? And that's where I look to this Aster offlane. I think they are in the position to dominate the most, as XXS is pretty much getting everything he wants out here versus Undying. They're going to go for the time dilation Tombstone kill.
And it looks like they should be able to get it here. The slow of the blood grenade attempted from the side from Baboka, but won't be able to stop that kill from happening. That's first blood for Ramses, but they also got the deny on the Tombstone. So really nicely done by the duo of Ramses Solo, who recently experienced their 500th win together.
Wow. Nice.
That's pretty nice. You're in one of those, right? Top duos of all time?
Am I?
I thought so, yeah.
Probably. Maybe the most losses.
Well, yeah.
Most losses with it combined.
Two sides of the same coin.
Happens to the best of us. I mean, this is the window where 9 Pandas can abuse this Beastmaster Enchantress lane. I think once Enchantress is 3 to 5, it's going to be significantly harder, but this is why you get those early time dilation points. It gets you kills to every Faceless Void out there, particularly the ones that are on my team. Please kill time dilation.
Strong ability. Strong laning ability. And you're going to need that kind of laning prowess, especially when you're matched up against what is an incredibly hard lane to beat, I would say, normally. Enchantress Beastmaster. Nice jacket away. The bottle, it gets the water rune, and on the other side, Pisho denied it. So that's going to leave Sumail without a refill.
And the creep is starting to heat up here for Baboka. This is going to be a tough matchup in the later levels. Tombstone kills are nice, but you're not going to have too many more of them as Ramses is feeling the pain of the tomato here.
Yeah, I mean, congrats, you got first blood, but like now we own the lane for pretty much until you decide to go jungle.
Solo is just getting beat on by this boar, man.
He's going to drop the Tombstone here, but they might be able to collect both the kill and the Tombstone. Ramses, he cuts over, but it's far too late to be able to help out. And yeah, the Tombstone, that's a lot of gold for Baboka. Almost died to the zombies, actually. They were going into frenzy mode, but he gets it and gets the kill and is very rich for it.
The big question here is Baboka going to stay down here and continue to fight in this lane because maybe XSS does not feel comfortable standing here 1v2 with the kill threat? Or does he go for the roam mid? This is the window where you want to hit it. It's nighttime. The early wards that were placed at the start of the game have expired. This is like the exact window where mid gank is highest probability for a lot of these roamers. He's thinking about it, but just going to head back towards bottom. Doesn't feel like he can leave the beast alone, or maybe the lane equilibrium mid. Also, Sumail going Fountain here does not help the time.
Yeah, he took way too much damage from Kiyotaka, and he just called it quits.
So Kiyotaka doing a nice job mid to win this matchup enough that that roam does not hit in that window. Miro looks like he'll be going down here. Can only escape the Veno for so long, especially in the 1-on-2.
It's a rough lane to play any kind of melee off lane, or even one that has an escape mechanism. It's just not enough. Playing up against a Slark, constantly draining your stats, and then the kill power of Venomancer showing up to lane.
I mean, very high kill threat supports for Aster. They're going to fight the 6-minute rune. It'll be contested on both sides by 9 Pandas and secured. Into this for Kiyotaka. He will be happy about that refill.
Rotation is coming in from both supports here on the side.
He doesn't get it?
He's not going to be able to get it. The Centaur stun actually lands on Antares, but now they're going to turn around. The Kisses, they want the kill on Sumail. They're going to focus on him first. Pisho's up next. Bump Bobica down, which means one of the Kisses missed, but still, great chance to be able to kill him if they could keep the sticky napalm slowing him down.
He has a lot of extra health.
Cookie, nice. Good hit. Antares is getting a little bit low, but he will collect the kill on Baboka. 3 kills going the way of 9 Pandas. What a great rotation for them.
It's what you're supposed to do versus Aster team. Do not let them outnumber you mid, and especially with the Snapfire pick, it's a really strong hero in these skirmishes that we just saw, especially with the early kisses. That goes back to Kiyotaka just playing this mid lane damn well. And remember, this was a hero that Sumail was dominating yesterday in the laning phase with, or the day previous from that. Not a lot of heroes are going to shut Snapfire down from getting that 6, so you really want to make the most of it. Pretty strong early game here for 9 Pandas.
And Miro, once again, is likely to die here, is going to die. And this is, honestly, this is in part just kind of the way it goes. For 9Pandas, they do sacrifice Miro the most out of any of their players. He has like the second lowest net worth as a percent of his team.
I mean,
of like all the offlaners. It's rough to be
playing with 2 greedy carries.
Exactly, right? Ramses and Kiyotaka, like both of these guys want to get big.
Casual little roar. This will be the summons class with the catapult. This does not seem defendable.
He drops the tombstone last second because Ramses cut in from behind and caught the Venomancer, so they will be able to trade out supports.
They'll take the tombstone and leave. That'll get that Kiyotaka TP.
Short range scatter blast does tons of damage. Not quite enough to finish him off. This last shot is just enough before the heal could outdo it.
Surprised he got that, but hey, base damage off all these early items for the Snapfire. Paying off. Sumail uses a haste rune, but doesn't get anything out of it. That's a big rune gone. Very powerful rune on the Disco Pony. Still, Aster extracting a lot of net worth out of this bottom lane. You can see Baboka. He is ahead of Miro here. That is a good sign for Aster as they go into this later stage of the mid-game, early game. You want a strong Enchantress here to be able to run at the 9Pandas lineup and take away their jungle control with this Magnus Faceless Void.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Should also note Monet, I mean, he got those 2 kills on Miro up here. He's also top of the board.
Yeah.
He can also help get aggressive and invade with early diffusal, especially during these nighttime periods. This Slark Faceless Void matchup goes both ways for that reason. Slark can create a lot of tempo versus the Void. You can get Ags, you can leash him. At the same time, Void can just chrono you.
Big kill. It uses both their ultimates, but typically Aster put a lot of net worth onto XXS, and he was getting a lot out of that lane.
Well worth.
Meanwhile, Miro continues to play a very sacrificial off lane, just having to play this constantly scared Magnus, trying not to feed too many kills to Monet.
And these creeps are really confused about the wards on the hill.
Yeah, they really are.
They don't know what to do. They just stand there. This is depressing.
One by one. One by one, they'll fall.
Only the little Satyr was hitting them ranged. He died first. So come on, brothers. We can storm it. We can do it.
Ramses slowed down to a crawl here. 8 seconds to those time walk. That is far too late for this kind of rotation. A hefty one from Aster, but they are going to move some more heroes over. Solo keeping Sumail slowed down. The cookie lands. Scatter Blast comes in, blasts him apart. And now XXS is going to be quite low. Now they do have that bit of poison damage threatening Kiyotaka, and Tari's is going to be able to get the bump back. But he's slowed down too much by these Gales, and now he's going to die to Bobica and XXS, keeping the distance away from the Batrider, and ultimately 9Pandas just didn't bring enough to this engagement. I mean, Miro's probably sitting there, guys, this is the first time I've been able to hit a creep uncontested in 10 minutes. Just let me be.
He's happy about the space, but still Aster are heating up and they're taking advantage of these cooldowns. That's going to be the name of the game. Anytime Chrono's down, anytime Snapfire ult is down, you just run at them and you're going to win those skirmishes. This one wasn't super clean as 9Pandas bring everybody in the tombstone and still causing them problems, but this is only going to get stronger for Aster for the next 10 minutes here. As 9Pandas, they're really going to have to think about where they take these fights, what they commit to them, and what happens afterwards. That's the important part for Aster. Even if you die in a Chrono, you die to Kisses, whatever. It's what happens in the 2 minutes after that you need to exploit, make the most on the map, and free up the space. It's also interesting to see that XXS, he continued to go for this Vanguard, but Miero, he just went for this double Bracer build. And this is something you're going to have to think about more in these offlaners. Like, the standard Vanguard Arcane boots into Octarine is not there anymore. You're going to see some more variability in these builds because not every hero just wants casual Vanguard that can't be disassembled in anything.
Yeah, and honestly, Vanguard, like, what's that going to do against his Slark matchup?
Sure,
you
this
know?
is not a Vanguard lane for sure.
You're going to live longer to have him steal more stats from you.
But I am kind of curious what these builds end up looking for if it changes the offlane hero pool. I don't know if Ramses can do this. They're going to try and help tank for it. Tombstone definitely helps.
Tombstone plus the double cleaves.
It's a lot of split XP here, but they'll be happy to claim the farm.
When you're talking about that mentality of like dying and just kind of running it back, I feel like no hero embodies that mentality, that philosophy in Dota than Leshrac more, you know?
Because he has no cooldowns.
Yeah, exactly. No cooldowns. A recently buffed Leshrac against some long cooldowns. I mean, this does feel like a dangerous pressure point that Aster is going to try and push the limit here. Monet's going to come over and help out this kill. RP going to be used onto him here. That's dangerous with that Chronosphere locking down 2. A guaranteed 2 kills as the Kisses will help finish off P-Show. Miro even just goes ahead and skewers them back. Sumail was able to stay out of that situation, but losing their carry and the killing streak he had does not feel good for Aster.
I mean, nice recognition from Sumail. There's a reason he's running back there. He knows this 9 is not just in the river with 9 Pandas out of bottom and out of bottom jungle because the XSS is pushing it in. They're going to have the return. That return is strong. Again, Aster will pay the price of the Chrono and the ults, but this is the big period. What are you going to do with this 2 minutes while they're on cooldown? How do 9 Pandas split the map with all the tier 1s, or at least the tier 1 top being up right now? This is Aster's time to get into the triangle, disrupt the farm, take a lot of space away from the Faceless Void and the power. And of course, claim a free tower with that DD.
Sumail takes the last hit. So that'll help him progress into the Yule Scepter he's looking at.
Just going to be a game of give and take. And there's not a lot of rat potential from 9 Pandas. So you will have the bots rush on Kiyotaka. He can help with the wave, push the waves. But other than that, it's pretty much Antares, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at this Bat Rider. He has to... I would be telling him, yo, cut as deep a waves as possible every time our ults are on cooldown. Just run to the enemy side of the map, start pulling creeps into their ancients, whatever, some nonsense. Like, even this is... It's not the worst, right?
Yeah, it creates a little...
Uh-oh! Time.
He knocked him down the cliff. That's not the best. Monet is taking a lot of damage from the flames, but he will be able to commit thanks to his ultimate and help get the kill. Bulbika snags the last hit.
So he misplayed that a little, but that type of thing is what he should be doing in this game.
Sure.
Wasting time in a bad part of the map that Aster don't want to run to, especially if you bring the supports there, that's relieving a lot of pressure for your old cooldowns to come back up. I mean, if you just lassoed him and TP'd there, he even lives. Aster get nothing. That's what's going to keep the net worth very close here.
Well, one
Not
nice
really
thing,
another hero that does it.
They've been very dependent on Chronosphere to get the good Kisses kills. Now, Miro, he's got his Blink Dagger and they've got RP backup, so they can... This will help cut down the time a little bit more, right? The time where they're vulnerable.
You can start fishing with some Blink skewers if you feel like you can take those types of fights, which you should, because you're skewering them into Tombstone, into Undying ult, into the Snapfire spells. You're going to create that range that you really are looking for here. Especially with Atos on Kiyotaka, can guarantee a jump. Here we go.
Blink Skewer back straight into the Snapfire. Yule Scepter actually dodged a good amount of damage, so this is going to get a little bit awkward. He's probably going to die, but they're going to have to use some extra spells for it. Some spells they probably didn't want to RP now on cooldown.
And this is an interesting Yule's Rush. This is not an item we've seen rushed on Leshrac a lot in previous patches, at least. I don't know if anything about this patch changed it. I think Sumail just wants it for 1, the Dispel, 2, you can use that mag on these initiations.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? That was, I mean, going back all to, what, the TI-10 finals, right? The Magnus versus Rubik matchup. If you have an instant disable, it really makes Mag's life a whole lot harder.
It's still a strong item on Lesh. I also want to say his lineup lacks the initiation stuns.
Sure.
Like, you have Roar, but a lot of times the way you've been seeing these Beastmaster plays, it's not Beastmaster leading the fights, just walking in and roaring somebody until you have Blink in the later points. So the Yules also gives them another just easy, clean setup for the supports to play around, create some kill threat on the map. It's also how Sumail likes to play this Leshrac. He was one of those guys who started that Blink Yules Rush build that's just hyper-aggressive. We're not going to see that, but this is close.
And instead, he's going to go Bloodstone.
I mean, you can't blame him. It's a Leshrac staple here.
One of the only reasons that item gets seen at all. Aghanim Scepter now done for the Beastmasters, so we're getting to, if we can get to, the first lasso back, the Kisses. First one missed, the rest are going to miss off the Yule Scepter, but there's just enough of them to get the kill, and Ramsey's going to help out. He's actually going to make sure that this fight can continue if they want it to. Never mind, the two supports just get picked off. Too much damage from the opposing supports. Nice play by Kiyotaka. At least he got the deny on solo, but Antares did fall to Bulbika.
I mean, it is a general swing for Aster, but I do feel like they're kind of just leaving Sumail on an island this game. He's just been caught off mid a couple times now. There's nowhere else for him to really go on the map. The supports aren't playing around him. They're not zoning for these smoke ganks. This is also nighttime where they have Slark Vision plus Beast Vision. This should not be a period where Aster are giving up big core pickoffs. Every little piece of the tempo in this game matters for them when they're playing against the Faces, Void, Magnus late game. Still in a decent position here as Baboka has just destroyed the net worth chart. Honestly, this is disgusting how much gold he has taken off the map.
Yeah.
He's going to have to put it to good use. He has generally done that with this hero. With the Hurricane Pike Rush, this hero does a lot of damage, max impetus online. He's opted for that over the heal build. Probably for good, since they're not focusing it. Just create as large a damage threat as possible, and you know the Chrono is going to be aimed at the Lesh and the Slark here. And they'll give Sumail the Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, you know, give a gift to the Emperor to appease him, since you haven't been protecting him as much as you should.
You think Sumail's a benevolent Emperor? Or is he like Vlad the Impaler?
I mean, I think he, as long as he's getting what he wants, yeah, he's benevolent. But I think he's pretty demanding.
Why am I asking you? I've lived with the guy for like 3 years.
Listen, I think my armchair analysis is pretty good. Okay.
Let me tell you what kind of Emperor he is.
Yeah.
Unforgiving.
Blasted, but Boboka finally falls, but it's enough time for Monet to cut in. Uh-oh. Chronosphere was up, as well as the kisses. Did they expect that to be up already? Monet still alive, but the Scatter Blast will finish him off. At the same time, Ramses needs to get off the time walk, and he does with the Rod of Atos, holding back Sumail, who's out of mana and has a bunch of zombies on him. Chain stuns all around. 9 Pandas outplaying Aster in this engagement by just the smallest of margins, but it's working. But now on the second life, this is a little much. Force Staff TP away. No way. Oh, the Yules gets there just in time. Finally, Aster gets something crucial for all of the resources they spent on that. They had to get that kill.
That was a rough fight for them, man. Like, this is an Aegis Lesh with the Beast Dag's timing, and you got your Slark all off during Chrono. This is a really nice way to start outside of the fact that you lose your highest damage dealer in Baboka, right? They would much rather have that be the Veno than the Enchantress going down. Still, I thought Aster were going to be able to do better in this exchange. 9 Pandas just straight up outplaying them in these engagements.
Oh,
even
Hero,
with
I didn't even see that.
With the Whiff's RP.
I mean, I would say one thing, the Tombstone up the entire fight from start to finish.
Takes a while to go down. But the kiting action, playing this fight to 50 HP levels, just very nice in and out by 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I can't believe Kiyotaka stuck around on that second life, though.
I mean, he almost made it out. Yules is a pretty damn short cast range now. You don't have that type of build here. He lives. Wow, what an expression.
Beautiful.
Look, his face is up on the top.
Yeah, that's where the other half of his face is. Took it off.
Giving new meaning to the phrase split earth. It split his face.
I don't know about that one.
Damn, it's kind of disturbing, dude, the more I look at it. There's like a blue rabbit in there, too. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's like a really weird combination of like, oh, here's a cute, you know, like...
It's like an Andy Warhol painting. Some weird minimalist.
Take the commercialization and minimalization of the... Put it all together in one. Aghanim Scepter almost done for Monet.
That's a big item timing.
Yeah, because that'll give him more initiation, right? Like you talked about how they were kind of missing a little bit of that like jump.
Also, just follow up and chase for the Faceless Void in the fight. Like we saw there, you're getting stuck in this Tombstone time dilation. You get slowed down. Being able to reclose that gap is really important here. Honestly, the biggest thing for Astros feels like if Baboka can survive, because he only has the 2 points in heal. That fight, if he lives, he's going to clean people up. He's a lot of damage in the engagement right now, and perhaps maybe what decides that is the initiation and the vision. I go back to Aster, you need to abuse the Hawks, you need to abuse the nighttime Slark vision. 9 Pandas don't really have a vision answer outside of just throwing the Tombstone down, which Solo's done a decent job of just going in. I think that's part of the reason he wants to just run in first. I mean, obviously he's a tank, he's Undying, but also he doesn't want to let the fight start on the Void or start on Snapfire here. He wants to make sure that 9 Pandas see where everybody is from Aster, counteract some of that vision, and then you can land some decent ultimates. I mean, outside of the RP that got whiffed, but you know, then you have a chance of landing some decent ultimates.
Yeah.
And Hurricane Pike for Kiyotaka is just even more kiting Force Staff on top of Antares, there's going to be a lot of reset potential that Monet is just going to have to leap through.
Pandas, I think they have a bad read of this situation. Kiyotaka might still be able to get away back to the rest of his team, and they aren't going to get there with the lasso. Uh-oh, he's in trouble, and they've got the Chronosphere to follow that up too, but he doesn't drop it. Ramses holds on to it for now, waiting for a better opportunity, perhaps. Roar goes out. Now he jumps in. Now the Chronosphere, but Ramses, that wasn't the initiation at all. RP got used
to
the
get the
same
hell
time.
out.
Yeah, this is bad. And Monet stops the TP away from Ramses. This abject disaster, man. Antares at least picks up one. I mean, I'm sure he did his job, but the rest of his team, I think you cannot say the same.
Why didn't he want to chrono that Slark out of the last one? I mean, maybe he thought he was getting a Dark Pact off and he was like gonna have an ult. Maybe that, because sometimes you think that. Like you lasso the Slark, it's like, did he lasso before the Dark Pact or after, right? Because he didn't use it, he still had it.
I mean, he self-fuels, Samael self-fuels, because I think he thought
I thought the Chrono was coming. We all thought it was coming. And then they're just stuck on this Tombstone. And the problem is he doesn't chrono them while they're killing the Tombstone, so the Tombstone doesn't live.
Yeah.
Something was just off for Ramses in that fight, because high ground Tombstone for 9 Pandas is a dream scenario, especially where Slark chases in and doesn't get that kill. But the formation and positioning was just very awkward. Aster just jammed through the net worth here. The Bloodstone active for Sumail is also going to give him a lot of survivability right now, and that is a one-team fight. Now you have Pipe for XXS going into that third item. He is top of the net worth chart somehow.
He's big, and he's done it too. He has been one of the most farmed offlaners of this tournament. Now, some of that is probably due to like the 5, 6, 7, 8 different Doom games that he's played, but here, even on the Beastmaster, showing top net worth performance and is likely good to continue. If he gets a BKB, I feel like there's not a whole lot that's going to touch him in this game. It is hard to deal with a Beastmaster who's magic immune, or whatever the term is now, and he has the drums, so he's constantly healing himself.
He's a problem. There's a lot of sustain for this Asper lineup just suddenly coming out, and he has the Pipe on top of it. It's a lot of HP to cut through. You have Shard up for Monet as well, so you have Depth Shroud, you have Slarkle, you have Enchantress heal, you have the Bloodstone on Sumail, and you have this drum build on the Beastmaster with a Pipe to back up all of those sustain mechanics. That is a lot.
That is a lot.
That is a lot of EHP that you're just going to have to chunk through, because taking the long fights is okay for 9 Pandas if the Tombstone stays up, but if the Tombstone dies, what are you really playing for after the ults are gone? Like a second time dilation? I mean, it's kind of whatever, right? Now in the later stages, if Ramses gets the 5 slot, 6 slot Void, and you can just go in and start hitting people and taking that fight without being forced to throw the Chrono, that's when those fights start to look different.
Yeah.
Because then you can play them a lot slower, you can elongate them, you can play for multiple Snapfire rounds, you don't have to necessarily go in and drop the Tombstone first. That type of engagement seems better for 9 Pandas, but right now, way too much sustain. I think Aster are happy to take any 5-on-5 as long as they can see the heroes, start on the heroes, slay the heroes.
Agreed. I mean, I think that
be the hero that you want to be.
Sorry,
my mom always
interrupted that very important monologue you were on. I think this is an awkward point for Snapfire, right?
Taste the hero. Smoke up from Aster.
All right, we're
time to get the
team fight.
Does that BKB, so you have to think about the jump here. They really want somebody else. They'll take solo.
Got a Force Staff to be able to get him away. An immediate lasso. RP on top of that one. That is a heavy amount of hate. And XXS gets off his BKB. He finally goes down, but he created so much space. Nice Hurricane Pike pushback on Sumail with the Chronosphere on 2. They do have the kisses. They do have him blocked down. Monet, is he going to be able to get out of this one? Managed to pop his Depth Shroud. Now his ultimate. He's good. And Kiyotaka thought he was still inside the cloud. Misses, but he gets him in the end. Too much damage from the Snapfire. Nice pushback there. Bulbika, another Hurricane Pike put to use as the damage raining in from the high ground. Hurricane Pikes for days between Bulbika and Kiyotaka. But ultimately, who came out the better of that one? Looks like 9 Pandas.
I mean, they get the Slark kill. That is a well-worthy exchange for your ultimates here, especially while you're waiting for this next Roshan. These lassos have been on point, separating the fight with the big core targets. I thought for sure Aster are going to get the initiation there, but the Force Staffs come out too fast. Maybe they didn't want to commit on solo, but I think it's okay to go on him before the Tombstone. That said, maybe you're also giving free RP and Chrono counter initiation. it's scary when you don't see the Void and you don't see the Mag here for Aster. Again, the vision just not good enough to find that jump. And Ramses, that Chrono was a better one. Steal the Slark's fate in the end and create the time for Snapfire to get another round of spells off. That's pretty much what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I can't believe XXS survived though.
Yeah, that was
what
intense.
The hell?
Lassoed into an RP. There was even a little bit of overlap there. I thought it was going to be good when Sumail was able to run in as XXS was dying, and he was like, there was 4 heroes around him. He was doing so much damage. And then he got Hurricane Pike pushed out of that positioning. But it also felt like everybody was pretty tanky on 9Pandas.
I mean, he did basically the same damage as Baboka. Honestly, I'm not feeling the Leshrac shredding people like I'm used to in my mind. I think they're not really clumping around him. I think Sumail's just having a hard time sticking on top of the heroes, getting this ult damage through. Because he's running out of mana, so his spells are going off. 9Panda's just kiting it out. You also have Time Walk to deal with. You have a little Undying heal. This is some mini sustain for 9Pandas. They can draw out his mana, waste some of the resource. But in general, Sumail does feel untouchable if that Bloodstone goes off. He just runs in. And now that is another cheese and Aegis. 9Pandas, they kind of win that fight, but not enough to claim any map control. And Aegis is the best tool for Aster in this game, along with that cheese. Because now you have a tool to not care about Chrono, not care about the lasso, the RP. Monet has a lot more freedom to be very aggressive in these exchanges, which is what Aster want, for the Slark to be able to go in without fear.
It seems like the game plan for both of these carries, right? Because you've got Linken's being built by Ramses on top of his BKB. He really just wants to be able to be in the fight without having a threat of getting bursted down.
I mean, it's an interesting Linken's game. There are some random spells that can pop it, and you're pretty much buying it for the roar. I want to say, like, maybe a Leshules or some Hex that's going to come out later. If he gets it on the big spells, he'll be happy with this exchange, but you also are kind of sacrificing, like, a Scotty slot or something here that would just make you tankier and still be pretty damn good versus all the heal that Aster have. That was what I was thinking. This is better for the initiation exchanges.
Yes, and I think that means he's entrusting Kiyotaka to output his damage, which he is still not level 20. He almost has a data list, but getting level 20 is going to be super important.
And they are sitting on the high ground ward, so again, the vision very key here. Veno ward going to break it, and that is the signal for Monet to just force this fight. Still has Aegis.
Ramses sees an opportunity to go on the left-hand side, but on the right, Miro hits an RP. Not good enough to stop the Slark, who actually had the Dark Pack going and will be able to bring him down. Ramses now drops the Chronosphere. It's just on the Beastmaster, though.
Healing.
Not the best, and he is healing way too much. Ramses taking a lot of damage, and now he's locked out by the Pounce. With all of those shots raining in from Baboka, Sumail, even with the shield rune, is able to just dare into the tier 4 towers. Fortunately, the Force Staffs are always there to help 9Pandas in a win or lose engagement, and it feels like they're able to limit some of their losses thanks to Force Staffs. But you've used your abilities. This time you lost the team fight, and Aster will take everything you have if possible.
This is a very fast objective-taking lineup with the Edict and the Beastmaster attack speed. And of course, you still have Aegis online. Cheese was used, but Monet is sitting on 2 lives and a crap ton of Agi stacks. 51 stolen with 9 permanent right now. Another reason these billions are going to melt if you cannot contest, and I don't think you're contesting without the ults. That Chrono was just not good enough. The fight got forced on you this time. 9Pandas unable to recreate the gap and take multiple Snapfire spells into the engagement.
And I think that's why Antares is pushing out mid, because the last thing he wants is them to just go hit mid tier 2 and then hit mid tier 3.
Yeah, I mean, you're lucky you have that tier 2 up mid. You're looking at multiple racks here. And honestly, you still have Chrono on cooldown for another 60.
Yeah, they could have gone bottom. But
they are going bottom. And they're chasing this bat. Sick of his shenanigans. Sumail will use
and the sight. He got his BKB out of it, though, but he will not be alive, at least for the first start of this push that's coming in from Aster.
And that tips straight to Baboka for the Hex completion that he has accumulated in this game. Ridiculous amount of gold.
Yeah, seriously.
That is a very powerful item, because now the Enchantress is damage. That is a very powerful item, because now the Enchantress is damage threat. She's also a lockdown threat. You just run in Baboka is a very easy pathway to canceling that Linken's with the Dispel, and then you just hex Ramses. All of a sudden, Ramses has to kind of run away from this Ench because there's no way you're chronoing Enchantress and winning a fight. This is a very obnoxious hero all of a sudden for 9Pandas to deal with in the engagement. The Venom wards are causing problems for the Blinks on top of it, whereas Pichu has an Aeon Disc of his own. So both of Astra's supports are just not clear targets for 9Pandas to go on unless you get a Lasso or a Skewer, pull them in deep, and reorient that fight position. It's probably your best bet here, especially in a high ground defense position. We've seen 9Pandas in this position before. They are used to playing for this late game high ground defense situation, but are you outscaling Astra at this point? That's another question. Your mag is just not going to get another item in this game at this rate.
Yeah, and I think that's always a very interesting test because it is going to come down to his plays on a high ground defense, whether or not 9Pandas can live or die. And he has to do it in a game that he probably has not felt great about. I mean, he is sitting at 8th in overall net worth. He's probably not feeling this game very well, but can you still manage to pull out the plays in a matchup that you're not the one leading the charge?
Cannot blink dodge that ult, my friend.
Oh, there's the first miss. Miss Skewer there. And now they're going to be slowed down as the ultimate from the Venomancer pops on all those heroes. They do have the Primal Roar, and they do have a lot of control. Ramsey's going to be able to get the Chronosphere onto all of these heroes, and the Bloodstone is just not enough. Too much single target damage. XXS is fine. Monet, apparently they don't need Sumail. They're just going to keep poking at 9Pandas. After all, it's all about the cooldowns. Hit him with the RP. Holding on the Beastmaster, though, and he got hexed up before he could get the Skewer back. XXS now popping his BKB and joining Monet as they lock down Ramses. Gets a force tap off the high ground and barely gets the time walk off.
It missed uphill, too.
Oh, Bobica, a lot of damage there from Kiyotaka. He's got that level 20. Those shots from the little Shredder are dangerous. Nice push back there from Atari. It's just what he needed
to
get
him out.
Kiyotaka back to the fountain, but he will give up his own life and response. The shots coming in once again. They need to play off of these little Shredders. Only chance to be able to hold these lanes to barracks, and that's why Sumail wants to be able to kill him. He's willing to throw everything he has to kill this guy, but Kiyotaka slips away once again.
They're wearing through Sumail's resources here. This is his buyback. He rejoined this fight for a reason. It is to get Megas here, but you have to clear through the heroes. You don't have that Aegis. You don't have Cheese anymore. No Chrono, but these time dilations are adding up. This is a dangerous commit. You are getting worn down. Need to let Monet frontline. Need to let him do the work with the ult and the Depth Shroud. And Skewer hexed again.
Again, the initiation denied. Bulbaca just 2 on point with these ones. 4 staff away. They managed to get a jump out, and now it looks like Monet is going to be able to get the pounce onto Ramses with the Depth Shroud. Steals some stats, goes back to the lane of barracks, which they should be able to get no problem. Twice now he's lived off of like 100 HP or less. Oh, Kiyotaka, they're finally going to be able to catch him. 4 staff gets him out of Split Earth, but he's still dead.
Does have
buyback now for him. Chronosphere in 30 seconds. 4 staff trying to get pulls the mail out of here.
The
shots.
2 minutes.
Too much. Little Shredder absolutely shredding Sumail. A dieback and an opportunity for 9Pandas to be able to get back into this game, but they need as many of these kills as possible. XXS, he's going to die next. Pichu. Oh, Ramses, he's afraid of overcommitting here. A wise sense. Aster still sticking around as Monet has plenty of stats stolen.
And Aster getting a lot out of that Leshreck buyback. Another lane of racks and that Kiyotaka buy. So you're happy to trade the mid buys while you're going up objectives and a crap ton of gold here. Just so much into the Astra supports off that. The Hex from Baboka paying off twice in those fights. I think Ramses threw his Linken's on Nero before he jumped, but I don't know what procced it. All I saw was the Linken's on the Mag's corpse. So
Maybe they used Yule's and Scythe?
Maybe it was just that fast, or maybe it's one of those things where it's like too late as well. It looked very weird, but either way, that's something that 9Pandas are trying to think about. The thing about the Mag going inverse, these instant disables, just cutting off the Skewer displacement here. He does not have BKB, and I don't know if he can ever get to it in this game.
Yeah.
He's just been mega punished from the laning phase on. You picked Mag for Empower, and that's about all you're going to get at this point. As Ramses pushes for Nullifier.
Yeah. You got to feel for 9Pandas here. There was this limited window where the Leshrac dieback gives them, control of the map wherever they want to go. They obviously know Roshan could have spawned a good 40 seconds ago, but it won't. It's a late Roshan, and that means Samael has time to come up. But maybe Aster still pushed to contest Roshan, not knowing if it's up or not, and may end up in an initial 4 versus 5. The Hawk is spotting him out, though, and they're going to be able to find Miro just who they wanted. Kill him again. Make sure he just does not get an opportunity to get off these RPs. You managed to get a 3-man chrono. They shots in for the little shredder, finishing off Bulbika. So much attention onto Bulbika. The kisses are used even to finish him off, but the chronosphere, there was no damage put into it as a result. Monet's a little bit low. Ramsey saw an opportunity, missed out on the time walk, though.
He's too low.
Gets him away. Now trying to continue to jump on Monet, has healed up a little bit off of no vision and will come back for that kill. Antari's caught in the corner and killed. Only survivor of this one is Kiyotaka. Bulbika, even though he died, he drew so much attention.
That is how much they're valuing this Enchantress in the fights, I guess. I don't know if that's the right call, but Kiyotaka was too far away from that chrono to probably run up and get the kisses anyway. So you don't really have a choice. And now you're looking at a throne push with no chrono and not a lot of buybacks here, if any. Ramsey's bought out for that Sacred Relic. He's dead for 60 with nothing. I don't know if Aster know this, otherwise I think they'd be hitting your throne right now, but they're going to show the respect. Wait for the next Roshan.
Yeah, they were very much all in on being able to win that fight and get the next Roshan. Probably feel like the game's over if Aster get it, which they're going to do now.
What you would do for a couple of Tome of Experiences here. You just need Snapfire 25. I don't see anywhere else you're winning these fights. You need those. I mean, the Chronos have been landing decently from Ramses. If you have the level 25 on Snap, you get that split shot going. Imagine you have 3 Shredders going into those 3 in the Chrono.
With a Mindbreaker?
Why not?
That's a lot of damage.
The problem is, Kiyotaka is still 2 levels away, and that is a lot of XP to make up here. Especially with how fast Aster are just gonna run down your bottom lane through that gate. No fear at all. Monet has Aegis as well as Refresher Shard in the backpack. So he has 2 lives, but then when he comes back, he has another set of saves. Just a ridiculous amount of sustain for Monet to run in and not care about anything here. And of course, Cheese back onto Samael. It's gonna refill his HP and his mana. Big problem if you cannot burst him down the first time. You're gonna need a deep lasso pull or the deep skewer. The skewer has not been reliable. I don't even know if it's reliable with the Lincolns on him. Aster might just be too fast with Yules, with Atoses, with Hex. That is a scary blink. And this is an interesting smoke. Maybe just looking to go in the base top. Not even take the heads up fight where someone's gonna get displaced, but let the Slark Nighttime Vision give him the jump.
The Hawk. Bulbika blinks forward. He's going to be the one caught. They do manage to get the roar off, but after the double force staff, bring Bulbika pretty far away. Not enough to get him into the fountain, though, and Solo's already dead. They're still going to go for this Enchantress, focusing him down. The little Shredder, they take him out. So, that's a hero with no buyback. 9 Pandas can play this one out. It's going to be a 4 versus 5, and Aster will be forced to retreat. Wait for Bulbika to come back up in a minute.
Oh, he went for the Blink Hex, did not get it, and will pay the price. Nice little pick off from 9 Pandas. You're willing to trade a Undying buyback for that. Stall out this game a little longer. It's also more XP going into Kiyotaka. Almost level 24 here. I mean, you give level 25 to the 2 cores on 9 Pandas, and they've got a chance to pull this game back. This is where you want to strike. Strike hard if you're Aster. Daytime hurts Monet a little bit here. Another reason that stall was pretty valuable. And of course, Lasso, no cooldown on this spell anymore.
Going on to Ramses, bit of a poke here. There's always force staffs, there's always cookies to get away from these pounces.
Yeah, they're really trying to fish for this fight. No Enchantress is a big deal. It frees up the skewer plays, also just frees up Ramses being able to play more aggressive. But I don't think there's any reason for Aster to give it to him. Still have a lot of time on this Aegis right now. And of course, Vivoka is going to be able to TP straight back down here, so you can just go round 2, push up the base. See what you find. Oh, we got TP to the tier 1 instead of the outpost. Interesting heads up play.
Is it a heads up play? There's no heads up.
Oh, Antares dies as Tormentor. That is a dieback.
Oh god.
He is dead for 100.
Oh god.
Well, That's an opening.
No.
Aster, time to push?
Yeah, I mean, the entire combo was supposed to be able to blink lasso, pull somebody back, and then get the skewer afterwards to help out Miro. Now Miro has to do it once again without that initiation, where he's likely just going to get jumped in, or XXS is going to jump first. They do go forward. Ramsey gets the Chronosphere off of that one.
That's good
Kiyotaka, really good position, but the Depth Shroud comes in from Monet. They cannot target those heroes, but he's still with the RP. Skewer back right in front of the fountain. Close, though. So damn close. They actually have a pause because Solo has disconnected. This is a beautiful position to be able to get a nice tombstone and ult out.
I mean, this has to be the dream fight for 9 Pandas, outside of the fact their bat died to a neutral creep. Like, you would be living the dream right now. You might still be a bad crash timing as well. We'll give both times to think about it. I mean, if GPK were on this squad, we'd already be unpaused right now, but he's not. Thank God. Solo will have time to reconnect.
I mean, the problem is they don't have Little Shredder.
No.
So some of their damage is limited. They could kill XXS. But the other two heroes might be a little bit hard to bring down.
I think XXS is dead.
I think so,
stunned on 200 HP. I think he's gone. Will not get BKB off. This is very deep for Aster to take the fight.
Pop Bloodstone, they actually go into it. Oh, Yule Scepter and all these heroes, it's actually a trap apparently. Sumail and Monet take the time to formulate a plan to go on the offensive. Kiyotaka finally dies, but he does claim Sumail's life before he falls. Monet almost dead. Got him.
That Hurricane Pike.
Oh, Miro, he's going to die outside of that, but Ramses, he is left in a 1v3 with no Chronosphere.
That Hurricane Pike was absolutely sick by Mavoke. It stopped that skewer mid-charge, saving Monet from the fountain. That might have finished it off, but instead, Aster, like you said, they had a couple seconds to think about the plan, and the plan was, fuck it. Let's go in the goddamn fountain. Monet's got 20,000 ults. Sumail believes in him, puts his life on the line. Will take the grave, but get the dub. What a finish there. I mean, 9 Pandas were so close to being able to hold that right. Imagine they had Bat Rider that last fight. Suddenly you might get that Snapfire level 25, and we're looking at a different game with the Shredder shredding multiple people instead of just one. But Aster, just enough tempo to put that game over the edge, close it out. Pretty convincing performance overall in terms of, you know, they just played their lineup, slowly built that lead, and were pretty confident going late game with the saves. Depth Shroud was huge in the Chrono. Not something you can underestimate there.
I think Monet and Bobica, like, outstanding performances in this game. Monet had a lot of great saves. Bobica was such a massive threat that he drew a ton of tension from 9 Pandas, multiple Scythes, multiple Hurricane Pikes to stop these initiation. Miro didn't have a game.
Yeah, he had very little hero damage. His laning phase got destroyed by Pichu. Antares did not feel comfortable trying to win that lane and just roamed their farm, so he left them in the 1-on-2. He just got ultra punished. Maybe it's okay in the strategy for 9 Pandas because they have two of their really hard scaling cores that are going to get buffed up by Empower, but you're giving a lot of free reign to Aster supports here, and they used it damn well. I mean, the damage done. Look at that. 24k and 30k on the two supports. That is a lot. And, of course, the utility also backing it up. Pretty nice game. I would have liked if Aster got a little more value out of their vision. I think some of those fights around the open areas were, like, a little too chasey. They go out of their zone control, and then all of a sudden you're giving good tombstones and chronos to 9 Pandas here. But the idea of disrespecting the ults in a sense of like, okay, we're going to die to ults, but then we're just going to run back at you, that was absolutely on point.
Well, I think one thing we could certainly learn from the end of that game number 1, gotta beware the Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
It is Aster to take game number 1 against 9 Pandas, and yes, lessons have been learned. I think another wonderful lesson is that Leshrac is back. Not just Leshrac, but Slark also felt very good in this game. I would say Monet indeed MVP of this first game of this best of 3 series. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Jenkins. So we're going to break this game down. I also want to give a little bit of a heads up that some of you might have already realized if you kept track of at ESL Dota 2 on Twitter, you will know that there is a longer break between the first and second game of this series to accommodate for some necessary player commitments. So that is the heads up over there. And Perch, this game, very convincing by Aster. I kind of feel like Aster was dictating the pace of this game almost the entire way through.
Yeah, they did a really good job staying even. I actually thought 9Pandas played really, really good the first 20 minutes, especially in the mid lane. Kiyotaka's Snapfire was insane. Like, every time his ulti was off cooldown, he was killing really impactful cores, and that actually puts 2mil behind in net worth for a long time. He eventually caught up, obviously, and had a good game throughout, but because he got pressured so much by 9Pandas, it made the game look less one-sided due to Astra's amazing performance.
Wait, how did they know? Did they just remove Samil's beard from this picture?
I think it was old drawing.
Was it?
I assume so, because a lot of the drawings are the same ones from last season. Some of them are new.
Was there not a picture of him with
They
beard?
erased his beard. That's an eraser job right there. I've done that one before.
Erased a beard?
Yeah, for YouTube thumbnails.
Very good.
Very good.
Yeah, that was a great game of Dota 2, Cheever. That was, honestly, to me, a very high-skilled game, especially those first 20 minutes. 9Pandas, I thought would have a window where they couldn't really do much, but they fought so well. Like, they brought their 2 supports mid versus Astra's 2 supports mid, who I thought were superior to 9Pandas, but they were constantly fighting on their cooldowns. They used the chronos really early, and the net worth was always a 1k advantage on either side for the first 20 minutes, up until the first fight where it really swung in a certain direction. That first fight near the Radiant safe lane cliff, where they had that tombstone up there, when they lasted the Slark and they couldn't get the Chronosphere follow-up on it, and they ended up chronoing Veno. That was kind of the beginning of the snowball by Astra, because then it led into another kill with the Beastmaster roaring the bat, and then that's kind of when you start to give away your map, when you were holding onto it so well. And then after that, the fights just became about execution. If they couldn't chrono the correct target, if they got isolated, if they fought in areas they didn't want to, if they missed an RP, it was so hard for 9Pandas to take the fight against Astra. And it's because Astra played so well. They positioned so well.
Agreed. Beautiful gameplay from Astra. Monet, especially, on the Slark. Shoutouts to him. He was somehow ulting before pretty much every single Chronosphere, which I can assure you, any Slark player in the audience knows how hard that is. Like, this guy clips you with 1 chrono, and you're not ulted, and he kills you, and he gets a little bit of an item lead, and then all of a sudden, it's like every single chrono, he's going to kill you. So Monet stayed ahead of the curve for the entire game, and the one fight that I saw that he did get chronoed, and he didn't have the ult, XXS had already popped both Pipe and Crimson Guard, which Void, as a mixed damage hero, he's doing magic and physical, did like nothing in terms of damage to Monet in the Chronosphere. So it's like they were always getting their stuff off before the chrono. And I guess the saving grace for 9Pandas might have been like Miro's RPs, but I don't think we saw like one big RP in that game. They were just on top of him the entire game.
Really hard to get an RP off, to get a good initiation off when you're dealing with the Beastmaster, with the Hawk Vision, with the Veno wars that continuously interrupt your blink. Like that is.
And Baboka, who was just on Miro the whole game. Only if those heroes are all playing really well.
And they were.
And they were, because like if you're playing against just a Veno that's playing really well, usually there'll be like 1 or 2 good RPs in a game still, because you get an angle, right? But all of this, like all of these heroes, basically realizing that Miro was going to be the like saving grace in the team fights for 9Pandas, that was what made the huge difference. Like he had no game, and I think he needed to have no game.
And not just Miro, right? The Faceless Void had a really large role to play in the team fights too, because they had those 2 big spells to play around. But on what you were saying, Jenkins, that's why we've seen Magnus's move away from being the RP guy. Like, we've seen a shift away from utility Magnus for a long time. It hasn't been good for a while, and that's why. Magnus has been good because he became universal, super high damage. He built, Harpoon, Manta, and then you had a 3rd core in him.
It's another carry.
And then people just shied away from that. So when you go utility Magnus and you're unable to get your RPs off, then you're your only impact in the game is empowering, right? And if the enemies are able to isolate you from the fights, there really isn't that much you can do. You can hope for a good skewer, you can hope for a window, but it becomes that much harder to play. And that's why we just haven't seen this hero be played in this way for a very long time.
One thing that can cover it for, though, is supports farming well. And I think this game was a perfect demonstration of supports getting insane amounts of net worth on in both teams. Like Solo had a 14-minute force staff on Undying. He was hitting creep waves consistently, decay spamming. We saw that Hex that was super impactful for Baboka that he got on Enchantress. His net worth was dwarfing a lot of heroes by the end of the game. Batrider's Blink Dagger was really quick this game and got them a couple crucial pickoffs. So I think that game was perfect. If you want to see the impact of supports with good net worth, that's a great replay to watch.
That was a high skill game.
Yeah.
That was there was a lot going back and forth, at least for the first 20, 25 minutes.
I want to talk a little bit about the last 20, 25 minutes because I felt like at that point, I think we only saw Radiant side of the map. That was where the game was happening. Dire side might as well just be completely not there. How come 9 Pandas was not able to, I don't know, maybe push waves out a little bit more so that at least, you free a little bit of space up by forcing someone to having to rotate or something?
Was it Beastmaster Warriors maybe? They had a lot of BOTs as well, I think, too.
That's just the nature of the Aster draft. We talked about it. It's a tempo draft. It's a draft that chokes you out and plays on your side of the map, and that's what they were doing. And if you lose 1-5 versus Beastmaster, you're losing more inches. And you're also not just playing against the Beast, you're playing against the Veno ward vision. You're playing against the Enchantress creep that's pushing out lanes and also providing vision. So it had to be a matter of they win a fight on 9 Pandas and then they can take back, do some D wards, maybe take a tower or two, but Aster were always taking the fight to them, so they were never able to do that.
It was a well-played game by Aster. I do want to have the final opinions on Leshrac, because this is the first time we saw Leshrac this tournament, I believe. It's been a hero that hasn't been touched, obviously, has gotten a slight buff. And what's the deal? Are we going to see it more often, or was this just fit very well in the situation that we saw right here, Purge?
My hunch is it was fine. The laning was probably better than before because the lightning damage going from 70 to 90 is a big deal. That basically means these universal heroes can't deny you, so you can get a Lesset if you really need it. But past that, it didn't look that different, and it was probably about the same because it's mostly early game stuff. Maybe the Split Earth AoE was a bit bigger, and that was impactful here or there, but it was fine.
I thought it looked fine also. I mean, Lush really shines when he has an IO or an Oracle or something like that. And when he's kind of playing without that, he does die pretty often, especially in the early game. That's when he's most susceptible. And we saw that happen. They used kisses on him. They've rotated their supports on him, and he did manage to die. But, in the late game, he was able to output those damage numbers. He ended with 47k hero damage.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, highest in the game. So.
But keep in mind, Snap was really close to that. He did 44k on Snapfire, which is wild, in my opinion. So he transitioned so well.
Beaver, they're wrong. Lesh is broken.
Oh, okay.
80 mana, 90 damage from Lightning Storm.
More damage than mana?
More damage than mana. That's the ratio I was looking at. That's the exact rate. His eyes lit up because whenever I see a spell that's more damage than mana, it's all right, that's getting into broken territory. I think that where the strength of Leshrac is going to come from is I think this Lightning Storm change makes him a side laner again. I think this actually makes it so that he can leave Lightning Storm level 1 and spam as an off laner. I think we're going to see some of the South American teams perhaps partaking in the Lesh off lane, and it's going to move its way into the second phase, at least.
I'd like to see the Whisper Lesh again, for sure. He's an innovator of that. I still do think that Lesh needs a save hero on his team. You can't really convince me that he doesn't need an IO or an Oracle or something to be super broken, but sideline Lesh, pushing out Slarks and stuff, sounds pretty cool.
Monoctarine Rush. Double Void Stone.
Yeah, get that double Void Stone,
spam that
baby.
lightning.
If they ever go on you, you're dead because you only have mana regen. But
if we do the math real quick, you're getting about 5 mana per second from the Octarine. That's 6 damage per second if you turn it into lightning storms.
Since we're talking about damage, I just want to point out Magnus did 9.8k hero damage in that game, which is the lowest we've seen of a Magnus in this patch.
At least it wasn't in the hundreds. It's not Bulba territory.
In his defense, though, he went arcane, blink.
That is the point.
He had no attack speed. It was intentional.
That's the point that I'm trying to build up to. There's a reason why Utility Magnus was not played before these changes, where he was starting to be played as a card, because it wasn't as good as it used to be. They nerfed Horn Toss. They nerfed a lot of the items that he bought. They nerfed the utility items. It also sucks to run around and empower your cores, and it's easily countered by Vision heroes, which is what Aster had. So what I'm saying is Utility Magnus has its place in Dota, but it wasn't in this game.
Let's remember as well, who made this iteration of Magnus popular? Who was the first innovator of Magnus offlane in this patch?
Was it you?
No.
Right, where are you going with this?
It was Jabs. It was jabs.
Okay, but
you
he
think
plays
this guy's
carry
gonna
and everything.
You think this guy's gonna play a utility Magnus?
He's gonna not play utility anything.
Everybody copied his Magnus build with this harpoon, which nobody was doing on the offlane at the time. Everybody was going Crimson Pipe. He was the only one going harpoon on any offlaner. Magnus, of course. Jabs is not gonna go fucking pipe. Are you kidding me?
Talon has been nerfed with this patch?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, so was 9 Pandas. Techie's got nerfed.
A lot of teams have been picking early.
Teams have been nerfed.
Theo Jabs will bust out the offline anti-mage and shred everyone.
Yeah, he's on something else because everybody else
I'm not worried.
Everybody else is playing Magnus, so he doesn't want to play it anymore.
Vanguard did get nerfed also.
Yeah, it did.
But he wasn't buying it anyway.
But the Vanguard into disassemble into pipe is still there, and so the offlane Slark is still viable. So Amar the fucker, shout outs to you for the offlane Slark. I'll be using that.
He rebranded.
Is he? What is he now?
Amar the F.
No.
Yeah.
I think he was forced to do that.
Because I got in a pub with him and he said, "Thank you for saying my real name." And I said,
That was a long time ago. That must have been a long time ago. That must have been last year.
He said it again.
When?
Yeah, yesterday.
No,
he
he
said, go on the
I don't
panel
believe it.
tomorrow.
I don't believe
and
it.
between game 1 and game 2, when 9 Pandas goes down to the Monet Slark, say Amar the fucker twice on panel. That's the second one that I've done.
Yeah, the Monet Slark.
But don't say it a third time.
I will say MVP does go to Monet.
Yes, I agree. I definitely
I would
agree.
say so. Or XXS, because he played really well too. But, Beastmaster's more of a quiet hero, and he's not you know, banging the drums or whatever.
Didn't Baboka get the most kills on his whole team as Enchantress?
You're such a support simp. I actually hate that from you.
Didn't he?
I don't care. He's stealing last hits. He's stealing last hits with pure damage spell. All right, Monet's soaking every single Chronosphere. He's actually supporting and carrying the game.
I mean, he didn't get chronoed at some point, though. That's
Yeah,
why.
because he was dodging it because he's just a fucking god.
But that's why he played. I mean, Baboka did a great job. All of Astor played really well, Baboka included. But Monet had a really difficult job to pull off. Like, he had to somehow frontline without dying to a Chronosphere. That's very difficult to do. And I mean, there was this one fight where they pushed 9 Pandas into like 2 separate spots. They had like Sumail on the Lash and Baboka on the Ench going on the Void, and then they had Monet chasing the rest of 9 Pandas into their base, and the Void couldn't really connect for a while. So when he did show up, he was only able to chrono the Beastmaster because he was way too late, Just doing cool stuff like that. I really like to see how Monet was just able to, pick them apart, and the rest of Astor, of course, helped, but you got to give credit where it's due, You did a great job, Kev.
I mean, he did, yeah.
He did, and we all would like to see more, and it is very sad that we can't for a little while. We said before, there are necessary player commitments. That's literally the
Bathroom
line.
break.
Necessary player commitments. Well, they're going to take about an hour, so I don't know about
Diarrhea.
that. No. We have things planned.
Monet took a laxative before that game.
No, we didn't. We have stuff planned. Don't you worry. We are going to head to a break. When we're back, there's a Bounty Hunter episode, and you'll want to see that one for sure. We have another fresh set, of course, coming your way. Now, we'll take a break, and then we'll be back. It's going to be lovely. Make sure you tune back in, or actually, you know what? Never tune out. The series between Astor and 9 Pandas will continue. We'll, of course, wait for it. We are benevolent leaders here at Dream League. We allow for players to have necessary player commitments. Very good. So we'll be right back, so stick around.
Any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more, and I keep on giving it up. And I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. the darkest deep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on. And they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on. And I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 95. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. Paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like
Introducing Capitalist, ladies and gentlemen.
Really?
Introducing Capitalist to the show. You guys play? Capitalist to the show, everybody, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Cap.
Hello.
What did you think of the last hitting that happened?
That's a good baby boy. You're up big and large.
That was really good last hitting. I wonder who did it.
There was a video, so it was Purge.
They fucked.
What happened, Purge?
I intentionally made a bad last hitting video and they put my face on the start of it. Like, why would they do that? That's so messed up.
You liar. You just told me you were doing it with a touchpad.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is what ability draft does to your last hitting skills.
That's not true. You got to
That's
last
true.
hit
When you
all
have
the
just
time.
a broken skill set, you don't have to worry about last hitting.
No, you don't.
That's the porch. You don't need to worry about last hitting. You're good, Purge.
Yeah.
They also cut out the best part of the videos.
Good
I
baby.
walked to get bounty runes because there's gold on the map.
You're gonna grow up big and large.
I think he's there.
What were you saying, Purge?
I walked to get the bounty rune because there's gold on the map, but I got it like 10 seconds before it spawned. So I walked back to the lane part way, saw the new one was there, and walked
I don't know.
back for
I'm
it.
so bored. I'm so freaking bored.
It's
of what
okay.
you're
It's
talking
okay.
Make the boring man stop his story.
about. That's okay, baby.
We
boy.
have another thing to do with bounty runes. We have actually the bounty hunt. I think Cap is here and Purge is here in particular because they participated in this hunt.
It was good.
Yeah?
I'm very excited to watch.
Do you know which one will be played today?
Oh,
I
God.
do. And I know that I did better
know the
than
one.
Cap. And he paid more.
I did better in a certain way. Just depends on what you think the rules are.
I remember what you looked like after this one, and it was.
Yeah.
I was a miserable human being.
You looked like you had the bubonic plague.
I walked out to the
Stop
green
saying
room,
plaid.
and I didn't know if he had gone before me yet. And then I could tell instantly. I was like, "Oh, he definitely did the same challenge as me just now."
What's up, Mira?
Peter,
Yes.
can you tell Jenkins to stop saying plague?
Jenkins, every time you say the word plague as plague rather than plague,
What's the difference?
you have a challenge. You'll have to do something.
What's the difference?
It's actually just
That's
the right
only an
pronunciation.
incentive.
All right,
I feel
I
like
can-
he wants to.
I can get you with this. Plague. Good luck coming up with 10 challenges, jackass.
Okay, well, go ahead and do 50 push-ups.
Wow, that was needlessly aggressive.
I was
Is
gonna
it
do.
because you're uncomfortable?
I was gonna do 5
No?
push-ups for the word plague. Can you just do 50, please?
I can't do 50.
I know you can't.
There's somebody on top of me right now. I can't do it.
This is quite the ab workout.
Okay, so we're gonna find out what happened in that first challenge. The first challenge of the bounty hunt. I without further ado, let's get started.
Please. Please.
Roll the tape.
Roll it. 1 second.
Get off. Get off.
No. No, hold me.
My birdie won't fly the nest.
Stomach hurts so much.
Spread your pinions and fly.
Okay.
My baby bird.
You worked it in some.
All right, we're gonna need a little bit longer than that.
Okay.
For people that are unaware, last Dream League there was a bounty hunt as well. It was basically a series of challenges set for not everybody, but some of our talent, and with various degrees of success.
We're
for these
alumni.
challenges.
We're bounty hunter alumni. You
we
guys
are.
are little newbies to the bounty hunt.
Yeah, Jenkins, you participated last time. What?
So did Effie.
Oh, yeah.
So did Effie. What did you feel was the most important thing that you would tell our newbies when doing bounty hunts? Obviously, it's too late because they already did them. But what would be the best advice?
I would say, and this is also goes out to the crowd, if you ever in a work scenario and you trust your colleagues, they are sharks, they are snakes, they are serpents that are slithering around the gardens, and they're worse. They have a worse venom than all the poisonous plants in the Garden of Eden that you could possibly imagine. And people lie, and people steal, and people cheat to win. And the only person that played the game with any sort of
Integrity
was the person that lost, and the losers.
Effie, what would your advice be?
I think he's talking about you.
You gotta be competitive. You gotta play for the kill. You know?
The others.
She is so competitive. You guys don't understand. I saw behind the scenes, like, she would go and do the challenges. She would come back. She'd be, I don't think I did that well. I'm really
I was,
stressed
like,
out.
sweating.
It's
I
not
was like,
working.
How many pieces of licorice did you eat?
He is a bloodthirsty beast.
All I'm saying is, if you're competing, you gotta shoot for the kill.
Hell yeah.
You
And
play
she
to
goes
win.
Hell yeah.
You don't play to
straight for the
lose.
jugular.
Damn right.
We're not here for fun. We're not playing fucking Farmville, Care Bear Share. We're playing Dota 2. We go in with
what's
power.
Oh, your jugular's bleeding? All right. How about your friggin' sciatic nerve? How about that bleeds? Does that bleed?
What if you're playing like two different games? Like there's the game to win,
No.
there's the game for content.
No, it's the game to win.
I definitely did it for
Jenkins
content.
definitely plays for content.
Game to win.
Thank you.
I played to win and I played for content, but sometimes I did a mix.
We're going to
I
find out
definitely
how
played
you
for
played.
content.
Because the content, the game, challenge number 1 is live.
I'm not allergic to dogs, Cinderin. I'm not allergic.
Welcome.
Yeah. Is that onion?
No, it is just a dog. But well done observing that it is a dog.
Thank you.
You are correct. All right, here's my challenge number 1 for you.
Okay.
Try to guess what you're supposed to do with these 3 things. What do they have in common?
Are you giving me a pre-challenge challenge?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that what's happening?
If you
because
guess
I did the bonus challenge earlier.
If you
now.
guess this, I will almost let you win. If you guess what this is about.
Boy, that pipe cleaner really throws me for a loop there.
At least everyone got their own envelopes, right?
Yeah.
It's really nice of you.
Sneeze as fast as possible. Fastest time wins.
What is the dog for? What is the dog for?
How do I sneeze? I can't just sneeze on. But make me sneeze, bro. Doesn't work.
Oh,
didn't work.
Unlucky. It would have been amazing.
I'm not gonna be able to make it. Oh, I gotta jam it up there.
Oh my god.
What's that thing called where you look into the light? We had this conversation before.
Yeah, I don't remember, but some people can sneeze when they look into the light.
It's because Gaben himself bestows upon us all our sins, and we release them. But as you can see, I have committed no sins.
Oh.
I'm a perfect human being.
Can I Google?
What are you gonna Google? How to sneeze with dog?
No, I'll find something good. Hold.
Seriously, like this isn't getting me. Is it?
I can't.
If I'm gonna win, it's gonna be legit.
Can I smell you? Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, absolutely. Where do you want to go? Okay. Oh, if he sneezes instantly, that would be...
A little body odor, just a little bit.
Okay. It's the shirt. I smell flawless.
Your shirt smells like body odor? It doesn't come from you, though.
This whole challenge was just not a good idea.
It's got to get in my nose somehow. This is clearly this is a time-tested way to do this, Cinderin. I mean,
yeah, remember, it's as fast as time wins.
I can't. What do I do?
Sneeze on command. Easy ways to make yourself sneeze. Oh, wait. I sneezed.
All right, good job.
Thank you.
That was real.
That was really good.
Totally real.
Come on. It's right there. It's right there. Oh my God, it's so close. I can just taste it, you know? I can taste the mucus.
Use the dog.
Okay. I'm not allergic to dogs, Cinderin. I'm not allergic.
Oh,
idiot.
This is like the mildest pepper I've ever felt in my life.
That would actually be funny if it wasn't even pepper.
Oh.
Do you want to call it quits and flush your nostrils? Or do you want to do some plumbing?
Cinderin, I'm in my 30s at this point. You know, like sometimes
you
just can't get there anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Happens. It's going to happen to all of us.
Okay, thank you.
Yay! Let's go.
Spit all over my coat. Clean this shit up.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so impressed.
Oh God, it burns so much.
The thing is, I know I'm gonna forfeit and I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna instantly sneeze. That's the problem.
We can keep you mic'd up when you leave the room.
Okay. So if I walk outside, do I forfeit? I'm gonna go literally outside in
We'll
front
give
of the
you
sun.
10 seconds outside. Does it reach that far with the sound? Okay. Yeah. You will have signal out there. You can.
It's only 9 p.m. so there's still sunlight. I'm sure. Right?
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Would you like to accompany me?
Of course. Yes.
I need a witness for this.
By all means, let's go.
There's no sun! I have to walk so far. How do you open this thing? Oh my. All right, I guess I forfeit.
A forfeit from Sunsman. He tried really hard.
I thought
he did not try that hard.
He
Was
tried
I the
to
only
use the
one?
outside.
I was the only real sneeze, right?
Yeah, you were the
Kezu
only
faked
real
it.
sneeze.
I cannot believe that. I took so long. I dumped so much powder. I lined it up. I was like, this is gonna fuck me up if I like snort this much into my nose. So I didn't want to like do it.
Like the person next to you did.
I mean,
You're all weak.
I put it in
You're
my nose.
all weak.
I did. I picked some up and
Okay,
I like started smelling
you
it.
did that. You did
That's how
that.
I got it. But I took like at least a minute and a half to get.
I
that.
snorted a full rail of black pepper straight up the nose. You guys have no idea how much it burned.
That's what I wanted to avoid. So I took forever. I can't believe that it seemed like I was the only one that actually
I was
sneezed.
flushing my
I
nose
have
for like
with me
15 minutes.
2 alumni of the Taskmaster.
Of course.
And they are also hereby impromptu judges.
What do you guys think?
I will say 2 things. Number 1, why are you guys so well versed in snorting cocaine? Number 2,
what?
Number
That's
2.
the opposite of what I was gonna say because his roll was so weak. Like, what is that
Okay,
giant
now I
roll
have
of
even more
paper?
questions.
Like, make
Now
it
I have
smaller.
You need to be doing more
You're not
hard
gonna get
drugs.
that through your nose.
It was
Hello?
look.
Those
That
are
was
drugs,
that
by
was
the
my
way.
invite letter. It was like snorted. I was like, oh, I'm gonna roll this up. And
I don't know how.
We are very disappointed in you, young man. What did we send you to college for?
I don't do drugs.
No,
I
don't
didn't know.
don't do drugs. But like, think about it from a logical perspective. I'm not speaking as a user of drugs or anything. But the paper has to be
Me neither.
smaller and thinner to go up your nose. It was
Okay,
fucking
now
massive.
speak as a user of drugs. Because you weren't speaking as
I
one
don't.
before.
I don't do. I
Look,
don't
there
do
was
drugs.
so much fucking pepper on the table. It did not matter how I rolled. Like if I just, I was gonna get something in there.
Have you
if I
noticed
actually
something, Jenkins?
Well, I didn't say my number 2 thing, by the way.
What's your number 2 thing?
Which is you have to be careful because they don't say in the rules it has to be a real sneeze. Kezu might have actually won by doing a fake sneeze. It's all about trickery in the whatever the hell this thing's called, bounty hunter.
Yes.
No, but there was no rule saying that a fake sneeze is better than a real sneeze because the one you're talking about, we couldn't touch the balloon, but we all touched the balloon at the start.
Exactly.
There is nothing that disqualifies anyone.
That's
Also,
what I'm saying.
there are style points. You know, I respect the style that Cap and Purge displayed. I think
just railing up his nostrils.
because his fake sneeze was
Yo,
weak.
I was thinking of you when I did that. I was like, Jenkins would just shove it straight
I
up
will
his
tell you,
nose
as
immediately.
as somebody who has actually snorted a lot of pepper, the more you do, the less you can sneeze. The best
Oh,
way
yes.
to
It
the
overwhelmed
best
my
way to
senses
snort,
immediately.
The best way to snort pepper and sneeze is to get the pieces that are like in the air. They're so small. You need the finely
Yes.
ground pieces of pepper.
Yes, I realized that immediately after I shoved half a cup of black pepper up my sinuses.
because it just goes through and you swallow it. It's like you're eating it.
There was an easy technique there.
Uh-huh.
I think remember when you guys had a cotton swab thingy, right?
Yeah,
You
the
remember
COVID test.
doing the COVID test when you stick it up your nose and you spin it
Yeah.
around, like you swirl it. Everybody sneezes.
I sneeze
after
like
that.
every time. Yeah,
Every
COVID
time.
test would have gotten me. I
So
sneezed a lot in this
why didn't you
building.
just PCR yourself?
Not me.
Really? Oh.
I have no sneeze reflex or gag reflex.
Show us.
No, please don't. Please don't show
bad
us.
timing.
Like, which one?
Please don't show
Both
us.
at the same time.
Okay, I got additional information, guys. So in the official rules, in terms of sneezing itself, Cap and Sunsfan, they did not finish because they did not sneeze
That is not true. That is blatantly not true.
in the room.
They
Challenge it.
I did it in the room. They cut it out.
He did say it off camera.
I
He's like, wait, I fake sneezed.
specifically sneezed, and then I said, because I have honor, I said, I faked it. And Tinder was like, oh, you did it. And I said, no, that was a fake sneeze. If I'm gonna win, I'm gonna do it for real. That's you heard that part in the clip where they were like, I said, if I'm gonna win, I'm gonna do it legit. I did a fake sneeze.
Okay, then I have to add 2 other things to this. Because Purge sneezed, an actual sneeze, after 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're a great sneezer.
Yeah.
Trained for this.
I'm
Kezu.
honestly, I'm impressed.
Kezu fake sneeze after exactly 2 minutes.
Thank God. Even if he gets
him
his
that
own
long?
vote.
A fake sneeze?
We do not know
Didn't
how
even own
long
up
it
to it.
took Cap to fake sneeze. Because we do not know that information.
They have the footage.
And the footage has been cut and it did not make it in and was not impressive enough.
Hopefully they don't.
I did it pretty quickly too.
Hopefully they don't drain a pool into the footage of that.
I think then it's an easy choice for Purge's victory.
A pool type joke?
Yes, it's not
All
just.
six.
It's an
We
easy
know
Purge
that
win.
the Purge, you are the champion of this challenge. Congratulations.
At least you did a legit. I'd rather lose
I'm
to a
very
legit.
glad that Kezu's time was later, because if
Yeah.
it was shorter than mine, I would have been really mad if he beat me in that.
That means you get 4 points. Now we need to divide. There's 3, 2, 1 for the remaining contestants.
I think that Cap should get 3 points. Kazu
that's
should get
fair.
2.
To pay for damages of his...
And Cinder should, not Cinder, Cinder should always get 1 point. Sunspan should get 1 point.
Can we dock somebody?
Well, I don't know. Kezu seemed like he tried less.
But he
Yes.
still tried to find a loophole in the rules,
God,
which is creative and good. So he gets 2 points.
Jenkins, are you in agreement that Cap deserves 3 points over 2 points?
I think Cap's a clear number 2.
Okay. We got Cap as number 2 with
Appreciate
3
it.
points. Then we only need to decide Sunsfan and Kezu. Fake sneeze or no sneeze?
Let's go with who we like more.
Dude,
Let's go Kezu.
Kezu was looking on his phone to figure out how to sneeze. Like, what?
Yeah, that is blatantly uncreative.
No.
You talk about the creativity of going around the rules. He had to Google how to sneeze.
I disagree.
With objects on the table.
I disagree. He showed a drive to win by trying to skirt past the rules. He faked it. He wanted to win so bad. I respect that, and he deserves 2
He
points.
wanted to win so bad that he was like, I need to Google how to sneeze.
That's competition,
as he
baby.
slowly was like,
it is how it is. You know,
should I
you-
sneeze?
You gotta
Let
play
me
to
find
win.
out how
All
to
right,
sneeze.
in the
You gotta
mirror,
play
there was
win.
no
You
urgency
gotta
in
play
the
that.
mirror vein of like winning is all that matters. Yes, he fulfilled that task, but in the content side of things mattering, he did by far the least.
And he also wasn't trying that hard.
He did not try very hard.
I will stand
We are
by.
biased, but Jenkins,
How am I biased?
can you? No, I said we are biased.
Oh.
Cap and I.
2 points.
Jenkins, what do you think? Content-wise, do you agree with my viewpoint? Content-wise, he did the worst.
Give me a second to think here.
I have a question for Purge
Really
and
need
Cap.
Yep.
You obviously both read the letter.
Yep.
It's what were the words used? Did it actually
Yeah, I can't fucking
use the
remember.
things
She
on the table? Did it say to use the stuff on the table?
I
No,
can't,
it did not.
I can't remember.
It's just
It also
Sneeze as
didn't
fast
say
as you
anything
can.
about not leaving the room or anything like that.
it
but
just
that
says
must have
sneeze as
been-
fast as you can.
Yeah, sneeze. It was
Okay,
something
so
like that. It did not say
didn't
real or
limit
fake.
the use of mobile phones. It
No,
says
no, it
it
didn't.
didn't say you sneeze as fast as you can using the tools on the table.
No.
I don't recall.
I
I'm
have
just saying it was
I have
lazy.
All right, Jenkins has it.
I have it. Suns fan is even lazier than Kezu. I know him.
I mean, that's just flat out
That's-
true. Yeah, character-wise.
I know
yeah.
him.
He
But
walked.
He's not a...
He walked all the way to the front
He
door.
did go outside. Like considering a lazy
They
person.
had to speed it up. It's only 10 feet.
Veto. I mean, he is lazy, but his personal anecdotes aside, the rules clearly stated sneeze as fast as you can. They did not specify sneeze, a real sneeze as fast as you can, or fake sneeze. Sneeze as fast as you can, and he sneezed in 2 minutes. It is in the rules. He followed the rules. Stop trying to, what are we if not, a society that abides by the rules?
Cap?
If
Okay.
not in a bad way.
If we rule this, that the fake sneeze is fine, I would like production to go back and judge how much time it took me to do my fake sneeze.
He's right.
But you're already in second place.
You already said.
Yeah,
Right.
which I would supplant him as first place.
No,
if
because
I
a real
sneezed.
sneeze
that's
will
right.
always beat a fake sneeze.
But how long did you try, though? I'm sure you were there for a while. I'm sure your sneeze took longer than your fake
real
sneeze.
I
sneeze
would like
will
them to at
always
least take
win
the
from
time
a
to
fake
look at it
sneeze.
instead of cutting it out.
Is that your ruling or is that
Yes, hereby a real
I-
sneeze will win.
I have a
fake sneeze.
proposition.
Real sneeze? Okay,
I
that's
have a
fair.
proposition. Capitalist, do your best fake sneeze right now, and we will tell you if it deserved to be cut or not.
Hold on, I need to.
Need something weird to smell? Because I think Jenkins has you.
Oh, that is true.
Lift his arm. Lift.
Here, give that a whiff. Gentle, be gentle. Try this one.
I thought you had no gag reflex, Go.
That's like some supernatural stuff.
No, try this one. This one's better.
Okay.
It's festered a little longer in the morning. How's that? Yeah, straight to the sinuses, huh?
Yeah, I think it's not going to be. Oh, good.
That was
Thanks.
pretty good.
That was believable.
That was pretty
That was
good.
believable.
He's already second place.
I know it's believable because Synderen believed me.
Okay.
And then I owned up to it. I was like, that was
you
fake.
He's
are
right.
already-
Kezu wins. He's right. Kezu wins.
All right, Kezu over Sunsfan. Then Sunsfan gets 1 point.
Wait,
Kezu
no, Kezu
gets
shouldn't win because it was a fake
2
sneeze that
points.
was
Yeah, but he
bad.
followed the
No, but
rules.
he didn't win from you. You're still
Yeah, you're
beating
still
Kezu
second
and
place.
Sunsfan. You came second. Cap is not bad. You
I
didn't
just,
came
you know,
first
I
like
have
Purge.
some
I think they both deserve 1
principles.
point personally.
Actually, I agree with that.
No,
I agree with Purge.
you guys aren't on the committee. You guys are not on the committee. We're
I
on the
think
committee.
we should take
We're
that point
advocates.
from third place away and give it to me, and me and Purge are tied.
Oh, no. I think if you want to give
The
me 5
ruling
points and
has
you
been
4
done.
points, sure.
Purge first, Cap second, Kezu third, and Sunsfan, unfortunately for him, could not get a sneeze at all, not even a fake one, and therefore came last and getting 1 point. That was the first bounty hunt. There will be many more for Dream League Season 20, but of course the Dota does continue, and this time we are in the middle of a series, and we did allow for the player commitments to be honored, and therefore we are getting into a second game of the series between Aster and 9 Pandas, so stick around. We'll be back with the draft of Game 2.
I've been waiting for tonight, 'cause I want to take you out to the bright city lights. We're gonna go downtown where the DJ will play that sound, and when you start to feel the beat, there's nothing to stop your feet. You got the boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. It's the boogie keeping you alive. With the fever, it's only one way that you can survive. You gotta get some more of that funky rhythm on the floor. And when you start to feel the beat, there's nothing to stop your feet. You got the boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. Can everybody feel the heat? We're burning up, burning up, dancing to the fever beat. So let's turn it up, turn it up. Boogie fever is breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever, you can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's breaking. Boogie fever, it's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever, you can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's breaking. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world.
Can I make a request?
Yes, you can.
Can I request that they play what they were playing during the break?
Play what you were playing during the break.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
You guys know that?
I don't remember this part.
A long ass fucking time ago when a town called Kickapoo. He can do it. He can sing.
Let's go, Bob.
It's a cover, Bob. It's a cover. It's fine.
I'm not sure if we're allowed to, but
You're allowed to. It's fucking time. I'm sure Jack was fine with
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's fine with
Bob's the best.
We are so
I'm
blessed.
really good. I'm
They're
really
playing
good.
all of them during the break.
Follow
You-
the
you guys are
PogChamp
missing
Pandas
out.
on Instagram.
Oh,
PogChamp
man.
Pandas on Instagram, and today they are the prolific pandas and the fantastic pandas as well, because they're just fantastic. Just like the Dota that we're about to witness, because Aster and 9 Pandas, they have started the draft of game number 2. Now, game 1, I know it was a long time ago, but it was won by Team Aster, so they're 1 game up in this best of 3 series. We're in the second group stage here for Dream League Season 20, and we're going to analyze what will be on our screen momentarily, because I was told the draft was underway. So we are jumping right into the midst of it.
Whoa.
There you have it. Purge, Effie, Jenkins.
Is this a run back?
They're running it back?
No, because Aster is Radiant this time around.
But other than that,
Other than that, yes. This is
Well, Sheever, did you know that Radiant and Dire is 50-50 split now? That's
I
my
have
own
been told.
my own statistic that I came up with on my own volition.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. That is actually so interesting, Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I look at spreadsheets, Sheever.
Do you?
Yep.
Very good.
Look at that respect placed on the Monet Slurk. Boom.
Gotta
Speaking
respect
of-
it.
it was good.
Man was pressing his buttons.
He was
in
pressing
all the
his
best
buttons.
ways.
They also take out the Enchantress that played so well last game with the Veno are on the mid lane, and they just kind of own them overall. Whereas last game, they decided to ban out the Bloodseeker, Coddle, and Naga, so this is entirely different. And I think the Naga ban was a preemptive versus Void. Like, they wanted to run the Mag Void strategy, but I don't think they're going to be doing that again.
If they do, I definitely would expect a different item build for sure. But maybe it'd be viable now that the Enchantress is gone.
I think I'd prefer to see a ranged carry be paired with the Undying, kind of try to play more tower aggression type of thing out of the Pandas this time, instead of a farm-oriented game.
Now here's a question. 9 Pandas. They couldn't get the Tinker in the last phase of the last game. Will they second phase pick it? They've done it before, but they were second pick when they did it.
I would say that they would have to, if they're going to do that, they have to ban out the Nyx in this phase, and then they would have to go like Bounty Tinker or something. They need some Vision Hero on the Pandas, but
Well-
they're first pick, so they can't really do that. if
We
they
look at
don't-
the difference in bans here really quick. I think that's the most interesting part personally, since the openings are the same and the first phase bans are the same. So no Darkseer ban. They banned Morphling here last time, and on the other side,
yeah.
Coddle, Naga.
Aster thinks they're going to prioritize the Pango higher this time around. Second phase pick it. The pick order has changed. That makes sense.
Yeah, 9 Pandas has chosen first pick this time around. Actually, I think the pick order didn't change because previous game Aster chose second pick.
Yeah,
So
they're both.
time- Yeah.
But I think the Tinker can potentially come up, but in the last phase of when you have first pick here, because you didn't cover for the Tinker in the second phase. I don't think there's a plausible way to bring it out, or if you do, you're bringing it out against
Counters.
counters.
A counter. Probably a lane counter, which is tough. Just depends on how sick they think it is. Oh, okay. Aster's not even going to bother letting them do their wonky draft.
They were wondering the same thing you were. It's like, are we going to take that gamble? No.
Yeah.
They're not.
So they banned Morphling themselves last game, this time picking it. Pretty good against Undying. You can take a Tombstone in the early game, then later on in the game, whatever hero's better.
Usually the Morphling comes out when there's a universal hero to counter, and there is the Batrider, but we've seen that Antares plays it on support. I mean, they could potentially give this to Miro, or even Kiyotaka if they're going to do something crazy in the last second, but we don't really see the Morphling conditions being met of I'm going to counter a TB, I'm going to counter like a Magnus plus Void Spirit mid, etc., etc. So they can definitely play around this Morphling. But I will say that Monet plays an excellent Morphling. He is one of the best in his region.
So there are 2 counter picks that can come out here from 9 Pandas or the Morphling. And they take Terrorblade, which I honestly like Terrorblade versus Morphling. I know this can go both ways. I know people always say Morphling counters TB, but if the TB can get to the Scotty timing early enough, it really can look like a good hero.
Yeah, for sure.
Against Morph. It farms way faster.
And it also sets more tempo too, right? Because you actually like beat buildings a little bit more safely. Morphling has a lot of damage, obviously, but TB can just commit meta kind of a thing, right?
TB versus Morphling is the story of what is TB going to hit that Scotty? Are we going to pressure them enough where the TB isn't ready to fight into our Morphling who has like 2 items on top of him? And that's what we've been seeing this patch because it feels like teams have been prioritizing this fast pace. And Aster do have that fast pace in their Beastmaster and their Veno. But 9 Pandas showed us last game that they can hold their own in the first 20 minutes of the game. Like they do play around Kiyotaka very well. And Ramses was able to find the farm. In fact, Ramses ended the last game in which they lost with the largest net worth of the entire game. Like, he had the most net worth, even as the carry of the losing team.
So this hero is a great game counter to Morphling. Of course, you get the Morph Illusion, which is, in some cases, it feels like it's stronger than Morph himself, because he's stat morphing the strength, and you get this high agi illusion. However, we have seen in lane, Morphling does quite well against Darkseer. I think we just saw that with EG.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, we saw that literally yesterday. Morphling plus like a decent support. I mean, Oracle.
Well, it was Morphling Oracle.
Yeah,
when we
I
saw
mean,
it,
Oracle
but
can come out right here. I mean, they're playing against Batrider as well.
Wouldn't that leave their supports a little bit weak? Almost all the Venos are 5 position, not 4. Wouldn't they be lacking like initiation gank? I mean, Morphling isn't going to do that either.
They have not used Veno on anybody else other than Pichu on the side of Aster.
Disruptor nerfs, by the way.
Okay, so they pick a counter that offers more of what Purge was saying that they would lack.
Some catch, yeah.
Yeah, it's some catch.
But I do want to say, though, that what we saw yesterday coming out of EG could have just been EG complete lane domination. It could have just been complete outplay, but he was playing against the 33 Darkseer. I mean, that guy knows how to find farm on the map, and he made him, like, he completely dismantled him. He gave him no game. And when we talk about Morphling versus Terrorblade, we're talking about hitting these timings, but if Morphling has a free lane, in which we saw that he could do that, there isn't that much pressure on him right now out of 9 Pandas. It's going to have to come out of some Kiyotaka Void Spirit or something like that in the very end, and he's just going to run them over entirely. It's a little scary for 9 Pandas, I would say. Like, they're gambling here. But I do like that they did Terrorblade with the Undying, though, because I mentioned earlier I want to see a more tower-hitting type of carry to kind of open up the map and not concede inches and inches over time.
Yeah.
But it's still a gamble on this Terrorblade, I would say.
Darkseer TB as well. Like, once you get to the 2 aura timing from the Darkseer and maybe TB gets, like, I don't know, Dragonlance Scotty, you surge this guy in with 2 auras on him, like, he can pretty much 1v5.
Like, it's such a good like area fight team too. Like, lasso one guy, pull him into a meta TB, a tomb, and you've got like Darkseer there to vacuum wall. Like, it just sounds so difficult to fight into that.
Ooh,
they're doing it.
They're
All
doing
right,
it.
Octarine Lina, it's got to be coming. All right, I think spellcasting Lina, it's not that bad. Obviously, the previous Octarine with cast range was better, but like, she still does, like, all of her nukes talents and all of her spells have been buffed and buffed and buffed. The shard just got buffed. It does 33% more damage. It's 20 damage per Fiery Soul stack. That's 140 damage added onto all of her skills. Dragon Slave's doing like 500 damage, dude.
Wasn't this previously the only unpicked hero in 7.33s?
Yeah, it was.
So this is the first Lina pick.
I believe so, yes.
Wow.
The patch instantly coming into play today.
So she got buffed. Also, one more cooldown reduction on Dragon Slave. That's 8 seconds. She still has that talent, by the way. With Octarine, her slaves can be like sub 4 seconds. Fiery Soul does 20 damage instead of 15, and her Ags got buffed a little bit too.
So now the pick for Aster gets a little weird because you got to start thinking about Lina counters, which is not really the mid-hero pool right now. Like, Leshrac would get dumpstered by Lina. I mean, like, Sniper, these are the...
Outranger.
The age-old counters.
Or put Morph mid.
Or just Chrono her.
Or just Chrono her.
I was going to say they need to just pick a gap close hero and flex their Morphling.
Why is Sumail's name above the hero and the rest is below?
Because he's just above everybody else as the king, of course.
Maybe it's hard to see on Morphling's hero model, and they accounted for that.
What?
Because that's white. He's got some white colors. I bet if it was on the bottom of his portrait, it'd be hard to read.
That's very clever. That's very probably true.
Can you just outline it in black, the name, and then it would be fine?
Jenkins, thumbnail expert. What do you think?
Is that Layerith that did that thing?
Probably, yeah.
If it's them, then I would say it's actually what you said. Those guys have insane attention to detail whenever they actually do show up to meetings and stuff.
You can just outline the white text. That's what people do in these.
There it is. That's very readable.
How did?
What? It's very readable.
And they can change it on the fly. Are you kidding me?
Okay, Faceless Void.
That doesn't sound that fantastic to the average viewer, but we promise that is.
That is actually impressive.
That is very impressive.
We're not talking about.
Sorry,
Void.
Talk to me about Dota, Effie.
Great pick here because the best option they had was to flex one of their 2 cores and just pick a traditional Lina counter, which they banned out entirely from the mid-hero pool on the side of Aster themselves, right? They took out Tiny, they took out Void Spirit, they took out Pango, they took out Wind Ranger. So this was the best option that they had, or PA, but PA sucks, right? So now they've got Teamfight and Void, they've got late game scaling, and yeah, I like Aster's draft.
We're going to find out if we're going to have a 3rd game to this best of 3 series, and we're really going to send it to our commentary team in style.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of Aster versus 9 Pandas. We've got Aster with a 1-game lead, though that Game 1 was very close. That was, the panel was talking about. High-tier game, you would say? Wow, look at this guy already. Now that he's retired, he can go ahead and talk down on these guys.
Honestly, I think Aster... Okay, in a world where Aster execute theoretically perfectly, I think they can destroy that game.
Okay.
Like, I'm not sure Aster were too happy about how that game went. I mean, they're happy they won. But that game, I'm telling you, that game got a little spooky towards the end. Like, you get some of those late game talents online. If the bat doesn't die to Tormentor, like, you win 1 or 2 of those base defense fights, game might get a little weird.
So you're saying the panel doesn't know what they're talking about?
Who was on the panel?
That would be Purge, Effie, and Jenkins.
No, they're good.
Oh, okay. Who were you looking for?
I think we'll leave that to the viewer's imagination.
I don't think that's going to do it. He's going to need another one.
Ooh.
He's got another decay coming up in 1 second, but no. Okay, Solo just doing a little bullying, but it is going to be Boboka Venomancer, which should, in theory, absolutely destroy Solo's undying idea of how to play and win the lane. It's
a fun matchup.
I don't know what I would do.
You just go for the level 2 tombstone kill. That's pretty much it. But the fact Solo has spent this much time off the lane already is bad news, as Ramses is not going to win this one-on-one. XXS gets free waves. It's always what you want for the Beastmaster. So Boboka doing his job early. We'll see if he can keep it up. This mid matchup is the really interesting one, though, right? Like, is Sumail going to win with the mid Morphling versus Lina? Because Lina used to be an old-school counter versus the Morph.
Yeah, what are your thoughts about Lina and where she's at right now?
I have no idea. This is the first time we've seen her the entire patch. I don't think anybody knows. I don't know if Kiyotaka knows. He's about to find out. I think the shard buff is pretty damn nice. It means you get 140 damage for all of your spells off that shard. Dragon Slave is now 8 seconds, plus the level 10 talent, you can reduce it to 4.5 second cooldown for a 325 damage nuke, plus 140 from the shard means you're looking at 365 damage every 4.5 seconds. You throw an Octarine Core on there, you're looking at almost 3.25 for 465 damage. Throw a Kaya on top of that, and suddenly you're nuking people for 500 damage in AoE every 3.5 seconds. I mean, that sounds pretty good.
You know, sometimes you actually do show why you're a good analyst.
Yeah, all those numbers were correct.
I know. I was keeping track. I was like, wow.
I know, you were just staring, looking to find a hole. I did that all from memory, too. And you saw that shit, because I wasn't even looking at it.
He wasn't. I do have to wonder if you prepared for that.
No, I just know my fucking Dota.
Oh, okay.
Jeez, get off my back, man. You know, some people actually study this game. Respect the art.
Yeah, who's that?
I mean, that's me. You know, once upon a time, it was my job. I know it's hard to believe. But yeah,
I mean,
think
you're saying it's still your job.
No, not really. Now my job is just talk shit and watch other people figure it out. I mean, it sounds good on paper, right?
Yeah. Bobica is dead. There you go. Man, you're 2 for 2, Avery. They went for the tombstone kill. I mean, that's all you could play for.
But Boko, he was too low. Like, you want to be in a position where you're kiting Sundyne out, but you're high HP, so you can't go for the all-in kill. So all-in kill was the way they can win the lane. They got it. Pretty happy for Ramses now. The other problem with the Veno is he's playing into the Terrorblade, so you don't want to skill Poison Sting early. It just gets reflected onto you, and it's a nuisance.
Oh, he got it.
Damn. Oh, my God.
And the hard camp pull that Solo tried to block earlier, but didn't get there in time, is now actually going to be used to 9 Panda's favor.
Wait, is that a My Little Pony courier?
No. I don't know what it is, but I know it's nothing branded like that.
Oh, I know what that's the Candy Works courier. Oh man, I thought they added My Little Pony to Dota. I was like, that was the brand crossover we all were waiting for.
Finally.
Finally, Valve puts the big bucks up for an IP.
Bobica had a hell of a Game 1 performance, but frankly, he is struggling now in Game 2. That was, I don't know what exactly that was, but...
That was a feed.
It was a feed, yeah.
He is having a rough early game. I mean, for Veno is awkward. It really is, because Veno thrives when he can play in a defensive nature. You go into him, he gets a Gale, and he can chase you down the lane. When you're playing for Veno, you have to run and contest pulls. You get out of position. The hero's really kind of slow and clunky. It's awkward. So I'm kind of surprised that Aster went for this, but obviously they were trying to get this Undyne Veno matchup that on paper can be good, but it is not working out as Solo is too experienced with the Dirge.
Well, you might be onto something, because this is apparently Bobica's first game of Venomancer.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay, well, congrats. Congrats, Bobica. Round of applause for Bobica. Gets to play a new hero.
Hey! I don't know if it's the kind of debut he was hoping for, but... Where is he? I mean, I see him. He's in the triangle, but like, why
Where
is he?
He's in an Aster team house.
Oh.
Ramses is gone, though. What happened? Whoa. Is that actually Ramses? Like, do we know if that's actually Ramses? What if it's his cousin or brother or something? All we see is a forehead.
Yeah, could be anybody's forehead.
That could be. That could literally be anybody.
Well, anybody with black hair and a short cropped cut.
I mean, I guess people can probably recognize his hair and chin from the Gillette commercial.
The Head and Shoulders.
Yeah, Head and Shoulders too. That's right.
Yeah,
that's true. Very recognizable.
Iconic play.
National brand figure. As Kiyotaka is destroying mid 27-5 to 17-4 for Sumail. This is a Lina favored matchup, and it appears to still be a Lina favored matchup as Sumail is just tanking stun after stun. Even went for the early range drop. Not an item we see mid laners pick up in every matchup, as it's just going to get drained, and that's net worth out the window. But Ops for it, time.
There is the bash coming, and Miro. Surely there's a bash coming.
Is it?
Surely there's a bash coming. Okay, well they got the kill without the bash, so Monet has a guaranteed bash coming up.
That was impressive.
Yeah, that was like 9 hits.
That was genuinely impressive. Okay. He's storing up his RNG for later in the game.
Uh-huh.
Not a bad sign. As Bobica, notice he is still not skilled Poison Sting on this lane. Fearing that reflection.
Yeah.
Hurts you a lot in these exchanges. Hurts you a lot in these exchanges. Will finally skill it. A little after the fact. Ramsey's like, yo, Solo, you want to deny, brother?
I mean, he does want to die. Right, so he could just get full HP,
surprised.
full
I would have asked for the deny, actually. But Solo is a braver man than I am. We'll stick around. They're just going for the kill again. Meta's back up. And now you're getting Poison Sting.
Oh, he leveled it up and immediately got punished for it. This lane, this 4 position, Veno, it's just not working. Can you move the Disruptor up here or something? Like
they got destroyed. Antares will get glimpsed to base on that bottle refill, which will not get refilled. Pretty nice glimpse play to contest the 6-minute rune, which
that is good.
Will go their way with the illusion bottom. But yeah, this lane phase is rough for Aster right now. This is kind of the opposite of last game. They are not finding momentum in a lot of places with this double carry greedy draft. You'd hope it would be the Beastmaster. XXS does go for the Vanguard. Maybe you can find something off of this just Solo up there, but what is Bobica going to do in this game? Can't really roam that easily either. You're roaming for a Morphling #1, but it's against Alina, who's always going to be high resources because Morphling can't ship this hero. Tough position for Aster in the next couple minutes here. Maybe got to find something with a big Chrono Kill or Aurora, or I don't know. Oh!
Almost got him. I mean, you said the Lina is the counter to the Morphling. It's got to be for multiple reasons, right? It wins the lane, and it has the potential to just blow up the Morphling when he's low.
I mean, if that were the old stun duration off LSA.
That's true.
He's gone. But of course, Sumail, he is one of the ultimate Dota mathematicians here. Knows his limits perfectly.
Very early Sunder. Just to be able to get the kill on XXS, take away 50% of his health, run him down with the Tombstone. 9 Pandas continue to just run away with this laning phase, a 2,000 net worth lead. And don't forget, 9 Pandas, Miro's been playing this lane halfway solo because Antares has been doing a little bit of stacking as well. So if they get a kill here, Monet managed to time walk away. Kiyotaka going to be pulled back in. He's going to go for the kill on to Bobacup before he dies. Sumail will clean him up in return, though. Well worth it exchange for Aster. Finally, something to work with.
I mean, like you said, though, they left Monet solo. He has to TP back to base. His tower is just taking a huge amount of damage off this early Vanguard Darkseer, pushing him out. And that's a Midas for Ramses on a Terrorblade. My God. Arteezy's dream.
Why do you go?
What?
Why?
Because look at how rich he is.
Okay. I just figured, like, isn't the whole idea of Terrorblade is that you get some of these earlier stats, you get, like, you know, the faster Yasha and stuff that helps speed up your farm a lot because your illusions are a big part of how you farm.
Look at how rich he is. Okay. When you're ahead, you get more ahead, Cap. It's the #1 rule of Dota.
And then when you're behind, you get...
And when you're behind, you need to catch up, so you also gotta go Midas.
Okay.
That's why Midas is never an incorrect choice.
What if you're right in the middle?
Buy it anyway.
Okay. First rotation from Sumail on the Morphling nets them another kill on Miro. Once again, he is kind of being left out, hung out to dry. But he's got a little bit of stacks.
Honestly, I think the only reason I can see Ramses going Midas is because he's versus Beastmaster.
Oh, so he wants to just like farm the Hawks and the Helmet Dom creeps?
Yeah, if you go in a random fight and you can Midas a boar, Midas the Dom creep, it's just some small extra value that's pretty nice. And he's so far ahead that he's not really going to get punished off this.
Well, what if XXS doesn't go Helmet Dominator at all?
Well, then he still has a Midas at like 9 minutes in the game on Terrorblade. The extra levels are going to be good. You have to remember this item's an XP item too, so some of these heroes, like, there was the debate about, oh, should Nature's Prophet buy Midas, right?
Yeah.
Which I'll get back to as we watch Solo punch Babok in the face.
The Blood Grenade helps slows them down, punch after punch, and with that extra bit of damage buff, Kiyotaka cleans up the kill. Now, Solo may still be kited out by the boar. No, they don't want to fight this, not with Antares and Kiyotaka. Waiting in the wings.
Antares has no mana, though.
Yeah, Antares, that was a very bold push forward. He's going to get glimpsed back, not to the kinetic field, though. And as a result, he's going to get away, and it gets the male killed instead. Oh, boy. I don't know. Oh, no! 9 Pandas is going to take some stacks, too?
They are destroying this early game. The lane matchups. 9 Pandas just abused the hell out of him. This Morphling to mid has backfired on Aster. Maybe forgetting what Lina does, as no one has played versus Hero in what seems like months.
I mean, at least the 9 Pandas is pretty bad at doing the ancient stacks.
Yeah, they lost the Tombstone.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this would be cleared. XXS, he's checking on. He's like, all right, still there. We've got hope.
Chrono after he uses the Surge, so Miro's not going to die inside the Chronosphere, but he's going to come back with no movement speed. No Laguna Blade, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill on Monet. Still, Miro falls. Kiyotaka is, I'm sure, happy with that exchange. He's
absolutely happy with it. You got to face this Void while he used Chrono. It's going to be so much room on the map right now. I mean, it feels like 9 Pandas can do whatever they want. They want to play greedy. They want to play fast. Take your pick. This is Phylactery Morphling too, a build that we saw be the faster mid-Morphling build. I like Sumail went this because they need some more tempo in this game, but like I said, Pandas can just farm it up. I don't think they're afraid of scaling this game for a decent amount of it, especially given the position they're in with this Terrorblade, who is so damn farmed. I mean, my God.
6,900 net worth at 11 minutes. A hell of a farming performance by him.
Actually playing Diablo 4 right now.
Yep.
Anyway, back to that discussion. There was the debate about should Nature's Prophet carry go Midas or should he not go Midas?
Right, because the levels.
And the ultimate thing that skewed it a little bit for me is like getting levels on that hero was super impactful because his level 20 talent was the Sprout Leash.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you know, if the farm rate's pretty comparable, getting extra XP to get to a talent that influences the game at a huge degree, that's pretty damn nice. I don't think Terrorblade fits that as much. Like, I don't think Terrorblade has some crazy talent, but his levels are still good in this game because getting extra reflection points is valuable versus the Aster heroes when you have Beastmaster and Venno.
Quick Laguda Blade just to ensure the kill, but Antares is going to get low here and barely finish off by Sumail, but Sumail dies in turn. Cannot morph strength fast enough. And speaking of levels, his levels are playing against him. So many times he's trying to morph strength, but he is not changing fast enough and is getting overwhelmed by the Lina damage.
Kiyotaka just destroyed him. And he's gone for this 4-4-1 build, unlike the old school carry Lina that doesn't level LSA, right? These are heavy nukes coming out in the early game. A lot of damage for Sumail to deal with. I would love to see how many blood grenades solo bought. I feel like this guy buys the most of any player. Just always has one.
XXS slowed down. The rotation for Miro is late here. And even slower. Oh, limps back, a free pick off. Static Storm, I guess, is necessary with Kiyotaka around. They want to get the kill quick and clean and go right back to hitting whatever neutrals Sumail wants to hit.
Fast blink for Kiyotaka as well. Almost caught Sumail off guard. Why? Consumable gold. I want the blood grenade count. God damn it. Give the people what they want.
It's true.
I was in the Twitch chat the other day and I saw thousands, scores of Twitch chatters asking how many blood grenades have been bought in this game. Who will answer the people?
I saw a lot of resident sleepers there too.
I mean, now we don't need to talk about that. Give the people what they want. I will advocate for them. I am a champion of the people. We have the technology.
Dude, solo.
Top tower is under attack.
This man knows where all the wards are going to be. You cannot get away.
Are you accusing him of something?
What? No, I'm saying he's a very smart and veteran player who's played support for a very long time.
That's very true.
Who's still lucky to be playing.
Wow.
6-11, 5,000 net worth lead for
That's
9
a joke
Pandas.
I would make.
And they've got a Arcane Rune on Kiyotaka's Lina.
It's going for that bots into the Ags build. This Ags is another factor. I was doing that Dragon Slave math, right? We were up to 465 on the 3.5 second cooldown with a spell amp. 35% spam amp, throwing on top of that. That's juicy. That's putting you up to almost 600 damage Dragon Slaves on an under 4 second cooldown with an Octarine. I mean, whew. And you get a level 20, 11% spell amp if you want it. How far does this Dragon Slave go? Are we talking 700 damage Dragon Slaves?
We might just be.
That actually sounds...
That sounds
pretty fun, to be honest.
I mean, there was, you know, every once in a while we would see a magic damage Lina. I remember 9 had a performance on it. Looked really good. There was a couple other players who tried it out. And when it hit like a truck.
I mean, the CIS region was one of the regions who was originally playing that Ags Lina.
Yep.
That was their favorite style.
Smoke's going to break. They're going to use the Surge to help Antares close the gap and ensure the kill. But this is great for Boboka, I think. I mean, you're playing inside the enemy jungle, farming their area, and they had to take 4 heroes and break a smoke gank to kill you.
Yeah, it's great for his team. It's not that great for Boboka.
Well,
I mean, Boboka's 1-6.
Our performance, comrade. Our performance.
Ah, of course. I mean, it is space. Aster, they still have like this pseudo triple carry lineup. You know, like Count Beast is kind of a carry because we can see what this hero does in the late game with the drum build, which XSS is going. So they're finding space on the cores. Maelstrom Void he's a problem for 9 Pandas. They don't really have saves in the chrono. This is a Lina counter. It's a Terrorblade answer in the late game. Let's say he goes in, time dilates the Bat Rider, Undying, and Darkseer, all great targets for time dilation. Destroys them in the team fight, and then all you have to do is Chrono Terrorblade or Chrono Alina, take them out, and you get a 2-on-1 carry potential. It seems pretty straightforward for Aster in the late game, honestly. Unless 9 Pandas can accelerate this game and just have so much net worth that there's not enough damage that can come out of the Chronos. Then it's a different story.
Yeah.
And of course, Kiyotaka, I mean, he has this bots blink build. Lina is going to be very fast on the map, and it's something you're going to have to think about. She can always blink out of the Chrono attempts. As Aster are looking to contest this Roshan, Tombstone has been dropped. Ramses is metaed.
Yeah,
Tombstone's almost out, though.
How do they get in there to deal with the Tombstone?
Well, you let time do the work. It's going to stick out.
It's going to run out, and
they're TP Monet up here. Aster want to commit to this fight.
9Pandas, I think, have to give up on this.
This is too slow. This is very awkward. Meta's almost out in like 10 seconds as well.
If anything, Aster might be in a position to do Roshan now.
They're in a position to fight.
Oh, they're looping around behind. They got the kinetic field, catching 2 inside the trees. The vision, they decide against going for the initiation.
I think you wait out this pipe and then you force the fight.
Okay, yeah, more cooldowns.
They are getting so many cooldowns out of 9Pandas right now. And like you said, they can also just go in the pit with the snakes. It's half on Roshan. That is what they're going to do. Claim a watcher.
Yeah, Terrorblade's leaving. He's out. The rest of the team is smoked up, yeah, but...
And they see him bottom. The ping immediately comes out, and that is just into the pit. This felt like a miscalculation from 9Pandas. Now they're going to still try and fight. I mean, Ramses isn't even here.
I mean, they're going to try and maybe steal it. Antari's cutting in through the side. Let's see if he got the timing. The Chronos here is going to be used to ensure it. Monet inside of it will be able to finish up the Roshan, get the Aegis, no problem. Solo on the side, high ground Tombstone. Kiyotaka's here. They're going to be able to get the lasso onto the Beastmaster to follow up. LSA stunned, but a really good Static Storm. Even without the kinetic field, it was disruptive enough. And now with the glimpse back, they'll finish off the bat right. Oh, Samael again! Underestimating the power of the Kiyotaka Lina, who comes in and hits yet another LSA thanks to the Blink Dagger. Goes for XXS. Vacuum, got him. Another kill. Honestly, somehow ends up kind of okay for 9Pandas.
I still don't know if that's what they wanted out of that exchange, though. But yeah, considering their Terrorblade just went bottom.
Yeah, he was farming the whole time.
Look at a Morphling kill. They will retain the Aegis on Monet, who just went through the gate. He also just bailed on that fight.
I will also
yeah, good luck,
say,
boys.
Yeah.
See you later.
I mean, are you afraid of an Aegis on Faceless Void?
Not the scariest.
Yeah.
But it is a good time dilation game, so there is room for that he can go in, play around time dilation, save Chrono, take a longer engagement, be pretty annoying.
Yeah, okay. I can see that.
I mean, 2 lives is never bad.
It's got to be a situation.
You know, I mean, unless it's the 2 lives your dad lived. Sorry, Cap.
Oh my god.
That's why they pay me the big bucks right there.
That took me a second. That took me just 1 second to figure out what the hell you were talking about. 7-15, 7,000 net worth lead, 9Pandas. I'm going to need to recollect myself after that one. That one got me good.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
It was a good one. Anyway, Aster grouped up here at the top lane, but just Monet left down here. He could do that in part because of his double live.
Yeah, he really likes his fast blink. I think it's something we're seeing more on these supports bat. It used to be like, I'll buy some utility, I'll go some drums and pipe.
Yeah,
blah,
there's
blah,
the
blah.
greedy ones, Boots of Travel, Octarine.
But now it's just progressing towards, I'm just going to play like a core bat.
Yeah.
Like old school core bat.
Dire's top tower is
Just get
under
some
attack.
blink, some BKB. Maybe you still go with the bots. We've seen that a couple times. Which, it seems nice, because this hero does farm a lot on support. Now you're out farming Baboka here. Veno, no slash in his own right, but Baboka just had that 1-6 start. Destroyed his net worth progression, unlike last game where he was carrying a lot of that slack. And quick smoke from 9Pandas to try and find something on the map. You can always surge the Bat Rider in. Another great initiation tool to bypass the wards and Gale Slow. And another freebie for Kiyotaka as he continues his reign of terror. 7-1. Bots online will TP immediately to the other side of the map and get all the lanes in. 9Pandas may not have the Aegis, but they're playing like it. Just running Aster around the map, who are still in dodge mode out here. Just playing for the late game and playing for their BKBs. BKB on Monet, a big deal. Crimson Guard on XXS, another very big deal. Need some extra HP to go into these fights right now. This was your Scotty Terrorblade window as well for 9Pandas. Something you probably wanted to use a bit more, considering you had this Midas build, he's super high level, he's super fat. You have those reflection points on top of everything else.
Well, in a minute and a half, they can maybe put it to use with the Aegis expiring. Crimson Guard, though, now complete for Aster, so that'll help deal with the Terrorblade damage a lot.
I feel like 9 Pandas are in a strong position right now if they want to try and force 5-5. Even into the Aegis. I don't think that Aegis is the end-all-be-all. Maybe they're waiting for Kiyotaka Ags. Is a very big deal for the hero, especially with this build. He already has the shard online. So the Lina nukes are going to be hitting hard, and they're going to be hitting fast. And of course, you have the utility from Miro this game. 2 and 3. Much happier with this than the 1 in 10 mag.
Oh, yeah.
0 and 10 mag, whatever happened there. He is tanky, and he's going to provide a lot of sustain to his other 2 ranged cores here. You're going to have to fight through it if you're Aster. You also got to be worried about some vac combos. Like, vacuum into LSA is a real potential. Even just get vacuumed onto a wall under a tombstone is like, it's not a combo, but you just get stuck, can't move.
Arcane Rune for Miro. But the smoke up from Aster, hunting.
The post-Aegis smoke, but it is with that BKB timing for Monet. I mean, they really want the Lina. That's who you want to jump here. Either that or the Terrorblade if you think you can all in the Terrorblade, but I don't know if they have the damage, honestly. Through the Darkseer support items and the early Scotty, I don't feel like you're killing Ramses here. Claymore, that is for a Satanic here. He is going to get very tanky very fast. And maybe the 9 Pandas are just going to try and hit a window with this 3rd or 4th item of both their cores if they just try and run it down.
And it seems like with that item, Ramses once again trying to create a frontline presence that allows Kiyotaka an easier time to operate in the back.
Which I kind of like. It does feel like Lina will carry these fights with the damage.
Sure.
You just need to survive on the TB, and you have the utility and the auras to help you do that. All the HP that Ramses get just makes the Glimmer, the Pipe, the Darkseer auras that much better, because you have something big to buff up. Aster just stuck in the corner of the map, man. Not been able to find any glimpse openings, not a lot of Chronos this game, even with the Beastmaster vision. Again, maybe they're content scaling into this late game. But I don't think it's that one-sided. I really feel like these late game fights, even with net worth lead, are very execution dependent. Maybe you get a normal punch on the Morphling, maybe someone blinks out of a Chrono, maybe you get a big Thunder because you survived the Chrono from the utility. It's a lot of things that can go right or wrong for both teams here. It's not just, oh, we have the ultimate late game power.
No, the heroes are up here, but Aster is setting up decent vision. Bulbaka?
Oh, he spared him.
Did not want to use the Laguna Blade, wants to save it for a core target instead. Bulbaka may still get run down. Yeah, the Tombstone's going to finish him off. Bramble Roar goes out onto Antares. Monet jumping for it, gets a Chronosphere on him and Miro. See if they can kill Miro as well on this Static Storm. And Kinetic Field will ensure it, but now Ramsey in the fight. And Kiyotaka still playing the edges, waiting for his opportunity to pounce and lay out Laguna Blade. Goes for it now. LSA off the mark. Doesn't hit Monet. That's the target he wanted, so will have to contend himself with Pichu instead.
That was a Radiant Tombstone. Something else you have to note about that fight. Getting stolen by Sumail there. Huge zoning tool that is always going to be a problem.
Blink. Sumail has morph strength a lot here. Waveform up at a second with no Laguna Blade. He has a chance to get out. Goes into the trees.
No TP.
Oh, no TP. Well then, there goes that.
Yeah, Kiyotaka's had his number this entire game, man. This matchup has looked incredibly one-sided. And like we saw there, Kiyotaka, he's just saving his ult for the right target. It's an interesting way to think about the fight. He's just playing off the Dragon Slaves.
Yep.
No, he doesn't necessarily have to just burst somebody for them to win the engagement. He would rather secure the big core kills later on. The Faceless Void, the Morphling. I kind of like that. I think a lot of players would have just Laguna'd there.
I mean, considering how effective his Laguna Blade burst damage is against both Faceless Void and Morphling, 100% that's got to be the play. You're right. Very heads up by him. They get another pick off on XXS and are zooming around the map, both with Boots of Travels, with illusions everywhere, and with Surge.
You gotta keep in mind, when he's in that Axe form, he has extra magic resist too. Selina's not that squishy unless you're beating on her in the Chrono. Which that Chrono was solid from Monet. He caught the Bat Rider on the initiation, and you finish off the Darkseer without Miro getting anything off because Static Storm closes it out. That's like pretty decent outcome for Aster. It's just hard for them to get on these backline ranged killers if they don't have the Chrono, so kind of have to pick your poison. And I was with a stolen Tombstone. I mean, like we're seeing here, you find this Lina, that's fight over. But are you going to find this Lina? That is what the Ramses Satanic build is designed to do. Go in first, help be the front line, create the space, give him the vision. Kiyotaka look at top. Ooh. You gotta be careful there, my man.
Yeah, it could have been a kill. There was a
You
possibility
might wear the crown. but Molten Fire melts Steel Crown's cap.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Steel?
under attack.
What about Golden Crowns?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Thank you for the chemistry lesson, Avery. 9-20, 14,000 net worth lead for 9 Pandas, and they've got the initiation. Looks like Antari's found his opening, and it's on XXS. Once again, they're going to try and blow him up first. Vacuum back in, catches Sumail as well, who quickly has to use the waveform to get out, but Ramses is on the hunt. He starts going around on the side with the surge, pops his meta, and goes for whatever kills he can get. Thanks to that, they stopped Monet's TP out. They're going to be able to kill him, maybe after he kills Miro. Nope. Oh, jump away just ahead of the LSA, but there's no way Monet gets out of this. Now he TPs, but the Laguna Blade, or excuse me, Dragon Slave looks like a Laguna Blade with how much damage it does.
Kyotalk is doing way too much work in these fights, and it's just way too easy. He's just running over cliffs, seeing everybody. You get the start on a big core target with Laguna, you just back off. He's just resetting all his cooldowns, and there's nobody even close to finding this Lina. The frontliners from 9 Pandas know their job, and they're just running in.
But he stopped moving there in the corner. I thought Monet was TPing, and he got a Yules canceled, but no. He just wanted to time walk up the high ground, I think, but quickly found that he was surrounded when he came back from the Yules.
And if you're not taking multiple time dilations in terms of the teamfight duration here, I mean, what's the game plan here for Aster? They do not have any firepower to deal with the EHP 9 Pandas are bringing. So I just go back. You gotta smoke and find Lina, man. Roshan has spawned. That will also make their life harder if they decide to put the Aegis on Kiyotaka, which would not surprise me given Ramsey's build.
Yep.
And they will. So now even if you find the Lina, she's coming straight back. This is a window to end the game here if you're 9 Pandas. There is no way Aster are dealing with this Lina twice through all of the front line that you have. It's time to take the fight to them.
How do you hold this if you're Aster?
Prayer.
Don't think they pray much.
Well, your option of going on Lina has been eliminated. So I think you pretty much have to all in Terrorblade, honestly.
Yeah, just try and...
Because he's gonna siege, but...
He is 3,200 HP.
Yeah, it's so damn hard.
And they do not have that much magic damage.
He doesn't have BKB though, so what you can chrono him and then
Kiyotaka
after.
Tried to catch him. Sumail though, after getting taken down by Kiyotaka so many times, nice lasso back over the cliff. XXS, his life is forfeit here. He'll get off a couple more spells before he dies. Did push Solo up to the high ground.
Stolen Tombstone.
Yeah, get a Solo Tombstone. They are going to kill that right away because Aster cannot fight into this.
This looks like an impossible engagement. 2-man back into the LSA.
Beautiful vacuum static storm. Nice reactions there to be able to get out on one hero, but Bobuka still dies. I mean, Monet was pushing out bottom until just recently. I mean, he's got the Chronosphere now. Meta halfway through, but I don't think you can fight.
I mean, who are you chronoing?
Well, again, I guess it would be the Terrorblade, but where's the damage to kill him inside that chrono?
All right, you got the Lina. I mean, she has Aegis, so you're not going to focus her.
No, you're going to just deal with the Undying and call it quits from there. Backing back onto 3. No LSA, though. Not this time. And away they go, off into the night, or I guess the day is 9 Pandas. Never mind, turn right back around. Kiyotaka's like, wait, one more thing. Atari's like, wait, I got another one too. Pulling back Monet. They've already used a bunch of their spells, though, to be able to get that other kill, so no burst potential available for XXS or Monet. And now, maybe Antares has started something they couldn't quite finish. Either way, they're keeping them distracted. Ramses is bulldozing through these buildings right now.
Daedalus will do that. No cares in the world. They just destroyed Aster in the second game off that mid matchup, man. There was like no way back. They just didn't have enough fighting power. Lanes went too damn well. Ramsey's got too far ahead and not enough gap close for this later pick Lina. Not a hero we've seen a lot, but looked pretty damn strong in this game. Especially versus these two supports. Like Veno Disruptor. they're offering you nothing here in terms of getting on that backline or helping your cores deal damage when it does happen.
Surprise! Got him! Oh, Sumail is going to be real mad after this game. A little eyebrow raise. Oh, well. What can you do, boys? 28,000 net worth lead for 9 Pandas, and what you can do if you're Aster is maybe just go next, because I don't think they can fight this anymore.
It's looking real grim. You still have a minute 30 on the Aegis here. You know, one more high ground defense. These high ground defenses haven't even been that good for Aster, though, because they don't have the best tools for it, and someone's just getting lasso jumped. Feels like all the damn time, and you're using a chrono to kill solo. Gonna drop tunes over the vision. There's the lasso. I mean,
XXS again and again.
It to him.
If he sees XXS, he's gonna use the lasso him. The Static Storm in response, but most of the heroes are already out. The only person there is the Undying, who's still trundling forward. Brains. He'll collect one. Bobica, Kiyotaka throws out the Laguna Blade, and where is that short cooldown Dragon Slave? He's being bashed up. He gets it off now, but it's a bit too late. He's already healed up on Pichot. Monet, time walk off some of the damage. Didn't go into the fountain though. Kiyotaka sees an opportunity here.
No chill.
Kills him before the time walk comes back up. Man's out of control. Still has 40 seconds left on the Aegis.
That's another blood grenade from Solo.
Meanwhile,
like that counter, by the way. Kiyotaka is untouchable, man. Aegis out in 30. That's just going to be a free regen rune.
Does Ramses even know these kills are happening? Man is just single-mindedly focused on objectives. He's going to take the Ancient soon.
Well, he'll get killed in chrono again.
1, 2, a third kill. Kiyotaka does finally lose his Aegis.
All right, Mjolnir. Decent when they're all clumped up like that and stolen
Lasso
LSA.
goes out, but they already have the stun onto Kiyotaka. He will not get the chance to get off many spells. Only a Scythe of Ice goes out. Antari's on the run, but they will hold on Aster. No tier 4s, a throne that's damaged, and mega creeps that are going to be marching towards your base.
I mean, Ags finally finished for Sumail, can turn into this Lina, gains some of those abilities back. Remember, he can steal the Ags from her as well off of the Fiery Soul.
Yeah, doesn't it take Spell Amp? It does, 25%.
Yes, you end up with the insane Spell Amp, but of course Kiyotaka is the king of this game. Still a big kill to get. Is there a 2,400 gold kill going to XXS? Does force a Monet buyback. Nothing you can do about that one. But hey, I mean, you held. That's something, you know?
Yeah. Get to talk about how to play Game 3.
Still some hope in this game.
I would say there's more hope if Pichot could get his Aghanim Scepter. Needs another, like, 1,700 gold for that.
That would have helped, yeah. Unfortunately, this game was just not going his way enough for him to get there. He honestly has a decent amount of gold.
Yeah, he does.
Considering the circumstances. But unfortunately, that Ags is on Antares instead, who has 5-slotted this support Batrider.
So the mid-morph lane?
Free lassos as well.
Interesting, but what's your judgment of it? Like, is it still, you still think it's viable? It just got countered.
Yeah, I think mid-morph lane's fine. Lina is conceptually a terrible matchup for the hero. It's always been like that. He outlanes you, you can't trade, you get outranged, he out-harasses you, he shoves the wave in, so Lina almost guarantees the runes, which means you kind of have to help Morph, but Morph is a hard hero to help sometimes, unless he's beating up like a melee hero. It's just tough. And then in the fight, he's basically outranging you, so you have to wait for him in to go on him. And I feel like the only way that generally works out for the Morph lane is if you have the carry Morph with Scotty and you can stick on him. The mid-morph doesn't have that as fast, so what are you really doing? And then the second you get stunned by an LSA, all this damage gets output onto you. You have to start morphing. That fight just gets destroyed very quickly. I think it's a matchup issue. And I don't know if there's much Aster could have done to stop it because their side lanes also went pretty bad.
Glimpse back, but Bobuk is already pulled out of position. Does have a buyback. Aster gonna have to pull out all the stops to try and hold yet again.
They're trying all in.
Oh, nice vacuum. Miro's found some great openings. Now, they are going to be able to get past that one. The Chronosphere got laid out, but unfortunately, XXS already died for it. The damage is just too immense. A punch to the back of the head. Sumail, wait for him, trying to get out, but GG is already going to be called. They, of course, have this game well and truly in the bag for 9 Pandas. No doubt about that. Great way to be able to bounce back after a Game 1 that was a little bit closer, but they ultimately lost it. Game 2, they just dumpstered
Yeah, this was a dumpster, honestly. There was not much momentum for Aster at any point in this game, other than maybe that one Roshan fight that 9Pandas kind of messed up the calculations on.
Yeah.
But even then, like, I don't think they cared too much about Aster getting an Aegis in this game. It doesn't do anything for them. They can't put it on anybody that can get on top of their backliners anyway. The front line was way too obnoxious between the Undying, the Tombstone. It's too much HP. I mean, how many fights is Monet chronoing and killing an Undying? And then what? Right? You think Solo cares? This man's died 10,000 times. He'll die 10,000 times more. This is like the last player in the scene you feel good killing probably. And just rolled their way to victory with another Kiyotaka standout performance. Ramses destroyed that lane top. Honestly, that might have just won you the game alone with how much destruction happened on Boca. 13 deaths for him, 9-0 for Ramses, and 15-2-12 for Kiyotaka. Putting up ridiculous numbers with a hero that has not been picked before this, but of course got helped with the D patch.
Yep.
D is for Lina.
D is for Kiyotaka, and game 3 is for one of these two teams. We'll have to wait and see, though. Back to our panel.
Thank you, SBG and Cap. 9Pandas take game number 2, and therefore we will indeed have a third game to this best of 3 series. I want to start talking about this this destruction that happened on the top lane. Ramses is Terrorblade, Solo's Undying, and poor Baboka making his debut on his position 4 Venomancer here with Purse, Jenkins, and Effie. Effie, the Veno 4, it just made things so hard.
Yeah, unlucky.
It might be the last time he plays Venomancer too.
It was the first time he played Veno, right?
You know what happened though is because Veno hasn't been like a viable support in years, like a really long time. It's occasionally played support, but it's been like a 3 position for like years. So like it isn't really a flex until now. Like it's finally becoming a support again.
Sorry, I enjoyed that eyebrow raise a lot.
I think they should definitely leave the Venomancer to Pichu. Or Pichu, however you say it.
Yeah, Pichu.
That's their Venomancer guy. Just, you know.
Yeah, keep it that way.
No, I understand the need to switch the Veno to 4 because they wanted to pick a Darkseer counter, so they picked Disruptor in order to be able to kill him on lane with the kinetic fields and glimpses and stuff, but unfortunately they were the only lane that won, the lane versus Darkseer. Morphling had a terrible time versus Lina mid, so maybe the Morphling flex wasn't so good after all. I thought it was pretty good, because I thought he would be able to come out of the lane with something, but when your top lane is also losing and your mid laner can't rotate because he's already recovering, there isn't that much leeway for you to do anything. And as the game progresses, you're going to have to be dealing with these bat lassos, which were super on point, by the way. Anters played so well, catching out XXS over and over again. And you've got this Terrorblade who already had a bajillion net worth in the first 10 minutes, still building up his bajillion net worth lead throughout the entire game.
Yeah, he had 6k net worth at 10 minutes. I agree with Avery's take that, like, even if Kiyotaka was not popping off on Lina, I think Ramses alone was probably enough to win the game. Like, the whole time we were trying to theorycraft, like, how the hell would they win a fight for Team Aster? And it's like, you have to chrono the Lina, of course, right? But then it's like, there's a Terrorblade with Scotty Satanic that you have to deal with after. You're gonna need to halberd him like 3 times in order to kill him. They don't have the net worth to do that. So yeah, that was when they started holding megas, it's like, okay, maybe if they're not against a duo core that is so powerful right now and they've got the duo core, then it's like, okay, let's go late game. We have 2 carries, they have only 1, then we can win the game. They had 2 very strong carries on the side of 9Pandas. They both wanted to be the star of the show.
And the Lina mid just worked out great. Obviously, the matchup, I don't think you'll see better circumstances for her than that, in that she has the lane matchup mid, and she just got buffed. And it's like, it seemed to me like he had experience playing that hero mid. He went the Aether Lens, Boots of Travel into Ags build plus Blink, and it just allowed him to get tons of solo kills. He didn't mess around with Kaya. He didn't mess around with his E-Blade. He's just like, I'm going to increase my spell damage by 35% and I'm going to blow one guy up. And he did that very effectively. So he was kind of fishing for kills all game. His damage was very, very high.
It's his 5th most played hero in competitive. I was surprised to see he's not like Grandmaster with it or something. I guess he just, my boy doesn't have Dota Plus or something, but he plays it. He plays Lina a lot. So yeah, good patch for him.
Yeah, I thought maybe, we saw the very early Roche attempt by 9Pandas that I kind of looked like
Almost
it failed.
Yeah.
And then I kind of thought like, okay, maybe Aster can pull the game even here. And then they did get the Roche, but they had to use the Chrono for it. And the fight after that, it was just a hard loss. And then I kind of lost hope.
I think Solo didn't have Undying Ags or ulti during the Roche. So they made a call to go for it anyways. If they had Undying ulti, they're doing what, 15-20% more damage. I can't remember what the number got nerfed to. Like 20% more damage to Roche. That helps offset his healing, blah, blah, blah. They would have had a better chance at taking it, but yeah, they were way too far ahead. They had way too many kill options. You know, Lina can TP anywhere on the map. Then she can fly over trees using her Ags. Then all she has to do is land a Light Striker on you, and all of a sudden you're taking like probably close to 1500 magic damage. So it's hard.
A lot of damage done by Lina in particular. We're going to take a look at the head-to-head between, I mean, it's kind of hard, between Kiyotaka and Sumail. We have the head-to-head with the I mean, okay. Jenkins, you want to comment on this? This is just, I feel like we're just rubbing it in at this point.
I want to go back to the pick, the Faceless Void. I understand it. It's a carry that counters Lina. But good lord, I mean, I thought that maybe there was something to this, like Morphling Lina matchup, where maybe like the phylactery changes the way that this matchup goes. But I've remembered back in the day, like Lina was picked to game and lane counter Morphling, and we saw it there. It's like you can be literally Sumail and still get caught out and not be able to stat morph fast enough. It's not even about did he get the strength morph off or not.
No, because you have to wait a little bit before it kicks in.
Well, because even if you strength morph, if your HP is low enough, she'll still kill you. And like the threshold's pretty high. Like Lina can do a lot of damage very quickly. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, sure. You don't have like a hex or something where it's like, aha, I got you. You couldn't morph. It's like, go ahead, morph. This hero's going to do more damage than the healing that you can get from the stat morph anyway. So you're dead.
I would also argue that Void is slightly worse against Lina spellcasting versus right click as well, because it evolved very heavily in the Lima Major time where Lina was the carry, because you're stopping like Satanics from being used. Like nobody can out DPS Lina at that time point, so Chronosphere is like the obvious thing to do. That's how you beat these ultra hard carries. You just stun them for 5 seconds and kill them. So spellcasting is like if he doesn't land the perfect chrono and kill her there, if she just lands a stun on him, you die in that like 3 second window.
It's also like the way she approaches fights, like with the right-click Lina, she shows in the fights and is right-clicking people. Spellcasting Lina, she's flying over trees. She's got a blink dagger. She's looking to get that like one good pick-off and play the sidelines of the fight rather than getting into the fight with like the Satanic, Daedalus sort of thing. So yeah, you're right. It's a totally different matchup actually with this sort of Lina.
Time dilation is better for sure, but yeah, those other
How do you get it on her though? You don't know where the hell she is.
Yeah, that's true.
Just throw nukes from fog.
Is Lina back, Effie?
I mean, it could be. I don't think it's first phase material at all, to be honest, because this hero, people have already learned how to play against it and how to counter it in the last patch, but you can definitely catch people off guard, like 9Pandas did, and there might be a place for it. If you see your mid lane matchup, you could just go for like full domination and rotate and things like that, but we're not going to see her in the state that she was in during the Lima Major.
I mean, that's
not even close.
That was a force. Like that was like one of the strongest heroes of all time, pretty much.
Yeah, the highest DPS certainly as an hero.
We don't have to be worried about the Lina Major.
No.
Not at all.
Good.
I could see first phase though. I could actually see that. Just because I know mid laners really like to pick heroes that guaranteed win the lane, and if there's a build that's good enough that she can have a decent game no matter what she's playing against, which I do think the spellcasting Lina seems like it's pretty good. If that's a good build, then I do think like mid laners love being picked these heroes where it's like, okay, they can pick anything against me.
Yeah.
We're gonna not be countered.
He was the classic for that in the past.
Well, Effie, you did say that you felt like 9Pandas caught Aster a little bit off guard with their Lina pick. Do you feel like this was a draft win? Moving into, of course, we're thinking about game 3. Is this something that Aster can shrug off very easily?
Yeah, I do think it's something they can shrug off, because when I saw Aster's draft, I thought I learned how to cough into the mute button. I thought that their draft was, I thought that on paper it would work out, because I thought that Void would correct the Lina issue, but I forgot to account for like how hard Lina would just dominate mid and how hard Terrorblade would dominate. But I think that if they hadn't put themselves in a position where they had to flex their carry to mid in the last second, the game would not have looked like that, because typically they have Sumail on this rotating destructive type of mid hero that can then correct side lane situations or play with his supports. But he couldn't do that as a Morphling, so this was not their plan, and it's just their adaptation. So now they're going to have this Lina in the back of their minds for game 3, and I'm sure they will react to it better if it does come out.
Yeah, and more adaptations will be made for this third game that's coming your way. We'll be right back with more Dota 2 here for DreamLeague. So game 3 of this series coming at you after a break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Now that's cool, but
yes,
I kind of don't want to throw him on the bus either. What if it is not allowed?
What, the sweet child of mine?
Yeah.
No, what you have to say every time someone's really good at guitar, you go, yeah, but can you play Wonderwall? And then you like look really. That pisses off every guitarist. So good. Can you play Wonderwall?
Stop it right now.
Screaming, they're in pain.
All right, we got ourselves a draft on the screen. Thank you so much, of course, to the Pandas. Great opening. But you missed Sweet Child of Mine that we heard during the break. And we almost missed a couple of minutes of the draft. See, this is the artistic version.
This is just generic draft music, guys. Nothing DMCA here.
And we have the techies actually make it through the pick and ban phase. Aster on the Dire side, 9 Pandas on the Radiant. We got a Timber and a Pugna. We have a different draft, is the most important thing that I'm trying to say here. Of course, Purge, Effie, Jenkins here to talk you through it all.
You know,
Timber Saw, mid.
I
Kiyotaka, this is very dangerous. I'm not sure if... I mean, the Batrider ban is kind of important because they play around it so well, but Kiyotaka's popped off so many times on this Timber Saw. It's very scary to give away.
I mean, everything. He plays so good every game, genuinely.
That's true.
I have one question about Pugna, though. In the patch notes, it says ally drain and heal per second decreased. Does that mean the amount that you are, we'll say, blowing into your teammates, is that decreased?
Yes.
What about when you suck from enemies?
Not decreased. So they're different numbers now.
Okay.
There were different numbers on 7.33, I think.
So you're saying Pugna's better at sucking than blowing?
Pugna, yes. Pugna's better at sucking. Well, Pugna's better at sucking than blowing, but still the same good at sucking as he was before.
Wait, what?
The sucking didn't change. The blowing changed.
You're right. Yep.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, cool. This sounds really...
Why did you guys want to follow up?
This is a cool version of Sweet Child of Mine.
No, it's completely
This
different.
Is
it's
draft
something different
music.
also. This is just draft music.
It's draft music.
Generic draft music.
Yeah, techies
I've heard
related,
that,
of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm so caught off guard by the sucking and blowing conversation.
He was the one who brought up the sick freak.
God.
Yeah, I'm the one that talks about bad topics all the time. That's me. Yep.
So mean.
All right, speaking of lumbar support, Dark's here just taking out. One of the best supports in the game, I would say, for making your carry very strong.
You need a strong back when your head is so fucking big.
Mm-hmm. The Kiyotaka you're talking about.
Dark's here.
I see him.
I mean, even though Pugna got nerfed, as we talked about, like defensively, I still think pairing him with something like a Timber Saw is really terrifying. And even if it becomes weaker overall and we figure out that there are stronger heroes over time, it's still good enough to play right now and own with. I mean, I would be... Like, I know that this Batrider and this Undying cause them so many issues, but, like, surely you can deal with the Undying.
Maybe.
And just ban the Timber Saw, right? You can...
My question is Timber even worse with this new patch? Because Octarine got nerfed, but, like, Timber doesn't really need the health regen that bad. In some ways, the extra mana is better, right?
That is actually true. That is true.
Harder to build because of the Vanguard Dissemble or whatever. But they've also buffed the that Helm item, the one that nobody does, Eternal Shroud. It can be good.
I will say the Vanguard Disassemble, I do think is actually important for Timber because that's like the reason that you can leave your passive level 2 is because of the Vanguard. And I do think this hero without a Vanguard feels a lot squishier because people didn't know about the Vanguard at the start of the patch and they were trying Timber and not going Vanguard, and the hero is like the passive just sucks. It's terrible. So
I mean, the other key is also playing him in the mid lane, certainly, right? Like he doesn't get played side lanes very often. Sometimes, I guess, but
that is the other key. Maybe
those
like
extra levels.
two bracers or something is the replacement instead of a Vanguard. Because remember, he still is a universal hero.
I like that previous game was everybody's fault apart from Lena's. Everybody bad other than Lena. So good.
Playing Lena against Pugna is kind of scary too.
That's true.
You actually could just netherward zap yourself a lot.
Although they significantly reduced the cost of Laguna Blade. It's like legitimately, it's like, what is it, like 100 mana or something right now?
The damage per mana on that skill is very good.
It's crazy, dude.
Lumbar.
Thank you, Effie.
All right, I think
Lumber.
as far as...
Is that a timber joke?
No, because you guys are talking about damage per mana, and it sounded really nerdy, and then you were talking about lumbar support,
Yeah, I know
so I
about
wanted
that.
to... Okay.
And I said timber because it sounds like lumber. It's
Timber.
cutting,
Okay.
creating lumber.
Sorry,
No, that's fine. Go for it. Yeah. You can still laugh.
Speaking of lumber, Beastmaster with the axes cuts a lot of trees, and it seems like even with the axes nerf, he seems to be the same priority. I didn't notice anything in the laning phase. I don't know if you guys noticed. I mean, it was like 5 damage or something, right? So it's not super significant. I feel like he can still last it and push the lane with the axes just fine. You're still building the stacks.
I think it's significant if you're going to be playing for kills, I suppose. I mean, this kind of stuff is small, but it does add up. But Beastmaster is still such a good hero to build your draft around, and Aster play it really well, which is why they prioritize it so heavily. And Nine Pandas don't seem to be afraid of it, and they as long as they get their Timber Saw here, it feels like they have that solution that they're comfortable with. But Beastmaster just opens up a lot of doors, and for example, when you have a Venomancer who's feeding nonstop, then your Beastmaster looks kind of bad, right? Because it doesn't have a support that can play around it or back it up or hold areas with it. But when you have a Techies that you're opening with instead, you have the guarantee of this hero's security. If you're going to flex his Techies to Evoca and pick some gotcha pick on the 5 like they did last time with the Disruptor, Techies will do a much better job at that.
I like the SD as a bit of a gotcha here, because you purge, they go for the Lina, it's making its way. It's making its way
against Pugna. This is so risky, though.
I don't think it's that bad against Pugna anymore because of the significant mana cost reduction on the Laguna Blade.
You are still a very high attack speed, attack range hero. You can get the ward.
You can kill the ward.
You might need your teammates. Like, he doesn't have good frontliners right now on the Lina side on Aster. That was an amazing thing that Nine Pandas was playing with last game. There was like Bat Rider and stuff like that to like set things up. But
you can also burst heroes through Decrepify. It doesn't amplify magic damage on allies anymore, so it's not as bad as it used to be. But you can still burst through, of course, the physical reduction.
Or the Pugna himself. Like, landing a Light Strike around him is not that difficult.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. Support Pugna, easy.
Yeah, I think the idea with it was just it's going to lane well versus Timbersaw. It can kill him, has a lot of damage. It looked good versus last game. Let's give it a shot.
It should scale decently well, too. Kind of depends what Timber buys. Probably will have to get a cloak this game, certainly, especially against Techies. Like, and Techies and Lina together are actually a really cool combo. So whoever gets caught, they take more magic damage, and now Lina's doing more magic damage. It's those two together. It's a big force.
I don't think Timber Lina, though, is as bad as Morph Lina.
No.
I think Timber will do fine here, but Lina never loses lane. It's still Lina favored for sure.
Because Timber's a kill hero, right? Even if his lane goes poorly, he can go to the side lane and make stuff happen in a way that Morphling couldn't, right?
Or kill the Lina.
And the way people are playing mid-morph is they buy Phylactery and they try to get kills off of that, but it isn't even that effective. And Aster are disrespecting the potential flex to offlane on the Timbersaw because of the Lina, and they're still going to ban out Kiyotaka heroes. But we haven't talked about the Rubik. Great Rubik game, honestly. Rubik is the traditional response to Lina, or was, because you can steal Light Strike Array, and you just make it a better spell. It helps you win fights so easily with that cast range that Rubik has. You can also steal Disruption, you can steal Primal Roar from Beastmaster, you can steal Techies bombs. Like, it is a great game to be Rubik.
It is. It's actually, for the first time with the power of the Shard on Lina now, the Shard is actually, they're probably comparable actually, between Lina's Light Strike Array and Rubik's Light Strike Array at this point. Similar-ish cast range. Still, both will do lots of damage, yeah. It's still really good though, for sure.
We kind of glossed over the SD a bit too. I think this is a great pick. Probably one of my least favorite heroes to play against when I'm Pugna. Just you can disrupt somebody when you're sucking them and interrupts the suck, disrupt the Pugna as well. The Purge makes it so that you straight up you can't Glimmer, you can't Force, you can't do any of the things that Pugna wants to do. You can't Decrepify.
You can find him when he's in trees with Shadow Poison.
Yep. Good against Bloodseeker as well. Obviously, he puts the Blood Rage on himself to get his damage, and if you press the SD ult, he BKBs, he Blood Rages, doesn't do anything. He's still slowed. He's going to go down.
Don't you guys think that Rupture just destroys Lina, though? Especially if you're playing like movement-based Lina who flies around the trees?
100%. That's also an old counter to the Lina. It's also a hero that can get on top of the Lina. I remember Bloodseeker was being played as a counter in the patch where Lina was carry. It was like Sniper Lina natures. People go Bloodseeker, get a Blink Dagger, go for the Shard, get a Basher, and just jump on top of the guy trying to hit you from long range and man fight them.
They picked Lina into it. They heavily prioritized winning this lane versus Timbersaw, which I can understand. I can also understand wanting to play something that you just lost to. But like we mentioned, there are solutions within 9Panda's draft. It doesn't look like the Lina from last game there were no solutions to it. They had to change their draft around in the last second.
It's Axe. It's Axe. It's got to be Axe. You're against Lina. You're against Juggernaut. Come on. It's a hard counter, both of these heroes.
Isn't SD kind of good against X, though? Save the guy. Beastmaster scouts him before he goes in. Healing Ward, heal them after they get called.
No, don't justify Juggernaut against Axe. Come on, I'm not going to take that. No fucking way.
But if Axe goes on
That's a hard counter.
else.
Dude, you call him when he's spinning, and you just run out of spin. You literally... You can't win against SD.
I mean, Axe was picked in the group stage a little bit, but it kind of seemed like it lost a lot. But yeah, you're right. It is a decent matchup.
Whoa.
That's a sniper.
This sniper pick is awesome.
They did it.
This is a good sniper.
We wanted that previous game
we asked
already
for that
against
last
Lina.
game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Off camera, of course. Yeah.
No, we did it on
We
camera.
said it in the
Did
draft.
you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say that Sniper does suffer to late game Juggernaut. Like, Juggernaut will eat him, especially
big time.
if you eat him. But, I mean, Sniper has traditionally always been a hero that you lane into Lina. It suffers against gap close, and there really isn't that much gap close. Like, they potentially will get that Blink Dagger on Lina like Kiyotaka did last game, and Juggernaut will get it later on. But if you're playing for an earlier timing, the Sniper is going to give you everything you want, because if Lina doesn't win the lane, there are counters to Lina inside of 9Panda's drafts. So everything is on this Juggernaut for Aster. It's going to have to be the Monet show if they're going to win this game.
It was the Monet show in game 1 at least. We know he can do it potentially.
I really like it when he ganks side lanes too. Like against, if you catch like an SD with a shrapnel and you're chasing him down, like he does not have good defensive options against that. Same with Techies potentially. Like he's gonna be able to like counter push Lina at equal speed with shrapnel and then gank side lanes to really set tempo for his team.
Well, we're gonna find out who takes the first series of group stage number 2 here for Dream League. And before we head over to Cap and SVG, we're gonna head over to our wonderful pandas.
Shredding there up on stage, and we're going to be seeing a Timbersaw, so maybe a little bit of shredding in game as well. SVG, last pick Sniper though. It's a little. We've had some spicy turnarounds here this D patch.
Some spicy quacks. A lot of quacks around here as well.
Yeah, a few of them.
Now we get to see some in game. I always enjoy this hero. He has a certain rustic Americana to him, you know what I'm saying?
Sniper?
Yeah, I mean, any hero
character with a gun.
Any hero that wears a raccoon hat, he's okay in my book, you know what I'm saying? Got that Davy Crockett feel. Sure, that's a great joke for a afternoon European audience.
Yeah.
It's a pretty damn good pick. I mean, last pick Sniper, it's pretty hard to go wrong with it. It's pretty rare you pick last pick Sniper into a bad Sniper game, you know?
Can't that be applied to all of the Dota heroes? Why is it hard to draft last pick a bad sniper?
Because sometimes you're in a position where your last pick is difficult, where the enemy's draft is like very flexible. They have a lot of different options. They can swap lanes, so you have to account for a bunch of different stuff. And that last pick's not easy. And you got to kind of settle for something that works and makes your draft function, but isn't necessarily like a gotcha pick, you know? But Sniper is very rarely that. So when you're last picking sniper, it's in a game where you're like, oh, this is a sniper game.
I still don't totally understand, but that's okay.
Once you're 40, you'll get it. Either way, he has very little answers to him other than the Swift Blink Juggernaut later on. That's it.
Yeah, that is basically Aster kind of need to go super late game if they want to beat Sniper.
Unless Sumail just goes ham.
Unless he goes ham.
Which I think
you know, he could go the Blink Dagger build that Kiyotaka did in game 2.
That is also completely viable here, and I think the lane is, in theory, pretty favorable for him. Sniper sucks in the early waves. He doesn't really do anything in lane until like 4 and 5 because you're not skilling Shrapnel anymore, and Lina does have a range advantage early. So I would not be surprised to see Sumail pull ahead, and maybe Aster can create some momentum off that. Maybe he's like one of the classic Baboka roams to mid with the techies is in the cards. Sniper is a very susceptible hero to roam. That's one of the ways you can punish this hero. I'd like to see Aster prioritize that as a quick disruption. We'll force the teleport. Back to the blood grenading. You also force that Timber to the off lane. Like, there's a downside to the sniper pick, right? One is you put Timber in the off lane instead of mid, which to me has just looked way less effective in this patch. I don't know how much I believe in the offlane Timbersaw compared to the solo XP Timbersaw, especially with the Octarine core. That to me was the build. Like, you had this Vanguard, which let you go 2 points in the armor instead of maxing it, which means you had more Whirling Death up earlier, you had higher Timber Chain level earlier, then you got an Octarine, and then suddenly when you have level 4 on 2 nukes that get Octarine, that was what made that hero so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is the viable pathway anymore. I mean, I guess we're going to find out how much Miro can get there, but...
And then you also later build into the Aghanim Scepter, which that Octarine makes more powerful because it's up all the time, right? One of the big downsides of that Ags is that basically you pop it and you kind of should ignore Timbersaw when he's got that out. But
so you can still go the same build. You're just going to be stuck with the Vanguard, or at least the Ring. So it's basically 900 more, I think roughly 700 more expensive. And of course, when you're in the side lane, you're splitting the XP. So this is not solo XP Timbersaw. That's a big deal as well. I think Aster are kind of happy that they got the Timber in the offlane, but of course, it all depends what happens to the Sniper. How fat does he get how fast?
I mean, there is just like a general sense of they had to take the hero that you owned with, this kind of new hero being brought back into the meta, Lina, and they took it away from you, but it seems like 9Pandas already had an answer to Lina.
And we saw Aster laughing about it too, so I'm sure they were thinking about it. I mean, they banned the Wyvern, so they were already thinking about the mid super long-ranged heroes that can just outrange Lina and shift the onus back onto them. Sure. Have to deal with their ranged hero instead of the other way around. So Aster were well aware this was a possibility. I think they were just okay dealing with it. Maybe having faith that the Monet Juggernaut being an absolute beast in this game will eventually win it for them.
Or maybe there is something to be said. I remember, I think Jenkins and I were talking about this at some point. A lot of the backline safe lane heroes don't feel nearly as good because the map feels a lot more open and really easily to wrap around some of these like ranged glass cannon heroes.
BSJ would say.
Okay, well.
To be honest, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the stuff BSJ says just because he dies to it.
Okay, but I'm saying I agreed with that sentiment.
And
I'm an offlaner. I'm not a carry player. I'm saying
you
like
agreeing to it is not making it a stronger argument.
I'm saying as an offlaner, I like it when the enemy picks some like ranged squishy hero because I feel like I can very easily get on top of him. I've got a lot of different avenues to be able to get, you know? There isn't just like one frontliner that can stand in front and block me from getting there.
I guess that's why they banned Undying.
Yeah, could be.
Undying was the premier 5 with a lot of these ranged carry heroes, right? The Linas, the Snipers, the Medusas.
For sure, yeah.
Ended up kind of being a decent ban out here from Aster in the long run.
I would also say that Radiant Sniper, I feel like ganking Radiant as Dire, dude, it's so easy. You get up into an area where you're literally on a high ground looking down on the enemy mid lane.
I mean, you have to run through the tower. That's the awkward part.
Sure.
Like, I think for Enchantress, it's amazing.
Yeah.
For something like a...
I mean, if you're techies, you blast off from the high ground. You got him.
Yeah, techies is decent, too. I mean, techies is techies. Zero can do some crazy things.
He's not doing some crazy things in this lane, though.
But if you were a Shadow Shaman, I mean, that's a tough angle.
Well, don't pick Shadow Shaman. There you go. Problem solved.
Sumail is winning this mid matchup. He's about 400 net worth ahead. A couple more denies. Level advantage as well. And he did force the raindrop purchase out of Kiyotaka, like was forced out of him last game. So he's creating an advantage here. I would not be surprised to see Baboka go mid as is classic for Aster. Leave XXS alone. Man, what are all these pauses for?
I just see that, right? Kiyotaka prioritized getting a last hit on a deny rather than the flag bearer creep.
I mean, that's just bad. That's
or maybe
what he
he's
did.
trying to send a message to Sumail, you know?
I'm willing to sacrifice my own game to ruin yours.
Yeah. Bring you down with me.
What he? Oh yeah, you're right. Huh, interesting. If you're gonna gank him, this is your only chance. Like the next minute or two here.
And Bobaka is gonna walk out to lane. There he goes.
Yeah, no gold for the TP scroll.
Oh, that's he had 350 gold when he went back.
Maybe he was on cooldown, so he opted to buy everything else. Either way, he has to make the trek. And 6-minute rune is coming.
Solo's here.
Full contest. It'll be illusions. Is it? I feel like it's always been illusion.
Kill Solo if you can land it. He's fast, hit him with a blast off. Didn't get him with the other spell, but Sumail comes in to collect it because it's first blood after all. Well worth it to use the Laguda Blade on a support.
And it guarantees him the bounty run to refill his bottle.
That's
really important here. So value kill for Sumail. Assassinate. Oh. What? How the hell is he in range?
I'm not sure, but...
What?
Radiant's middle tower is under
That was a crazy assassinate lane. Well, now Baboka will have TP up, so he can decide where he wants to go. Does he want to help XXS, who finished his Vanguard and is tanking a decent amount down here? As the battle for the Wisdom Runes commence, who will get the lift? Who will get the disruption? That seemed a little early. Ooh.
Barely got it.
I thought that was
Close
early,
call.
but Antares knows his limits here. Baboka will collect his own, so they do get split. Now this is a man fight right here.
It really is.
There's another blood grenade from Solo. I want
Battle
that counter.
to the death. Blast off trying to get away, but the Pugna Ward will kill him before he can get the jump.
Couldn't he just walked away?
No.
I mean, he has no mana. I think the only way he dies is if he tries to blast off away.
You gotta be playing Dota with some style.
But I love Baboka, man. This guy gives and he takes, but
Yeah.
he always gives his heart. You know what I'm saying?
Not sure if his
He
team
plays
loves him.
with a lot of heart.
Uh-huh.
A lot of love. You can sense it.
Uh-huh. I feel like heart is a euphemism. Ooh, not quite enough. 40 HP on Antares lives.
Secure a shield rune bottom though.
Dyer's
That is a nice rune.
Yeah, they'll bodyguard.
Gobble up.
Sumail can get it.
These lanes are pretty damn even. Honestly. 9 Panda's coming out a little bit ahead, but they probably have the slightly stronger 3-laners on paper between Blood, Seeker, Timber, and Sniper. Like, these are hard cores to outlane for a majority of it. And Aster don't have their roamers, really. There's no enchantress in this game to sway the core matchups or anything like that.
Also, Beastmaster's doing his hard camp, so he's getting a lot of net worth just in this small little window.
Yep, Aster definitely have some stacks, even some small and medium ones that Sumail is cleaning up right now. So they're going to be able to keep up in the economy. This might be a pretty slow-paced game. I feel like both teams kind of want to just farm their 3 cores up. There's a lot of carries in this game. Like, I feel like 9 Pandas have 3 carries on their cores and Aster have 2.5. That is a lot of net worth both these teams want to accumulate before they're confident taking the full 5-on-5s. Or perhaps also not a lot of utility outside of what XXS decides to go. And most of the time we've seen him playing Beastmaster, he's gone pretty greedy. With the Ags drum build, something like this.
He's a greedy offlaner naturally. I think he's just always going to do that kind of style.
So we'll see where he wants to go. He's going to be the real deciding factor in terms of how fast this game gets escalated.
Bounced over
Did not get
on
the spin.
Antares, and yeah, he didn't get the spin off right away. Might have still been able to run down the Rubik. But as it is, both Antares and Miro will survive.
A little misplay there by Monet. I think he's happy to commit for the Rubik kill there. Instead, it'll set up a smoke for 9 Pandas as Ramses came up here to the gate, but I mean, where are you going with this?
Radiant's bottom tower
There's nowhere to
is
go.
under attack.
Also, something to note that they do not have a TP cancel on spin TP. So this could be one of those situations where you try and gank the Juggernaut, he just spins TPs away.
That takes me back to that game. Skeeter played that Jug that was just completely uncontested, and he ended that game like 10-0 or something. It just felt unstoppable, right? This turns into that type of game. They don't really have good Juggernaut answers outside of Sniper just out-man fighting the hero in the engagement. But again, if this game goes ultra late and you have 5 or 6 slots on Monet with like a Swift Blink, you're in trouble. Because he's going to have a Nullifier too. Your Pugna's not really going to be a hard save, and you don't have a lot of summons to deal with the Omni Slash. This is a good Omni Slash game. Some games are good Omni Slash games, some are bad. I mean, most of them are bad, but occasionally you get a good one. I mean, this game, it's only Decrep he has to worry about, which is a spell you can deal with. So I'd say it's pretty good. Whereas on the flip side, is this a good Rupture game for Ramses?
I mean, they were talking about it as a counter to Lina. How do you feel about that?
I think right-click, it's definitely better versus right-click laner than Spellcaster, I think.
I was thinking about that a lot too.
I have to think about that one.
Yeah, because like a lot of it is just farm dependent, right? Like if you're strong enough on right click Lina to just kind of stand there and right click the back, then no problem. Oh, and Tari's used the telekinesis early. Boboka faked it out. Now he's going to go for the kill, but oh, barely lands it. Misses the mine though. It doesn't matter. Sumail.
I mean, he purposely missed that mine.
Sure.
So Sumail could get the kill.
Yeah, that's very...
Should note that.
Of course. Of course.
I think Lina is good versus Bloodseeker in the situations where she can stand her ground and force Bloodseeker to go into her, and you have a team that can help her just take that man fight.
Right.
Probably spell or magic damage. The reason I was debating it too is because like the physical damage Lina used to go to BKB, and there was like a BKB Lincoln's build as well that made that matchup quite strange. This one, you don't really do that. You're just going like Aether Lens, Blink, Ags, Bots, whatever. But I still feel like you outrange him and you force him to gap close you, and Aster have a healing ward. They have Beastmaster with Roar. They have a disruption. Techies can counter initiate. Like Aster are kind of happy if Panda's going on to their Lina. They can take that fight. And Lina doesn't have to solo carry the fight. It's on the Jug and the Beast too. So I feel like in this type of game, the Rupture, I mean, you're never going to complain about getting a Rupture on Lina, but I don't think it's just an automatic fight win by any means. I think Sumail will be happy in some of these later fights just staying there and outputting damage.
I agree. Like, I definitely imagine a scenario where, like, he pops Rupture and he BKBs runs at the Lina gets disrupted. Okay, there's 2.5 seconds. Then you're coming back up. The Beastmaster roars the Bloodseeker while he's BKB'd. You know, like...
There's a healing ward behind him.
Yeah. You've got maybe a reactive taser that gets passed over. There's
also, Sniper kind of sucks in those situations. Unless he's mega far ahead, like he destroyed someone.
What, like running after heroes? Or what?
Yeah. Like when Sniper chases into you, in theory you're happy. Sure. Because he exposes himself. Look at this Invis rune. Oh, he took the Rubik over the Sniper.
The male exposes himself to try and get the kill on Antari's. Blast off denied by the telekinesis. They're going to turn around and kill Bobica now. The help of Miro, who's going to cut in. After all, this tower is getting low. Might as well ensure that Kiyotaka can take it. But you make a Diffusal Blade build for him.
This is an interesting build, huh?
Man.
It looks very strange. I will admit, I'm looking at this and it feels like he bought the wrong item. But that's just because my brain is used to Sniper builds of 10 years that are not Diffusal. I wonder why he wanted Diffusal this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, one of the things about Diffusal is, like, the active has okay range, but not good enough that I think
it's not crazy
to use it well.
Like, are you gonna run in? Okay, he messed that hawk up.
he pulled out his binoculars. He saw a bird. Go get that bird.
I mean, that's why you go that clay pigeon shooting. Get ready for the real thing here.
Draw. Solo and Kiyotaka's 2-man smoke up here. With the mines.
That's a good mine placement.
The early detection mines.
I will alert XXS and he skedaddles out of there, trying to complete the Zags off. Continued ancient farming. Still a pretty quiet, even game. Again, both teams just want to farm up here. I think both of them believe they're going to win the late game battles. Might come down to some of that itemization. How much are you itemizing for the late game as opposed to this mid game? Is this Diffusal going to pay off if you're not actually fighting? I mean, it's an okay farm item, but it's not a Midas, it's not a Mask of Madness, it's not some Yasha buildup, it's Diffusal. First neutral creep, still decent. It's not like it's costing Kiyotaka too much here. But if your idea is just to go ultra late, I actually wouldn't have minded the Midas Sniper maybe. Because I don't think he's going to find the fights with this. I don't think Aster have any interest in fighting.
Seems not, especially with the way that they're laying out like very defensive mines from Boboka to kind of see rotations coming in. Just want to chill and farm. Stop
Farm
any
and chill.
movements from 9 Pandas. Yeah.
I mean, why not? You have Battle for your Juggernaut. In theory, he's pretty damn strong in this game. Don't have to put yourself on a timer.
Production can turn this into a break segment.
Atos first from Miero. This is some old school Timber technology right here.
Hold them in place. The Chakram goes to work. Tari's cleans the last hit, but this will definitely, I mean, if Aster's playing dodge mode, this will help get the catch.
It's a lot of early itemization for 9 Pandas I wasn't expecting. Between the
Assassinate is there in time, stops TP.
So they're going to start to find some kills. This is going to be interesting. Like, how much do 9 Pandas actually find on the map with this? Can they translate it into objectives like Roshan? Looks like they can. Confident enough to commit for this? Ramsey's TP's bottom says, I'm not going to waste my time. Putting these skirmish items to use, whereas Aster just prepping for the later stages of this game. Going the Aghanim Scepters, getting the Mantle on their Juggernaut will cost them a Roshan here. Let's see, giving Aegis to Miero even. If you feel like Kiyotaka can't die, but they'll probably get to the Sniper here. And then you're going to have to keep catching, I think. I don't think these are itemizations. You want to sit back and try and outfarm the enemy with an Atos Diffusal.
No, certainly not. Miero, after tanking all that damage, will get a top off from Solo. Look at him dropping items.
Wow.
To Crepify for the extra heal.
Damn, Solo, you're good at this.
Yeah, he's good at hitting the R button.
It's like, thanks, man. I've been boosting the ego of my teammates for 15 years now. Ramsey's my son.
I was about to say, he's been playing with Ramses for a long time.
Yeah, they're father-son for a reason. And he's dead.
But he gets a trade-off. XXS is going to die now with the rod, catching Pichu, and Sumail, he's going to be in trouble as well. He got real close to that fight, a fight that was already over before it began.
Yeah, I mean, Aster just lingered in the wrong area at the wrong time. Those open-ended fights where they just get on top of you are not going to work out at all. Don't really have the early damage now. Especially if your Beast dies first. That's an early Ags rush for XXS as usual, but that's a lot of your damage in the fight. He dies first, it's just gone. You don't have the Ags on Sumail to be contributing to the damage.
Also, is that Ags going to be helpful? Like, when Sniper is poking at you, when Pugna is hitting you from long range, Timbersaw, Rubik. I feel like there are 4 different heroes that do not have to go into this Beastmaster to kill him.
I mean, I feel like this Beast Axe is honestly not even about the fights. He just wants it to keep up the farm and then scale later when he has like Blink and BKB, right? Because when you have Blink BKB Ags, then it's going to have value in the engagements. You're on top of somebody, you're hitting them. Right now, yeah, it doesn't have any value. Another reason I'm kind of surprised Aster got caught like that, but that is exactly what 9 Pandas are looking for. Some random pickoffs, some random skirmishes. They're going to win them right now. It's just hard to find. As the map once again gets split up from the split push pressure that Monet can exert. He can always run down lanes and spin TP. Can't really run at him. 0-0-0 for Monet. Licensed to Resident Sleeper.
He is having a very relaxed lifestyle as he's building into a Manta. With that Manta and with Aghanim Scepter, do you think that's the timing Aster will try and fight a little bit more? And
Yeah,
probably
aligns when this age is close to being out. Yeah, I'd imagine. Oh, Antari's got to pause.
Yeah, you're gonna figure out, triangulate.
Monet didn't even realize the game stopped. It's like, guys, these ogres are really tanky.
Somebody reaches over, shakes him awake. Buddy! Makes me think of Jack Chen.
Oh, let's not go that far. That's an insult.
I mean, farming while sleeping is his MO.
I wonder how many carry players actually enjoy these like 0-0-0 games. Because they all say they do, but I mean, like, come on.
I'm going to say Monet is in like a newer school of players, so I bet he doesn't enjoy it as much. The old school Dota players, for sure, definitely enjoyed it. XXS, man, he just cannot get away from these slows. The quacks will haunt him even in his nightmares as he waits another 40 seconds to come back into the game.
And perhaps longer for his team to be ready to take a fight as 9 Pandas continue to control the pace here. Just push the objectives and continue to find Baboka.
Blah. Gets the other side, pops the mech.
He's safe.
Don't have vision of him. The shrapnel reveals him, and the thirst reveals him now that he's low enough. Kiyotaka.
Dude, I hate Sniper's face.
Oh, I was just going to say the same thing,
yeah,
dude. It's nightmarish, man.
Oh my god, this guy has like he has no jawbones.
Yeah, he opens his mouth like a fucking anaconda, trying to consume souls.
This model was not constructed properly. I think they gave up. They got halfway through his face and they just gave up. It's like a TF2 model, which makes sense since they gave up on that game too. It's for all those Fortress fans out there.
Yeah, Slacks is pumping his fist.
You're
right
welcome.
Now. Hell yeah, get him, Avery.
I mean, Pug, they didn't even give Pug the lower jaw, so I guess Sniper's doing better than him.
Yeah.
He just has literally half a face. Which, hey, half these player cams have half a face.
That is true. They're just following the Dota rules.
They're playing the 4D lore. Can we go back to the solo cam? Yeah, it's role-playing funny.
Yeah, he's so got no. Oh, wait.
Oh, now you can see his mouth.
Got to lean forward a little bit more solo. Now Ramses.
What is he role-playing out here?
Faceless Void.
Oh, that's a good one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Like father, like son. Spin TV. No catch. See you later, nerd. I live to not fight another day.
I feel like, why TP back to the base, though? You know? Shouldn't you TP up to, like, your tier 2? Get closer to neutrals somewhere, basically?
I mean, that just tells you how secure Astra are in this going late. They're going to play that conservative, give up a gold lead. Is Baboka dead to this Tormentor?
Oh,
it was pretty damn close.
So close.
He'll get the shard, though. Gets the reward. Ags finished for Sumail.
Did they change the the thing that tells you who got the shard now, right?
Oh yeah.
It used to be a message. Now it's a message in chat. Now it's one on the left.
Now I can actually see who gets these, as I have 90% of the player base muted.
I mean, I would love for it to be a little bit more than just a little ag shard symbol, but I feel like it was easy to miss.
See Valve listens to the community.
Did anybody in the community say something about that?
Is under attack.
I did.
Oh, they listened.
You're welcome. To all the people out there who are toxic enough that they mute everybody.
What?
Dire are scanning.
What do you think about Monet leveling healing ward over stats? Kind of sus, right?
Yeah, I totally.
I mean, why does he even have spin either? He should be 0-0-4 with max stats right now.
Pretty much.
He'd be
well,
like,
no. One level.
He'd be like 8 levels higher.
One level of spin to spin TB out.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, one.
Miro.
Well, missed opportunity for.
He's going to go right up to the faces of Aster. They're going to catch Pisho.
0-5. Aster continue to dodge.
Meanwhile, the absolute back right corner of the map. Sumail finally comes out of hiding.
Are they gone, guys?
He was sitting in that Roshan pit.
Oh, they caught Monet. Where's he going to spin TP to? He doesn't have TP.
Oh, no.
Do they know? They know.
Roar coming in. They're going to try and help out their buddy. In fact, they're going to get the kill on Bloodseeker. Monet still needs help. The blast off comes in too late. He did not Omni? He had a chance to Omni and he didn't.
He rather die than put it on cooldown, but was that bad a fight when the Bloodseeker died on the back end?
Oh, XXS, he's staying alive thanks to the maxed out healing ward, Avery.
Oh my god, it pays off.
Monet's just thinking about his boys. Pisho. Oh my God, that was the saddest display. just slowly walking forward, then getting poked backwards by the Quacker.
I thought for sure he's just going to Omni the Timber here. Because you have Healing Ward out.
Yeah,
you're going to buy a lot of time. Like, this fight didn't look too bad, right? They got the Bloodseeker.
I mean,
you have Lina damage.
It is a waste of Omni Slash offensively, right?
I mean, sure, but if you look at how this fight progresses, even the extra damage on Timber might have ended up making this engagement better for Aster overall. Like, he almost dies on the backside from Miro, right? He could not engage like this if he got Omni early. I don't know. I mean, it's a weird thing. I guess it's like, okay, we can take the fight afterwards with Omni, but yeah, Pichu's having a sad one. Kiyotaka is very much enjoying abusing the supports in this game. The re-ults on, god damn. Oh, Mone's back to farming. Nothing will slow him down on his progression towards late game.
Can't stop me. Can't stop me. Can't stop me. Butterfly next.
Oh, this smoke is interesting. They're going to show Monet mid on that tier 1 and have preemptively smoked top. This might catch 9Pandas off guard because they're pinging Monet, thinking that Aster are going to smoke to their Juggernaut. But Juggernaut is not using Omnislash, so why smoked him? You may as well go and take the fight without.
Oh no, Samael's going to be the first one found. This ruins the gank entirely as he will die. Very, very bad. Oh, and the Rubik stole the... What is that spell called?
Flame Cloak.
Flame Cloak.
That's a nice spell to steal.
Yeah.
I mean, the magic resist is nice for Sumail, but not enough to save him there. And Atos from the arrow has done some work in this game. It's honestly pretty good versus the Lina. You just chain in and Atos him. You either have to blink out of it or just get slain, because you don't have BKB. Monet did take 2 towers mid, by the way. So that's pretty decent here for Aster. He's at least getting some team net worth while they are unable to contest this fight as the rat continues.
Okay, but is he going the right build? You can get all the gold you want, but if you put it into the wrong items, it doesn't mean anything.
I think his build's fine. It's a good butterfly game.
At what point does he build to get on top of Sniper, though?
Wait, hold on a second. We're going to see some quacks. Boca.
That actually saves him from the blast-off damage, funnily enough. Kiyotaka will finish him off, and the heals being pumped into the Sniper. Now XXS
Monet's here.
Stop that, but he is going to be ruptured on the side. Monet shows up, gets silenced as well. This fight's terrible. Back to farming.
All right, Monet is gone. They're trying to drag him back in.
Spin TP away.
He went top this time.
He did.
Aster find nothing off that attempted roar kill on solo.
Dire's bottom tower.
Group up too strong here from 9Pandas, especially with the frontliner and Miero. And Kiyotaka just doesn't have fear. I mean, he has Aegis right now, but nothing is really threatening him at this point, especially with Pugna behind. And now he's starting to clean some buildings as well as the heroes.
Oh. Neither support expecting to see the other one there.
Where is the line in the sand in this game for Aster, right? At what point do you try and commit for the fight?
That's what I was saying.
Because now it's coming to your high ground. You don't have a choice.
Now what are you going to do with that Juggernaut?
He did finish Butterfly. This is a significant damage power spike for Monet. You got to try and find the backline with your cores.
Yeah,
you got to combine it with a Demonic Purge so that this Decrepify does not destroy you on an Omni Slash.
He also needs detection because of the Silver Edge.
Yes. And there's a Hex on Miero that might just catch you off guard if you're not spinning in.
XXS is going to jump forward onto the Timber Saw. Immediately, XXS taking a ton of damage from the full Laguna Blade. They turn it back around. Not enough for one. Not quite. Miro, he lives. Now Hex going off on Monet, and away he runs. Samael Flamecoat ran out before he could get back inside the base. I think 9Pandas have just won the game.
Well, they're going to start sucking everybody up, and that was your one Omni Slash chance to burst a big core target.
Yeah, it was.
It's decent damage. They combine all the ults, no Decrep save, but he's just too damn tanky. Not enough damage to pierce through the shell, and all of a sudden your racks are getting destroyed. Cheese got spent as well. Very smooth game for 9Pandas so far.
Oh yeah, seriously. I mean, I honestly don't know how Aster bounces back from this kind of setup. Monet is hitting the mid tower, I guess, but 9Pandas is going to get one lane here.
Just need more damage, I guess. I don't really know where the damage comes from, though. Lincolns for Ramses, so they're going to try and make these roars harder as well. Just protect the sniper. Let him go to work. This Lina has not felt like a force in this game. The heals from the Pugna have just eliminated the poke damage from Dragon Slaves. Then you have to commit with a single burst between the Lina and the Juggernaut with Omni Slash. And if you survive that single target burst, you're not afraid of too much left in the fight because you're going to be able to sustain back up here. That's why Pugna is such a damn annoying hero. If you don't go on the Pugna, he makes everybody else you go on worse. Aster have to find something soon. Not too many fights left to lose. They can still find that opening. If you combine the single target damage with that Demonic Purge, especially if you can find somebody outside of the Timbersaw with 3,500 HP, would also make your life easier.
Took the shrapnel DPS, huh? Instead of the headshot knockback distance?
Just wants to continue terrorizing these supports, make their life hard.
Well, here comes the siege. 20 seconds left on the Aegis, so they can afford to do a bit of damage to the tier 3 before backing off. As the Aegis expires, wait for the next Roshan. Oh, wait, canceled. Hold up. Kiyotaka, 10 seconds left on the Aegis. But Aster unable to get the follow-up there that they wanted to. Can't stop Kiyotaka from walking away. And now we'll get a full regen.
Nice blink LSA there and stop the TP. Not something 9Pandas were expecting. Might have created an opening, but of course you don't have to blink on the jug yet to capitalize.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still, they don't get punished. They'll reset. Now it's about the next Roshan. Aster really want to find this fight before that objective spawns in the next few minutes here. So they can get some map control going. They do have a blink on Pichu as well, so when the roar comes in off the blink and the Omni Slash commits, you can blink in and Demonic Purge the target as well. Really important that these ults sync up for Aster and they get the big core kill at the start so they have a numbers advantage. Problem with going super deep here is if you go on a core, you kill him and that core has buyback, you might just be in big trouble. So you also have to think about where you take this fight. And a re-smoke to try and get the initiation.
Oh, managed to blink away from that
Timber
jump.
again.
Again, going for the Timbersaw, who gets a little bit of heal, but the Omni Slash sticks onto him this time. He dies. Ramses, meanwhile, is able to kill one and maybe XXS as well during this BKB. He deals with the healing ward as well. Monet, he can't win this man fight, or can he? Ramses ducking away to the side. He has Kiyotaka to help him out. A desperate TP away. It's not so desperate. It worked.
There's no lift. He just got out.
What a read.
I don't know if that bodes well for Aster, though. They get their single target burst kill, and it's just irrelevant. Ramses just sits there and fights them all with Kiyotaka on the low ground position. They couldn't even get close to the sniper. Again, Timber is not the target they want to find. But 9Pandas with solid positioning and a quick blink out from Antares will steal that teamfight win. Now you're just looking at a second lane with no Omni Slash.
I honestly kind of forgot that Ramses was in this game. Right, because like so much has been Miro being targeted, Kiyotaka going to work. I entirely forgot that there was just another damage-dealing core that Aster really haven't touched.
Yeah, by the way, there's still one position here who's very farmed as well.
Yeah.
And has his own Lincolns, which means you can double it up on the sniper. Makes these single target jumps even more difficult.
Yeah, Laguna Blade, Primal Roar, Omni Slash. How do you get these single target ultimates off?
And all they need is like 1 second of time. Even if you blow through them on Aster, that's enough to get a Force Staff off, enough to get a Glimmer Cape, disrupt the initiation, you can just turn.
Decrepify, Silver Edge.
Yep, maybe Stolen Healing Ward from Antares.
Maybe a Rubik Lift. Oh, he doesn't have the shard.
That's why you shouldn't have skilled Healing Ward.
True.
It can't steal stats.
Well, Morphling can.
As a
Lord
Rubik.
can.
Actually, I guess you can steal stats.
He's working on an Aghanim Scepter, man. That's how you know you are in really good control of the game.
Yeah, it's a greedy item.
Crazy greedy.
But they don't really need anything else here.
Yeah.
Just cruising through this game with the single target utility, and there's not much else Aster's lineup can do except try and burst through that one target. There's no AoE comeback mechanism. There's no Vax. There's no black holes here. It is just go on somebody, kill them, and go on the next person. That's all you have to itemize here if you're Nine Pandas. That's what you have to continue to itemize here if you're Aster. So Monet will pick up Nullifier, his own mini Demonic Purge, to help him try and commit through the Decrepifies, the Four Staves, the Glimmers, all of this nonsense. Gotta care about the Linken's blocks. And you still have to land good Omni Slashes here. And at this point, I don't think you can go on the Timber anymore. I don't think it's good enough. I think as we saw, you leave these other two damage dealing cores up, you're going to be in big trouble. So you need to find Sniper, you need to find Ramses. And that means Miero just has free reign to run in here and frontline for the world, which is what he's doing.
Smoke's going to break on him. Once again, he has to be targeted because he's the one showing the blast off. Lands onto Ramses as well. That's pretty decent. The Omni Slash bounced over to the Rubik. Immediately buys back though. Ramses going to work. Shadow Demon first up. Bulbaca is going to be dying in an instant too. Boy, Ramses out putting some serious damage now. And Aster have to full out retreat. Miro Scythe on to Monet. Any follow-ups here? Decrepify to slow him down. Spin up in a second though. But
silence forever.
He's silenced for too long.
Oh, that Bloodroid making minced meat of the Juggernaut as he does not have the spin TP he's relied on for so much this game. I don't know if those were good bounces or bad bounces. I mean, you end up getting the Rubik, which is pretty nice, but you still are nowhere close to finding this Sniper. And Aster have been nowhere near to finding him the entire game.
Yeah, when was the last time Kiyotaka took damage from the enemy team?
Last game.
Yeah.
I doubt he's taken almost any damage.
We'll check that stat afterwards. Damage
11, 0, and 13. You let this guy get away with a game like this, it's pretty hard to beat this team. It's very few times that they have dropped full series when Kiyotaka is having this style of a game, and they're just going to try and all in him.
All
Omni
in?
Slash.
Yeah,
No Jug.
it's not even close.
Good luck.
He gets to about half health while he was getting healed up. GG. Boy, Nine Pandas striking back and making absolutely no question about it. They are ahead of the game. Game 2, they draft Alina. Aster's like, damn, that Lina was pretty good. Let's draft Lina. And Nine Panda's like, you thought Lina can't be countered? Bam, drop the sniper on him.
I mean, this is one of their classics, right? Just setting up a situation where they feel very confident winning the late game with like a last pick carry hero that's either on Ramses or Kiyotaka. I feel like this is this team's comfort zone. And I also think it's a situation that is awkward for Aster because a lot of times Aster also kind of want to just scale into that with Monet's hero. But they don't have last pick here. They end up in an awkward situation. And if Aster don't have the early support roam with some Enchantress, with some Veno that can disrupt the lanes and gank, their games feel very stale, and Nine Pandas are happy to play that style. They just put you in a brick wall situation, let Kiyotaka goes to work. This guy always seems to find the openings 13-0 and 13. What was his damage even taken this game? I will find out for you.
His damage taken was 24,000.
Okay,
Ramses was 25,000. Miro, 49,000. So he took as much damage as the other two cores, soaking up all the attention, and only died one time. Same goes as Ramses. I mean, just solid performance all around by Nine Pandas, looking great in this second group stage.
They do indeed. This was the second game of the three games that we've watched where Nine Pandas crushed it. 2 games in a row. Effie, it's been the draft that has been the deciding factor, and it kind of felt like Nine Pandas just had Aster's number here.
They really did, and they deserve kudos for the ideas that they brought today. I thought that sniper pick was incredible. It turned out amazing. And it wasn't even just the sniper. Timbersaw did such a great job. The Rubik did such a great job. Solo played awesome too. I mean, honestly, well played to them. I don't really have much to say about Aster, except they really weren't in a situation where they could do much this game. The Lina was already addressed within the draft, right? She was already picked into Bloodseeker. They had their Rubik. They already had their Pugna early on too with the Netherward. And it was a spellcasting Lina that prioritized an early blink over a Travels. When you go early blink on Lina, you have to look for the kills. You have to look for the initiations. When you go Travels, you can kind of play the map more, try to get a little bit more farm, push out lanes, but by the time, Sumail with the blink was ready to fight, Nine Pandas were already grouping up. They were already playing around their Timbersaw. The sniper, even though he didn't have the best lane, recovered very well.
And like if you go blink first and you get caught, you have neither HP nor movement speed really. So then you're kind of just committed in the fight, and you're probably going to die anyway. So the blink makes sense, but if it doesn't go well, you're feeling bad about it. You're gonna wish you maybe went a different item build.
I think Kiyotaka is going to get kicked after this because this is 2 games in a row that he's the one having all the fun. And Ramses only gets about 5 minutes of gameplay right at the end where it's like, oh yeah, he's going in there, right clicking on Bloodseeker, it's so awesome. But really, Kiyotaka just was, man fighting everybody with the Pugna sucking him the entire time. And then you think like, okay, they need to all in the sniper, just like they needed to all in him in the first game. But then also there's Ramses, who is fighting with him for top net worth just by farming. So it's like it's just so hard to come up with a example of how a team fight needed to play out where 9 Pandas would actually lose the fight. It's like, okay, we have to use everything on the sniper and then Heaven's Halberd Ramses 3 or 4 different times and maybe get a few hexes and hex him a few times. And it's like, this is just never going to happen, dude. No way.
No way. 9 Pandas coming in very strong here today. And yes, Kiyotaka played a great game, but surely if he wouldn't be anywhere without the supporting staff.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, without the Pugna, just helping him in the background there, and without Antares' epic rotations, like, the game doesn't look the same, obviously. We can talk about the cores all day, but the supports played a vital role in that. The way they itemize, the way they group up together, it doesn't happen without them. But Jenkins, we have to talk about the Timber Saw. We're talking about Kiyotaka, but Miero really killed it. I mean, he did such a good job frontlining for his sniper. Every time it looked like he was about to die, he made it away with a sliver of HP. And again, isn't that thanks to Solo?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Solo played so good. He was very deferential to his team. He maxed out Nether Ward first. He didn't max Blast, even get 3 points in it. He's like, I just want to save my team. He maxed out Decrypt afterwards. And he just kept all of their mana really high, which was nice. They stayed on the map aggressively. He played a really good game, too.
I guess that's the thing with the Pugna nerf is, like, you still... If you're just playing to like be the battery outside of fights, it's kind of the same. It just takes a little bit longer, but it's not like it's not like the speed at which that he gave people mana and health between fights was very important before.
That's true.
A few extra seconds in the fights, sure. I can understand that. There was one time where we saw him giving mana to Miro, and it's like, okay, maybe that is a little bit slower than it was before, but it didn't matter. Yeah. But in the fights, maybe if like his early game isn't so good and he's doesn't have the Holy Lock and he's not dominating, we could say like, oh, the Pugna nerfs had an effect, but I don't know, it didn't seem like it, at least in the hands of Solo.
I feel like the biggest support change I felt was like, I feel like I've seen enough games where SD gets rolled over like this personally, where like a team doesn't have enough frontliners and you have like a squishy 4 and an SD, and if you get behind, the hero just does not feel good.
Yeah,
he had a rough one. He was 0 and 10 and 2. What's the KDA on that purge?
Negative infinity.
Negative infinity.
Negative
exactly.
infinity.
Jenkins got it right.
Oh,
that's a negative infinity KDA. That's a rough one.
Techies wasn't much better. I think it was like 0-10-6 or something. It was actually like Techies got out lane for once. He lost the 10 attack speed we were talking about backstage, but his sticky bomb damage is actually a lot less. It's like 320 at max level instead of 360. So level 1, I think I don't remember exactly the numbers, but you just do less damage on the hero, so you're going to get less kills, you're going to have less level advantage, that kind of thing. It all added up big time.
It added up big time, and it added up big time in favor, in this case, for 9 Pandas. I don't know if we have a group stage standings. I know this was our first series, so you won't really see too much.
No.
We'll do that another time. I want to first talk to Antares, who we have joining us right now from 9 Pandas. Hey Antares, congratulations on the series. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. Thanks.
Good to hear. I am looking for your first impressions from also the series you just played of the patch and how you feel it impacted it.
Actually, patch didn't change nothing, especially for my heroes. Like Tech is Betrayer, so I feel it's good. But of course, like what Spirit, Wind Ranger, who played my teammates, they a bit nerfed. But I don't feel that this patch changed a lot of.
Okay, thank you.
You guys are obviously on a pretty good hot streak. You've been doing great recently. How far do you expect to go in DreamLeague here?
Of course, we hope for first place, and we can do it. We have a good strategist, so
cool.
Let's see.
Okay, hi Antares, congratulations. So I was
Thanks.
curious, which team do you think was the strongest team that you faced in your group? And which team are you looking forward to playing against?
This is the strongest team, I guess. It's obviously Gladiators, and in the other group it was Tundra, but I think they would go a bit further if without standings. But I think the strongest team right now in the batch, they understand how to play it well. They have good picks, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Big A, good to see you. When you're at an event and you need to cool down, you need to wind down, what do you do in the evenings to just kind of chill and get the vibes back for the next day?
Well, yesterday we played soccer with my team, and we hope to do Clan War against team like Spirit or Bad Boom in Serbia. So we do evenings like this.
Who's the best?
Who is the best in soccer?
Yeah.
Sola in my team, I guess.
But he's old.
Yeah, but he's he played football professionally ago.
Oh, that one.
Like me.
You played professional football?
Yeah.
And then you chose to play Dota instead.
Yeah, I had problems with my legs, so I decided to play computers.
Oh wow,
that's impressive. I am happy you are playing Dota right now. That's really cool.
If it's
to
working
hear.
out.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
And it's nice that the competitive drive transfers over, of course. But is Solo still better at football than you then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess so, because I didn't play soccer for like 4 years, and yesterday it was first time after 4 years.
What position do you play?
How to say? Attacker.
Cool.
He's fast.
That's why you're
Yeah.
position 4 in Dota.
Yeah.
He likes to go for the kill.
Go for the kill. Ataras, it was great watching you guys play today. I'm sure that at this rate, we're going to talk to you guys a lot in this group stage. So looking forward to that. Of course, congratulations on the series, and looking forward to talk to you again another time.
Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Thank you. I do love hearing, because there's actually quite a few stories about how the competitive drive of people transfers over from, I think it was
Desire, right?
Desire,
is a
and wasn't it Chuan that was a basketball player that at some point hurt his knee and then also just went into Dota?
That's the origin story, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's
the lore, the Chuan lore.
The lore, but now we know the Antares lore as well. And as you can hear, the music is playing because we've got so much more Dota to go through. That was only series 1 of 4 for this day, so stick around. We'll be right back with more Dota 2 here. It's gonna be Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 20 is day one of group stage number 2. And I'm joined by Purge and Jenkins. Hey, Jenkins.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody, to DreamLeague Season 20. Sponsored by Intel. How you doing, Cheever?
Good. Did you want to do something that's
Oh, I got to introduce a guy. Everybody, we have an empty couch on the slot, so we're going to go ahead. Shut up. We're going to go ahead and introduce a big pair of sexy arms with a guy between them. Everybody, welcome that guy.
Hey, Fear, how you doing?
Good, how about you?
I'm pretty good, too.
I have a name, you know.
I'm sorry, I should have asked. Do you mind if I objectify you?
Isn't it kind of funny? Like, if you look at his outfit today, he's wearing all black, so it's like all you can see is his giant fucking arms. It's like
I wear all black
It's
every
like
day,
so
and then I'm
perfect.
extremely pale, too, so.
Yeah.
How long have you been going to the gym for?
On and off for 12 years, probably.
I asked him this at the gym. I mean, you don't get guns like that in a few years.
You do not.
Those are insane.
Those are insane. Now, we have earlier today, Fear, you were like, why did you do that without me? Because earlier today, we had an esports physical therapist on the show, Dr. Jordan. It was very insightful, and we learned a lot about good posture. What's your opinion on the couch? On how you're sitting?
How I'm sitting?
Yeah, right now.
I don't have good ergonomics right now, no.
And about how, and when you look at Jenkins, what does that make? How does that make you feel? Terrible.
Yeah, his spine posture is really bad right now.
People have called me a shrimp before.
Yeah, you kind of look like one.
I have a solution.
Or like a fetus.
All right, a shrimp fetus.
So, would you like to sit more aerodynamic?
Ergonomic.
We're gonna go on a plane ride, everybody.
I don't know. Would you like to sit better?
Should I?
You know, no, we can.
Oh.
We just all we need to do. So I waited for this moment. We have 2-3 gym going people here. If you wouldn't mind, carry the couch off. And Jenkins, the chair, would also like to go. I have a solution.
Wait, who do you want to carry the couch?
Panelist, could you play a little tune while we do the dance of
I gotta
chairs?
pillows.
I'm sorry,
Who's carrying the couch?
We're moving the couch.
Moving the couch?
All right, Fear, I'll get this in.
Pillows out of here.
I'll get this in. Purge.
Heavy.
He tried to do it. He tried. All right, now that makes me feel I can't do it. Oh, that's all right.
Oh yeah, you're doing a great job. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where's it going,
great.
I don't know why you're holding it so high.
Shoulders.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you guys are working so good.
Let's
Great
just
job.
leave it here.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it here.
What are you doing?
What do you want me? I don't know
Slightly
what the fuck
Move
is.
the chair.
My chair. What do you mean?
All right, let's throw that iPad.
Come on.
You had one job.
One job.
Did I?
You're the one that cares about ergonomics, you weird spreadsheet piece of shit.
I'm sure this is gonna go down well.
I think we got to move over a little, huh?
Where are you putting your receiver?
Behind my desk or in front of my desk. I don't know yet.
You probably want to go in front.
Okay.
I think that's.
Holy, he's got to be careful.
Are these different sizes?
Yeah, a little bit. No?
No?
Yeah, this one looks a little bit.
Damn, this is going to be fun.
Jenkins is a little bit smaller.
Oh, there we go.
I feel like I'm on a horse. It's dead and very bloated.
This is actually pretty fun. So do you feel better now, Fear?
I mean, my posture's always been good. I don't need this. This helps you if you have bad posture.
Do you think it is helping Jenkins?
One sec, I need to take a sip.
It's helping him with something. I don't know what, though.
You're such an idiot.
I mean, you guys can't see that, but he spilled all over
Oh,
his
no,
crotch.
I think they saw it.
There, zoom in onto his crotch. There's a lot of water on it.
That's not water.
Kurt, how does this ball make you feel?
I mean, the bouncing is nice for sure. I mean, it makes you more mindful, and you get more like muscle engagement because you move around and stuff.
Oh my god, I'm so bored.
You guys want to do circular
Not of
motion?
this, of him.
You guys want to do
sorry.
what, did you say?
A circular motion with the ball. Kind of fun. Like do clockwise.
Ooh, I feel that on the hemorrhoid.
Super, you're usually the one that does the yoga instructing for our squad.
I do, but I have not gotten any yoga poses for the ball. I'm just sitting.
Yo, I got one.
I was told that this requires you to always sit up straight. And it's very important. And while we get our...
I mean, Jenkins has found a way.
posture correct.
All right, he's gonna die.
We do have some Dota 2 coming your way. Jenkins is going to sit like this the whole time. We're going to keep track of it, while we're all going to learn a little bit more about PSG LGD.
Do you need help?
Immediately throws out the disruption. Will get jumped afterwards, and Mew still gets himself the axe call. On to 2. War gets thrown up with a great splitter comes in to respond to that bomb explosion. A Vile underneath the tower.
大家好，我是 PSG 战队的 Y。用一段字来形容队伍。 勇敢拼搏。
Landon base earlier. Smoke. They have the high ground advantage. Brubex actually jumps right in, gets speared immediately. Mystic play the follow. Nothing to say jumps in, but there's the static storm applied. Matthew just getting beat down by nothing to say. C-Smile in the meantime looks like he's gonna get taken out swiftly. The Undying is dead. Are they trying to take the gate during all of this? Pakaz finds the BKB. TP will be successful.
就是以我们现在可能最大，就是目前这支队伍遇到的最大的挑战。可能。 依旧还是线下赛的机会，包括什么签证啊，或者很多各方面多的吧。有游戏内游戏外，我觉得问题都挺大的。
And a lot of damage from the Sunray with Wraith keep chasing in, but the fractions back up and Doom can maybe save her, but the Roar connecting, Angels down. Bob moves in with a coil, catching at the Void Spirit, but they're losing so much execration. They were picked apart at the start of the fight. Too many spread heroes and LGD
就是关于这次 DreamLeague 的比赛，我更想要，首先是通过几场，我们要每个选手，然后到比赛中更加投入、更加带入，然后再进一步的，肯定就是把所有队伍所有欧洲的强队都进行打一遍，然后再进一步的话，可能就是机会把所有的队伍都赢一遍吧，我觉得是这样的。
Well, whereas previous series, this sound is really trippy. The previous series was 2 teams from Group B. This series is 2 teams from Group A. So guess what these 2 teams did, Veer, in their previous matchup?
What did they tied?
They tied! It was a group of ties. So Team Spirit versus PSG LGD, of course, has a bit of history behind that as well. We're looking forward to this one. I would love to know what we are expecting from this series, Veer. Do you have any specific expectations?
Expecting a 1-1. And then there's going to be a game 3. And from there, we're going to have a winner. And if history is to repeat itself, I would probably say Spirit will take it.
You think so?
I think so.
Only in the grand finals.
It's not the grand final.
That's the issue.
It's close enough.
PSG LGD has a very positive win rate versus Team Spirit outside of grand finals and outside of Valve events.
Well, it is DreamLeague Season 20 and things change.
Yeah. That's right. This is going to be very weird out of context. If some League of Legends player's like, I'm going to check out and see what Dota's like today. I'm not playing this fucking game.
I'm more curious like how different the heroes are going to be because all of these stats matter, but the patch is so fresh. You wake up and you're like, oh, there's meta change. Are they going to experiment and do something that doesn't work? Are they going to pick some like weird mid? Are they going to try to force Lina? Like that's going to change a lot of things that they plan for.
Yeah, of course, they would have watched the previous series as well. They would have seen Lina, they would have seen the Lina versus Sniper. But we don't have to speculate about what's coming at us as the draft is ready. We got Team Spirit on the Radiant side and PSG LGD on the Dire side. And a lot of cores banned out in the first 4, which is kind of unusual. I guess Bedrider can be all of the things. Can he still be all of the things? I'm not sure.
Shiver, looking at my picks here.
Yeah.
I would say that I think Team Spirit's going to...
Yeah, I just put the iPad down, honestly.
The Pudge? I can't even tell.
So we're just going to go off the brain here. What's good this patch, Jenkins? Yep.
Writing is definitely a challenge. I'm actually doing quite a good job.
The writing is on the wall.
One thing that hasn't changed is Timbersaw.
True.
He did get changed, actually, but he hasn't changed enough to not first pick him. This hero is still incredibly strong here. But the resurgence of potentially the Lina, a hero that Timber doesn't enjoy playing against that much, could rise in popularity.
That's true.
We can go back to the Lima Major days. Undying Lina, let's go. Bring it back.
Never gets old.
First phase.
I like first phase every single series day, practically.
Undying Sky, though.
That's a bit of a weird one. Of course, there are no stuns on the side of Undying Sky and LGD. They've got to account for that in their next phase of picks.
This is 2 damage amplifiers, though, on the same squad. If you can get that Undying into melee range, give a little slap on Timbersaw's butt, hit him with the Ancient Seal, that guy's going to die, actually.
Well, here's a question, Purge. Who's a hero that doesn't care about being silenced, that wants to play against no stuns?
I don't know.
I don't have an answer. I was actually asking. It's Pugna.
I was gonna say
It's Pugna.
Wraith King.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, sick. Pugna's good though.
They're not gonna pick that.
Pugna's a good laner. He's like 330 movement speed. He can move fast despite having 0 muscles. He's the smartest hero in the game, so he gets free magic resistance. You give all this mana to your storm substitute, the Timber Saw, and you just do damage reflection. This guy's not gonna like playing against Netherward. He's gonna kill himself. Accidentally.
Yep.
It's so true. There's nothing to interrupt the suck. That's the big deal here. This is a
positioning.
Positioning.
Yeah.
Huge deal. Nothing to go on the back lines. Nothing to stun the back lines.
What about the double support pick in the first phase? Isn't that a little too revealing?
I always find, instead of having to hunt the backlines, if you can just brute force and do the damage from the front, to be a lot easier way to play, which is what LGD is going for. But if you get in a situation where you run out of damage, and you can no longer just jump that guy and kill him, and you have to get on the backline, then that's where things start feeling really bad. But you can be bailed out by a mid laner that can potentially do that. Void Spirit did get a lot of nerfs, but he is one of those heroes that can do that. Then you do have to worry about this Timbersaw, who is pretty bad lane matchup for a lot of heroes. That's why we're seeing a lot of different things. We saw the Viper one time go against the Timbersaw. Lena's going to become more popular, I think, with all the buffs that she did receive. But it's going to get a little bit tricky here because LGD has no stuns right now. And they're going to need something that can lock heroes down.
Yeah, they are removing some of, they removed so far only Shadow Demon, but at least heroes that would be able to save someone from any kind of Skywrath combo, but they don't really have it just yet. We have a Faceless Void and a Silencer banned out by the side of Team Spirit, and another support removed by PSG LTD and the Enchantress. I guess it's overall just a strong hero, but maybe especially in the hands of Mira, a strong one. What happens, Jenkins? Is there something we want to say? Is that why you start extra bound?
Very excited. I think a punch pick is coming here, Sheever.
No, you don't.
I really don't. It's dog shit. I do like the idea of the Lina for LGD. I mean, I question like how much weight they're putting in on the last series of like, is this just, a Kiyotaka slash, Sumail thing that they just really both like the Lina, or is this actually a good hero after the patch? It is a stunner mid if you're playing as the spellcasting Lina. Like it's not bad, but I still think they probably need to correct a little bit more. They probably need to pick 2 stunners right now.
You just need like area control and like frontliner, and I feel like Undying does that very well. Even putting in like a tombstone down means that you can't necessarily engage and chase down Alina. So
of course, that's obvious.
Once she gets that survivability.
It's Ember. It's gotta be Ember. It's
so?
the Searing Chain setup for the Skywrath ult. It's a hero that can disjoint all of Pugna's bullshit, doesn't care about Timber. Magic damage versus Timber. That's one of the...
Sounds good.
One of the heroes.
It's a good like mixed magic, physical damage hero, for sure. Make them less one-dimensional.
And it's nothing to say. One of Nothing to Say's favorite guys.
That's true.
It's not universal.
Yeah, I mean, they might just go Void Spirit if...
Well, that's the thing, right?
They got nerfed, right?
Exactly. I think everyone right now is finding any opportunity possible to get back some of those agility heroes, strength heroes, maybe intelligence heroes into the game.
He can't just bounce on a ball. He can also predict the Ember Spirit. Incredible.
Maybe the bouncing makes his
Very
brain
bold.
work better.
Is this a patch influence, though? It's a question. Because if this is the last patch, I'd say that'd be
probably
a Void
Spirit. Yeah, I agree.
I wondered if we'd see Void Spirit first series because maybe the teams hadn't had like enough time to like double check if it was still bad or not. But
I think we got it banned.
I think
at least one
now.
of the games, maybe 2.
I think you're right. I think it was like second phase ban.
Maybe they typed in Void, and then Faceless Void came up, but then dang damn it, we banned the wrong Void.
Oh, purple Void. Yeah.
The Void is purple, isn't it?
Would you go for that on the side of Team Spirit, still the Void Spirit, or is that too risky with the silence?
First Ember, no. I don't think
Ember,
that's a matchup that
I feel like
you're going to get a huge advantage in.
Oh, the Pango's banned out. What's one of Laurel's guys?
He should just play the Timber, honestly.
Laurel has a lot of Queen of Pain, Wind Ranger, Snap, Winter Wyvern, Storm as well.
Actually,
Storm's
sure.
banned.
Surely Timber does fine against Ember.
I should own him.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
The techies.
Second phase techies.
Wow.
Are you going to kill Tomb now that you attack 10 attack speed slower?
Yeah.
Good luck.
That's true. I mean, this is really fun, actually, because there's just a random patch that drops right when Group Stage 2 starts.
Yeah.
A a lot of teams are going back to their comfort because like they didn't have time to scrim or practice anything. They just came out like last night, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, like you're gonna stick to what you know is good from last patch, and then slowly but surely you're gonna transition, and that's only gonna happen through gameplay. So only the teams that are bold enough are gonna try new things here. And I believe LGD is a team that's being a bit more bold here in the hero picks. As Spirit, they're kind of picking what we'd see in 7.33C, where LGD, this is kind of a fresh lineup.
I really like the Slark though. I mean, very good hero for hunting and killing Sky by yourself. He can deal with Tombstone and also get out afterwards using Ags. He can also just pick up stacks on the Undying. So
yeah, I was gonna say Axe might be really good here, but I hate Axe. But it's good for Slark with Sky.
Do you like Mars?
That's what I was going to ask. Is Mars any better?
No, it's worse.
Oh.
Well,
in my
that's
opinion.
the problem then.
Because I feel like it doesn't really. It's really easy for Slark to see the combo coming from Mars.
Yeah.
And get out of it, where there's literally nothing you can do against an Axe.
No.
So having that type of ground AoE stun is nice. It's still a ground AoE stun, which is nice, but it's one that Slark can. These are some of the best players in the world. There's no way he's just gonna knock his Dark Pact off.
I will say the nice thing about Mars in this game is that if you go in on like a frontline guy, like let's say techies or like Timbers out of position, it's hard for the Pugna to sit there and like suck somebody, right? Like, because you can actually catch the Pugna out with the arena. It's like better at like backline catching than the Axes.
I think it's also better in the lane too, because most offliners don't offer that much kill threat in the lane. Mars has always been good in that category. It's one of the reasons it gets nerfed. Pairing that with Sky, like Pugna's not going to be able to bully him like he did in the last game we saw.
Yeah.
Like you can actually just kill that guy.
Double nuke, yeah. It's the classic. You pair a nuker with a nuker, and you pretty much can't lose the lane.
I do wish that he was against some like ranged carry, because that double benefit of like having your ult and being able to use it in a slightly different way is good.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
It could still work for sure.
Speaking of ranged carries for LGD, Shadow Fiend looks pretty good if they can get it. With the Mars against the Slark, against the Timber Saw.
Timber lane, yeah. If they choose to run this as an offlane Timber for Spirit. We're still not 100% sure on.
There's not many offlaners in general that can beat Shadow Fiend carry.
Yeah.
That hero is just solid. Like if you're picking on first pick, your blind pick, they're not this game, so maybe that doesn't matter. But if you're in that situation, it doesn't matter what you put in the offlane. Shadow Fiend's just such a strong laner. Unless you can kill him 50 times, he's probably going to win this lane.
What about Templar Assassin?
I mean, no hero likes it.
Well, the thing is, it's fine. I think it's okay, this game. It's just they get to see one more pick, right? So we don't have to limit them that much.
The counter pick could come out, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to go for ban, because obviously the Darkseer implies that they are expecting that Timber to go mid, but everything is open.
I'm curious how your guys' abs feel right now. Lower
My
back?
abs is fine. My
Yeah, the
upper
lower-
back is the one that I feel.
Upper back.
I mean, it's my lower. I worked lower back the other day.
So did
it's
I.
sore.
It's my
Now
whole
it's
back.
getting more sore.
Yeah, not good for me.
Is it bad that I feel my upper back?
It's my
That just means you have a weaker upper back.
Probably do.
I'm using my Kegel muscles to shove me up here.
Oh, that's a great idea. I'll start doing that.
Yeah. How's that
Thanks for
feel?
the tips, Jenkins.
Oh, big difference. Yep.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah. Wow. Bouncing higher now.
Oh, yeah. Just squeeze.
Activating muscles I didn't know I had.
Don't squeeze too hard, though. We had burritos for breakfast.
I am worried, because I know these balls are inflated.
Oh, that was instant Luna.
Whoa.
That's what she didn't even have time to speak.
He did Tide Hunter too.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. I mean, it's a lot of magic damage bursts. Like that paired with Sky is just huge kill potential once they get to like mid game.
But this is a really cool Tide pick. Everything you have on LGD outside of Luna, it can be dispelled by Kraken Shell, so a really fat Tide will be super annoying. He just walks in and you feel like you can't kill the Sky Ember or the Mars. Your mid game's gonna get kind of destroyed here. But they picked the Luna, and Luna's job is going to be to shut down the Tide. Fast farmer. It will lose later on in the game to Yatoro's Slark, but you got a tempo draft here with Undying and the Luna, Ember. If you get ahead in the early game with LGD, you can just go high ground in this one.
And it makes the Pugna a little bit worse too. It's a healing hero. You beat that usually with damage amplifiers. So you're like, okay, yeah, you heal, but we're just gonna do like 30% more damage than normal, and your reduced heal is just gonna be even worse. So it could really make Miposhka not feel very valuable in the mid game.
I'm a fan of the Yatoro Slark in general.
Okay.
And I think this is a pretty free Slark game if they can get past this timing push. I know everybody says 5-man against Slark. That's how you beat it. If they can get past that point by putting Collapse in the front on the Tidehunter and being that wall, then how do they kill the Slark this game? dark packs, everything. He feeds off of all of these heroes. This is going to be a big Slark game coming from Yatoro tonight.
All right, you heard it here first. Big Slark game coming up. Loads of pounces and loads of bounces. Indeed, as we head into our first game of this best of 3 series. But not before a quick intermezzo from our lovely Hannas.
LGD versus Team Spirit about to kick off, and this is going to be an interesting matchup since most of these teams have matched up against each other before and have gone even. So maybe a best of 3, it can, well, it has to break that tie.
Nothing I like better than a good old tiebreaker.
Yes. We had lots of those yesterday.
Yeah, they were pretty exciting.
Well,
And
were they?
watermelon. I like
I
watermelon.
feel like they were pretty one-sided and determined pretty quickly.
Yeah, but I feel like, I kind of called it easy. You were going to go through, and I think they went through. And
Oh, so it's exciting if you're right.
Yeah, well, that's most things in life. We like things until we're wrong about them, and then we abandon them and never look back.
What do you think about these drafts?
Thought you were abandoning the conversation. These are interesting drafts. I mean, we have Yatoro in a really good Slark game. There's very limited lockdown for him. But I can point to the same thing for NTS here on this Ember, who's going to be boosted up by that Luna nighttime aura that I always like this combination of. And they have really good skirmish supports to help them play.
Poposhka, that is too much damage for you. Y is going to die in return, but hey, they got the first blood. It did go to Y, so...
Is that worth, though? Like, do you want first blood on dying if you're giving a kill to the Timbersaw? I feel like that's not that good in exchange, to be honest. Because now you're just making NTS's life harder, and I think the thing about Timber this patch, we see everybody complaining about this hero. He's a first pick ban, first phase pick. I get why. But a lot of that is like the lane, right? If you can somehow nullify his first 10 minutes to a degree, I don't know if the hero's that terrifying. I mean, he's still obviously very good, but you still have a very decent Ember game that Timber doesn't help stop the Ember outside of he's just going to destroy him on the lane. So you don't really want to be giving him extra gold here.
The whiny players on Twitter who are complaining about heroes not getting nerfed should just get good.
Oh, you're just going to drag me into that,
Is that what you're saying? Just to be clear.
Oh, I don't.
Are you calling out Quinn Callahan right now?
No, I don't want to fight the pros on Twitter. I don't want to. I've done it enough in real life.
Resignation, yeah. I feel like we definitely triggered something there.
Why did they have that ready?
I don't know. Production just has a giant red button that says Quinn on it.
The thing is, like, pros are always going to complain about the heroes that they find annoying, but then they go in a game and they like first pick them and abuse them anyway. And then it's like, oh, well, I don't like it because everybody has to pick and ban. And that's true. But then at a certain point, you always ask them, you go in an interview. You know how many interviews I've been in with players where it's like, oh, do you like this patch? You think it's balanced? Like, oh, yeah, this is a great patch. I really enjoyed it. Then they go on Twitter, this patch, the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. Who came up with this? The janitor? Then you go and ask him, then you go and interview. Oh, so you hate this patch. That's great.
There could be a couple in.
Then it's like, oh, well, yeah.
Overall, it's great.
There's like 2 heroes I don't like, but the rest of it's great. Well, which is it, man? Go say that in an official interview. Say it in an all chat in a game. Yeah. Okay, my rant's over. Back to the lane.
Gabe directly.
I think this is a pretty damn good Ember game. And I think if I'm LGD, I just want NTS to have a even start here. I don't need him to crush the lane. I just want him to be in a good position. So when the Luna Aura kicks online at nighttime and my Skyrat's ready to go run around with him, what is the stun that stops at NTS just running them over on the map? I don't see it. It's Ravage. But if you have to rely on Ravage for a core kill to the slow tempo, that is usually the position that Tidehunter suffers in. So I feel like LGD can really kick it up this game, just get the Luna ball rolling. I mean, there's real possibilities to be going high ground in the 25 to 30 minute mark.
Shiro running through the mine in order to get CS. That's dedication right there. And he's doing pretty good at it. 13 and 6, getting some denies. YU Smiles probably going to be dying here as the bomb isn't quite enough damage. He gets another decay off. Y stays alive, actually. And Mira's the one to fall. So LGD, I agree with you. Everything you're saying about Ember Spirit sounds really good. And we've talked a lot about the Luna Ember Spirit combo. So this could definitely be a game where he terrorizes. If they walk away with a laning phase win.
And they should. That's the thing. I think their lanes are almost guaranteed to win here. Because they have Undying and Skyrat. They have Undying versus Strength melee here with a Luna. This is like a guaranteed lane win, especially with Collapse not going for the Gush points. I think maybe you can win this lane if you just Gush all in the Luna on the early levels, but it's so damn hard once.
Yeah, I thought you would go Gush with the techies who wants to play aggro.
I mean, it's a route, but the problem is the level 1 is just terrible. Like, Undying still beats you because he's sapping so much of your life force away. It's a tough decision to make. It's like an all-in play, and if you mess it up, then you're really screwed. So he's kind of taking the conservative approach. But either way, both these Silents are going to be free farm for LGD, and the aggressive potential is really going to ramp up between that level 3 and 5. Once you have level 2 Luna Aura, once you have level 2 on the Skywrath Concussive Bolt, plus Mars with his nukes, these are scary lanes. And so far, NTS is doing fine mid. I mean, he's losing it, but you have to remember that Laurel got some of that gold from the first kill, and this is a very Timber favorite matchup. There's just not much you can do to dissuade the permanent whirling death here.
And they're actually going to be able to kill him with the rotation coming in from Planet. Big kill, and that leaves the Water Runes open for the Ember Spirit as well. So he's even going to be able to go back up to full health. Y is going to survive again, it looks like. Decay helps him stay up. Mira, one last. Oh, he got the bomb on him. I think he needs another hit. Oh, he's got Raindrop.
Just delivered along with Salve, so he's going to regen back up. This safe lane is going pretty damn well for LGD so far. Anytime you can beat techies on a lane, you're very happy with that outcome.
For sure.
Just going to keep the decays rolling on Collapse. Limit his aggressive potential, guarantee the free farm for Shiro. If they can get any stacks up during this period, Posh could just check their triangle. So already thinking about the fact that they're going to want to get these ancient stacks for the Luna. That is the game setup you want for this hero, who's probably going to go Mask Madness into the Glaive Clear. It's just about limiting the damage, as that kill allows NTS to make a quick rotation to this lane that's getting shipped. And
nice two-man chains. That
makes it look easy.
Really great setup. He sticks onto the core kill because that's definitely more important. Collapse dies, but Mira will be able to slip away. Nothing to say. Right back into it. So maybe he missed like maybe 3 CS, but well worth it if you get the last hit on a kill. Moposhka gonna die to the spear from you.
Damn, took his head off.
Well,
took his skull off. I mean, NTS, he's level 6 before Laurel. That is what you want out of these Timber matchups. Just get your core out of the lane, give him some moves. Early kill paying off, and Y will not live through that one.
Oh, Mira's in trouble. Yeah, Shiro can get that one. Granted, they get the Tombstone kill, so trading out supports plus Tombstone.
Still level 5 for Shiro. That feels good. When you're a full level ahead of this melee offlaner on Luna, you just start to pummel them with the beams, with the big right clicks. Both these side lanes heating up for LGD. As Yotoro still looking for his 6. And NTS is starting to clean some scalps, man.
Double damage. That looks rough. Yotoro. Okay, Neo doesn't have the mana for a spear. Y wanted to give a bottle refill, but it looks like maybe he's just going to give Y the lane. Run back to base.
Too much pressure there with the next chalk, and they're going to go out and kill them. So solo XP for Y. NTS will go to base. Honestly, this is a decent start for NTS. Because again, you don't want to sit in this 1v1. You want to get some action around the map. So the fact he's 2-0-1, pretty decent for LGD overall. And early levels for Shiro trying to make him work.
Shiro, another loosened beam will do it, but he's going to lose Collapse in the trees, cuts down the tree to reveal him.
That's a huge solo kill right there.
Yeah.
That's that Undying payoff. Now you're really far ahead, and you're going to have so many levels because that's a solo kill, which is going to help you do those Ancients later. And NTS continuing to make the moves, punishing Yotoro for not having his own level 6, as the Skywrath Mars lane kept it low.
Something small. Mira does manage to steal away the Wisdom Rune.
At what price, though?
Yeah, it's going to cost him his life as it cost him his carry's life.
No high five? Kind of BM.
Kind of BM from Mira, not to high five him while he's dying.
I mean,
to him.
these two organizations have a lot of history, a lot of shared legacy. You gotta respect that. I would have expected more from the young gentleman.
Maybe he doesn't respect LGD since they beat him in the finals.
That's true. But they did kind of win the more important finals.
Yeah, which one was that?
It was like a small tournament in Romania. I don't know if you ever heard of it. The International. You never heard of that one? Oh, that's okay.
I was saying Team Spirit didn't respect LGD because they beat them in the finals.
No, you're saying it that way.
Yes. what other finals did LGD and Spirit play that LGD won?
I thought there was like some random third-party event you were talking about. Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about.
Well, why would I be talking about a major when I could be talking about TI?
I don't know. I don't know, man. You're weird. Your perception of time is whack.
It's always my fault, isn't it?
Nighttime. This is the nighttime interval. They have a lot of levels between the Luna and the Ember. Shiro did go for the glaives to get that Eclipse kill, the beams for the Eclipse kill. So you're missing a couple blessing points, but you're not too sad about it, right? 2 is where this spell peaks. In the early game, get that extra slight damage. NTS is hitting hard. Trying to protect his tower. That's all this is about, but it's getting Pugna-blasted anyway. So not much you can do. And yeah, the triangle stacks are starting to heat up for both teams. Spirit wanted for their Tidehunter to catch up, and LGD wanted for their Luna to accelerate. I know which one I'm going to take in this exchange, especially since Luna just dumps on the Tide anyway. Something's going to have to switch the rate of this game right now.
Oh, big kill, new. I mean, this is a matchup
Still level 5 on Slark.
Yeah. Oh, man. And Collapse is going to get caught while he's jungling. He has to use the Ravage. He's dead anyway, I think.
I mean, he just wanted the stack.
Oh, hey, nothing to say. Shows up for the last hit. Damn, 5,000 net worth lead. LGD came to play today.
This Ember pick is way too good right now. They have no answer for him on the map. Their supports cannot contest him. They have to help with Tidehunter. They can't help him. Yeah, they just forgot about it. Could have done it with the Tombstone still up.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're ravaging to secure your medium camp stack, or large camp, I guess.
Yeah.
Either way, things are not going too well.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a pretty good heat map. Looks like a pterodactyl with a robotic claw.
You good today? You all right?
I'm doing great, man.
Okay.
How are you?
Just great. Fantastic.
You didn't see it?
I could kind of see it. If I squint my eyes and look into the mind of a delusional madman.
Radiant's bottom
Been
tower
in
is
Sweden
under
too
attack.
long. There's too much sunlight
We're at
here.
the start of Group Stage 2. We still have so much more Dream League.
Wait, what? I thought there was like 1 day left. Well, Laurel's still going this Vanguard build, so either he didn't read the D-patch or he just doesn't care. Probably doesn't care.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I can't help but feel. I mean, I get it. You still want to go 4-4-2. I just can't help but feeling like this is wrong. Like it delays your build too much.
I mean, we're going to see at what timing he pays off, because he's still having a decent game here of everybody, at least on Spirit. He just doesn't have heroes to really play through. Mid tower will open up some space, but like, who's going to use the space? It's only really him anyway.
Oh, he tried to block him out with a Pugna Ward, but nothing to say. He can chop down trees.
And Yatoro is still dying to these arenas, man. New has had his number from the lane phase on. Yatoro cannot find the space. Collapse is having to do Ancients. Laurel's just running around on an island. And NTS is slaying them all. 7-0 start for the Ember. Playing versus a lineup with no stuns. He is making the most of it.
That's a matchup that can really go both ways as well, right? Like sometimes as Mars, you just run out of damage, can't actually lock down the Slark well enough, can't win the lane well enough.
It's just Blink Rush Mars too. Normally a build we've seen kind of falter in a lot of these games, but when you're ahead like this, and having the Skywrath on the Undying really helps. Because the Skywrath is giving you the solo kill threat. Every spear that lands, easy to kill a core kill. And then Undying just backs up your team fight. You lock them in an arena, you take those heavy 5-on-5s that maybe Spear want to take to try and catch back up. Mars and Undying will meet you there every time.
Yeah, honestly, I was relatively confident that LGD was going to own the mid game with just the Ember Spirit. And I thought maybe the Mars might be an anchor around his neck, but no. New is doing more than lifting his share of the weight.
And he's continuing to run Yatoro off these lanes.
Yeah.
Not giving him any space to operate, sticking in his face. LGD, once again, their mid game is very strong. They combine the right heroes in the right parts of the map. They're playing the Skywrath and the Undying behind you, making sure that he can be this literal bulwark against where Spirit want to go, force him into awkward areas. And the issue right now is Shiro has access to both Ancients that were stacked with Mask of Madness. His net worth is going to explode in the next minutes here because of all the levels he got off the lane. And you can't really stop that if you're Team Spirit. You don't have some easy playmaker outside of this Timber who's still trying to get some sort of item on board. I mean, he's just going Kai Assange.
What do you think of it? Yeah, what do you think of his choice on the Lunas? Nothing to say. He's going to try and track down Collapse.
This doesn't look tanky at all.
No. He falls over pretty damn quickly. It's going to be a while before that pipe. Anyway, he's going for a fast BKB. Is LGD looking to go high ground at like
That's what I'm
20
saying.
minutes?
This early game and mid game so strong. Yeah, you're just going to go higher on a 25, even potentially with first Aegis here because Undying Tombstone and lack of outspam from T-Spirit will open
Got
it up.
him again, you! Coming in from the side. Woo!
That smoke gang did not do anything for Team Spirit outside of a Wisdom Room. I mean, they were looking to maybe cheekily kill this Luna, but honestly, the two supports don't have enough damage. Shiro's just too farmed. He already has Treads, Dragonlance, Ogre Club. He's very tanky. And then, NTS is just stealing their XP. He's literally untouchable, man. What are you supposed to do? He's even got the cat ears.
Let's power him up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid tower gonna get taken. Spirit obviously just cannot take a team fight right now, so they're gonna dodge.
But is your lineup designed to do anything else? With Timber Tidehunter?
Nothing to say, cut the creep wave for top. So he is stalling their push. They were trying to trade out towers, but
I mean, Timber is not a fast tower taker. He takes towers by just pushing waves and gaining a creep advantage and just right-clicking it down with some assistance.
Dude, is he just going to own this ancient camp area and then just take the creep wave as it comes?
What's the answer to it? This is LGD's strength right now as a team. This like 15 to 30 minute period where they control the whole map, they do a lot of little things that build a huge net worth lead out of nowhere. And hey, they're at 10k gold. 15 minutes. That is very fast. NTS knows there's no control for him, and he's abusing it to the maximum while the rest of his team continue to hunt. You will barely miss a Poshka TPing out.
I'm not even sure what Collapse is doing right now.
I don't know if Collapse knows what he's doing right now.
I feel like he's just hitting Ember just out of principle more than anything.
These are those Tidehunter games where you really wish you picked a different hero.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be playing Tide right now.
Yatoro does manage to get away this time. One time only escape for him.
The towers are going to start to fall here. This is before the Roshans are being done. Shiro getting active, joining these pushes. Easy tier 2 into that outpost control. Will finish up his BKB as well. Very fast BKB timing for Luna. And that will also make him basically invincible in the engagement. Spirit do not have good answers to the BKB here. Very little damage that goes through it. It's pretty much just Slark stealing stacks off you, but the only way Yatoro is right-clicking anybody in this game is during his ult. And the kills continue to flow.
Oh, that blast off. Time to get aggressive, I guess, but nothing to say. He seems okay. He shrugs off the damage pretty easily. Shiro's going to cut in with his BKB. All that magic damage go to work on Laurel. Laurel, ooh, 20 HP. Shiro, can he spot him? He gives up on it. He's going to go back and help with deal with Collapse. So 1 for 3 exchange. This Collapse will die a slow and agonizing death.
You get the Mars. That's about it for a Ravage. I mean, that's a big kill to get. It's a lot of gold, but not good enough. As NTS is going to continue to just cut waves and farm your side of the map. And the mobility continuing to cause problems. Haste Rune helping out tremendously here, as he doesn't have to spend his spirits to just kite this fight out. And that's all of Laurel's mana. I mean, Laurel's lucky to get out of this too.
Yeah, seriously. He lived on 20 HP with that final glaive hit him.
And that's his last spell. Literally playing this fight to the max there. Kaya bailing him out, but his team is not so lucky. And that's a fight Yatoro dreams he could join it, but dreams exist for a reason. Because they're far away.
What? The dreams exist for a reason because they're far away.
I'm sure I messed that quote up somewhere in there.
What the hell does that mean? Mira's gonna die.
Just fulfilling his dreams now. Making the comeback.
Yeah, the dreams are nice and close, and maybe a little bit too close. Didn't realize what he wished for. A genie in a bottle moment for sure. I wish I could kill the Mars. Well, you did that. Now you're going to give up. Do you really want to be here, Collapse? I feel like it was really obvious that Laurel was not going to survive, and he certainly wasn't going to be killing them.
I mean, what else is he doing on the map, though?
Go farm!
Go farm for what? That's the problem with Tide. This hero doesn't really hit power spikes, right? He's kind of just dependent on how much net worth your enemies don't have. That's how I think about Tide. Like, if your enemies have net worth, Tide always feels a little meh. But if Tide can deny them the items, then he feels like a god. Because they don't have enough damage to cut through me and just waddle in. I mean, they find you again, but Tombstone is going to guarantee the long fight here. And Yatoro, he cannot exist in these engagements without his ult. That is a very limited window. Shiro does not even have to use BKB here. And Planet has owned this game.
Yes, he has.
LGD really like this Skyrath mage, and this game is showing why. It gives their mid hero a lot of kill threat, gives these aura AoE control offlaners a lot of kill threat. And the silence is always useful in these engagements versus a high spirit meta. At least he taunted in the end. I respect that. You know, if you go down taunting.
Go down into your watery grave. We're going to have the refresher build for New. And we do have Roshan that could be taken, I feel like, at any time for PSG LGD, or at least any time that Ravage is on cooldown.
They can commit anytime they want. They have double BKB out.
Sure.
Between you and Shiro, they also have Octarine Finish for NTS. Pretty interesting Ember build if you think about it. Just Maelstrom into Octarine here. Just wants to spam as many slights as possible, as many chains as possible, because he knows there isn't really an answer to mobility-wise, so he can just continue to set up his team, play off the Luna Aura, play off the long-range damage from Skyrath and Mars so they can contribute off of chains. And it's going to make him tanky. Shield Rune on top of it right now. All 3 cores for LGD just feel untouchable. So that is signal for Roshan. And the question here is, after this Rosh, you just walk down bottom lane. There's no tier 2.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Like, you just start hitting that tier 3, right? What's the outspam? What's the worry? You even have a Dying to give you a little bit of the sustain you need. There's no blink on Collapse. No blink on Laurel. And Yatoro, he went Diffusal, Echo. It's a way away from Ags. None of these cores can really easily start the fight if you just drop the Tombstone and sit with it. And NTS, he's already 2 steps ahead. He says, I have a rune of the gods. You cannot touch me, sir.
The meta barrier he has in that situation is absurd. Fortunately, Taser does purge it off, so. Shiro, they don't want to push high ground right away because the other 2 lanes did get pushed in. So there's a lot of farm around the map, so nothing to say. Pushes in bottom, pushes in mid. Shiro will take top, and in due time, we'll be seeing them go high ground. I would say, yeah, actually push down the top tier. You got a tier 1 and tier 2 just kind of sitting there.
That's fine as well.
Get a whole bunch of gold, then go high ground.
I mean, Yatoro was lucky to dodge that smoke. They both ran through mid at the same time, and I mean, New was pinging Maposhka out up here. They're not going to let this rat exist for long. The lesson was the trap is sprung. 8 gold off the ward, too. Damn. And a gem. That's wise gem.
Yeah, I was like, what?
I was about to say.
There's no way Maposhka ran out that way with a gem.
I mean, there's no way he has the gold for it either.
That is also.
This is a poverty Pugna right here.
4,000 net worth.
That's very little for this patch. Normally you get at least a couple K more than this just off of the random skirmishing, but they only have 6 kills. They've just been kill stifled.
Well, time to go to work.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Chop. Shiro will take this mid-tier 2, and Spirits, what are they getting in return? Looks like Techies and Slark are out on the map trying to find some farm.
Radiant's middle tower has
They
fallen.
may even try and go on nothing to save down here, but I don't see anywhere they actually kill him.
He's got 3,000 HP.
Yeah, he's going to go Heaven's Halberd.
He's so tanky. I mean, Yatoro is desperately trying to finish BKB during these pushes, and he is making slow progress. LG just barreling through these buildings. No care in the world, no threat on any of their cores. There's no blink on Tide, so even that surprise Ravage threat is not there. Just going utility in the Halberd.
I feel like the worst part, when you don't have anything to lock down Ember Spirit, he usually owns the mid game, but he also keeps all the lanes pushed in, right? Because he gets so efficient. You can't even like rat against him.
No, that's the problem that happened this game. And now you're losing your base. Silver Edge done for Shiro as well, so even the Tide can just get broken and destroyed.
Well, if you give up the tier 3, you pretty much have to give up the lane. When you're facing up against the Luna,
Got
you
the Silver
goes
Edge,
for the
right?
initiation. Yeah, they got the Silver Edge,
It's
so
gone.
that is going to be a full spear stun. Collapse still
Where is he?
living, though. Actually had both the pipe and the wand charges to be able to work with, kept himself alive, thanks in no small part to his supports, one of which had to give up his life for that. Mira falls. Now a 4 versus 5. 3 versus 5.
Do you have BKB on Yatoro? You still have Ravage. You can wait this Tombstone out. You might have a window to engage. Ravage from the side, pretty
You managed
cheeky.
to get that Ravage to surprise some of these heroes. Planet dies first. Why? He's going to get caught up in that same Ravage initiation. From behind the trees, a sneaky jump there from Team Spirit.
That was very sneaky.
It still cost them as they lost one of their barracks there.
And 2 buybacks.
And 2 buybacks. But, hey, I think they've actually managed to wait out the Aegis timer. So,
that's probably the best you can hope for in that situation.
Yeah.
You also didn't have to commit the Slark BKB. Like a little minor victory there. But damn, is Shiro going to be big the next time around, man. He's almost doubling up Yatoro here. That is the Luna engine. When it gets unlocked, it is a scary beast. I guess that's why they insta-picked it. They had 2 minutes on the draft clock. Xiaowei don't care.
Yeah, we had to rush down the stairs. Those final picks, boom, boom. Back to back. Xiaowei, well prepared.
Is there anything scarier in the draft than a Xiaowei instant pick with 2 minutes left? The only thing I can think of is like some old school PPD all chat, but
that is pretty terrifying. Yeah. Yeah. But he tells you that you won't get your server for games.
That's right. You'll never amount to anything. How dare you insist?
Oh, he got at the disarm before the Silver Edge hit. So Collapse is going to be okay. That was fancy. Breaks him now, but they already used the spear, so it doesn't matter too much. That is also interesting. I think the Glaive procs the taser. Like when it bounces onto techies. So Shiro will just get randomly disarmed in these fights.
I mean, they have BKBs on Spirit side. Laurel has his. They can commit into the Eclipse and commit into the spell damage here. He will do that.
You charging forward, trying to get the supports. Can't really close that distance. Yatoro is just taking away some stats from the entire time. Oh, Mystic Flare missed on Collapse. Shiro now pops BKB with the Eclipse going out. They kill one of those supports, but they do manage to disengage nicely from Team Spirit. Good bit. Oh, no.
Cancel.
Caught him with a slight change. Loosen beam. There's so many mini stuns. Blast off goes out, though. Mira sacrificing his body to be able to get Laurel out of there. Again, Team Spirit, they're losing. They are losing these fights, but I feel like they're actually, the way they're playing, they're getting the best out of just a terrible situation.
Playing them on the edge for sure. They just got to go in with the BKBs. There's no way around it. You can't let these towers fall versus Luna and then just let the Glaive bounces go to work. Also survived the arena with a clutch disarm. so that break does not come through. And it's like you said, I feel like it's the best you can hope for here, but what are you holding on for as well? You have to come up with a game plan. Maybe just hold out for Blink Ravage and try and burst the Luna off that initiation. That's one where you can maybe try and take a fight here. You think your single target burst damage is enough. That's why NTS went this build. I think he's just happy to go in frontline, cause chaos, never let them start the fight on Shiro or supports. And if Shiro also gets to Satanic, that is going to be another problem. At that point, he might just be too tanky to touch.
What, oh, he's switching up here. Maybe he's not sure what he wants to get. Thought about Satanic, now has Aghanim Scepter. What about Butterfly? Against the Slark, or is there just too much magic damage?
It's just like only Slark.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Butterfly's okay if you hit it with the Aegis and you go high ground. That part's pretty scary. But I don't mind extra HP and survivability here to get rid of some all-in initiation power. Satanic or Ags, I'm okay with either. I mean, the Ags is quite good versus Team Spirit's lineup post-BKB. Like, you'll absolutely shred these cores.
Yeah, they're trapped inside of Arena.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
The power of the moon rain downs upon them.
There's also a world where you just go in with Arena, you throw this Ags Luna ult in just to get their BKBs.
Sure.
And then you just take the fight. I think you're pretty happy to trade Luna ult for 2 core BKBs here. I don't think Spear can engage without them. Way too terrifying. So that's another route. He's still debating. Refresher done for New. That is insanely fast on offlane Mars here.
Yeah, does he even have the levels to back that up?
He does not have the mana to use this. Unless, I mean, he literally doesn't have the mana for 2 arenas plus it. I mean, you have Soul Ring. But usually you're casting other spells. So.
Yeah, it's like, if you're throwing out double spears, yeah, you definitely don't have the mana, even with Soul Ring.
Needs a couple mantles of intelligence, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, or some lotus flowers, perhaps.
Ooh, they got the silence. Might force the BKB.
Oh, he tried to do the spear arena combo. Toro's gonna turn around and fight, and
you
then
can refresh spear here. You can't TP out.
He can depth shroud TP, but the spear. Oh, he BKB'd. Never mind, he's good.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't want to commit the BKB here because it's gonna give LGD an opening, but you have to. I think he was looking at it too. I thought he might have just gone for the TP without the BKB though, because he got the spear.
Sure, yeah.
Then you're gonna be in for a surprise and a rude awakening. As LG are waiting for the next Roshan here.
50 seconds of kind of relatively free farm for Team Spirit. Because I assume LGD is just going to hold the Roche pit.
Roche is going to be daytime.
Oh, yeah.
Kinda
So
sucks for your Slark.
Yeah, move to the other side here.
I mean, I guess it also sucks for Luna, but Luna will create her own Knight, which I guess also helps Slark.
Yeah. I mean, does it really affect Luna that much?
No, but having the aura constantly persist on the Ember is pretty good, because NTS goes in the fights pretty deep.
Yeah, but that's if he's not close. Stay near. Stay close.
That's an early BKB pop for nothing.
Yeah, really not much of a commitment whatsoever from PSG LGD as they just continue to wait. The big man is coming.
I mean, that's probably enough for Team Spirit to not be able to contest. They need all these BKBs up so they can go in with the Blink Ravage, which is online for Collapse. He has Tendrils of the Deep as well with that shard. So there is some Chainstomp potential on a single target burst for Team Spirit. That's pretty much the only way they're going to win these fights. They need to find it on the damage sources, which are probably the Luna or the Ember. And those are both going to be very juicy targets to have to chunk through. So you're going to have to go in and sink that jump perfectly. Keep in mind, if whoever you go on, the other 2 heroes can throw out some random arenas, some random chains that might disrupt you here. And Team Spirit are going to smoke. They're going to try and flank the push here from LGD. I like this play. This is going to give them a decent angle, and hopefully they can see the back line. If they can find the Skywrath and the Undyne at the same time, they try and burst the core.
Oh, they've already jumped.
He has no
they
BKB.
jumped before Team Spirit was here. They're going to blow up Laurel. Now he does have a buyback, and the team is getting behind him. They're going to be able to get the Ravage on the backline heroes. Instantly, Tendrils of the Deep, chaining the Suns, 2 supports instantly dead. They're going to both buy back now as Yatoro needs to be able to get back inside of his base. They're going to go back out. Nothing stays. Hero trying to fight into him.
Still, though, this is hard against these Luna Glaives. They're going to bounce a lot. Nothing to say. Gets bailed out by the arena. Yatoro's still going for it with the BKB. Nothing to say. Had his cheese to be able to eat. He goes back up to full. Yatoro waiting for his opportunity to go for the next round of support.
Supports are back.
Andros lands on 2, but Shiro, he's disarmed. Can't do any damage off of these stuns, so it's just going to be the supports on Team Spirit who die here.
LGD able to bring those buybacks in the nick of time. Team Spirit were cutting that fight out pretty decently. Still looking here. They know they have to take the fight or their base is just dead. Double support by TPing to the outpost
Oh,
here.
he got it with the tendril after the slide, but he had a remnant to be able to jump away to just in time.
So damn tanky.
Nothing to say. He's got to get out fast.
Remnant.
These supports, they've almost caught up to this fight. They might be able to get a right kind of blast off. He tries for it, lands on Ishiro. Lyle jumps forward, and he gets nothing to say. The spear comes too late. If they could chase down this Luna, it's a massive kill. Yatoro's trying to catch up now, but he's got it with the Hurricane. Pull him back in. The Harpoon repositions him. Now they're going to be able to hit him with a pounce, and Yatoro is stacking up the stats. He's getting big. Shiro, TP off a BKB. He is going to be able to get out alive, but it was still a last desperate hold for Team Spirit, but it works.
Really good team fight from them. The flank killing both supports at the start is what sets that all up. Angles saving their base there. If only Laurel didn't get caught with his BKB coming off cooldown in like 10 seconds, that fight would be even cleaner, but he will have to spend his buyback. 3 buybacks for Team Spirit, 2 for LGD there, as all 4 supports come into the fight on top of the Timbersaw. You're still very happy with that if you're Spirit. You got a 2,000 gold kill on that Ember. That is a big one to claim. You got some extra stacks for your Slark, and Yatoro is starting to catch up in this game. It's still a very good Slark game. That is one thing we talked about. If you get him to the late game, he's going to be obnoxious. He's going to be a threat. The Ember's impact, I mean, it was amazing. It set LGD up tremendously here, but he did go this Octarine Kai Assange build. He's very strong, but he's also not going to prevent Yatoro going in and just getting the stacks off.
Yeah. There is not a ton of threat for Yatoro anymore, right? Like, unless he gets Surprise Speared into that Mystic Flare, that's kind of it. He should be able to play the fight constantly in and out.
Especially Shadowblade helps him initiate. The Harpoon lets him keep the gap closed. So it's like your poor man Ags build up just to try and hit the early items to take those fights. And I mean, also Collapse, he got a lot of gold out of these fights, man. He's ahead of New all of a sudden. Did not think I would see that.
Whoa, how'd that happen?
I mean, he's just a beast. He also lives through all of that and gets all that assist gold. Really good Tendrils of the Deep, by the way. This is not the easiest spell to land, especially on multiple targets. He hit both supports after the Ravage with it. Gets the one on the Luna post-Aegis respawn.
It's not the easiest on a non-stun target. Yeah.
So?
I mean, just saying that he landed it after the Ravage sounds so silly.
Yeah, but he still lined him up is my point, right? He could have blinked in and ravaged anywhere in this open area, and then you have to run and line it up. But he was just already lined up. He knew where they were. Anyway, you know what? Screw you, man. He's really farmed. He's playing well. I'm trying to compliment the man. You're just trying to bring him down. Negative Nancy over here.
Butterfly soon for the Luna. Do you think LGD's going to go high ground without the next Roshan? Like, get this Butterfly go high ground again, or are you going to wait and draw this game out longer?
I think you need next Aegis. But you're still happy scaling here. Like, you got a Shiva's on Ember. Ember can still get nags. He can power up even more. Your Luna still has one more slot, pretty much. Could be this Ag Scepter, but he's got the Shard for the extra damage off the beams. He's hitting pretty damn hard with the Butterfly. If you still get the break on the Tide and can stun him, that's an easy way into the fight for LGD. And I don't think they're going to get flanked like that again. Those types of plays work once in a game, but after that, it's in your opponent's mind. LG should be way more conscious now of where their supports are, where the smoke can be coming from. And they're just going to smoke themselves into the high ground ward for Team Spirit. This is their classic.
Oh, they got the Ravage on 3. The arena goes out from New. Might be able to mitigate some of this initiation. There goes the Eclipse, but the damage just simply not there. Not with the depth shot protecting everybody. Shiro's fighting for his life, and he is doing an okay amount of damage, but he needs to get out now. Forstaff gets him to the low ground. The Tombstone blocking with the arena as well. Oh, they got a lot of heroes. Nothing to take out both of them.
He gets him with the remnant onto the carry. Maposhka's going to be run down next, and nothing to say. Comes in, he says, move over, Shiro. I carried the mid game, and I'll carry the late game too.
TI winner for a... Well, not a TI winner. Major winner for a goddamn reason on a TI winning org. I gotta catch myself. NTS just shuts the door on that team fight comeback for Team Spirit, which looks so damn good off this high ground ward. They get them all with the Ravage. The Tendril hits 3, but it's not enough stun duration. Even the Halberd on Shiro here before he can get the right clicks, he barely gets enough time to get Satanic hits off on Collapse. Sucks that juice out of the watermelon. Buys a lot of time, and NTS, he's just waiting. He's waiting, and then he's in. The zombies are piling up too, man. Those things do a lot of damage here. Just shredding Team Spirit. Post the stun duration from Collapse. What you would have done for a second Ravage in that team fight.
Back into the game, Collapse is 1 versus 4 to keep this game going. He may be a TI winner for a reason, but I don't know if he's going to be able to stop this.
I mean, it's just in my mind, you know. When I think NTS, I think champion.
Of course.
And he's showing us why.
16
and 1.
Their lineup is actually very slow at hitting buildings. I'm just now realizing without Luna, who really does it?
I mean, NTS does it all.
Oh, got him with the Tendril off of the slight, but again, these stuns just simply do not last long enough, especially for a hero that has a halberd, so he's got this status resistance.
It's hard to connect. They need to chain like the Ravage, Tendril, and Techie stun perfectly. That's really all their control. They really wanted this Hex on Collapse. It's just a little too far away, and Toro's going to try and build up the stacks as Shiro is back. And just hitting the buildings, he does not care about the fight.
Blades are going to bounce. Dangerous. That's going to be Megas. Team Spirit might as well just give up on the idea of taking this fight, wait out the Timbersaw death, but they may not be able to wait that long with the way Shiro is doing damage to these tier 4s. Heaven's Halberd disarms him for a bit. Nothing to say. He'll come right back off of a Remnant. There he is.
Level 25, by the way, so he's got the double charges off the Octarine cooldown.
Harpoon into Hurricane Pike. Close the distance and then make it
just
gap once again.
Let the Glaives do the work here. LG do not need to do anything else. They do not need to force the fight. Tombstone up in 20 as well. You got to jump here. You got to find the jump with the Ravage as NTS is preventing it.
Laro going for the kill onto Why You Smile. Gets interrupted. First the Lucent Beam. Now a Scythe. Now the Eclipse. No, gets off the BKB. Depth Shroud comes in from Yutoro. Now the Scythe. Oh, they got him with the Arena. Got him. Oh, the Spear didn't land onto Yutoro. Yutoro has a chance here to be able to battle this out, but his teammates cannot do the same, and he quickly gets bursted after Assault wears away. LGD, I mean,
God damn.
Team Spirit, it felt like, and hopefully for this series, it did feel like halfway through game 1, they all of a sudden kind of woke up. They were playing well.
Like, they were playing those team fights damn well. That's a very tough position. They're very far behind, and they were making those fights look razor edge close, right? Like, maybe if you killed someone off that Ravage top a little faster, you win that engagement, you're back in this game. This game, I think, comes down to, like, it's a really good Slark game. It's just a better Ember game, and the Ember comes online faster. Despite the Timbersaw lane matchup, NTS played that early game really well. The one gank rotation mid by Planet really gave NTS that extra level advantage to make the gank top, and then he's just off to the races, 17-1 and 18. No one can touch this guy with 55,000 hero damage. Disgustingly good pick. He makes it work. God damn. He's a TI winner in my heart.
TI winner in some of our hearts anyway. And LGD, my question is, what happens if they don't get that same kind of good start they had on this game? You know?
Oh yeah, it looks very different. I mean, we saw Team Spirit catch up in this game. Their lineup has a lot of sustain, a lot of potential to just stick in the fight and be annoying. But when you're behind, you don't have that initiation power for so long. Your heroes are not nearly as good on the back foot, and the techies can never leap into these arenas. That mechanic just blows for the hero, man.
Oh, absolutely. Good bit of theory crafting and a lot of questions heading into game 2 as we look back towards our panel.
Thank you, Cap and SVG. SVG has a TI winner in his heart. I have one on the panel. I'm joined by Fear and Purge and Jenkins as well. And we're ready to break this game down. This was the Nothing to Say show, Fear.
It was indeed. I thought he was going to have a hard time in the laning stage here. playing against Laro's Timber Saw, because that matchup should be pretty Timber favor, but I believe Nothing to Say outplayed him a little bit just in mechanical 1v1 last hitting, but also having the rotation from the Skywrath, getting that critical key kill on him in that moment, allowed him to get level 6 before Timber got level 6, and from there, SVG was talking about it throughout the entire cast. It was a really good Ember game. They did not have stuns for this Ember, so if he had a good start, he was going to take the game away, and that he did, and that is some quality bouncing right there, I must say.
Shiro played a little different too. He went for the Max Lucent Beam build. It was the classic way back in the day, but for years, everybody's been maxing passives just to increase your farm speed. But Shiro's like, I'm just going to kill my opponent, and that's what he did. He got first Eclipse, he solo killed the Tidehunter on Collapse, and that was one of the reasons that they started just getting really far ahead.
I agree with everything that's been said.
What were you doing?
I was thinking about bouncing.
Okay.
I was thinking about bouncing. We can see the issue with perhaps picking Techies and Pugna on the same team. I mean, especially when in the patch they nerfed the stun duration on the Techies Blast Off.
Yeah.
These are 2 nerfed heroes. Perhaps in the last letter patch when the numbers are higher for both of these heroes, then it is worth picking 2 supports that don't have like good reliable stuns. I think also the Arena preventing the Blast Off, which is like the only stun other than Ravage, is problematic.
Yeah.
So maybe Team Spirit, when they go back to the drawing board, maybe something a little bit more reliable, probably coming from their supports. And if they do pick 2 supports that are like this, then like making that correction in the one of the cores, because Tidehunter, it's like when you're relying on Tendrils of the Deep as like your most reliable stun, you got some problems.
I mean, I think they're really relying on Laurel to have a better game. One of those Timber games where he just goes ham, gets kill after kill, eventually gets that Hex, but their draft really did depend on Laurel so much to have such an explosive game, and it just didn't happen.
No, and it's also a hero that's picked first in the draft, so all the time to address it.
But it's different though, because I don't think a Timber has gone Octarine early game yet this day, at least. They've all going Vanguard. The first game we saw Vanguard into like Atos, which worked okay in the game. But he built Octarine like his 4th item or something. So like the hero's intrinsically going to be different. You're not hitting the strong timing. You're not getting Octarine at like, 12, 15 minutes, somewhere in there if you're having a good game. So with those less weaker cooldowns, with having more bloat in your itemization in your inventory, like it's all going to affect your overall performance. And teams have been playing against it for weeks now, so they're pretty ready at this.
Although, you know what?
What?
And one of Ember Spirit's worst matchups is Slark. One of the worst.
You feel like they should have swapped it around?
I mean, you could actually go Slark mid. That could be pretty sick. I mean, you'll dumpster the Ember lane, but no, I just mean in game. Like Ember can't do much when it comes to dealing with the pounce, especially when he gets the Aghanim Scepter on Slark.
Slark's farming.
It's the early timing that you guys were talking about during the draft. Is that the you don't get to this Aghanim Scepter timing. I mean, he never did. He never did in this game. He didn't have an Ags.
So you feel, because it was the last pick, Tidehunter, coming out from Team Spirit. They had every chance to still put the Timber on Collapse, put something else mid that wouldn't have gotten, a play so hard.
That's one way to do it. That's definitely one way to do it.
They just thought the Timber would do more. Otherwise, they would have done that. And their hearts, that Timber was the counter to the Ember.
Yeah.
They could have, if they wanted to, go for a more reliable, pick the Dragonite mid. That's a good matchup against the Ember. But they decided that they just wanted Timber.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about Nothing to Say versus Laurel, and we decided to really drive our point home by having that as the mid matchup head-to-head here as well. Fear, you specifically insisted that we show this gigantic difference in KDA.
It was the Nothing to Say show. I thought this would be the critical moment of the game where it would decide, will Team Spirit's draft work or not? Can you shut down Nothing to Say? Because Nothing to Say, he had a free Ember game, as you can see from his score, but if he would have struggled in the laning stage, support rotations would have came, he wouldn't have had a game. But that didn't happen here. And then when you're playing against this Luna Undying strategy, and there's an Ember Spirit who's completely free farm killing everyone, you're not going to last until like 40, 45 minutes when the Slark is ready, and it just didn't happen for them.
Yeah, and I thought the Octarine that he actually built on Ember was kind of interesting. He was definitely really far ahead, but gives you lots of mana regen. You pick Sange Kaya, so that mana regen you just got gets increased by another 50%. And then he gets to do Sleight of Fist every 4.5 seconds, applying slows from Orb of Corrosion. And he gets to do Searing Chains every, 6 seconds for 3-second duration before the talent. So he's just disabling and disrupting the team fight. So if he's not dying and he's doing that to the enemy team, it is a huge percentage uptime for disruption in fights.
You know what taught me that Octarine Core Ember is busted?
This game?
Gem TD. no, Gem TD. Because in that game, you could get Rapiers, Daedalus, anything you want, and to maximize the amount of damage, you would always have an Octarine Core in the inventory, no matter what other items you would go for. Desos, AC, Battle Fury, whatever. You'd always have the Octarine Core because it's just more Sleight of Fist. And obviously in an actual game of Dota, it's not just about physical damage. More Remnants, Flame Guard having nearly 100% uptime or something like that, and Chains almost having 100% uptime. I mean, it is insane if you can get to it without griefing by going for that build.
How come we got you a gym ball to increase your posture and you're still slouching?
I don't know how you guys are sitting like that. I actually don't. I looked at you and I was thinking about that too. How are you sitting like that?
This is the way.
This hurts my anus.
I think you need to put your feet more forward. That
Yeah.
makes it easier.
It's the hemorrhoids.
No, not like that.
That's-
No, you got to create the balance.
I'm creating the balance.
I mean, his posture does look better like that, actually.
That's true.
You guys want to balance on the ball?
No,
In what
that
way?
sounds terrible.
With your knees?
What?
See if you can do it.
Oh, I can definitely
There's
do
no
it.
way.
My balance is okay.
Think fast.
It's not that hard. See, you can literally throw the balls at me. It's not that hard. You don't need no hands.
He
You guys
said
can't
that
do this?
Dude, there's no
He's
way
saying
that
that
I
later
won't
tonight.
hit my face first on the edge of this table right here.
Go ahead, throw it at me. See what happens. See?
Come on.
Fuck it.
You're like an old man.
Go get that ball.
Now you got to stand the rest of the segment.
Okay.
Okay.
On your knees.
Uh-oh.
We'll practice this a little bit. We obviously have quite a ways to go before we can do what Purge is doing, balancing on the ball.
Not that hard.
But we'll put in the work. We'll put in the time, and we're going to do that right now as we're heading to a break. When we're back, it's time for Game 2 between PSG LGD and Team Spirit. So don't go anywhere.
Never had any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls. you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on. And they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on. And I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest sleep in our bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on. And they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on. And I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. Paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
So the music got a lot more, energetic because all the energy that they used to spend on standing up can now be channeled in to the music itself. I love it. So we're back at the draft. No, we did not use the couch. We have now got these, not aerodynamic, but the one that looks like it, balls.
Well, I can't hear it from all the way up here.
What is the name? It's ergo...
Exercise balls.
Sure.
Ergonomics.
Ergonomics! We got the right ones. And we do have game number 2, PSG LTD's Radiant side this time around. The Team Spirit is Dire. And we've got Timber and Medusa banned out, as well as a Bat Rider and a Storm. And that means, compared to previous game, let's see, we have a Beastmaster in the pool. Because it's Timbersaw banned out instead of Beastmaster. Yeah, so we'll see who gets their hands on that one as we have Undying first pick. Are you going to indeed stand the whole time? Is that going to be the plan
You
there?
like balls,
I can't balance on the ball.
Like Hurt
What's
does?
the freaking point?
So you don't like balls?
No.
All right, then.
All right.
Not big bouncy balls, that's for sure.
Well, just know that if you want to sit on a ball, it is available to you.
Nah,
no.
Someone put a lot of effort
Whoa.
into making the Earth Spirit balance, and now it's just knocked off. But
we get a shot of that?
No shot at that.
Very important.
Nah. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Knocked out the Earth Spirit.
Knocked off the Earth Spirit.
That wasn't me, to clarify.
How long has it been since we had a first pick Rubik? We still got the Beastmaster coming out. First pick Rubik seems like forever.
That was Tour 1 and Tour 2.
And then it was gone for a while.
It was gone.
I think Team Spirit has been doing a little bit more than some other teams. I think they just prioritize it. It's okay against Undying too, in some ways. Throw them away when shit gets really scary. Steal Tombstone. Back up your Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, is the fact that they know that no matter what happens, this is a strong lane. Like, these heroes can always just nuke the creep wave, and then, Rubik can go get runes, Beastmaster go stack his ancients. But LGD, they go for the response Ember Spirit. Of course, they have the pick into 3 bans, so they can pick this core without worrying too much that it's going to be completely hard countered. And this is one of Nothing to Say's most played heroes. Void Spirit's the only one he's played more, but the hero did just get nerfed.
It did indeed, and this is the confidence level and the gauging the teams are doing of the new patch, right? It's like, Ember felt really good that patch. We're going to put it up to a first phase. It is good versus Beast. It can be good versus Rubik, depending on what he steals. Of course, if he does end up stealing your chains, telekinesis into chains is really annoying for the Ember. But this happens all the time where I see Ember Spirits that don't see their matchup, they get more and more confident. It's like in the nature of the Ember player. It just takes a few good dumpsterings, having a couple Huskars in your lane to really stop you from picking this hero. Is this overconfidence from LGD? Or is Nothing to Say really that good on Ember that he feels like he can blind pick it?
Or that they can flex it and have Shiro play it on the safe lane. Because I actually think we saw an Undying Ember lane. I don't remember which major it was at, but people were talking about how this is like both heroes. Like Undying reduces their HP with decay, obviously.
And you do a slice and you just
then you slide and you chunk them, right?
Yeah.
It's like about the slow harass. Even though it's a 2 melee lane, it's actually pretty good.
I mean, Undying isn't really a ranged or a melee hero in
He's
that
like
regard.
a spellcaster, yeah.
He's just the guy that 2v1s any lane, pretty much.
This is accurate. Ember just slights every now and then. It's
you
like,
can
all right,
lane
there you
anything you want with Undying, and he'll probably 2v1 the lane.
Yeah.
You got a lot of cores coming out
He's
in the
been
bans.
balancing on this ball this entire time.
Yeah, it's insane. I was able to do that for maybe like 7 seconds.
I had to wait till at least one more camera shot.
He's been holding on strong
Just
here.
raising my temperature at some point.
I'm waiting for him to like
that's
fall on me or something.
You'd catch him because you're a big, strong man.
I mean, what if he just headbutts me? Then we both get a concussion.
You would catch him.
Okay.
You would catch him.
Alright, so we got Skywrath Mage still removed from the pool. And the Muerta as well. We don't really see the Muerta that often, but when we do, PSG Shiro does like to play it. And the Naga Siren PL, I feel like this is telegraphing something. Something that, because there's a lot of illusion heroes removed. What do they want to do?
Lycan.
They both want TB.
Okay. That's it?
I mean, it's definitely interesting because Ember's not that bad versus both these heroes. Naga can be a little annoying, but for them to ban this with an Ember is definitely interesting for sure. It means, yeah, maybe they do want the TB right out of the gate. Or maybe they just think these heroes aren't as, or worse for the Ember than I thought. It's interesting for sure.
I feel like Muerta probably lanes well against Beastmaster too, because you're like a ranged carry. You have a way to get them off you if they run at you. The silence AoE gives you kill potential with the slow. I feel like that could be there.
There's one thing here we can say for sure. One team's going to walk away from this with a win. And another thing we can say for sure is the Team Spirit has stuns this time, and these two heroes. Good stun, good disable, good tower push. They can take Ancients. I feel like these heroes cover a lot of bases in this opener, and so they're more free in the second phase.
I'm going to add things we can say for sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
We didn't really talk
LGD
too much.
is Radiant
sorry,
for
go
sure.
it.
and
Yeah.
Spirit is Dire
You
for
think
sure.
they're going to get a Radiance? That's an
They're
interesting
Radiant.
point here.
I have a
That's
legit
an
question.
interesting
Sentinel.
point.
Legit question. We didn't really get to talk too much about the Luna from the previous game. Obviously, it's a hero that we don't see that often. We saw it insta-picked, right? PSGLTD didn't spend a second to think about that one. Is that a hero that was just good for the situation, or are we going to see that hero more often?
Luna?
Yeah.
Lane matchup versus Tide was the main reason I picked up.
Okay.
Just having that bonus damage instead of base damage. You don't really care about Anchor Smash. You can flash farm really quickly. You can buy Silver Edge. All the items you buy are pretty good against the Tide Hunter. It fit really well with the Undying too, because you got that in the lane and you could snowball with that, so.
Wait, is this
possible.
what we normally look like too?
Well, apparently me, because I slouch, according to you guys.
They're just doing those neck exercises, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a little surprised to see the Silencer pick when there isn't like a super defensive hero on the LGD side, but it is very good against Ember. Makes his life a little bit harder if you do initiate, and layer that with global, should be easier to get kills. So you can't say they don't have disables this game.
Yeah, I mean, right at the start of the patch, I pinned this hero as like the best 5 against the Spirits. That's where I saw a lot of people picking it up.
I was thinking about Clinks when I read the patch notes, because I remember like a couple weeks ago, Clinks was like the 4, and now it just hadn't been picked much, so.
Do you think he's a 4 here? Because picked together with the Snap, we obviously seen Snap Core, but then we've only seen it really in the mid lane, but I guess you could play it offlane. I don't think Undying is going to be a core.
I mean, you can eat the boar, not that he's going to necessarily make the boar. It is a lot of damage. It's a little vulnerable if they can get on top of you and kill you.
Quiz
so
question.
I feel like it'll match good against Esports.
Or other guy.
Other guy. What other?
Can you eat the boar with level 1 Death Pact?
That one, I don't know. I'm going to guess no because you brought it up.
Fear?
Level 1 boar?
Yep.
Not sure.
What level is the boar at level 1?
I think you can eat level 1 boar, and you can eat level 4 boar with level 4 Death Pact.
I have no idea. I was asking you guys. I'm the co-host.
Oh, you don't actually know?
No, I'm the co-host.
I'm pretty sure the thing about the Clinks Death Pact is most Clinks players only put 1 point in it because they want to go for the DPS.
I see people go for 2 points in it so they can jungle. That's what I've seen.
Well, if you're having a bad lane, yeah, you can do that. But if you're owning, you only put 1 point in it.
They did what you said, by the way.
Wow.
They went for the DK against the Ember.
It's a very good matchup. It's a forgotten hero, but it's first Ember mid. You got that solid stun. You crush the lane matchup. You out-regen the Flame Guard damage. You just right-click them through it, stun them, get every single range creep deny. It's quite good.
And they actually have a lot of physical damage on the LGD side between like Clinks and Snapfire as well. So once DK gets like BKB territory, he just doesn't die.
I feel like Yatoro is targeted hard here. The PL, the Naga, the TB, and the Monkey there too. They didn't need to spend any time thinking about that ban, by the way. Do we know more about where PSGLTD is going with this? Or are all those heroes good against potentially carry?
I think Clinks is I don't see any reason for this to not be a carry in this game.
Okay.
So I think they're going to lane it against the Beast. It should shut him down in the regards that he can no
Whoa! That's why they banned those. Brood actually
Where'd
got
that hero
nerfed.
go?
Holy Hannah.
Didn't she get nerfed?
She got buffed.
She got buffed.
Buffed.
Her web cooldown is like 3 seconds.
Her webs come back faster, which I can tell you as a Brood player is a big deal. You can now go across the map and change your little domain a lot easier.
And her third skill does like 20 more damage at all levels.
Which also is a big deal because Broodmother's laning got heavily impacted by the Insatiable Hunger nerf. And that was the big thing why people picked her. She always wins lanes.
And she got 20 base damage buff too.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Are we happy about this? It's like Brood and Lena are coming back. Is no one else getting flashbacks here?
I like Broodmother.
It is pretty recent.
Are you good at it though?
No.
Okay. Why'd I ask?
I mean, they're playing it offlane, right? So offlane Brood.
It's an interesting lineup. You have like Brood offlane, Clinks carry. Most of the time we do see Clinks has been a support position. Just because the scaling on the hero, it's not bad, but it's definitely not as good as the other heroes.
Here's the question for you guys. Is this going to be an Atos Echo Saber universal hero style of Brood, or the Guardian Greaves classic utility style of Brood?
I mean, he's against a silencer. It's got to be Greaves, right?
Manta style also.
What do I know
heroes?
about? I think he has freedom if he wants to go the Manta Echo build this game. He's got an Ember mid, he's got a Klink's carry. Maybe he needs to step up and do a bit more damage this game, because normally when you go for the auras, you're playing with, say, some Terrorblade, Morphling, you know they're going to carry the game. You're not really sure if Klinks is going to do it, but you do know Klinks is going to get active on the map, try to make kills happen, and Brood needs to be ready for that at that timing.
Yeah. Okay.
In the previous game, I don't think it mattered what New or Shiro played, because nothing to say to Embers just popped off. Is that going to happen again? I need a yes or no answer only.
No.
No.
It's not going to pop off the same, no.
Okay. Well, I am very excited to see what's going to happen in the second game of this best of 3 series. And we're going to head over to SVG and cap, but not before an awesome intermezzo by our prolific pandas.
LGD, one game up in this series, very convincing game at that, but it did feel like Team Spirit kind of woke up in game 1, Avery.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Hope so.
Maybe they washed their face.
Taken from Zhao 8 strats.
I mean, if you can't beat them, join them, right? Wouldn't be surprised. This is a very Team Spirit-esque lineup in some ways, right? You just have these like melee brawlers that are going to, in theory, scale really hard, and then last pick Yatoro Juggernaut. Perhaps his best hero this patch, one he's extremely confident on. He feels the vibe of the blade. It calls to him. And on the flip side, LGD, this is a very experimental lineup. Like,
Yeah,
Klink,
what the hell?
Brood
Broodmother?
I mean,
This
just
hero
as
got
good as
buffed,
mine.
but he didn't really get buffed.
I mean, Silken Boa level 1 dealing 120 impact damage is pretty damn nice. That is a lot of nuke damage on a hero that has a crap ton of regen in lane. If you look at the damage per mana cost, this spell's got to be one of the most efficient in the entire game right now, right?
For sure.
120 damage for 70 mana.
Okay, but
that is old Timbersaw levels of ridiculousness.
But it used to be 100 damage. And nobody was playing it then. That's still very mana efficient damage.
I mean, maybe Brood is just a bit of a misunderstood hero in some ways too, because she's supposed to be universal now, and you build for the higher base damage, which Insatiable Hunger scales with. So the hero is kind of being pushed towards being more of a right clicker than the aura buyer.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen that a lot in competitive. So I want to see Mew go for that build. I want to see the right click Brood with the late game Insatiable Hunger.
The shard.
Right click a Juggernaut. I'm telling you, it can happen.
Oh, 100% it can happen. Have you seen the Broodmother when she gets that minus 0.3 BAT during Insatiable Hunger?
It's insane.
It is insane.
This
you
hero
get
might
attack
be-
speed on this hero, and she just
Is Brood the like best late game right clicker? by
She
default?
actually legitimately might be.
Yeah, I think
because
so.
then you get the shard as well, and the shard's just giving you crap tons of flat damage.
Yeah, I think without any items, this hero might be unbeatable in a one-on-one right click battle. Like, for sure. There's no way you can beat her.
Yeah. But playing for level 25 does not sound like a good strategy.
Well, tell that to 9 Pandas. I feel like they do it all the time, and it works out.
Okay, well, we'll see. We shall see. I mean, certainly Mew is already queued up. He's going to go straight treads. So it does maybe already feel like, because obviously he's not going guarded grades, he's going treads, so.
I mean, if he goes utility on this Brood, I'm leaving the broadcast.
Thank God. Oh, got him. Shiro, meanwhile, is going to be playing the Klinks, which I have not seen a
carry Clinks in competitive in a very long time. We saw tons and tons of support Clinks, obviously, in the last patch. Everybody was playing that. But I really did not see any carry. Did I miss something?
No, I have not seen a lot of it either. I mean, the support Clinks basically plays like a carry.
Yeah.
Like, some of these support Clinks, as we've seen, end up with Deso, Hex, shenanigans anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's much of a difference. In theory, the hero has a good lane and matchup versus Beastmaster, especially with an Undying. Very strong lane combination. Can constantly eat the summon, so Collapse is pretty much just never going to put anything out there. You're missing a spell on lane. That's pretty damn good. And it's just constant Searing arrows into Collapse. Also, why the hell does this cosmetic grant Rainbow to the fire arrows?
I don't know. It's really bothering you, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but
I mean,
maybe it is.
I get some things you can change in Dota, but a flame arrow's a flame arrow. Come on, man.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I like the rainbow. I support the rainbow.
Don't like cosmetics, but that's another rant for another day.
Valve, just take the cosmetics out of the game already.
I mean, everybody complains about the balance, but nobody's complaining about the hats. There's too many.
Time to start deleting hats.
It's hatflation, man. Yeah, Toro is not having a great time versus you up here. This is a rough lane matchup. I don't think Jug has ever done that well versus Brood in general. Even when it was the old Brood, even when it was the really, really old Brood.
Yeah.
Even when it was the really, really, really old Brood that was kind of bad but still got played a little bit.
Okay, but what about like the really, 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 really old Brood?
Well, he probably did okay. Okay. Collapse is not faring much better, as Clink's Undying sounds like a terrifying lane, and it appears to indeed be a terrifying lane. Don't have much threat.
One more time and a decay. It's level 2.
I mean, he doesn't need to waste the mana either.
Yeah, it's got stick charges.
I don't know what you do in this lane if you're Team Spirit, honestly. This lane just sucks.
It does feel like LGD definitely built for winning lanes, very hardcore, even with these experimental picks. Do you feel like this is something that they took from their previous series against Team Spirit? So their previous one, they lost to Team Spirit in like 25 minutes, basically, in Game 1, and they only managed to win Game 2 after 45.
Wouldn't surprise me. Xiaowei does think a lot about how these teams play strategically and tries to answer it. I think LG have definitely gone for some lineups that are very strong in the early game to guarantee Team Spirit does not gain an advantage and run them over, and that'll help them get to the late game. Shiro in a bit of a pickle. How'd this happen? Just got run down by the boars.
Didn't respect the boars enough.
No tombstone up. Cannot counteract that gameplay. Collapse gets some revenge. Still traded out though, and the big question is Team Spirit going to get enough advantage out of the mid? Because they did get this DK counter pick to the Ember. Basically absolutely free lane for Laurel. He's losing it a little though, which is surprising. Generally, we see DK's a little bit ahead at this point in the lane. You want to get that 6 first, so you can kick the Ember out and pressure his tower. That should be the pressure point for Team Spirit to go to, particularly at the rune battles, so that you don't let NTS go 18-1 on you for a second time. Or 17-1, I don't even know what he was.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the part of the map where Team Spirit want to play. Also potentially problematic if your side lanes have innate pressure on them. Like if this Brood is getting out of control, you can't leave anybody up here.
God.
Yeah,
I mean, Yutaro,
battle's coming.
This is terrible. He walked back to base, and I was looking at it, and I was like, wait, you're really going to walk back to base with this big creep wave pushing in? But he must have seen this coming. Because otherwise, he'd be dead right next to his silencer. Now, they still missed out on a massive wave.
Yeah, is this better? He's going to have to TV back anyway. Can he defend this solo? I feel like you just right-clicks him here.
Yeah, Insatiable Hunger out. It easily beats out the spin. But Poshka does manage to get the slow into the two of them, and you actually gets a bit low.
He's not level 5. One more hit. Is that enough?
Oh, the last word.
That feels bad for Team Spirit right there.
Yeah.
They really want that Brood kill. I mean, Poshka has a lot of levels, actually. He's level 4.
Hey, at least Laurel's doing what you wanted to see.
Yes, this is what has to happen for Team Spirit. They need to play through DK this game. He is the guaranteed lane win and the guaranteed tower pressure. It's going to slow NTS down a lot more than the previous time around.
Rotated the support over to try and kill the Dragonite, too, while they're going to collapse at the same time.
He has Roar Up with the wand charge. He's got to be careful around here.
don't think they're going to kill Laurel. They're really chasing. Jesus. Okay, they do manage to get the slide chains back over. They do kill Why You Smile underneath the tier 2. They got him. Wow.
That is a long chase, but well worth it. Like, anytime you're killing DK with Ember, you're super happy. Nice little swing by Miposhka. Does get scanned, so no, but that's going to be double Wisdom Rune for Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's sick.
Big victory here. Because those LGD supports were getting a lot of early levels. So you have Y3-1 who's almost level 5, and the mid kill on the DK got planned at almost level 5 himself. So if you gave them Wisdom Runes, you're in big trouble. Instead, Team Spirit evening out the score, buying time for Yatoro to try and catch up off some small camps, but man, he is far behind in this lane, almost 1,000 behind the Brood. 2 points in that Insatiable now. A huge right-click threat if you let him just go to town. And if you don't, then your tower will face the consequences. No deny for you.
Consequences anyway.
It's going to be a big Brood. It's just going to be a question of what type of itemization does he want to go for. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind some like early Basher in a way. But I guess his opportunities to interact with the Juggernaut are probably going to be limited.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
It sounded better in my head, but then once I said it, it sounded dumb.
Happens to all of us. Telekinesis is trying to throw him away, but of course Ember Spirit goes where he wants, and he does what he wants, especially nothing to say. Dives past the tier 1 tower to be able to pick up the kill on Mira as well. So once again, the PSG LGD supports roaming around a lot and putting a lot of pressure on this on these various lanes together. It did cost them their Wisdom Runes earlier, but they are killing the cores of Team Spirit.
Really bad news for Team Spirit. Their DK is dying in the early game. When you play this DK Ember matchup, you want to be killing the Ember. You want to be bringing the pressure on him, not reacting and still losing your mid to these skirmishes. LGD just making all the right moves and gaining a pretty decent advantage in this early game. Even with the potential D-ward here as well, Miposhka's going to have to deal with it. One of the things I've liked about this Undying pick coming back, the more I watch these games with him in it as he's making a resurgence, I think his lane matches were bad for a while, and now they're getting a little better. But the other thing I like is, in a lot of these fights, it feels like there's 2 or 3 important early game skirmishes that happen when your supports don't have ults. It's that period when they're like level 4 or 5 trying to get to the 6. And I feel like Undying he just owns those fights compared to a lot of the other supports, because Tombstone is like an ultimate. It's like,
yeah.
Like, are you afraid to fight when you don't have Flesh Golem? No.
Why You Smile toss back in, but this is all just bait for New to come in and clean up from the side. Miposhka's going to be the first target here. The spiders are getting low. They do actually get a roar, but a cookie gets nothing to say. Out of the way, out of the side. New commits for the kill onto Laurel now, and the damage is there. Scatterblast finished him off. Shotgun to the face, but Planet, he'll die in the same grave. Fallen away, PSG LGD. See, the Team Spirit have just brought too many heroes to this fight, and they'll give up on taking over that mid lane and that tier 1 tower, but they can turn around as Spirit chase in too deep.
Mira really wanted NTS there, knowing he's out of remnants, but cannot get the latch in time. Will end up sacrificing his own life. That was a non-tombstone fight for Team Spirit, and it's still tough to fight through as New makes the timely rotation. I mean, they say mother comes for a reason. She comes for you.
And she's gonna be... yeah. Yatoro? Is he dead? Does he have the webs to be able to sustain this? He's gonna run him down. Oh, the neutral item gives him a little bit of help, and he kills the healing ward at least. The she's gonna be running at you, yeah, but she's also gonna be pulling you back in. I think he's going a harpoon build. So there's your right-click build that you're talking about. I mean, maybe a basher later, but
harpoon's good on this hero.
Yeah. Super good. I mean, it's a universal hero too, so why not? Cookie and kisses. Grandma wants to kill Laurel, but...
Oh my god.
That is really bad. Jesus, they use the global silence, and Yatoro still dies in the top lane.
Just gets run down.
Oh, look at Shiro. Oh, good sentry read there.
What is a god to a spider cap? Apparently nothing.
Is Juggernaut a god?
Well, it's Yatoro god. That's his name.
Oh. I was thinking about the hero. What's a samurai to an overgrown spider? Yeah,
wow, we saw the quick end of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys all understood how Yatoro died there. I mean, it was fairly obvious.
He got right-clicked.
Yeah.
He got right.
Even a 2K player would know what's happening there.
Now, this brood pick was disgustingly good. Working out beautifully here as he is doubled up pretty much. A lot of these Spirit heroes in net worth in this early game. And he's going to be scary. This is a hero that just out right clicks you, and a lot of Team Spirit's lineup kind of depends on their cores being able to stand the ground and win those physical right click battles. If you can't do that, what's the alternative in the game? Heroes don't do anything else.
Yeah. When Juggernaut is spitting and he's not a threat, when like you just keep going on him anyway, I think that feels so bad for Juggernaut.
Yeah, this matchup seems amazing for Brood. Yeah, like the more and more I look at it with the new item builds, the fact you can just chase him down, the harpoon later, you're out trading him for so much of this game until the very late game. You're taking over areas and clearing through his farm with the spiders. He doesn't deal with the summons either, which is just another downside. And what is the upside for Juggernaut in this matchup? I guess the ultra late game, but even then, like, okay, you're ultra late gaming an off laner. Still, there are 2 other cores in this game.
Yeah.
And one of them is Shiro, who's keeping up with his Broodmother's farm.
Who?
Shiro.
Oh, man. I forgot he was here.
That's right.
How's he doing? What's he build? Deso? Okay, cool.
That's literally what I was saying.
I was saying for the observer to check him out, you know.
Sure you were, brother.
There's more people on this broadcast than just you, Avery.
He's building Deso. I like the Deso. It's going to reduce the armor, which is going to let his other heroes go to work. You have the Snapfire to pummel even more minus armor into that on top. Broodmother is going to be clicking you real hard. Real damn hard.
7,000 net worth lead, man. PSG LGD really had Spirit's number coming into the series. We'll see whether or not Spirit... I mean, they woke up like... They definitely... The mid-game team fights, they did do very well for themselves.
This is their time to strike. They have Crimson completed on collapse.
The cookie gets him away. Broodmother's going to be able to slip out of that, and the Tombstone's causing too much havoc. Now the Kisses are going to go back in as the Global Silence wears away. Collapse is in trouble, and Yatoro and Miro were hoping to be able to help him out. Now they realize they're just as dead. Well, not Yatoro. He'll spin TP.
That was your Blink DK and your Crimson Beast, and you got nothing. I mean, you got a Tombstone, but there's just no good target to go on. Everybody's too damn tanky. Another issue with the Global Silence in this game is it's not really buying too much time here. Like, what? The LG lineup just functions off of trading with you, so if they're silenced, they don't really care. Planet can just hold his ult the second the maybe if you global before the Tombstone and Flesh Golem get popped, you're happy with that initiation, but otherwise, I think it just looks rough.
Yeah.
And now you're just going to be back to farming here as you can't win the early trades. You're going to have to go late game with this Juggernaut, which means LGD are going to have a decent chance to just take over the map on the back of the Broodmother, ride her webs to victory as New has invaded Yatoro's triangle.
Ride her webs? Ride the giant egg sack she's got going on there.
Oh, I thought that would be too visceral for the arachnophobes out there.
That would be me. I hate spiders.
Do you?
I do.
Why?
Because they're gross and freaky. And I saw arachnophobia when I was far too young as a kid. That's a movie.
Yeah, I know it's a movie. All right, I'll make sure to save some spiders.
I mean, I figured you haven't seen it since you're not afraid of spiders.
I'm not afraid of spiders.
Omni Slash actually goes over to Shiro. Tank it together. The spin is not going to be enough. The TP is barely going to be enough. Ooh. Close call. Close call.
He gets out, though. He gets out. That's some good space right there.
Stop that. Do not show a spider cam.
Ooh, look at the little icon, too. Fancy.
I do not.
I like that. Even got the correct number of legs.
Man, production is really good. They know how many legs a spider
Well, sometimes
has.
the graphical artist, cheaps out. He only draws 4 or 6. He's like, that's good enough. You got to pay me an extra commission to draw a leg.
Pay me an extra $5 for 2 more legs.
I like the spider cam. Do you think they actually prepared that for this tournament? To be honest, if they did, that was like kind of dumb because
no,
nobody was playing Brood.
No, I think somebody made that after Broodmother got picked. Honestly,
that's even more impressive. They drew that up today, I guess, after the D patch.
Yeah.
They said, oh my God, Silken. What do you mean? No? Oh, yes. He said yes.
Yes.
Did you know that today? I see they read the D-patch like Silken Bull. 120 damage for 70 mana level 1.
Broodmother's back.
Oh my
baby.
God, we're going to need a Brood Cam logo. The glory of modern technology. Couldn't have done that a couple years back.
Brood is
look at the cleave.
Down. Brood is back in town.
That was pretty satisfying.
It was. Killed some spiders. There's plenty more where that came from because spiders create a million little babies. They get everywhere.
This is just a game of cat and mouse. And Spirit try and dodge until they can get enough farm to take the man up. And Midas for Laurel. He's just going back for it. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about when Spirit think they're going to be able to win.
Yeah, you're not winning this game right now. Though maybe you can get a nice little pick off. Is Shiro going to fight this one? He's going to go for the supports, but they have a Ghost Scepter, or at least one of them does. Miposhka has a Crimson Guard, or at least the buff that's helping him out.
And Laurel has TP. So does Collapse.
All right.
And they're gone. Got the snap, got the hell out. LGD foiled again as they continue to rat this game out.
I can't. Once again, it's just like, man, Team Spirit's playing well. Wish they weren't like 8,000 net worth down.
I think this is similar to last game, though. This is when they started to come online.
Yeah.
I mean, the early game was rough for them then, too, but they started to pull together. Ghost Scepter's definitely already paid off for Mira, though he won't survive this one.
And Miposhka's also going to die. Whew. Spooky skeletons everywhere, and Collapse TP'd away earlier.
Oh my
they didn't
God,
quite
the
spot
boar.
him. They just go high ground. Okay.
This is what Deso and some Broodlings can do for you. If you're just going to rat the map, then fine. We'll just push your base.
That Crimson's only going to do so much for your Collapse. Man, that building is dropping fast, even with all that damage block.
See, 46 spiders have been killed. That's all for you, man.
Thank you. Thank you, Spirit.
Toro will continue to cut waves here. That's about all you can do as your tier 3 goes down. LGD on a warpath this series. Just pushing Spirit down.
If they get a Linken's on Shiro, like, how do they stop him sieging onto these buildings?
It's tough. Maybe you just have to get another one of those smoke flanks going, right? That's pretty much what happened last game.
Yeah.
They couldn't really stop the Luna sieging. They just had to find the backline, get a good angle, take the fight that way. Even then, it was difficult. But you don't have many choices in these types of situations. So Spirit, you're going to have to make the most of it. Maybe use the Beast Vision to find some good angles, get this drum up. Global Silence can buy you a little time off that initiation. Yeah, Toro will TP again for his life and escape.
Just got to keep doing that over and over again. Try and draw LG's attention because your teammates don't have the same luxury of just being able to TP out after they aggressively push in. They're going to try and do the Tormentor. This is pathetic.
Yeah, this is
quite
terrible.
bad.
I think Miposhka's dead.
Miposhka?
Mech form with Healing Ward, and who got it? It was Miposhka who got it. All right, so if they start winning some fights, they'll get some extra insteal.
Yeah. Is that shard going to help them win some fights? Don't think so.
I mean, maybe Clutch silences somebody.
I don't think he's going to be doing much right-clicking the way I'm watching him.
Never know. Another high ground poke from LG. Make sure Team Spirit all in their base here. Question is how much they want to commit to this type of push. Aegis is out in 50. They don't have that Linken's on Shiro yet. You can just drop the Tombstone and commit. Oh, the Harpoon drags him in.
Mira in deep trouble. The team is smoked on the right-hand side, but I don't think they can do anything with that. They just watch their friend die.
Not in time. Yeah, this push really heated up out of nowhere.
Going for the Tombstone. He can't even get it. The Global Silence is going to go down. He's back to the Tombstone, gets off the Omni Slash, and they kill. Nothing to say. A big kill. Now he bends over to you. Now he is low, and they do still have Harpoon, so he's definitely going to die for this one. Coming back, Shiro on a second life, but Team Spirit backing away. I think they've run out of spells here. And Shiro, he's going to start going to work on him. Collapse is going to be dying here. Laurel and Miposhka both trying to get out. Miposhka will not make it. Ran down by the spiders.
New is absolutely demolishing them in their own base. No answer for the Broodmother. Need an exterminator, but it's nowhere to be found. You pretty much get the best target once the tombstone's dropped, which is the Ember Spirit. Take out the sustained damage in the fight. But then you still have to answer the big right clicks coming out from the 2 LGD carries here. That's just too much to handle. Manta also soaks up a couple of those bounces. And Toro ends up outside the base. Not where he wanted to be at the end of that Omni Slash, unfortunately. But the web walking will do it to you. And once again, I feel like Team Spirit are fighting these engagements pretty well considering the position, right? It's just, they're down so much so early. Their heroes are not equipped to take the combat at this point in time. And that'll be Lincoln's finished for Shiro. Another item coming up soon for New. It will also be a Lincoln's. Man, he always looks so collected. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
I feel like New has the chillest expression of any Dota player I've ever seen.
I'll be honest, Zeal, he really won me over at ESL 1 Berlin.
Well, that's
I quite liked him.
Well, I guess LGD did.
So I didn't want to like Mew. I'll be honest, I didn't want to. I was like, man, they should have kept Zeal. You know, like, you know, just put your faith in me. I can understand it. I can understand. Mew is a beast, man. I totally understand.
He's been looking really good.
Yeah, slight chains him.
Look at him. He's so chill, man.
Yeah.
He looks
just
like
another
this
day
all
at
the time.
office.
Be 0-10, 10-0. He's always that same expression. He's like, I have to beat up some more dumbass kids today. This game's so boring. Should have asked for a more difficult hero. The inner workings of Mew here as he attempts to close this game out. Another high ground siege. This is where the Clinks, the Brood, and the Undying shine. As the Tombstone gets dropped for the Vision, preventing some of the Blink initiations. Laurel does have BKB. Kisses are just going to zone him off this Rax death, though. And even if you take the fight, LGD already got what they wanted. Laughs all around, indeed.
What do you think Mew laughs like?
I don't think he laughs. I don't think he's ever laughed in his life. Oh, I love him. I actually love him, dude.
Are we going Lincolns all around? Is that what I'm seeing here?
See, I know everybody loves the Dota players that are like high emotional velocity, you know, like the Saberlights, like these goons that just have crazy visceral reactions to everybody. But I like the Dota players that are just machines. They go in there, they do a job, they do it damn well, they go home, they wake up again, ready to destroy you a second time. No emotion, no expression, just pure mechanical obliteration. Those are my kind of players.
That's like me saying that I like my play-by-play casters who are like above 7K MMR, you know?
Yeah.
You're just describing yourself, aren't you?
No.
No?
I was a very emotional player.
Don't believe that. Why you smile, leading the charge. Immediately going to be stunned up here. They need to be able to kill him before the tombstone, but he got off the flesh golem, and that cookie dropped back down.
He hops in.
A three-man stun. He hops inside his tombstone. He's going to pop back out. Yeah, you could try and kill me, but he 4 steps away. They can't lock him down well enough. The Omni Slash is bouncing around, but he just drains them dry, sucks the blood out of all of Team Spirit. And that is a team wipe with nothing lost. Just call it.
It's over. Their bones, man. There's no man fighting you in this game at all. Tips around, well played. Man, LGD like dominating this series.
They really did.
They had like very few missteps. They held Spirit to so little kills too. Like that other game, Team Spirit found what, 6 kills in the first 25 minutes? They found 6 here in another 25. That's like 50, 60 minutes of Dota with 10 or 11, 12 kills for Team Spirit. That is just absurd for a team that likes to play the map, play kind of fast, and get in your area. Man, what a comfortable series for LGD. Definitely finding some momentum, finding some synergy with this new lineup that's coming together. And yeah, there's about a little smile.
A smile.
He's like, I messed them up. He indeed messed them up. That Brood Juggernaut matchup looked real one-sided. I kind of, honestly, after watching this game, I feel like we should be seeing some more Brood. This hero is really scary for these carries that can't punish her early on in the lane and then rely on the right-click trading, which she just wins. I don't really know what you do versus them, other than you have a lineup that can just serial gank them, like the Spirit Breaker or an Ember Spear or something. But Spirit lacked that. Their lineup's pretty clunky. It's a push-oriented lineup with the 3 cores. Their lineup wants to get to an objective as 5 and start pushing it down with an advantage. If you lose both side lanes, you're playing into a tombstone, and the Brood is just chomping on you. You never get that.
And if you got Team Spirits, you know, like rough game 1, maybe they'll bounce back in game 2. Absolutely not. PSG LGD slap them down even harder in game 2. Get a 2-0 for this second series of the day.
So we thought we were very much behind schedule because we had to start later. We had to have like a 40-minute break in between. PSG LGD is like, you know what, DreamLeague? We're gonna help you. We got you. Specifically, Neon is Brood got us. This was a beatdown. I thought game 1 was a beatdown, but this was the truer beatdown. I'm joined by Jenkins Fear. I'm Purge. Purge, this game got out of control incredibly fast.
Yeah, they did a really good job pressing Jug in lane. That was pretty impressive. The Clinks worked great against Beastmaster, and I think what LG did today is they came prepared with the patch. They said like, all right, what heroes are like on the verge of being good but weren't quite there 2 days ago, and they decided like, okay, we're gonna pick these heroes today and we're gonna work them into drafts because they did new stuff, right? They're like, oh, we're gonna play Clinks as a carry, we're gonna play Brood as an off lane, and they smashed the games. Game 1, they were like, oh, Luna carry, no problem. Like they just were ready to like do what they knew was good. That was slightly off meta, and it felt like Team Spirit was playing the same meta as yesterday.
Even the priority of the Ember over the Void Spirit, I feel like is a fairly this patch thing. Like last patch is like, oh, of course Void Spirit, you know, Daedalus, Echo Saber, broken, but not with all the nerfs, maybe.
Maybe, but I don't know. It's a today thing, not even a patch thing.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. But the one thing that LGD did bring is new ideas of what they think is good in the patch, and Team Spirit couldn't read that fast enough. And their read of the game was like, oh yeah, we're going to counter this Brood with a Juggernaut. That didn't work. We're going to counter the Ember with a DK. That didn't work either. The only counter pick LGD had was that Clinks against the Beastmaster, and that did work. So that led them to winning all 3 lanes, and that snowballed really fast.
I mean, what can you really say about this game other than, they got outclassed? I kind of feel outclassed is the right word here because... Yeah, it did feel like PSG LGD came prepared, but Team Spirit was like, you know what, it's another day at the office, we'll see what happens. Pick a little bit of similar style as what they did before, and it just didn't work out. Purge, was there any chance later on in the game, was there any kind of scaling potential, any kind of team fight play they could have gone for?
The Crimson Guard was really good. They were very physical, one dimension between the Clinks and their other heroes as well, the Broodmother as well. Just block damage, that was good, but they were so far behind at that point that they were going high ground. Yeah, maybe they can keep their heroes alive a bit longer, but their net worth was too far off.
Yeah, I saw BSJ behind the stage, and he said, Jenkins, how do you get rid of 50 squirrel corpses and skeletons? And then I said, I don't know. And they said, well, oh wow, there's a Broodmother. I think this hero is going to make it into the first phase very soon. And we just heard Avery also give that premonition. It seems like a very good hero. It's like one of the only universal heroes that didn't get nerfed. And that's rough for Team Spirit because
they got buffed.
They got buffed. That's true. And for Team Spirit, they are notorious for they were not the Brood team. They really suffered on the previous patch because they didn't play Brood. Every team needs to have a good Brood player right now, it feels like.
There's one more hero that was universal that got buffed. Do you know what it is? Lycan.
Oh.
Lycan got buffed. Oh. We might see a bit more Lycan as well.
And we already saw a little bit of Lycan last week.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we did.
Why didn't we see it at all today? It wasn't even in the first series either.
Because there was a Brood.
Definitely better heroes.
Yeah, I think so too.
People have played it as carry a little bit, but it's kind of like once in a while, and it always looks fine, but it can be bad too. Lycan's... I had this idea with Lycan as well with Universal. I was like, oh, he'd be a fun hero that you can play as a carry finally. But if you look at this damage per level as a Universal hero, it's like 3. Most other Universal heroes that are really strong, it's like 4 to 6. Timber gets 6 damage per level prior to the patch yesterday. Yeah. Every time he levels up, 6 more damage. Lycan only gets 3 because you also get Feral Impulse passive. So that was basically like nerfed down in anticipation. So that's why that hero doesn't function that great as a core, at least as a carry. Offlane, sure.
I could see it with like a combo if you're playing it offlane, because the Aghanim Scepter gives you all those stats, and then if you're like turning an Ember or I don't know, some like melee hero Ursa into a wolf, that could be insane.
It's okay, but I don't think it's a very good one. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And you'd play him just like you'd play Brood in the offlane there. You can just
Yeah.
build the items that Universal Heroes.
The items, yeah.
the items. You don't have to be the true carry.
But they did lower the ulti cooldown, so that it could be more viable now. If I think it was 10 or 20 seconds or something.
Well, it's just how it goes, right? Like the good ones got nerfed down, the bad ones kind of like got nerfed up, so they might be somewhere in the middle. We'll have to see. This patch is still fresh.
Hey, this was only the second series. We got a Brood popping up. I kind of wondering, what else our team's going to come up with? Because, I mean, we did say it. PSG is the only team so far, I feel, that was really out there with the changes to their draft.
The winning teams, honestly. I mean, we saw Lina, we saw Sniper.
Yeah, true.
So the teams that adjusted the most seem to have won today. We'll see if that still continues.
Yeah, we'll see. And I think a lot of things the teams are pulling out is just past knowledge of patches, right? It's like, oh, Lina's good again. What was good against Lina like 3 months ago? Oh, Sniper was good. Let's pick that. That was one as well. And we're seeing a trend that having experience, knowing how to play these matchups can really help out.
Yeah. Guess who knew how to play Broodmother?
Knew
how to play Broodmother. Indeed. Congratulations on a fantastic series, Niu. We got a couple of questions coming your way, and of course we have to start off with the Broodmother. What did you think? Who called for it? And what do you feel about the Broodmother game?
恭喜你这次这局的胜利。请问你对这个玉母蜘蛛有什么看法？是你教他们选的吗？还是他们要求你玩的？
就版本更新的时候，感觉这英雄很好玩嘛，然后觉得好用就选了呀。
You say after the patch update, he feel like this is a good hero. He like to pick it, so he suggests to pick it.
And he was the one to say, this is my game. Give me Broodmother this game. I will crush. That was him calling for it.
所以是你说你要玉母蜘蛛的吗？
当时就帮我给了几个选项嘛，然后选择了其中的玉母蜘蛛。
It's one of the suggestion from the coach, and he picked it.
All right, it worked out fantastic. It was, from our perspective, a fairly one-sided series, and we know you've got big history. Well, your team has big history with Team Spirit. Coming into this series, were you expecting to be this dominant?
他们看到这一局这个游戏是非常一面倒的，你有预料会这样发生吗？
没想到吧，感觉他们可能状态不太好吧。
He didn't expect it, and he felt like maybe Team Spirit wasn't in their shape.
Okay, or maybe they're just that much better. I'm joined by Purge and Fear and Jenkins. They all have some questions for you, Niu.
Hey there. I felt that you guys did some different hero picks and strategies that we haven't seen much yet at DreamLeague. Was that because you guys like picking off meta heroes, or is it just as a result of the patch and you guys adapted quickly?
他发现你们有时候选一些不是常常见到的英雄，就是不是版本的英雄，不是主流的英雄，是你们有在做一些这准备还是什么吗？还是你们学习的比较快？
大家都还是抱着一个试一试的态度吧。就这次比赛，就一方面是比赛嘛，另一方面也是就是试一些英雄跟阵容嘛，就没有那么就不会。就我们选人一般思路也比较开阔嘛。
They are very flexible in their drafting. They're still trying to figure out and discover some new hero.
Great, thanks.
Sure. All right, my question's going to be about communication on the team. Would you be like, since you're new to LG a little bit, are you more of like a captain on the team? Do you make calls, or do you just mainly play your hero and listen to others?
他想问你是属于那种主动会发言的吗？主动会提出一些要求团战之类的，还是你是比较被动的，就跟他们听他们说的那位？
就肥的时候会说吧，然后不肥的时候就看他们有声音的人，就谁肥谁说话。
You say if he fat, if he got farm, he will make the call. If he's not, he will just follow.
All right, one more question for you here. Before Dota, what hobbies did you have?
除了 Dota, 你还有其他的爱好吗？
几乎没有。
几乎没有。He say don't have any.
All right, there you go. Dota is life.
Hey, Big N, good to see you. Who on your team eats the most food? Who's the biggest fatty?
他问在你的队友里面谁吃最多，谁最能吃？ He say himself.
It's himself. Okay. Second question: Where did your name come from? What is new?
你的名字是怎么取的？是怎么来的吗？是怎么这个牛这个名字？
就赛季初注册的时候，因为当时微信我天天跟别人聊天的时候，不知道说什么，就发个牛的表情包，然后后面就取 ID 的时候就直接这个取。
He say during the DPC registration, and he was like texting with his friend, and his friend text him a cow, emoji, and that's how he came up with this name.
Okay.
A cow emoji.
A cow.
New in Chinese is cow.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Very specific.
All right.
Yeah, that was. Okay, well,
谢谢你。
yeah, thank you, Niu, for taking the time to answer our questions. Congratulations on a fantastic start to the second group stage, and we hope to talk to you again sometime.
谢谢你的时间，恭喜你的胜利，希望下次再见到你。
OK， 拜拜。
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I was.
I could have just Google translated that one.
Yeah, you could have.
It's literally just
It's
cow.
literally just cow. But we
All right.
didn't know that. But now we do.
No.
That's a good name.
Yeah, that is a good one.
It's like one
Nice
of those
and
like
simple.
abstract kind of. It's not necessarily like something that's cool, but that's why it's cool because he picked something that's
But now there's 2 cows
Moo.
in the Dota 2 community. 3 cows
Moo
in the
and
Dota.
Moo.
And
moo
gorgeous
and
cow.
moo and also cow.
And
Gorg.
Moose.
Gork is a cow.
Oh yeah, gorgeous cow. You're right.
Gorgeous
That is
cow.
Gork. Gorg C.
Yeah.
Wow.
Multiple cows.
It's a
popular
good
animal.
It's a good animal.
It is.
It's a great. They'd be an apex predator if they were in the wild, actually.
That's the only reason why you would even contemplate eating them.
Absolutely. High IQ animals.
They're definitely
Alright.
not going extinct. We need them too
That's-
bad.
we need
Yeah.
them.
Oh yeah.
That was halfway through the day. I don't know how PSG LGD did it, but they did it. They were able to 2-0 Team Spirit so fast that I would feel miraculously we're back on schedule, but that means we've got more Dota coming your way very soon. We have got a banger series for you. It's BetBoom versus Gaming Gladiators. We got a whole fresh panel to take you through it, so enjoy the rest of the day, and I'm sure you will enjoy some more Dota 2 here with DreamLeague Season 20. We'll see you in a little bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm BSJ. With me, I have Fear. And you know what, Fear? You know what people were taught to fear in the olden days?
The Black Plague?
True. But also the king. And when I see a king, I tend to kneel. And while he may not be a king, he certainly is a kneel. And that is our host, Tsunami. Kneel. Oh, no. No!
One moment. I'm gonna casually sit here while I was attempting to.
You're doing the bunny hop.
I was doing the bunny. Everyone was getting very bouncy on the last one. I saw even our pandas were getting into the spirit of things. Very, very limber over there. I'm good now.
First try.
I got a new seat. I'm getting a little close here.
I am getting a little close. I like it.
It's my best friend now.
Aww. See, now we've replaced things. See, you've had many daughters, but you haven't had a son yet.
Some say Artesian Sumel.
I've been told.
Yeah, but they're illegitimate.
Me? I'm the real deal?
You're getting there.
Let's do a test. Let's do a paternity test.
Paternity test.
But we gotta bring our annoying little sister into the mix too, I guess.
She's really annoying, actually.
Oh my god. Would you like to bring her in?
All right, everyone, are you ready for it? Can we get a little bit of sound for her? Let's bring in Sheepstick!
I also broke mine.
You're very irresponsible.
You guys have so much
Oh, the camera's on me. Oh, did I? Oh, God.
It's okay, just sit down.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Welcome, friends.
I really thought bouncing would work after watching you bounce successfully.
My belt loop was not as reliable as I thought it would be.
Unlucky.
Mine was reliable.
I feel so lonely.
Brian, would you like to join us?
Kind of. Is that okay?
No.
No, it's okay. Maybe next time.
Okay, next time.
It's full over here.
Okay, next time.
We're all booked up.
Yeah.
Because,
It's that harsh Swedish weather. I can't handle another guy over here right now.
yeah, it's midsummer time right now.
You're way too hot, Brian.
We're getting close to it. Okay, I'm going back to my old
Okay,
place.
thank God.
I can't
Oh,
take this
Jesus
anymore.
Christ.
I hate fraternizing with you two people.
Ugh.
You're too smart for me. You're the analyst. I'm the dumb host. And Brian...
I bridge the gap somehow.
You bridge the gap. You're right in the middle. And physically, you're right in the middle because we need you for the expertise of bridging the gap between this garbage introduction and talking about Dota. Who are the teams that we're covering?
I'm kidding. We got Gaimin versus Bet Boom. Two teams with the same record that just got done playing each other, and Bet Boom 2-0'd them.
They did. It was, yeah, I don't know. Gaimin were going through a little bit of a rough patch when they lost to Bet Boom. I think Bet Boom have actually been very surprising for me this tournament. Like, every time I've watched them come to international LAN, they played really slowly.
Well, it's not a LAN.
Sorry. International play.
Yeah.
They've played very slowly. They haven't really pushed much, many objectives, and then they kind of just get like beat out by the enemy who do make moves. So I would have thought playing against Gaimin, who tend to push their objectives really early, it would have been a great matchup for them. But they lost. I mean, Bet Boom are known for like having very strong laning for the most part. They have many carries on that team.
I'd also say Bet Boom's been a team has a lot of players, and I'm going to reiterate, they don't do well on LAN, but they do well on online play.
Okay.
This is kind of online play in a lot of ways for them, right? So they do really well on online play, and they're a fearsome team when you play them online. And when they play against gaming, maybe you can say gaming doesn't look as good, but they're the only sole surviving team from Western Europe right now in the whole tournament. So they're still doing pretty well. So this matchup is going to be really close, even though it was a 2-0 the other way. This one I expect probably to go to 3 games. I would be very surprised if we had the same result.
Well, how much has the patch changed circumstances? Because I'm out here refreshing Twitter, seeing Quinn Callahan crying about things, and then also regularly winning with the things that he's complaining about. Although someone posted the screenshot of like the last 3 Void Spirit games that he played, he lost.
Quinn Callahan is a cultured man, though. Like, he will abuse what is broken, but he'll be man enough to be like, yeah, I'm abusing broken stuff, right? Like, it is what it is. He's like, I want to play these other heroes, but I can't because these are just too good.
Yeah, it was Doom. He was like, remove the money printer. I hate this. And then someone said, but you play Pango. And he says, get rid of that too. I'm done with I mean, Pango's been meta for how many friggin' months now? It's like way too long.
Right, and I'm curious if the dash nerf is going to be the nail in the coffin finally. But the most recent complaint that Quinn had was that Timbersaw barely got touched, Brian.
Yeah, I can't believe that myself. The first thing I saw in the patch, the one thing that surprised me even more than Timbersaw was the neutral items, like Aqua Bracelet aren't getting patched.
That's true, actually.
Out of all the heroes, the Timbersaw one, I'm like, I know he only kind of came into the meta like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But
get him out of here.
He's been picked every game.
Yep.
And in first phase, for hero with so many like counters, quote unquote counters. Thank you,
counters.
Yeah, him getting first phase. I mean, people even letting through Batrider and then still picking Timbersaw, which was surprising to me because I thought that was like the hero they wanted out of the way. So people were just making Timber work no matter what. It's stupid.
It is stupid.
Dumb.
But they're very good at Dota, and so oftentimes whenever Gaming Gladiators says something, you kind of just gotta listen, which is why we have to listen to them and who they are and talk about them now.
My name's Tofu, also known as Eric Angel, and I play for the Gaming Gladiators.
Hi, I'm Quinn. I play mid for Gaming Gladiators. How would I describe my team in one sentence? Probably just really strong players.
Major champions, baby.
I think there's a lot of luck in how you build a team, and that will the people get along together? Will there be that natural chemistry? Will people just click? You know, like that's something that's just sort of ethereal, like people clicking. And I think for whatever reason, the people on this team do click and do get along quite well. So I'm grateful for that.
Sharing the championships and achievements does feel best because I can do it with this team that I'm with. Just having the sense of achievement, accomplishment that you share with others. Because alone, it doesn't really mean much to me. But talking about it with others just gets the flame heated. Usually if we go to events and like we are actually in this hotel environment together and we eat and spend time together, I think that's when we come up with the best ideas to play. And that's usually the environment where we drive the most. I think the mindset that we share outside of Dota, like the aspect beside playing of doing things together, being friends and just spending time around each other is helping us a great deal at these events and generally for playing Dota.
Wow, it's like a Fast and Furious movie. They're like a family. The power of a joint team effort. But I feel like Dota players are very individualistic generally. I feel like I want to be the one getting trophies.
And that's why you're here.
And that's why I'm here. Brian, what's the most impressive individual feat that you've achieved that you're very proud of?
In Dota or just in life?
It could be overlap, but in life, and then if it is in Dota also.
I mean, I'd say in Dota, like, which is also life.
True.
I would probably say getting to cast the internet or be a panelist at the international.
Okay.
That was kind of like the moment where I was like, man, I'm really here right now.
Yeah. Though even to an extent, that is a bit of a team achievement because as a show, we're putting on a panel. 4 of us are a team.
Oh, absolutely. That's like the number one thing they tell you at the international.
Exactly.
This is you literally get there and the people at Valve are just like, this event is more than just you.
Yeah.
This event is like what everyone here makes it. And like, you guys should take pride in everything that you contribute to this event as a team. And that's like a cool way to think about it.
We're a piece of the puzzle that makes the beautiful picture.
Yeah.
And for each of these teams, we've been seeing oftentimes so close to the puzzle pieces just don't match up. And you send one to a different region, and then they achieve great things here. Sometimes it's like a European piece that has been trying to be jammed into a North American picture.
Sometimes. There's a lot of different ways. Sometimes you send a piece to Europe and then they come back to America as well. But in this particular case of the Gaming Gladiators, it just couldn't, there was no fit, right? So he had to broaden his horizons, find something new, and it was an instantaneous fit. That was like the biggest surprise for me. Like Quinn Callahan plays in NA his whole career, decides to go to Europe here, finds a team in which I thought on paper I was like, they're gonna go to Div 2. This is a Div 2 team for sure. That's what I thought, honestly. And then they end up winning the major, getting first in groups, winning another major, and like, damn, like just having a little bit of perspective, having some talent can do a lot.
And on the other hand,
tell me,
we got good old Nightfall, goes to America,
and
plays and doesn't do well, and then comes back.
I wouldn't say he did bad though.
Okay,
like,
I wouldn't say he did bad in the grand scheme of things, obviously, because they always qualified at everything because they're still like a strong team.
Yeah.
But the problem was they always looked super disjointed. I remember a period where everything felt wrong, and it felt like it was because like him and Arteezy were both like going for farm every game, and like Nightfall wasn't that guy. He was like, he wanted more farm. Like, he wanted to kind of carry the game from offlane. And then there was like a tournament, I think, where Arteezy did look like he stepped back and played like more like fighting carries, and then things looked really good, and they did perform really well. So I remember that as like the highlight of him on that team. So I'm glad to see him come back now and play on Bet Boom and actually be the carry, and trying to shine on what he wants to do.
So he achieved what he couldn't do when he played on EG. Is make the other carry player play offlane for him.
Yeah, literally.
It's a cycle of abuse. The most healthy way to create a team, which for most of Bet Boom's international performances, like you alluded to, Sheep, has not been working out, and this is a rare exception. Granted, they've only made it through the second stage of the tournament. I think until they make it to playoffs, I'm not willing to say like, oh, finally they got their mojo back. But at least they're not getting eliminated in the very first part of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm kind of stoked to keep watching them and see how they continue to evolve as players, because clearly something's working.
Hopefully it all wasn't just a product of the C patch.
Hopefully. I mean, we got the D patch now.
Yeah.
And I'm very curious to see how Quinn will pick, because obviously in this patch, Leshrac got buffed. And I know we saw Emperor Shumail playing it earlier, and I'd say it looked okay. I wouldn't say it looked like it jumped up like in a massive amount, but there was also like a lot of pressure put mid on him with like a lot of ganks and rotations. So maybe that's like the way you have to play against Lesh. I don't know. We'll see how it looks at like peak strength. But Quinn's a big Lesh player.
Yes.
I didn't get the chance to see. Were there any Eternal Shrouds earlier? Like, did people purchase?
He went Bloodstone first on the.
Did he ever go Eternal Shroud?
I don't know. I didn't.
Because I thought of all the heroes that might pop up because of the buffs.
It was what, 200 gold?
It's 200 gold, and they also made it an extra 5% did magic damage to mana. So it's now 30% damage to mana.
Kind of hard to turn down, but I still feel like whatever heroes it was good on, it's still going to be only good on like what, Bristleback and occasionally Timber.
I mean, I think Lesh, Timber, like any of these heroes, like it could be reasonably good. And the fact is, I used to be the one that was the most skeptical of items like this. I'm like, this is a conceptually trash item. But when we looked at Bloodstone before, I think a lot of us, myself included, thought that. And then it got buffed like a bunch of times in a row. And if you look at the last 5 or 6 patches, that's where Eternal Shroud's at. So I just think of heroes like Lesh for Quinn. I wonder if he'll be one of the players that might spice it up a little bit in the next... I wouldn't say it's going to happen today because the patch just came out.
Yeah. Question is it better than Bloodstone Kaya Sange?
That was my question too.
Yeah. Well, I stole your question because you were too slow.
Sorry. Well, no, that's fine. I was just thinking. I wasn't gonna.
No, I see the anger.
He literally
you
took
had
it
your
from
point.
you. How do you feel about this?
It just feels like as a father, you took away like an opportunity for me to grow as your daughter.
I'm making sure you can find new opportunities and be versatile and creative.
Okay.
You have to go fast. It's a cruel world.
Do you feel heard?
No. Can you hold my hand?
I'm only helping you. No.
Please.
Fist bump though.
All right.
True love. Unconditional love.
So my question from this is, if you go Bloodstone Kaya Sange, does this then lead into a really nice Octarine pickup with the buffs to having 2 Void Stones?
Probably not.
No?
I think Octarine Core is just overall a much
think it's
worse
dead?
item.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just much worse. Not just because of like the actual build-up itself, but the Void Stones, they made it so it went from 3.5 to 5
Yeah.
mana regen, and then they just completely remove the health regen. So the item itself is, I think, just strictly worse even when you finish it.
One of the rare offlaners who I think it is still viable on, though, is Doom, because he can actually benefit from the cooldown reduction more than other offlaners. Other offlaners, it was just like, well, I got nothing better to do with this Vanguard. Might as well turn it into an Octarine.
Are you guys kind of shocked that they're
Can't do
picking
that
Doom
anymore,
still? Like,
you can't do that anymore, right? But I'm saying, like, Doom may still individually go for an Octarine regardless.
But the question is, are these heroes that needed the Vanguard to sustain that would then eventually make the Octarine with that Vanguard still good?
I see.
Because without that Vanguard, you lose your laning presence, right? And if you don't want to make a Crimson Guard, you don't want to just make a casual Vanguard. So that's going to have a big impact on how these offlaners think about the offlane now.
Doesn't it still go into Octarine though? Because you just
No.
take the health, the vitality booster and put that into the soul
Yeah,
booster.
like, you
With
can
your
still
ring
do
of
that.
health.
Yeah.
You're just sitting around with a ring of health.
You
that does
lost
nothing.
700 gold
You
effectively.
did
in the
lose
patch.
money. Yeah, you did lose money. But maybe you could buy a Lotus or something fun. Something fun.
Yeah, so
little
fun.
silly
I love
little
Lotus
item.
It's fun.
It's just worse now.
It is
no
worse.
other way to look at it.
Yeah.
I'm just interested that Doom is still considered a first-round pick. Because
He
maybe
lost one armor.
He lost an armor. He
Lot of
lost
gold on
Devour
Devour.
gold, 40 at max, I think.
Yeah.
Which
He lost
is
the
significant.
Vanguard Octarine play.
Yeah.
He did lose that.
He lost a lot. I
Yeah.
thought
Yeah.
this hero was going to be gone. But
Maybe they feel like with techies, it's still strong enough, like in lane, to kind of just get off to a good start, and then it's still Doom, right?
you also have to like practice strategy. So maybe teams would. I think teams tend to lean towards playing what they are optimal at playing rather than what may be the best hero currently. 'cause
I
they
think
haven't had
that's
time
the
to
most
adjust.
likely one because, like, you're a team, you prepared for this tournament, you scrimmed a lot, you have your ideas and how you want to play it, and then all of a sudden you're not just gonna be like, let's just throw everything away. You kind of just look at the patch for the most part, unless you're LGD, of course, and you just go balls off the wall here and just do something new, which could be a good idea. But for most teams, we're still gonna stick it within the realm of what we practice, what we know is good, and if it doesn't work, then we'll adjust.
I think it's like as well when you look at Bet Boom. I wrote down the stat. Hold on, let me check. The average win time of Bet Boom is 41 minutes. These guys love playing for the late game.
Is that the highest of the tournament? Or?
I'm not actually sure.
Yes, it is.
That is pretty high.
It's really high, and like for reference as well, against Gaimin's average win time is 32 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So it's 9 minutes longer.
You did talk about them going for early objectives on gaming.
I was thinking of that particular stat. I just didn't bring up the numbers at the time.
Oh, I connected the dots without you telling.
thank you.
I feel proud of myself as a co-host.
Co-host
right now.
moment there.
Yeah.
My
Connecting-
co-host.
Proud of
Connecting
yourself,
the
though.
two sides.
You gotta be subtle about it.
Oh.
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Okay, that's a new thing for me. I'll get used to that.
Oh, I can make another point off this point.
Oh.
Is that when Gaimin's games go later, they have a lower win rate as well. So these guys are actually kind of not playing too well in the late game. So I think maybe that's a part of how Bet Boom owned them last time. Is like if you can draw out that game, maybe they can make the better decisions. So I think
And I have a point to make on that point, too.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
For gaming, normally what I see through their itemization is they build a lot of auras, they build a lot of support items, and these items don't scale.
Right.
So if the game goes later, you're playing versus Doom who's going Midas, being really greedy, you lose a couple team fights, you lose your carry, now all your net worth is invested into these small items.
Yeah.
You're probably going to lose the late game to multiple cores or a hard carry. So generally speaking, gaming conceptually is a team that likes to win in the mid game, not the late game.
I think Baboom here is going for the let's pick every hero that got nerf strat. Those
Seriously?
must have been good.
And
Must have been
Disruptor,
really
like,
good.
he wasn't even that popular. I know it's an Eastern European favorite, and I don't know. Like, it wasn't that big of a nerf. It was
base strength by 2, or base damage by 2, and his Thunder Strike level 1 kind of sucks now.
They buffed it at level 4 though.
Oh, max it out time. 4-1-1. It's mid disruptor. You heard it here first. Peter predicted it.
Thank God, finally. Oh, yes.
Here it
Bird.
is. I
We
said
just
this hero's
watched
going
it.
to be in every game. I don't know if
Okay.
Jenkins gave me a shout
3
out.
months
I heard him say it
ago,
last patch.
everyone was sick of seeing Brood.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden everyone's hyped to see it again.
I'm not hyped.
What is wrong with everyone?
It's kind of, I mean, I think it's kind of cool watching Brood
Disgusting.
play on the new map because the new map is so big.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
So her webs are super big. It's kind of cool how she uses the space because it used to be Brood takes one side of the map and that's just like a no-go zone. But now the map is so big, even though her webs are bigger, you're still going to be able to find space to farm against her. So I think it's just cool to watch how she plays on the new map. I don't think she's a fun hero, and I hope she dies again soon. I don't really understand why he kept buffing her to make her viable, but well, what can you do?
Okay, so I was reading over the patch notes, and you guys are talking about, like, why did they make Brood viable again, okay? So I was thinking, it's been probably 5 patches since Gyro was good.
Yeah.
That was something that came into my head. And they gave him 50 damage on his ulti's second missile.
Thank God.
And then I was
He's
like,
back.
okay, so it's been one patch since Lesh was really good. 4 buffs for Leshrac on every single spell. Same with Brood. I think of like, why do certain heroes just get so much love?
Maybe they're scared because like there's 2 ancients now as well. Like if Gyro's good, maybe he just like bams the whole map and just suddenly it's like, okay, Gyro's 6 light at 20 minutes, we're done.
Yeah, maybe somebody just had a traumatizing experience with Gyrocopter.
But so many of the gyro buffs have been oriented towards him being a support, though. Like, it's like Rocket Barrage nerfs,
It was-
call down buffs,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Like,
yeah, it's kind of weird.
Flat Cannon's just sitting around.
That hero has an identity crisis for sure. But what I like about this Hoodwink pick so much is that most of Broodmother's counters are heroes like Slark, Monkey King, Ursa, Bristleback, all heroes that rely heavily on a passive. And a lot of these heroes not only rely on a passive that gets broken by Hoodwink's damage, but it also are heroes that have like sustain or they want long fights where they fear burst. And that's exactly what Hoodwink does. So I really hate playing these heroes into Hoodwink. I think you still kind of have to pick one against the Broodmother, and they go for the Monkey King. But I think that's a really interesting like tech that was a really common duo, the Broodmother Hoodwink previously.
Yeah, it's a really good combination. Plus you have that stun if you want to continuously chase down. This is a very old, this is like Lima Major style. Like you'd pick the Hoodwink plus the Broodmother. And this Monkey King, it never worked. Like I've seen it time and time again. You have the miss chance, you've got the stun from Hoodwink. All of Hoodwink's spells, I know we haven't seen Hoodwink in a while, but over the previous patches, not the D patch, she had her Anchorn shot was buffed. Bushwhack damage has gone up. Broodmother's Silken Bola damage has gone up. That's a lot of nuke damage for a Monkey King. Is he going to be able to get those procs off and punish the Brood? I'm scared for it, because if the lane doesn't work, your option is to go farm against Brood. And you don't really farm that fast as a Monkey King if you don't win your lane. So Betboom going all in on the laning stage here. This lane, for me, we're back to the Broodmother days. You got to win the lane with this matchup or Broodmother's going to take over the map. And now it's a universal hero. It's not going to go the Pipe Greaves build most likely. Probably more into the Echo Saber Manta. It becomes a scary core.
I really like Brood Hoodwink lane. I think it was Liquid that used to play it a lot from my recollection, and they would always like destroy with it. It was way too much poke and like then getting low enough where they could go in for the kill and you just couldn't stand against them. This is a terrifying lane. I actually genuinely don't believe Monkey can stand up to it.
I don't think so either.
Would you have rather than pick like a TB where they kind of expect to lose the lane, where he can go jungle early, or like kind of draw the lane and then leave? Or like what would you have preferred if you don't like the Monkey King?
Well, that's always been the question, right? Because if you go back to when Brood was popular, it never made it out of the ban phase for good reason. So my idea of Brood is generally, yes, pick something that can withstand the early levels. TB could be fine. And then you're going to eventually not deal with spiders. And as a carry, you don't want to just sit in the safe lane and defend versus Brood, right? You want to get your net worth up. Then pick an off lane or a mid who can just make that rotation swap with you and then defend against the spiderlings.
It's like now that I theory crafted TB, I'm not even paying close attention to the bans here. They really telegraphed this Broodmother pick because all the illusion heroes are really annoying for her. They banned Naga, PL, and Terrorblade. I think PL's the only matchup that's bad for Morph out of all the carry-to-carry matchups. I think Morph's fine to play the other two. So it's kind of interesting how Betboom didn't really see that either.
Yep.
All right, here's the fun part. Will Quinn expand his hero pool? He's played 4 different heroes this tournament.
What are they?
So
No, he
far.
won't.
Timbersaw, Ember Spirit, Queen of Pain, and Void Spirit.
He didn't play Pango at all?
No, he hasn't.
not yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, Pango got banned. Queen of Pain's the only one left, right? Or did you say Ember?
Void Spirit, but that hero is looked like he took a
Don't worry.
got real shit on in the
Betboom will pick it because they want to pick 5 heroes that got nerfed in the entire patch.
True.
Because Boundless Thunder
Oh yeah, you're
got
right.
nerfed on
Boundless
Monkey
Strike
King.
did get nerfed. I was like, wait a minute, did Monkey King get nerfed? He did. You're right.
And they ban out the signature Leshrac out of Quinn, so he's gonna maybe go back to the old Queen of Pain, which
I like Queen of Pain here.
Ag's Shadow Strike got nerfed.
They didn't ban Puck though.
Oh yeah,
So
Puck's
I highly
also.
doubt. Like you wouldn't ban SF Storm if you were gonna pick Quap.
So Quinn has a big hero pool generally. However, no, he has a big hero pool, but every patch he'll pick 4 from those and just stick to them.
Yeah.
So when there's a new patch, he might begin his new hero pool of 4 heroes.
I actually
right?
think he played around 4 or 5 during the DPC as well.
Yeah.
He jumps from puddle to puddle.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
He likes, I think as a mid laner, repetition's really important. And a lot of these like lane meta developments consistently change over the course of like a week or 2. And so that's why he picks heroes like Void Spirit every time.
I guess so. What's the shift here? It looks like a C patch draft. Well, aside from Broodmother, from Gaiman. And it definitely looks like a C-patch draft from BetBoom. But which one's better?
GPK Ember Spirit.
No, shut up. I don't want the analysis on which one's better, Fear. I want you to prove it to me in a more combative way. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been looking at all these analysts doing analysis. Well, why don't you let physics do some analysis? Bring out the blades.
Where's the box?
I don't know. You tell me.
Mark!
Bring out the blades!
Bring out the blades! All right. Oh, shit.
Did you lose it?
No, I got it.
We need the box.
No,
box
you know
is
what?
over
We
there.
don't
Oh, it's right over there, the box.
I'm getting
Go get it.
You're grabbing it? Okay.
Gonna warm up here.
Warm it up,
This is
Fear.
what they were doing in the
You will be representing BetBoom team. What color is that blade?
Yellow.
Yellow for BetBoom.
All right.
We going down here? I put it on the table.
Yeah.
I put it up on the table.
No, because the camera can't see it if it's on the table.
Okay.
You dumbass, I prepared for this.
All right, yellow.
Doesn't look like you did, Sheep. You will be representing Gaming
Go,
Gladiators.
this is for GPK.
This one's for gaming. All right, ready? Count us down, Tsunami.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go!
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go, gaming.
They're
Go,
not
GPK.
fighting.
Which one's game and green?
Game
What, we just
green.
farming for 40 minutes? Is
Oh,
this what this is telling me?
What is
Come
this?
on, green.
What is?
I'm feeling green.
Oh, nice, nice.
Let's
terrain.
get
Come on.
going. Oh!
Oh, yellow's
Game
yellow's
is
weak.
packing some
Oh!
punch. Yellow's crumbling.
Let's
This is
go.
GPK after
Come
his
on.
teammates beat side lanes.
Oh,
I think.
Yellow's crumbling!
Game's on it.
I don't believe in
Let's
GPK
go.
anyway.
Let's go.
That's it. It's decided.
Easy draft prediction.
Gaming Gladiators looking like they're going to take game number 1, but I guess we'll let the Dota do the talking. Get ready for game number 1 with Sunspin and Cinderin.
Thank you, Tsunami. I hope we can do that every single game. I'm not gonna lie, that was that was hyper than the games itself. We
You
shouldn't even
love
be
that.
casting anymore. Let's just base everything off of whatever the hell that was.
What if we made the floor into battle bots?
Oh,
instead of
I
just
miss
Beyblades?
battle bots.
Battle bots. That was the
Yeah.
shit growing up. I remember that on Discovery Channel back when I
That's
used
right.
to have cable.
Back when Discovery Channel wasn't just terrible reality shows.
Yes, TV has really developed in a great way, as has Dota. So, Brood is back. Everybody's favorite hero was out of meta for a week, and now we all get to hate ourselves once again. So thank you very much for that. Ace will be playing the Brood in this game, of course. I think the panel touched upon a lot of the interesting things about this. The Brood Hoodwink lane, the counterpick of Monkey King, and how that is pretty high risk, high reward. I'm very curious to see the lane dynamics here because obviously some of this, a lot of the time when a new patch drops like this the day before you're playing, you're going off memory, you're going off gut feel. You don't necessarily have you don't have it in your fingers yet, right? Like the perfect understanding of, okay, this deals this much damage, this is how far we can go. And you read the numbers, you're like, yeah, Brood is a bit better, other heroes are a bit worse. Is that going to be enough? It was last series. Neo was owning.
Yep, he was. He was.
And if there's anyone in the world that I would trust to be able to pull off a performance like Neo, it would be Ace on his Brood. He's a very skilled player on this hero, and Gaiman have the same read as PSGLGD that this hero's back. So,
indeed.
Let's see how it goes. They start off with was that just a flat out 2-for-2 rune split? Looks like it. A bit of a D-ward for Doracio. We'll get some experience along with Celery for that one. And we're off to the races. So
And
Undying Morph lane.
You're expecting the Brood to go for the universal build and not the old Brood build, which is auras, like pipe and whatnot, right? Because the last game, I mean, it was just a small sample size, but I assume because of the universal changes, you're going to be seeing more Harpoon, Manta, etc.
Yeah, it's definitely an avenue that has opened up now, so Brood has more options. I don't think it's a given that you get that because you're universal. I think you look at the game and you look at your lineup and see what makes the most sense. Because, I mean, I look at these heroes on the radio, and my concern isn't do you have enough damage. You have Morph and Void Spirit, so...
True.
I don't think damage is going to be that big of a concern, but at the same time, it can be very powerful for Brood to go right-click here because it means that whoever Doom uses his ulti on isn't the only carry in the game. So if he dooms the Morph, the Brood can still carry the fight, vice versa. Same with Void Spirit. So, yeah, curious to see how that plays out. As for BetBoom, I think there's a lot of merit to going auras on Doom in this game. I think you can try to set the pace and not necessarily have to play slow and greedy. on your Doom, because as we mentioned, the enemy team has a bit of ramp-up time. It's a Brood and Morph. If you want to play the Brood carry style, it needs items, takes some time. And Monkey King as well as Ember can play relatively fast together with Techies and especially Disruptor. You have a lot of potential to make aggressive plays, which this region traditionally is known for, is its aggression. And they've definitely drafted for it this game on the side of Bedbone.
Did anything in the patch surprise you at all? Because the literal first thing I scrolled to was Timbersaw.
Yeah, I thought Timber was going to get
like,
nerfed.
oh, absolutely nothing is pure. He's going to take a lot of damage. This will likely be your first blood. And it goes to Dyrachyo.
Might be a double as well.
Blood grenade, save, gets waveformed on. They don't have quite enough. Dyrachyo.
Oh,
sticky bomb applied to him now. He will be able to get out, but that cost him a bit of extra time, but he does pull the entire wave with him.
Yeah, so Timbersaw...
Courier does die, though.
The main nerfs to Timber aren't through what the hero nerfs were for him in particular. It was more about the items, right? The Vanguard, the Octarine.
True.
So
he did say that for a lot of heroes.
Right, so he did get multiple nerfs, but some of them not directly targeted at the hero, but more like the style of build-up that he takes advantage of. So we'll see how things shape up over the next week here, as I don't want to read too much into it when it's this much in the infancy. Like, some players and some teams are just going to get the right idea off the bat, others aren't, and something that's broken today might suck in 5 days. So it's
yeah, and I would
early
say,
days.
Other than the Vanguard, Octarine stuff, most of the changes were very slight. So even picking the same heroes as last patch, probably okay for the most part, and then you min-max once you get more comfortable with the changes themselves.
Yeah, one of the heroes individually that got hit the hardest is actually the one Quinn's playing this game. Void Spirit got multiple nerfs, but Game of Gliders still seem to think the hero is just that good. And I mean, in the last patch, I thought the hero was beyond insane, so I'm not surprised that they still think it's good after nerfs. Like, last patch, it was just, let's be honest, it was just egregious, right?
Yeah.
I played against it a couple of games, I watched these programs like, how is this fair, right? So, but with some tweaks here and there, are you surprised they didn't do anything about Universal as a concept yet? Do you feel like it needs a bit more time to truly test it through, and then you just nerf the Universal heroes that were too strong, or?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, I feel like it's a bit polar. I don't know if polarized is even the right word. A lot of people just don't give a shit. Very apathetic about this. Like, yeah, it's whatever, kind of like whatever mechanic, but I think just some of the heroes were too strong. I think I would be interested to see the patch, which is maybe going to be this one, where the Universal heroes that were very strong get brought back to the ground. And we see how it plays out when it's an even playing field.
Right.
But, you know, these things are tough to anticipate, as Nightfall taking quite a bit of harassment. Was Hoodwink changed at all?
In this patch, I don't.
We didn't really see her at all.
Oh, let me scroll here. I don't remember these by heart. No changes. But I think for Gaimin, it's just back to comfort, because this is like one of their go-to lanes together with Brood. So I think it's they're picking it for this lane in particular and this pairing more so than Hoodwink is better now all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Pressure onto Pure again.
Yep. A couple zombies chasing him, but they're not going to find the space here, as the deny of the tombstone is what Dyrachyo wants.
Oh!
But Techies does get the last hit. It's going to cost him his life, but that's still quite a bit of gold.
What a funny situation. He was like constantly baiting him. Do you want the tombstone? Do you want it? And then he actually failed to deny it. But then they get the return kill. So all in all, it could have been a bit better for Gaimin, but still, trading the tombstone for the Techies kill, more than worth it. And yeah, this is not a lane matchup that traditionally is good for Doom, right? The Undying matchup is obviously rough, and I think together with Morphling, this lane actually poses quite the threat to Pure. So we're seeing him struggling a bit here for starters. And Doom was a hero that got hit pretty hard too, right?
Yes.
This hero got multiple nerfs. He got Devour Gold nerf, the Vanguard nerf, and it was one more thing as well, right? That I'm forgetting.
Armor.
-1 armor.
Quinn. Oh, the blast off hits just barely from save. Which means GPK will be able to take out his counterpart in the mid lane.
People love memeing about -1 armor and these like stats. It was an eye-opener. At one point, I was having a conversation with someone from Valve about it. Like, when you change base stats on heroes, even a little bit, like armor or 2 strength or something, it influences sometimes their win rates by like 1 to 2%. People just meme about this 1 armor, but if you think about it, the effective HP that you get per armor, and you're missing that in every game. So think about, okay, Celery's going to die here while we have that conversation.
Denied? No.
So if you think about a lot of the times in games, you know, sometimes you survive on 10 health, or, you know, maybe you even survive and get a kill and it was really close, but you were the one to pull out ahead. How big of an implication that has on which team ends up winning the game in the end? And that's what one armor can do. It's all the trading that happens in lane. It's every situation throughout the entire game, just that little bit weaker or that little bit stronger. So as much as people love to meme about lol one armor, it's actually,
no,
it matters.
Definitely true.
It matters more than you'd think
I have some
intuitively.
experience with that, with the custom game and all. Like, these small changes do have drastic impact potentially, but also depends on what your goal is as a developer, right? Because sometimes you do want to bring things back into the Stone Age for a bit to give some space, which Brood, I guess, has been for a mini patch.
Pure is in big trouble, man.
No, he's fine.
Doom does not deal well with getting hunted by Tombstone zombies. He has pretty bad attack speed, and he's not exactly the fastest hero either. So he will get away that time. But yeah, this is the best lane so far for BetBoom for sure in this game. GPK on the Ember against Quinn's Void Spirit here, doing very well. Got the gank from Save and is taking advantage of the head start he's been given here. Just constantly pressuring Quinn. This is I would say on paper, a pretty even matchup in general, but when one hero pulls ahead, it can very much snowball.
Yep,
Wait,
Ace
Ace is in big trouble now, though.
Indeed, 3 members here to try to take off his head. Ace will get blast-offed, and then Boundless struck into the ground.
Blast off.
Blast offed. It works. So BetBoom with a very early 1K net worth lead, and this mid lane is a big part of it. You can see Quinn kind of middle of the pack in terms of net worth.
It's about the entire lead, actually.
Yeah, and GPK doing
800 there.
Just dandy on the Ember Spirit, as this triangle taken over for the time being by BetBoom, which forces Tofu out.
And despite the rough theoretical matchup Pure has bottom, he's still doing pretty well. Sitting on 3.2k on the
trying to go for Ace again. This would be really big considering there's a big wave here. TP coming though from Quinn. You see most of BetBoom are here. Ember Spirit really wants this kill. Trying to focus on the Brood. First they're going to lose their techies though, as here comes the Wukong's command. Ace getting extremely low inside this Wukong's, will be resigned to his death, but how much is it going to cost them? Dyrachyo made his way over here as well, as Nightfall just barely dies.
GPK has no outs right now.
Yeah, Bushwhack keeps him in place, gets off one more Sleight of Fist. Adaptive Strike not doing a whole lot of damage. Kinetic Field is going to keep him at bay. Sleight of Fist is there again. Double kill for GPK. Will he actually live? Tofu goes down to the right click of Toronto Tokyo. GPK holds the wave, or the Dyrachyo Morphling in place, and now the blast off to follow, and GPK ends up with the triple.
God.
Unreal play from BetBoom.
As Lacoste would say, what an e-gamer. That was incredible from GPK.
And now
just
you gotta,
so clean.
You have to bask in the glory of these kills with the pause, of course.
Mike, he got so excited he literally ate his microphone right there.
Understandable.
Ah man, that was super clean. Very, very well done mechanically there. Just playing on the edge. We're gonna get a replay of this one, of course. Let's just enjoy it in its entire glory since we have a pause anyway. So Quinn gets glimpsed immediately, gets the snipe here on save, but obviously cannot reconnect with the fight at this point. And this honestly looks like it's going to be pretty good for the side of Gaming Gladiators. These heroes are stuck in no man's land. They get the monkey kill, and as we said, GPK out of escapes here. He has no remnants, and he has level 1 Flame Guard, which, by the way, becomes integral here. He's going to use that here, and just blocking that little bit of damage might have actually made it did. He was on 30 health.
For sure.
Fun fact about this situation, if he had -1 armor, he would have died and not got a triple kill.
Man, right on
Case in point right there. Imagine Ember with 1 less armor. Gaming Gladiators would have won the fight.
Yeah,
so
pretty much.
Clean stuff from the man on your screens right there.
We're going to have another fight in the exact same area. This is not a replay. Ace surrounded and killed again. So BetBoom just sticking around to make sure they can stick it to that spider.
Damn. This is becoming a pretty significant advantage right now. Gaming Gladiators lineup, in essence, doesn't have too much in the way of setting up fights. You have the Void Spirit who can jump in and you can hit a little bit of a Bushwhack perhaps, but BetBoom's lineup has so many ways of initiating fights. Monkey King stun, blast off, slide chains, and then you have glimpse. So if they start getting ahead and they just start hunting you around the map and you can't match in fights, things are very quickly going to get hairy for Gaimin. So got to start making their own successful moves sometime soon. Quinn here rocking the haste rune. He could just get doomed at any point, but
he could. No one is near either of them.
No one's here. He has some information to go by here. Obviously, the fight that just happened top with the kill they found onto the Brood was with many members of BetBoom.
Yeah,
so
and Doom, it dispels the haste as well. So
exactly. So there was no guarantee there of just being able to get away. but he knew enough that he could squeeze a little bit of an advantage out of that. GPK now back in mid, so closing in on what is going to probably be a 12-minute Maelstrom. Oh, they have Static Storm. Ooh.
They do. He does not use it. Aether Remnant bringing GPK back. Bushwhack not going to hit. But you can just see the net worth difference, 1,500 between the two mid laners. So GPK having himself a game and Quinn not so much. I mean, hard to say how much of this has to do with the nerfs to Void Spirit. Is Pure going to get initiated on. Dyrachyo turns into Doom to get that Scorched Earth off. And Pure will eventually fall to Ace's right click.
Funny situation with the Hurricanes there. The Hurricane in back, he Hurricanes himself forward. It's like it never happened.
That's right.
But yeah, make sure you get the Hurricane back first while you're in range. So well done there from
It's one of the best neutral changes, I think, is that Hurricane. Making it at
makes
least
for
a
some
little
fun
bit
plays.
more interesting for Doom as opposed to the one, like you get the Chain Lightning early and then Stomp later. We're still seeing that a lot, but the Hurricane has been used a lot mid-game.
I think Hurricane is my favorite new neutral ability.
Yeah, I agree.
It makes
I like
fun
Keith the Bold's
moments.
punch, but it's just not viable in any way. So
No.
one day we'll get there. Micro buffs.
And my least favorite one has to be the Chain Lightning. It's just too good, man.
Yeah.
It's just too good.
Yeah.
It's like it's taken the place of that insane early game slot on Devour or on Chen or Ench that Ice Armor used to have on the Ogre, right? That when that was like 8 armor or something crazy.
Oh, they actually initiate in the mid lane. We can see Nightfall using the Wukong's command in the meantime for top. Quinn dies to that gank in the mid lane.
Oh, and Tofu wanted to try to snag the
another
rune.
death for him as Tofu gonna get Hurricane. Not the greatest synergy there from Bet Boom, but it matters not. As two members of Gaiman drop dead. Bet Boom really coming out of this laning stage on top.
Kicking it up to 11 for sure. They're just going to keep running at them. I'll tell you, GPK is feeling on top of the world right now, but this is where it can get a little bit dangerous with this player historically, right? We've talked about this on
Ace.
previous casts. Yeah, Ace is not going to belong for this world here. He'll try his best, but will end up dying to save of all heroes there. I don't know how that
They
happened.
can get, no way they can get Quinn.
Oh, okay, missing the chains there. So GPK has games like this once in a while where he absolutely just annihilates and pops off.
And then what does he do later?
And then sometimes he just goes too far. Like, he just overextends and gets a little bit too crazy. If he tames the beast in this game and just plays, doesn't cross that limit, this is the kind of game where he can just end the game like 15-0.
I'm going to say something that might be somewhat controversial. If he didn't have this tilt factor, right, where he dies once later, even if he was to feed or whatever, that one death, if he didn't tilt after and continue to feed, I think he'd be arguably the best mid in the entire world, hands down. This guy is insanely good, but I think he just tilts like none other. So mostly mental issues, which we'll see if they've worked on that as Nightfall. I mean, life coaches would be... They are in demand these days as Nightfall is going to find an Undying inside this Static Storm. Looks to be a freebie for Bet Boom, and now Tofu glimpses back into the arms of the rest of Bet Boom. So 2 for nada and a 5K lead now.
It's really hard to be a Gaming Gladiators player in this game. I don't know who of them is having a good game except Dyrachyo, but he's Morph. So he can't really participate much right now. He just has to keep farming up and looking for some sort of opportunity later. But who's he going to be playing with? Quinn is not even close to an Echo Saber 14 minutes in here. And as we talked about with Ace, that laning stage has not gone the way he wanted. It looks like he's going Echo as well. So both of them will be going that right-click build. And that also in turn means that Bet Boom can perhaps itemize quite effectively here. If they itemize against both of these heroes at the same time, maybe some armor items, maybe some sort of evasion. Could be very impactful in their lineup.
Crimson is almost done on Pure.
Yeah, and
That's
you
gonna be a big one.
could look at a Halberd as well. I think one of the best items. Whenever Brood goes combat build, this is the problem that the hero has had historically as a carry is getting disarmed feels really bad because you need to take advantage of insatiable hunger. You need to get those attacks in while you have the damage running. So if you're getting continuously disarmed or just kited, then afterwards you're just not really offering that much compared to other heroes with the same net worth. So see if that does come out eventually for them. At the same time on Doom, you could also just go Shiva's Guard. I think this is a good game for it too.
Yep. Smoke gank from Bet Boom.
Probably
Will
very
result
dead
in the
on
death
dying
of
here.
Celery. Maybe not the highest value kill, but they'll take it. Continuing to get those charges on that urn. Actually, you already upgraded to Spirit Vessel. That's pretty fast.
Wonder what mutant is in GPK's name.
It's a good question.
Or just their names in general. We've got Save with Vorpal Swords. Toronto, Tokyo with angry weeb emoji.
Very interesting sponsors.
I don't know where that's coming from. Well, mid tower looks to be gone here. They're thinking about Dyrachyo. They have TP'd down the Disruptor, but not going to commit for it just yet. But still more and more advantage being built by BetBoom with that tower claimed. Actually, their first tower of the game, 16 minutes in. A little bit surprising considering how well things have gone, but look at those building damages. 22 from the Brood. Nobody else from Gaming Gliders have even looked at a tower yet.
Yeah.
They've been under pressure, to say the least, and it will remain that way. Tofu will get blasted off.
BetBoom starting to run away with this thing.
Yeah.
And Gaiman going to have to find their footing here pretty soon. They're going to have to go up against that Crimson Guard that is now officially
How the
picked
hell are they
up.
going to fight into Crimson?
Glimpse, Celery dead again. And these are very, like, you don't need many resources to get these kills. They're able to do it from so far away.
That's the beauty of this. I love BetBoom's draft this game. I actually think if this kind of draft gets out of lanes well in this meta, I think I find it hard to craft lineups that do well against a strategy of this kind. Like, once you have a little bit of an advantage with this support duo of Techie's Disruptor, they can play with any core on BetBoom's team and they can just kill all over the map. Like, nowhere is safe. If you have information, a lot of the time in certain strategies, you see 1 or 2 heroes farming on the enemy team. You're like, okay, we can go here. You can get killed by any 2. Disruptor Techies can kill a core as well. Like, there's any combination of BetBoom heroes.
They're
Nice
going to start up the Static Storm. Spirit Vessel as well, and Dyrachyo knows that he is dead.
Yeah, case in point right there.
Continuing to just kind of stick around and giving this false sense of security for Gaiman. They've gotten several kills as a result of this on very high-value targets.
At the same time, though, you can't really blame Dyrachyo too much here because he has to keep farming. He has to take risky farm. If he starts playing too passively, then he's already succumbing to a loss. Like, you need to make those risky moves and hope it works out in your favor. Oh, Gaiman.
Yeah, BetBoom connecting now. Astral Step onto save, but Quinn inside the kinetic field right now, focusing on the Disruptor. Toronto Tokyo getting quite low, finally will drop, as the Techies will be next, so 2 kills for Gaming Gladiators. Nice heal coming out from the Undying, but it dies shortly after, along with Ace.
Dyrachyo tickling Pure here.
So all the supports have died. One Brood as well, as Tofu will be the last support to eventually drop here. Pavis keeping him alive a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It actually looks really bad for Gaiman, and they did lose the fight, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, Quinn took advantage of the fact that Static Storm was on cooldown there. It meant he could finally initiate the way he wanted to, but still not quite enough.
Nightfall, Hurricane going to keep him in place. Boundless Strike was stolen by Dyrachyo, turns into that Monkey King. But he's completely disarmed thanks to the Techies. Spirit Vessel as well. Waveform attempting to get out of dodge.
Oh, Glimpse is coming.
Yep, they do find that's a long-ass glimpse, and he dies. Oh my god. Was that to the glimpse itself as
Yeah,
Quinn?
that was a lot of damage.
Astral stepping to the other side of the trees, but he's going to be found to assimilate. They still find him anyway. Nowhere you can go from this BetBoom squad, up 12K. Jeez, they're looking good.
They are. The panel was talking about, you know, BetBoom picking a lot of the same heroes that some of them got nerfed, were meta in the previous patch. You can't really tell there's been a patch in this game. I guess actually you can. Void Spirit isn't killing everyone, so there has been a patch. But
True.
Everyone else is doing great. That was good last patch. Yeah. Quite the makings of a beatdown here. Gaming Gladiators again. I feel like you kind of have to try to set up some sort of fight where you get to play a long tombstone engagement or something.
Ace wanted to find some farm. Instead, he's going to die because literally all of BetBoom are there. Well, almost literally. Monkey King missing.
I really like GPK going Kaya Sanj this game, by the way. I think it's a great choice. Keep riding that momentum.
Is this the glimpse kill?
It's coming up. I want to see how much damage it did. Let's see if Morph was still targeted at that time by the Observer.
Well, you can see the top bar, right?
Yeah. It's a bit hard to gauge how much health that is when he...
Okay, he got sleight of fisted, and then, yeah, okay. As BetBoom still quite relentless, getting control of the triangle now, and I think Celery, well, actually, Static Storm use, that's a little surprising.
I guess they didn't want any sort of counterplay with Tombstone there.
They're going to continue to fight, though. Crimson Guard is pop, which means Gaming Gladiators don't do any damage. A nice bushwhack onto 3, but not a whole lot of follow-up, as Dyrachyo now, still Spirit Vessel, trying to right-click his way through as the Doom finally goes off. And it looks like that's going to be the result of Quinn dying. Pure, he's targeted right now, but Nightfall gets off the double Boundless Strike with the Wukong's command to follow. And Bet Boom, they do lose their 2 supports, but they're getting basically everything else that they wanted. They didn't get the Morphling, who did just barely step out.
GPK now.
They're getting the better of these trades.
0 and 14 on Ember.
Yep, he's having, I mean, he's worth a lot then, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately for Gaiman, they don't really have the best heroes to kill him with. But if they do, boy.
Wonder how many spiders have been killed.
Oh, here come the pets.
It is, well, they're not technically pets, so. 500 gold worth.
All right.
And only 14 by Ember. I mean, obviously weren't landing against each other, but...
Heck, he's killed 14, huh? It ran into some mines, yeah.
Those are hard to dodge.
Brood historically is actually an extremely good hero against techies for that reason, because you could scan out mines and just send some scouts instead of actual heroes to clear the minefield. So yeah, still the case here, obviously, cleaning out some mines, but looking at some very thin silver linings right now for Gaiman.
Yep, with that 16k deficit right
Holy
now.
shit, that's a lot of damage.
Highest amount of hero damage at 21 minutes on any hero this event. 25k at 21 minutes.
It is...
That is absurd.
Dirty. Look at that. He has about the same as the next 2 combined.
Yeah.
Which are, by the way, also on his team. Yeah.
Nobody's quite cracked 10k yet on Gaiman.
Completely standout game from GPK. Can't really put a finger on anything so far, and at this point, the only thing that can beat them is the admin Snith asking them for a reason for the pause. This is a very broad reason. Headset. This could mean a lot of things. Maybe his headset got unplugged. Maybe it broke. Maybe he wants another one. Maybe he forgot to put on his cat ears.
Those have been pretty popular in the Chinese scene, haven't they?
Yeah. Like, oh, I'm doing too well this game. Let me put on the cat ears.
Nah, that doesn't sound like a pro player. They don't give a shit about content generally. Well,
they do care a lot about superstition, though.
Yeah, that's true for any competitive player.
Never forget Matu's good luck shorts.
Yep.
That's the ultimate superstition we've ever had in Dota, I think.
Well, Ice Ice Ice.
Ice 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 is superstitious, no shorts.
That's right.
Yes.
I think that predates Matu by a bit.
Tofu is dead.
Yep, he is spotted. Quinn trying to save his life, but that's too tall of an ask. He gets the sharpshooter off, but
this might not be over yet. Okay. Just barely gets off the...
It is over.
If he didn't go for the jump there, he would have get slight chains into glimpsed, I think. So Quinn had to get off that, or that would have been scary. Duracio now picking up the BKB will, potentially be able to look for some sort of fight. But again, how do you find the conditions to actually get the damage in? You have to somehow get a tombstone. You have to somehow get a fat bushwhack like we saw earlier. But if the Crimson Guard is active, the Spiderlings aren't doing anything. Brood herself is barely doing anything. So it's Morph and Void Spirit kind of against the world. Undying is also not doing anything to Crimson. His zombies will be negligible.
Well, he's not doing anything in general.
Yeah, that's fair.
He is undying after the 10-minute mark.
That used to be the case, but this hero has got a lot better.
I know. Well, he's also down 16k, so he's not going to be doing it. He's a tombstone. He could be a grab ally if he wants to be.
True. But he will never get 1,400 gold.
Well, there is... Wait, who got the shard?
Did they kill the Tormentor?
Yeah, it looks like Hoodwink got it.
Oh, they did.
So that's the old Ags, which is the boomerang.
It's one of the... It's a really good shard. Extra damage, more amp, and a lot of the time you're in range for it anyway when you're casting your other spells, so it just gives you more playmaking potential.
Yeah, you just use it while you're ulting as well, potentially. I hope that we get to see more core Hoodwink. I think it's such a fun thing to watch, and I hope Ags is a thing, because that thing's really fun to watch as well. Getting that illusion that casts sharpshooter.
Yeah, the thing is, the problem about that Ags is kind of the issue that you have with Troll ult, right? You're not in control of it. So...
Well, yeah, but you can use it as mind games, right? Because it's in the fog, it makes the sound, like...
Yeah.
I think the whole idea behind... I mean, I'm not saying it's viable at all. I'm saying it's a cool idea, and I hope it will become viable at some point. And this is a good choice from Gaiman.
Hail Mary.
They need to force something. It will be Roche.
Hunter's Boomerang really good here. Yeah, so the thing about the Hoodwink Ags in concept is, if you're playing core Hoodwink, are you going to spend 4,200 gold on maybe hitting a second sharpshooter, or are you going to get a stat item? Right? That's ultimately what it's going to come down to. Because I like the Ags too. I think it's fun. I think it's great to get it from Roche, or maybe even buy it on support in some cases. But on core, I don't know. I think you'd rather get some damage.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
If you could control the decoy.
Too much micro. Then it's not fun anymore. Nobody wants the micro.
It would be a lot better if you could control it.
It would. Well, BetBoom wanted to try to fight even after the Aegis was taken, but they're not going to find one. So
this is
Quinn
like
has the Aegis.
Pretty much the first positive thing that's happened from Gaming since 5 minutes in, I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think they've lost every single engagement, and now they got a Roche. A lot of red dots there at the bottom of the gold graph.
Yeah, it doesn't tell all the story, because a lot of those red dots, well, they're not created equal, let's say, between the green dots, right? There's mostly cores dying on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Slide on slide action. Nobody gets hit.
Yep, GPK facing off against his comrade Doraccio as the Ember.
Slide on slide action again. One of them hit, the other one not so much.
And, I mean, when you're playing Brood, anytime you're behind at this point, you're going to be trying to split push, and that's kind of Brood's MO.
Yeah, not easy to do against Disruptor, though. You have to be very careful.
Well, he does have...
so if he gets spotted here. Finds his way into the jungle. He might be okay if he...
He could Manta dodge the Glimpse. Very difficult, though.
Not as hard as it used to be. Or, well, it is as hard as it used to be. Players just got better.
Celery's dead again.
That's a given. Most ironic hero name in Dota.
What, Undying?
Yeah. The hero has one of the highest average deaths of all heroes in Dota, I would guess.
Well, that's the point, though.
Yeah, so
right?
he is Undying because he keeps resurrecting. Unlike every other hero that doesn't resurrect.
That's right. Those don't make sense. Undying actually fits the lore.
You're
Celery, on the other hand, that makes no sense.
Oh.
That doesn't fit anything. Although their announcement this past roster shuffle, aka before or right after TI, that was really good. Doraccio
nice,
is gonna get doomed and brought down. He does not have buyback, and we'll see what BetBoom want to do, because typically this is when you have the Aegis, you want to go high ground with it. They have such an advantage, though. Maybe the Scotty is what they're waiting for from Nightfall. I mean, that is relatively close, only 200 gold away.
Yeah, nice value item to have here. Obviously, you get way tankier. You also get the healing reduction against Brood, Morph,
and I think
Undying.
Yeah, Shiva's just delivered to GPK as well, so that's a pretty big power spike overall.
I mean, this is an insane spike. I think you just go straight for this. If you're going to either force a Morph buyback or you're going to get a lane of Barracks, there is no way in hell Gaming can fight you. They're going to expend the Glyph to keep their wave alive as well. This is very telegraphed to be a full commitment here. Save going to drop some mines to speed up the push. And yeah, Gaming know. They know this is destined to fall. They're not even going to try. They're actually... Oh, well.
If they're going to have to if they don't want to lose Celery for the 20th time.
They have to abide the lore, though.
That's true. He will be back eventually. 30 seconds to be Undying again. Nightfall focusing on the melee racks as it is fortified. Quinn and company, they want to defend. Pure jumps right in. Doraccio has to waveform away. This will give enough space for BetBoom to be able to securely take out at least the melee racks, if not more.
Pure did activate the Crimson there, so at least they don't have that for the fight now.
But here comes the Shiva Static Storm. It's only on the Hoodwink, so that's going to be an easy cleanup for BetBoom. But you can see, I mean, Gaming just have nothing to deal with this. So BetBoom will get the full set of racks, and I don't see... Well, okay, I do see what would be stopping. That's 2 Tier 2 towers, so going to have to reset.
I genuinely think... I mean, I'm not saying BetBoom should do this, because I think it's just a better approach to play it safer. I think they could have forced a fight on the Tier 4s and even win that. I think they're that far ahead. But obviously they don't necessarily know. They feel... They know they're far ahead, no doubt about it, but they might not know the exact power level that they're under right now. But
Quinn.
Yeah. Looking for a Boundless.
They don't have Static Storm to combo this with. They do not have Doom either. Pretty crucial. And normally at this point of the game, we're like, okay, maybe just get some Lincolns to avoid the Glimpses, to avoid the Doom, but you just don't have enough gold. You got to go for the riskier items, I feel like. If you're going for survival, it's usually not going to work out.
Yeah, they have to buy damage, because otherwise the heroes of BetBoom are just too tanky, so you have to go all in. I'd like to see Quinn just queuing up a Desto, because I think at this point, like, if you're not going to buy the most cost-efficient damage per gold item for your team right now, you're not piercing through anything. You have to give yourself the possibility. He's queuing up the Nullifier. It's also a good idea, obviously.
Aegis has expired, so now Quinn no longer has that second life. They don't have a fortification either, and BetBoom definitely know this. But maybe they just want to push in the top lane to be able to secure the tier 2 top so they can just go for the full megas.
Yeah. Ags completed for Duracho. Probably going to turn into the Monkey King, I would imagine, if he can. Getting that stun, stealing the stats is very nice, but also turning into Ember, not too bad, right? Although Ember doesn't care very much about losing the attack speed. Monkey King is way more crippled by that.
Yeah.
But I think there's perhaps more merit to turning into Ember just flat out for the raw damage increase. Like, you need to... You can, like, cycle between yourself and the Ember form to dodge things. You can get more damage out with the slides. And you get a free Flame Guard, of course, which is always nice, but...
Okay, man.
It's go time.
Potentially a last-ditch effort in this game number 1. This is a best of 3, so second group stage, Nightfall. He's initiated on. Bushwhack is there, and he's actually blown up. 70 seconds of no Monkey King.
They were not ready.
Absolutely not. The burst damage was way too high.
Gaming Gladiators caught Bay slipping.
Good one.
Yep.
Toronto Tokyo now on the run. Can Gaiman find anything else? He's mine.
Actually the worst when you just say good one.
Good one, bro. Oh, the Static Storm. He pops the BKB. Duracho turns into Monkey King. Well, he's been Monkey King for a bit, I suppose.
Good one.
Was tree dancing. Yep, good one. Thank you.
All right. Nice to see Morph hanging out and enjoying the view here.
Wait, did he actually want to fight?
He lost his forms. Now he can only get down with waveform.
That's
actually.
right. That is very true. Good one, Cinderin. GPK. He's bushwhacked. Now he waveforms in. Is this enough damage? They dust at the last moment and they find him. So GPK dies for the first time in the game after 12 uncontested kills. Toronto Tokyo gets the glimpse off. The glimmer as well. Now goes south. Looks like he's going to live as a result. So Gaiman, they get 2 very big kills. How much more can they get out of this?
It's not over till it's over. It's the start. They got 5k gold out of that. Pretty big. And BetBoom needs to be careful to not... That's what makes Gaiman such a world-class team. Like, the conditions that they have in this game are pretty terrible, but they get one moment of opportunity, they make the most of it. And that was...
Oh!
That was obviously with the Monkey King of Nightfall. I wouldn't necessarily say he was out of position. The team was just not in formation in general. So either the team was out of position or he was. But him being there is not necessarily a problem as long as the coverage is there, but it wasn't. So, yeah, we see the nice BKB there from Duracho. Without that, he's going to get blasted off and just blown up. So. Celery, the cartographer, is out exploring here.
Glimmer of hope for Gaiman. Oh, he finds a nice juicy Lotus Pool. Oh yeah, that's some tasty stuff right there.
You could tell they were definitely secondary. He went here to Ward and he was like, oh right, these are in the game. Like the pros are not putting so much emphasis on Lotus Pools. Grabs 4 of them there. I think that was.
He has a full greater healing Lotus.
Yeah.
So 2 more of those and you can make a block of cheese.
Oh, very good.
Which is only okay. Sometimes you just rather have the Lotus.
Yeah.
That's the hilarious part. But if you made it stronger, it actually could be too OP. I don't know. It's a weird one.
I would rather, we talked about this before, I would rather have it be as good as it is now, but then be easier to obtain if that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then maybe it's too good.
Then everybody has one.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Then you can buy cheese in the shop, you know, like the old days you could buy Aegis with 3 charges for some reason.
Dota is kind of a weird world when you think about it. You can buy all sorts of advanced weaponry and magic technology, but you can't buy cheese. The only person in the world that has monopoly on agriculture is Roshan.
Yeah, he ferments it himself.
Yeah, he's literally the only one who has learned the techniques.
All right, another smoke from Gaiman. They got all their spells back up. Brood is showing, along with the boomerang from Tofu. And we can see Roche is going to be up in 15 seconds. That's why we're posturing in this bottom area from both sides. Bit of a stalemate now, neither of which know exactly where the other is, but they do spot the courier going south from the Monkey King. Nightfall gets his Hyperstone.
This is Gaiman's chance at a full-on comeback if they get a good fight here. They do have the outpost advantage.
Yeah, there's the Astral Step opening. BKB immediately popped by Nightfall. He's
Oh,
a
that's
Counter Strike
a
on the
good
3
fight.
Heroes with the War Stomp to follow. Wukong's command comes after. And just like that, Celery dead for the 50th time this game. Tofu's going to be next. And the Wukong's command forces everybody from BetBoom out of the area. As you can see, Morphling taking a ton of damage. That's going to be the death of Dyrachyo. Quinn now taking heavy damage as well, but he kind of has to fight, it feels like. Trying to take out Pure, but he's going to live for the time being, but finally gets taken out by a support who bought back previously from Gaming Gladiators. Save aggro's Roche just to be able to take part in this fight. Does not want to keep him in his hole any longer. Celery, this looks to be a dieback from him.
Oh, nice.
Ace gets the double kill. Actually trying to turn his sights on the GPK. He gets hoodwinked. Oh my god, the triple kill from Ace. They actually find him in the end. And now Toronto Tokyo on the run. He's going to get harpooned back. Uses the Ogre Steel Totem along with the Kinetic Field and the Glick, but it's not going to be enough. As Ace with an Ultra Kill, and now Gaming Gladiators can potentially take Roshan number 2.
Well, they have to cross the map.
They do. Roshan
in the middle of all that,
wasn't too
Roshan had enough of their shit and went top, but yeah, that's...
It required 3 buybacks.
It looked terrible
from
for Gaiman, but they're Radiant and Roshu's bot. That's the breakdown of that. They do not have a chance in this fight without buying back and TPing in like they did, but I don't know. So if we're going to see the full... First of all, insane Boundless there coming out from Nightfall, but when this fight develops, when Nightfall TP'd out later, I feel like he just completely sells GPK as well as Toronto Tokyo in the extended fight. I don't think he necessarily had to dip there. So you're going to see it soon in this if we... Yep, you're not. We're going to fight Roche.
Yeah, well,
Roche
Aegis
is
and
dead.
Cheese secure for Gaming Gladiators, but they're going to have to fight their way through BetBoom. Ace already pops the Cheese back to full HP before that Spirit Vessel was applied. He's going to pop the BKB and now turn his sights onto the rest of BetBoom. Wukong's command finally comes out from Nightfall. Forces Ace out. Quinn as well. He's going to get Infernal Bladed and gets the last Astral Step before going down himself. He will be resurrected, though. So Aegis and Cheese both used.
But again, for Gaiman, this means BetBoom didn't get it. So second Roche going their way in a game where they've been utterly dominated. They're starting to make a bit of a comeback here. They're definitely not in the clear yet, but making it very, very interesting. I thought this game would have ended by now.
Oh, yeah.
After the first lane of Barracks fell, it felt like just a formality for BetBoom to group up and get it done, but they got caught in one moment top on the Monkey King, and Gaiman have made the most of it. Ace is starting to look intimidating now on this Brood. He's ramping up a lot of items. Now Lincoln's completed as well.
Yeah, Ace is having, after a horrific start, like truly horrific, he has looked really good from the mid-game onward. He was the glimmer of hope for Gaiman, who still have to deal with these creeps in their base. But they don't have to deal with BetBoom going for the Roche. That's another 6.5 minutes before we even know when he will spawn. And Dyrachyo, he's getting close to finishing Lincoln's for himself as well. So they're going to have the Doom counters until he gets Ags, of course. But then you can play around it because of positioning and whatnot, as we're seeing the tier 4 items now drop.
And I don't know if Pure is going to buy Ags here, or if he's going to prioritize something else. It feels like Hex would be really, really valuable for BetBoom to have. And he's the only hero who's going to buy it. So it's probably on his mind here. Do I buy Scythe, or do I get Refresher? Do I get Ags? Still, they don't have a Halberd, right? Like, that's also still a really good item, I feel like, in this game that they never itemized for. Could even buy it on techies, to be honest. Would love to see them pick one of those up.
No.
He is aiming for the Hex, though. So it will be him with a Scythe, and then, yeah, I mean, Doom with Halberd doesn't sound too bad here. Get that disarm, get that health, and stat-resistant evasion for yourself against these heroes hitting so hard. Pretty good. Nobody's got MKB on Gaiman, so it's very, very valuable for EHP. All right, so far not queuing up anything.
I was too worried about this next potential fight here. Only a 10k lead now for BetBoom.
Oh, if they get vision here, they're in a really, really good position, BetBoom, if they somehow get in behind them.
Yep, Quinn. Still smoked. It will now dissipate along with the rest of BetBoom's smokes.
Yeah, how many Ninja Gears do we have in play here? Is it just the one? Just the... Okay, one per side, so GPK rocking one as well.
Does Sleight of Fist not break smoke?
It should.
I could have sworn I saw that it didn't there, but yeah. Because I know Swashbuckle definitely does. And it's basically the same mechanic.
Yeah.
Speedy rune of haste.
Now the solo smoke again from Quinn because of the Ninja Gear. And he will pop. Little does he know, it is just the techies, along with Toronto Tokyo. Nullifier is going to keep save in place. They're going to be able to get that kill. Sharpshooter actually does connect, but it'll be a bit tough to catch up to. So they'll be happy with just the one pickoff. And Nullifier takes off Flame Guard. It takes off Crimson Guard. Anything else I'm missing? I guess we talked about the Jingu in the past.
Glimmers.
Yep, true.
Now there's one completed for GPK as well on the Ember. So he has his own options. It's lower than patch average to be sure, but that is mainly because he's bought items in the order that he has, not because he's having a bad game. He just got multiple other build-up items. His inventory is completely qualified for 40 minutes.
Look at Pierre's... He has a Siege Shot skill. What?
He just wants to break Lincolns, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that does make sense. Okay. It's like, in what world do you want that?
Might put it to use.
He's going to... Okay, good timing.
Oh, the glimpse
back into the Static Storm. Nullifier on top of Quinn as well as he is surrounded and brought down. 100 seconds, no buyback. Of course, BetBoom do not know this.
They do if they noted it, because it's on cooldown.
Is it the cooldown?
It's on cooldown for 1:40. So exactly when he respawns, he'll have buyback.
Handy.
If BetBoom have identified this, they could end the game here. I think this 5v4 is too difficult. Despite Doom being on cooldown, Gaming Gladiators really rely on Quinn to assassinate the supports. Would love to see BetBoom try to squeeze an advantage out of this, but looking a bit timid. Not really
they are
posing too much aggression just now. Still farming some jungle with the Monkey King and gonna even TP top and defend. So looks like they don't know the timing.
I mean, we've seen, and we talked about GPK specifically, but this team has thrown leads away in the past.
There's definitely some PTSD kicking in from that.
I think that does that does take a toll on any team, and then you overcorrect to a degree, and I think that's
100%
potentially what we're seeing here.
It's so easy to sit and watch the game and be like, just end lol. It's so much harder to make the judgment and have the overview, as we have access to so much information that they don't all the time. So it's not like this is a complete facepalm not to push. I get it, but definitely. So let's put it this way. Let's say they know Quinn doesn't have buyback here. Then I would say, okay, like, how nervous are you really? Do you have any business being? But they theoretically should know, but there's a lot happening in these chaotic fights, and there's a good chance they didn't catch the timer on it.
I feel like keeping track of timers is pretty difficult.
It's very hard.
Like Roshan is one thing. I think a lot of players do that, but buybacks, I think it's kind of iffy.
I mean, especially when the buyback situations happen in a chaotic team fight around Roche that's like a 10v5, right? Like, do you really know when exactly things happen? And
well, I can tell you from a second place TI perspective, a lot of teams don't keep track of any timers.
It was a different time.
It was. People have gotten better since then.
That was actually the reason Wings won. They kept track of timers. No other.
Yeah, we had no idea Roche was up. You know, Jesus. Well, that and picking
didn't even
Slark
know the
mid.
game had a clock. Oh, there's a rune. Cool.
I think it was more picking Slark.
Wonder when the runes spawn.
That's never a thing.
No. Well,
smoking out from
they
both
did let you
respective
win a
teams.
game by picking tiny techies. So
that's true.
Oh, Pudge techies.
It was something like that. Yeah. And then we picked Jakiro mid, and then Slark mid, and oh, Lord help us, Gaben. Neither of these smokes will materialize into a fight, at least not initially. Maybe we'll see some warding expeditions. Roche could theoretically be up in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And is it
Power rune time?
nighttime in 1 minute?
Is this a good power? Oh, it's exactly what I was thinking. If they find a DD here, this could be go time.
Yeah, that's a juicy one.
Giving bottle to Nightfall. He also has the Monkey King has pretty solid range when he finds this neutral. the Pent-Edged Sword. What's his attack range
He's
now?
a literal ranged hero now, right?
He has 300 plus the...
It's 400, right?
He hits for 400. Look at that attack range.
Is that Vengeful Spirit? Is that about right?
Pretty much.
Forcing Gaming Gladiators back to their base. They get the tier 3 uncontested. Fortification still available for Gaming. We can see that Roche is going to be up in 40 seconds.
Why did you have to say Venge? Now Miss Venge. It's such an iconic Dota hero, but she has just not been popular for like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I think they just couldn't make up their mind if they want it to be support or core.
Yeah, then pick one.
I agree. I agree. Make it core, of course. It's more fun.
Yeah, you want everyone to be a core.
Yeah.
Imagine if Dota didn't have supporting.
That would be great. Heroes of the Storm. That game lasted a while. Yeah. Okay, Roche is going to be spawning, and it will be up top. And both sides know this. Now, who has better scouting?
This is a great time to pick up a Daedalus on Morph. He can come up big if he finds an angle now. Yeah. He has the ability to stand and deliver and actually kill Monkey King.
Man, what a stalemate this is. This is hilarious.
Techies is insane for situations like this, though. I would definitely say advantage Bet Boom just from positioning and keep throwing out sticky bombs and keep placing mines for information. And
Ace can go in and out of the pit, as he has been doing, to check if Roche is up. They can use the illusions, of course, as well to get rid of some of those mines. Roche, so Gaiman knows 100% this is up right now.
Yeah.
There's the double damage on Nightfall.
Oh, Celery's going to
Okay. Oh, Quinn actually jumps in, trying to delete somebody right off the bat. They're going to be able to get Toronto Toki. He doesn't have buyback 50 seconds. Pure actually uses the Ag's Doom on himself very early. Jumps right in, now trying to focus on that Morphling, but can't catch up. Instead, will have to go for the Broodmother. Still a pretty damn big kill, and they find it. That's an instant buyback from Ace now as the Wukong's command, forcing everybody from Gaiman outside of the outskirts there. Now the waveform back in. Is that a static storm? That's just a kinetic field, it looks like. As Dyrachyo, he's going to be nullified for the time being. At half HP now, kind of getting kited to a high degree as GPK looking, trying to finish him off. Boundless Strike coming in from behind. Dyrachyo inside the tree line. Will get harpooned back. The huge hoodwink stun again comes out. Lots of damage being applied as Nightfall barely gets out. No, 124 seconds of no Monkey King. That bushwhack was absurd.
Oh my god, the base is burning.
That's
like
true.
100 red dots on the minimap.
That's a lot of creeps.
Dyrachyo bought back to defend base.
He has to, and now Save trying to prevent this Roche from coming out, but it's not even remotely close of going down, so he's going to basically suicide. And now Quinn, he's completely surrounded. Able to astral step to the high ground, though. I'm not sure if GPK has enough remnants to follow suit as Ace now. He's extremely low as well. This Roshan number 3.
Oh, they didn't.
Very hotly contested. Celery gets off a soul rip there. Pure actually initiated on by the Brood, but now GPK looks like they will be able to finish off that pesky spider. 120 seconds of no Brood now.
Yeah, hope they timed the buyback.
Pure is spotted by the Acorn shot. He pops his BKB, but he's now surrounded and taken out as well. 2 minutes of no Doom. And now Gaiman Gladiators should be able to secure the 3rd Roche. They've gotten all 3.
How the hell did this game get close? It's so unreal. How do they do it?
So Refresher Shard, Aegis, and Cheese.
They're 2 lanes down and a tier 4, and almost 2 tier 4s, and still, it feels like this is a 50-50 at this point. Like, when you see how the fights play out, it's so crucial. We were talking about this Dyrachyo getting the Daedalus right before that fight. He just bodied Nightfall as soon as the Monkey King ult was over. It's not what we're seeing in this replay. Obviously, this is an insane bushwhack coming out from Tofu there with his last bit of mana. Highest possible impact play he could have found there. And some polarizing reactions there.
Pretty hype.
There goes the first lane.
Indeed.
Will they actually... All right, will Gaming Gladiators go for more, though? It's going to be a 4v4. They have Aegis.
Lincoln's just popped. No Doom. So this is 4v4. Tombstone placed ahead of time. Dyrachyo still with the Aegis, obviously. Leipner going to hold him in place. There comes a stun from Save. Well, they're actually going to try to fight this as Nightfall goes right in with a huge Wukong's command. Tofu's deleted. Celery trying to get the hell out, but GPK is going to follow him with that nullifier. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo turning into Monkey King, uses the Refresher Shard, trying to take out this monkey, but he just dies instead. He basically suicides himself. So that's 4 heroes dead for Gaiman. and nobody for BetBoom. What a hold!
I mean, honestly, this game is turning out exactly how everyone expected, right? Like, 20 minutes in, I knew this was coming when I was like, BetBoom's definitely going to win this game. And this was how I imagined it. Morph using Refresher, waving into Wukong's command and dying instantly.
What was that?
I mean, honestly,
man,
I kind of like the idea of Duracho because he does this shit. He does super high-risk, high-reward plays. It didn't work that time, but if it had, we would have been calling him the hero of the game. But this... He has to BKB here, obviously, to get out of the storm. And this...
Yeah.
I think also a little bit unlucky. I think Nightfall got like triple crit there. Woo! Yeah, a little bit of a polarizing reaction again, but this time it's the other way.
Reversed.
All right, BetBoom have to end the game now. There is no way they let this slip away now. You're 5v3 for a full minute. Quinn.
Yeah, they know he's there. He's going to get Searing Chain. They actually break the Lincoln, so there's the Aghanim Scepter Doom, but Pure is bushwhacked to a tree. Now Nightfall, they're able to catch up to this Broodmother, and Ace is dead, no buyback. And BetBoom finally should be able to finish this game. Pure jumps back in, the Doom's still going, and they'll be able to take out Quinn relatively easily now that he's completely outnumbered. Another Wukong's command. And Quinn, last remaining member, but not for long as GG's come out.
Oh, that reaction from Pure. That reaction from Pure was so telling. Oh my god, I want a replay of that player reaction there.
What did he do?
He basically did a not like this after they won. He was like, guys, how did we almost lose this game?
Man.
I think...
Who feels better going to game 2 is really the question.
Yeah, I mean, BetBoom definitely feel relieved because this was like, again, it's that Achilles heel of, man, we're so good at the early mid game, but sometimes just drop the ball. And this time, they had a lot of balls to drop. So they could afford it a couple of times, but it started. They started running out of balls toward the end.
Boy, you are obsessed with balls. Let's see what the panel has to say with balls.
Let me tell you, my balls dropped watching that game because it was back and forth. You take two high-velocity teams, you put them in a match against each other. They're spinning around. They don't know what the hell to do. They bounce against each other every once in a while, and it looks like, oh my god, this is you have the advantage.
Wait,
then
GPK wins.
Something needs to be talked about here, Neil. Your balls dropped during that. Your voice was like that.
I was wondering, I'm like, why is it so deep?
This is my true self.
Holy shit.
I just wanted to say that I'm really excited to see how this game played out.
I can't keep it up.
That's because your balls dropped.
Exactly. That was that's where men are made out of a game like this. And Duracho, with that refresher play, was trying to be the hero of the entire match. But should it have even come to that point? How did BetBoom let it get that far in the first place?
Well, those fights that Gaiman took, like, the first 20 seconds, I thought they were winning on the side of BetBoom, and then suddenly the momentum was like slowly shifting. I think Gaiman just did a great job of utilizing buybacks and drawing out the fights long enough where the Doom's on cooldown, the Disruptor ulti's on cooldown, and Brood's using like her third, insatiable hunger, so they're abusing the sustain. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought the game was completely over. Then all of a sudden, it was on the top lane. They caught out Nightfall, killed him without buyback on Gaiman, and from there, they were able to find their footing in this game. They're able to get to locations that mattered, like the Roshan pit, get to the Roshans, get these pickoffs, and then slowly started going their favor. And it's like, oh, Gaiman can actually do this. 4 fights after, 4-man bushwhack hits, they get the Roshan. I'm like, damn, Gaiman's gonna win this game. And then, of course, the unfortunate Roshan play, or you can say the good play from Nightfall, getting behind them, getting that Wukong's down, was pretty pivotal for them getting back into that game.
I was so upset watching that. Just thinking about it logically, your Broodmother's dead for like another 30 seconds without buyback. You have your Aegis, you're strong, you take top racks. Just play it safe. I mean, maybe like it could be wrong to play it safe. Like we see BetBoom this whole game, right? They're not like going crazy. Quinn's dead for 100 seconds. They're still not going for the high ground. Like they clearly want to make sure everything's perfect. Gaiman did not play it safe. They went for the full risk. I would have just been happy with just taking the top and then waiting for your Brood and then going with Aegis. Instead, they just lost the game.
I have a counter argument.
Let's hear it.
I don't think they would have gotten to that spot in the game if they were playing it safe at all. I think they had to do some crazy ass shit to even like surmount a comeback like they did.
Okay.
And I think even though you're absolutely right. They should have played it safe. They should have been patient. All the things you said are
I
absolutely
just mean
true.
in that one
Imagine
moment.
shifting gears after 50, or like, you were probably sizably down to like 15 minutes, 35 minutes straight of like every single team fight's do or die. Because you lose one big fight, you're going to lose the game. They had to like make it even or at least get something, the whole game.
But this is the best team in the world, Brian. If they can't do it, then who can?
I mean, we've all been there, though, Dota players. You get that, like, either you're really far ahead, you get that strongman syndrome, and you have, like, the one overextension. You get behind, you're like, we just wiped them, and then you march down the base. The heralds in chat know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like a take turns back and forth marching down the map. It's not that different, like, when you're in a crazy, high-intense situation that these people are in.
Well, I'd like to talk about the guys that won the game now.
Yeah!
Please.
That boom.
That boom.
Oh my god, they were so impressive early game. I actually cannot, I was in constant, awe of how aggressive they were on the map. It was like every time they had a timing, they were activating it as it arrived. Like there was no dilly-dallying with this team. They hit Disruptor 6. They're getting kills. It's off cooldown. They'll go get more kills. They're sending here save. Holy shit, this guy on techies. Woo! He's coming mid, getting a kill on Quinn very early, nice rotation, moves to top, takes a tri-lane. Ace, who needed to have this good early game for Gaimin to kind of stomp, didn't have a game at all because they're just bringing techies top, then they bring GPK top, they're making these really nice rotations, then they're doing a smoke, and it's just constant pressure and moving and doing things where Gaimin just don't have a timing back because they've had a rough top lane, they have a Morphling carry, and Void Spirit can't work with anyone.
Yeah, and I also was shocked at how GPK was... I'm imagining that Save contributing so much to the mid lane also led GPK to having 11-0-14 KDA at some point in the game.
Yeah.
Which when he finally died, it was a 10x streak that ended, and he gave away 2,000 gold.
Yeah, and the way he got there, that fight top that you were mentioning, where he had 100 HP and he remnanted back through them, slided, and then remnanted back out. Those are the type of plays that I feel like Dyrachyo made the similar play at 50 minutes. It didn't quite work out. These players are fearless, GPK. He's insanely high skilled. I don't think anybody on the panel has ever bashed him for his skill.
Of course not. No one will ever bash him for his skill, just his personality. But moving on from that, this is Ember, 3 games in a row now. The LGD series, we had it as well. As Nothing to Say played it. Also in the first phase. This one wasn't first phase, but we're seeing Ember start to climb the ladder here in popularity and dominate 3 games in a row. Is Ember going to be one of the heroes that goes unaddressed in this patch? Or are people going to start banning it? Or are we going to see the real, where the Huskars at, Or are the heroes that are just going to punish it so it can't have a game like this?
Also, I'm curious if this changes the opinion on Void Spirit. I thought that he was one of the hardest nerfed in this entire patch out of all the heroes. At least, so the universal heroes got nerfed across the board. Did any non-universal heroes get nerfed?
Why would they?
Yeah, why would they? They're just not viable compared to it. But
Bounty Hunter got nerfed.
Didn't Disruptor take an LSU universal now?
Yes, Disruptor took a minor one, but then,
And Clinks, I guess.
Doom.
Oh, Clinks. Doom. Okay, great. Perfect examples. But Void Spirit...
He got hit hard.
He got hit hard.
He lost 1.1 stack in.
And this was a 23-pick Void Spirit. They did not know what the mid lane matchup was going to be. They banned out Storm and... Queen?
No, Storm and...
SF.
SF, that's right. Yeah.
My memory.
Wow, that was
excellent
impressive,
work.
Actually.
Thank you.
So they still opted for a Void Spirit after the nerfs, after Quinn cried about it, which shout out to Logical. He was the one who did the tweet showing the past 3 losses on Void Spirit. Put a 4th one on the board for Quinn.
Seems reasonable maybe that, before the patch, Void Spirit stocks were higher than Ember. And maybe if they had picked Ember, that Boom would have taken Void Spirit.
Yeah.
No, because then you're opening yourself up to Ember counters much harder, right? Like the
Like a
Huskar.
Oh, you think they might have... Okay, so my question is, are these counters bad only for Ember? Wouldn't Void get the same feeling, treatment?
Potentially. I'm not good enough at knowing.
That's why they banned SF, I think.
Just know I see Ember picks and then I see Huskar picks very often.
True.
Unless, Gaimin usually, if they second phase the Ember and they get Huskar, they're chill, because then Dyrachyo just plays the Ember. That's usually how they do it. But if they last pick, it's kind of clear where everything's going.
And then I don't think Broodmother changes the equation as much as she used to. It used to be I have to have a Broodmother counter. But if she's building universal style, then she's just like any other universal core for the most part. Yes, I suppose you need some AoE clear for her spiders, but it's not as imperative.
What was a Brood counter? I feel like towards the end of before 3-3, 7.33, that is.
Oh, okay.
Brood was just permabanned when it was good.
Yes, that is true.
There was literally no counter to this hero, so hopefully it doesn't go back to that stage. I think we're kind of exploring what can be good Brood counters. Monkey King did a lot of work this game, but it was because of saves rotation as well that did make this happen. But is it going to be consistent? Because that's how I saw Brood when it was popular. It was 50-50. Either dominated the lane or it didn't do well, no matter the matchup. We'll see if it's still the same. We need more data. It's a universal hero. It's going new build. A lot to be explored.
I'll give you one more game of data, potentially 2, because we are in best of 3s for this group stage, Stu, and we're going to get into game number 2 after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Greetings, friends, and welcome back as we get ready for game number 2 of Bet Boom Team versus Game & Gladiators, where I know something is on all of your minds. Not that. I don't care about the Dota. You know what I care about? That. The Beyblade arena, my friends. Okay, so, Sheep.
Yeah?
Care to explain what happened last time? Because I vividly recall your Beyblade winning and Game & losing.
All right, guys. I was wrong. Turns out who wins the Beyblade battle loses because they use all their power in the Beyblades. So by winning that, you're kind of a little bit tired, a little bit tuckered out. So going into the Dota game, it's a little too much. It's a little too much.
Okay, well, you at home may notice that we have a different channel point prediction. Let's see, if I'm here, then it would be like over here for you. Yeah, you guys have a channel point prediction on who is going to be winning the second round when we let it rip at the end of this draft. It's not about the teams. No spoilers, no Dota, no analysis, just raw, ripping action. And the other critique I saw is that people were like, oh, why are they using this thing as the arena? Well, it came with this. This is like
a dog bowl.
What Swedish Beyblade technology?
Feed like a stray dog with.
I think it has some of my sandwich from earlier left on it.
Feel free to finish your meal. That was option 1. Option 2 was this thing you put on top of a microwave. It has a hole in the middle. I don't really know if that's suitable.
That's like a hazard, an environmental hazard.
And then the last one was this whole bowl, which is like a cake mixing bowl kind of thing. And I think that the match would not last long enough. If
They
we were to
would
use
really kill each other in the middle of that one.
It's dangerous.
Leave that one for the cakes.
So we're sticking with the Beyblade arena.
It is the Beyblade arena.
It's the Beyblade arena.
Do I get to keep this?
Sure.
Okay, I'll save it.
For dinner later.
No. If you want to keep it, you have to hold it the entire time.
Okay, I'll keep it.
But yes, make a prediction on which of the Beyblades are going to win. Is it going to be Sheep's or is it going to be Fear's? That has literally nothing to do with the Dota. One of them is going to win. And you have channel points on the line. Now, if you care about the Dota, then Brian, Pugna, Beastmaster, Techies, tell me about them.
Yeah, so these are 3 heroes.
Correct.
2 of them are on Bet
Hold
Boom
on,
so
hold
far.
on. Let's talk more about the Beyblades real quick.
Okay, hit me up, Fear.
I'm just want everyone to know.
Fear, holy.
I just want everyone to know that sometimes, like, you let your kid win in a match or your little sister win just to be nice. That was me last round. So this next round, I'm sorry. I'm not going to hold back.
No mercy.
I'll kill you.
Time for the rude awakening. This is reality.
I've seen this man at the gym and how much he enjoys it. When I break both his arms and legs, it's going to be very sad, man.
I don't know. I saw him doing deadlifts yesterday.
He's going to be dead. He's dead.
Got him.
Sorry. Oh, Ben, come on.
Yeah, there's Dota now if you want.
So I was talking about the 3 heroes. Now there's 4.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's one more than last time I
The
looked.
plot thickens.
I like the Terrorblade against Beastmaster, but I don't know how I feel about it against Pugna. That's a little bit strange because Pugna with the sucky suck can kill the illusions instantly, and you also usually represent some sort of magical burst damage with the Decrypt. There's a lot of combos that go with that, so that's tend to be what Terrorblade struggles with. Why do you think they picked it so early with that hero in Fear?
Just Beastmaster, right? You see the Beastmaster, you see your lane matchup. Oftentimes you'll see the Terrorblade want to play against the Beastmaster, even though the Axis build has lowered the popularity of Terrorblade versus Beast. However, the Axis have been nerfed. And Ace, not Ace, he used to be a carry player. So Duraccio, he just wants to play some Terrorblade.
I respect that. As a carry player, the feeling and immense desire to want to play Terrorblade is definitely something we all go through at some point.
His strongest desire is to play Lifestealer.
You can't first round that hero. So he's like, I'm done. Just give me my hero. I'm not going to waveform into Wukong's command. Let's ban that out real quick.
Does this make this the first Terrorblade he's played this DreamLeague so far? It looks like it.
I believe so.
Which is kind of crazy because it felt like Terrorblade was what most of their drafts and strategies centered around, especially during like the major. I feel like they are very comfortable playing around Terrorblade. So they're going back to a little bit of comfort.
I do think Terrorblade at the major specifically was purely as a counter to Alchemist. Like I think the popularity of Alchemist was what made pretty much every Terrorblade followed an Alchemist in the draft.
Yeah, I will say this is by no means like a free Terrorblade game. So it is a little puzzling, so it really just has to come to comfort or idea of how they want to play the game. I also will say for Gaming Gladiators, they play really well around hard carries on Duraccio. We saw Tofu, he loves building the auras. This team in general loves building the auras, and slapping auras on a hard carry normally feels the best.
Although he was on a hard carry last game and they struggled a little bit.
But that was laning stage.
Yeah, a little bit.
Fix that.
I think what I like, or dislike about Morphling, I should say, is that sometimes it feels like the hero's a little slow and struggles early game to get involved, whereas with Terrorblade, it really is as simple as we have meta, let's go push like mid tower, or let's do something, he can be involved, he can be there. And I like that a bit more for gaming. It really felt like when their offlane went badly last game, they just had nothing else to do on the map.
There was also no good axe target for him last game. Like I think what made Morphling rise popularity in the first place was the fact that all these universal stat buyers were getting picked, and then suddenly Morphling stealing 40% of your all stats. He gains like 1500 HP and a bunch of damage and intelligence. You lose all that HP, etc. Last game he had Doom, Ember, and Monkey King. Monkey King doesn't significantly rely on attack speed during fights because of his Wukongs, and none of the other targets just seemed that great. So I do think that partially had to do with it, not him being, or that hero not being as much of a hard carry last game. But the one thing I'll say about TB, I was going to ask you, Fear, do you think about the buffs in the jungle very much when you pick your carry?
Like the neutral buff?
The Mighty Mind.
Oh, yeah. I personally no, because most of the time you will farm down in that direction, but oftentimes if that gets invaded, you're going to leave. But it could be impactful, I guess, when you're playing
I think I was theory crafting Terrorblade as one of the biggest beneficiaries of the mana regen, because a lot of them, because on Radiant you get the mana regen. And he used to buy a Basilius, and I see a lot of people opt to, like, they skip the mana item now, so they can get to, like, the Mantas, the Sanchanyashas, the Scotties, basically like 500 gold faster.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to make your way downtown and go to get that buff.
Basic pass in your homebound.
And now that they've picked Underlord, it's like they don't even need to walk 1,000 miles to get to the Tormentor anymore. You just teleport straight to it. Which is one of the reasons why I was a little bit disappointed that Nature's Prophet has not shown up, because I thought he got a lot of buffs, attack range from 600 to 620. Maybe viable as a support now, but hasn't been revealed quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue is Nature's Prophet right now. Maybe support will come into play since they changed teleport. Gives you damage, and every time you attack, it gives you armor now. But the treants at level 1 are useless.
True.
So playing in the offlane is a lot harder now. Maybe it'll come to play, but the technology hasn't been discovered yet.
I miss him.
I think what makes Nature's Prophet like one of the significant contributing factors to whether or not he's strong is how costly deaths are. Like a lot of times it's like, even if you kill the Nature's Prophet, he has 10 treants hitting your tower and you're pushing out lanes in the meantime while he's dead, and you'd effectively got nothing out of it. But right now, deaths are so costly that it's totally worth like 3-4 man ganking a core, and Nature's Prophet probably feels pretty bad when it comes to like split pushing pressure and actually feel like you're getting good trades.
Yeah, when you're dead, time really passes us by.
So aside from Nature's Prophet,
are you done yet?
Gaming Gladiators?
If she didn't say it, I was going to.
Go ahead, Fear, get us back to the game.
Yeah, no, I'll say this is a draft where I would consider Gaming Gladiators being at like their peak performance. They have an aura buyer in the off lane. They have 2 supports that buy a lot of auras, a hard carry, playing for some timing and tempo. The only question is this a bit outdated? Is this going to work in this patch? Underlord was all the rage in 7.33 when it came out. Same with Shen, right? Techie's not quite discovered yet, but was still OP back then. People just didn't know. And there was often a lot of early phase Terrorblades, a lot due to Alchemist, but still, this draft looks very old.
It does.
Very, very old. 7.33, but like towards the beginning is 7.33.
Yeah, they're pretty slow as well. You look at last game and how BetBoom played when they had these big ults and timings and stuff and ran at Gaming over it. Gaming don't feel like they have like super close to that type of gameplay. They're really waiting. It's like we had that interview with Puppy where he's like, look, Chen, your lane's going to be whatever, but he builds up, then he gets the army, then he's going to be...
The boys.
He gets the boys. Friggin' love the boys. And then you kind of take over, right? So you're going to have all these auras and heals, and that's like your timing. If BetBoom can kind of get in there beforehand, then maybe they got something cooking. I mean, this Beastmaster, potentially he has a super free lane, and he gets to just take this tower early because Terrorblade goes jungle. You know, you're playing against Chen, he's pretty weak.
Would you say BetBoom have a glimmer of hope of stopping this
I'll
Chen?
kill you. Sorry.
For people at home, she gets really bothered when people use Glimmer of Hope.
So we get some glimmers of hope in the chat, please.
Yeah, get
it's her favorite phrase.
My first ever hated phrase was sacrificial lamb. Every time I heard that in a cast, I just muted.
I mean, who was going to be the sacrificial lamb in this game?
Back in my day.
You, fair. You
Yeah.
We're gonna sacrifice you on the altar.
I feel like
we'll
Morphin
take this out
struggles-
in the Beyblade arena.
Yeah, I'm not going to try.
I'm listening to you, Brian. What do you want to
I
talk
was
about?
gonna say, I feel like Morphing struggles against Underlord. Like, not necessarily just in lane, but
That
like
is
the
a
attribute
counter.
aura.
Yeah. I would say most of the time when you see a morph, you want to pick Underlord.
Yeah.
It's because you reduce his base damage, which he has a lot of, and plus you get your own base damage. And laning versus morph, the hardest thing is normally matching his base damage. And Underlord doesn't really have that issue. And of course, if he shifts all the way to strength, you have that percentage-based burn, so it's good damage throughout the game for sure.
Mid laners on the agenda for both teams. Storm Spirit, Necro banned out. Ember Spirit and Pango. Looks like neither team is afraid of Void Spirit at this point. Now what's Quinn gonna get his hands on as he's going into this matchup blind?
It's a little hard because he doesn't have like heroes to really play with, like explosively. You know, you have your techies and that's about it. So I don't know if he wants to go for a super hard playmaker like Queen of Pain, or if he wants to chill a bit. Looks like he'll make plays.
It's looking like a pretty nice puck pick for GPK here. I thought I was kind of concerned that they didn't ban it if they wanted to go for the Quap. You mentioned he's only played 4 heroes on on Quinn so far, and Quap's one of them. He's only played her once though, and they banned out the Necro, which forced out the Ember ban, because Necro's a hard counter to Ember, but now they haven't really protected the Quap. I feel
What
like.
about Lina?
Ooh, I watched Lina play earlier. When I saw her in the patch notes, I remember last patch, I think one of the strengths of Lina was the fact that she could go for like right-click build, but also the axe build, so you kind of had that variety. I'm not sure how good the right-click build still is on Lina, but now they've buffed the magic. That damage was insane. Like the actual output DPS you could do with that build, with the axe, was crazy, and now it's just better.
What
So
about
I really want to see
Sniper?
more.
Sniper versus Quap?
Sniper for the same reason.
Yeah.
They don't really have like a guy to go on anybody. Like Quap goes in, blinks on somebody in the back like Lina or Sniper, and then what? And they go for the complete opposite concept with the Kunkka.
All right.
What do you guys think of that? I was not expecting that.
Disgusting.
It's pretty good. It deals with everything Gaiman has.
I can't tell if his disgusting's like it's a good disgusting.
So it's a good Kunkka game, but Kunkka is a trash hero.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Like, you're good versus Quap in the lane. You're good versus all this like summon garbage. Not really good versus Terrorblade, but you're good versus all the Chen and the Quap. But I think that's about it. And then Kunkka has a big issue of I died twice, now I'm useless. So hopefully he just doesn't die.
But like,
nope, don't care anymore.
God
You know what it's time for. Let's roll it. Let's send Vanessa Carlton into the nether realm right now. It's time for Spinny Arena number 2. We're calling them Dota Blades, apparently.
my pack fell out.
We're gonna say let it zip.
Let it zip.
Okay, friends, you know the rules. Fear, I will have you know that you won 52% at the poll.
All right.
You ready for this?
They don't believe in you.
I'm ready.
2, 1, go!
He did it later.
Oh man, they came out clashing.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Wait, you changed colors. Who's who?
I'm
I'm
blue.
green.
I'm blue.
I'm green.
We didn't do by color. We did it by
Smush it.
I'm wiggling.
Wiggle it.
I'm wiggling.
Fight, fight,
Oh,
fight.
oh, they're tantalizingly close. They don't want to touch. Oh,
All right,
Music is
come
getting
on.
me jacked up right
Come on.
again?
You're stronger. You're stronger. Wait, no, wait. We want our teams to win, right?
now. Green is even keeled right now.
Oh, you're
my-
gonna lose again, old man.
My Beyblade's broken.
Bring as many Beyblades as you like, dude.
That's it. Fear won the poll 52%. 48% of you were wrong. Now it's time to see in the games. Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom team. Will they be able to conquer physics, or is it going to be more of the same? Let's find out. Game number 2.
Thank you very much. That means it's a 2-0, huh? Fear lost twice in a row, which means he wins twice in a row. Is that correct? Is that how it works?
Oh, look at us being revealed. Oh, the grand reveal of the casters. How you guys like that? Yeah.
And we're gone.
I think Blades, you can't ever question the Blades. The Blades always know.
They know something. I don't know what, though.
Yeah. We were talking about superstition in the previous game, and if you think the outcome of spinning blades running into each other decides how the Dota game plays out, good for you.
Yeah. You're going to make a lot of money. But don't do that because you might lose a lot of money, too. Relying on some inanimate object.
However,
BetBoom versus Gaming Gladiator Cinder. You have something important to say?
What I will say about that is that I think the overall chance that either of those spinny thingies beats the other one is pretty accurate of these two teams when they play a game right now. I think it's pretty close. So it is kind of 50-50.
I mean, BetBoom were up
equally good.
25K in that game, and then
it got close.
It did get close. Now you can say that's Gaming Gladiators playing well, which they were, or you could also say BetBoom were doing their usual.
It was a mix.
Overconfident.
It was definitely
type
a mix.
Style.
But they got there in the end, and that's what matters. They got the win.
All right, so looking at these lineups, Cinderman is we're going to have to maybe hold that thought as the bounty runes shall spawn, which means fighting shall commence. Sticky Bomb will force BetBoom out.
Looks to just be a standard.
No,
3
for Gaming Gladiators.
Bit of an advantage to start off with.
So yeah, we get to see Underlord again, which was the aura builder early in the patch. We see Quap for Quinn, only his second time this tournament. And then the Kunkka last pick was very surprising.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for BetBoom's lineup. I think they benefit a lot from having X-Mark. It's a really good spell for Morphling to play with because it gives him a nice way to enter the fight. You just catch someone, you pull them back into a torrent, and while they're stunned by torrent into ship, Morphling gets to use all his abilities, whether it's with or without being morphed into an enemy hero as well. So that's kind of nice. I'm with Brian, though. I think Puck overall seemed like a really appealing pick this game. The lane matchup against Queen is good, and there was a lot of other upsides with like synergies, similar logic. But maybe BetBoom's concern was that it was going to perhaps fall off a little bit and they would be too magic damage heavy. Maybe that was their worry. And I'm curious to see the mid lane as well, because this is a lane that historically Kunkka is one of the best heroes against Queen. But since Shadow Strike started healing, I don't know if Kunkka is in this patch. I mean, it's not new that Shadow Strike heals, but Queen of Pain versus Kunkka hasn't been played that much in the last couple of months. I don't know if Kunkka can reliably win this lane, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been played for a reason. As GPK, I mean, definitely one of the better Kunkkas in the world. I remember from older patches, at least. And I feel like, I don't know if this fully aligns, but ever since the small camp was removed.
That was a big part of this hero being a mid hero.
Yeah.
That's very true. Quinn with a double level Shadow Strike. I mean, I don't want to kill him here.
He doesn't
If he screamed, he would have forced the Fairy Fire.
Either way, I mean, just having GPK just sit back like this is pretty bad for GPK anyway.
Yeah, he's going to have to salve here. He cannot afford the bottle yet.
Yeah, there's the salve. As bottom lane, Pure.
Oh,
man.
Damn.
Flexion almost gets the kill.
Gaimin are really putting some serious pressure in the laning stage this time around. Both the Beastmaster and the Kunkka forced to buy a healing salve minute 2.
Yeah, and for the mid lane, in terms of CS, obviously the damage going the way of Quinn so far, and you can see the CS is in his favor as well. As Pure knows that the Metamorphosis will end, but he's already taken so much damage that I feel like Daracho can just right-click his way here, but Pure will be able to sidestep that, and Save had to pop the Fairy Fire to keep himself alive as well. So both members of BetBoom in this lane have taken heavy damage.
Yep. And in the meantime, Ace is doing amazing top. Techie seems to be the support of this patch right now, and obviously It was yesterday. We'll see if things change after the patch that we had until today, but so far, from what we've seen from the techies' lanings, they've been very good in the game earlier. Now this one is
GPK getting pretty aggressive. He uses X marks the spot. Quinn has to pop the Fairy Fire for himself as Celery gets first blood against Pure in that bot lane. You knew it was going to be one of these two lanes to happen.
Yeah.
But Gaming get the better of that exchange, of course, because there wasn't an exchange. There was just one kill and then nothing on the other side. Well, I guess you can exchange something for free, technically.
No?
Yeah. I give Steam bucks to people all the time for free.
And that's an exchange.
Yeah. You have to bring up the trade properties. Like if you send an item in Dota, that's a trade, right? You're trading nothing or something. So that is an exchange. Don't Google the meaning of the word. It's
that's a bit
correct.
of a stretch, Shannon.
So is your faces.
Oh.
Duraccio takes
Thank
a lot
you.
of damage.
I do have quite a big
lane.
face, actually.
That's foreshadowing of an inside joke to come as Quinn.
My face is so stretched it's becoming pixelated.
Quinn has to walk back to base. And even Nightfall, I mean, this is the Morphling special, just staying on low HP, but you do have to be careful against the percentage-based damage of Ace.
And Blast Off is the bigger worry. If you don't react in time, coming in from the fog, you can die. But yeah, Ace definitely very comfortable on this hero. Big part of Gaiman's success was Ace being very versatile in his offlane pool, and he...
Oh, man. These Mud Golems going ham on save right now. Those shards being thrown out left, right, and center. He's going to have to walk back. Dracha's still in that meta form, so should be able to force Pure out, although it is pushing in Pure's advantage. So they should be able to stick around a bit longer. As top lane, we see the sticky bomb on a Nightfall, but he's going to shrug it off, and they're going to kill Tofu instead with that Frost Blast of Toronto Tokyo. And we have X again, GPK. Gets off the Torrent successfully, but not able to do too much more.
Quinn with an early Falcon Blade, really putting emphasis on having that laning prowess here.
And Quinn will be hitting level 6 before GPK, so we'll see if he's done enough damage for Sonic Wave to actually be the finishing blow or not. Sticky Bomb actually will hit, so that's going to be extra harassment. Actually uses a Torrent to try to avoid the potential jump from Quinn, but he wasn't even thinking about that. But the bottle refill will help out GPK quite a bit, as the 6-minute power rune now coming very shortly.
Oh, does he have range? No. This 6-minute rune.
Oh my, blast off. Okay, Toronto Tokyo. He doesn't really have much mana. Sticky Bomb is there. He's going to be able to get the Sinister Gaze off, but he will die, and luckily for Quinn, the rune spawns right next to him. But I do believe that they spotted what rune that was from the side of Betboom, so they know that the Invis is there, but he shows anyway in the mid lane.
Great start for Gaiman, though. These lanes are going very, very well this time around. Just going to keep building it up. Betboom.
Constant refill.
It does feel like this support duo of Lich and Pugna are going to have a hard time finding major impact if no core is thriving. You need at least one good core to play with so that you can utilize your utility spells rather than... You don't really have like stuns or catch or whatever to really put a lot of pressure on the map. So let's say Beastmaster or Kunkka at least having a good game, they can play with one of those and open up space for the Morphling to farm. But as it stands, nobody on Betboom is having a good game. Like, the Morph, I guess, is having the best one, but he's still behind Ace.
Well, it's the literal opposite of last game.
Pretty much.
And I was asking, obviously a lot of this can be draft related, but who will feel better coming out of that game one? Yeah. Because Betboom, their reaction was not great. Like, they dodged the bullet, yeah, but the fact that that happened has to, affect your confidence in some level. Whereas game, you're like, all right, we shouldn't have even been close to winning that game, but we almost did.
Yeah.
Another Golem Shard being thrown onto Pure with a Metamorphosis. From behind, Duraccio should be able to clean this up, and he does. As mid lane Blastoff is going to save Quinn. Might cost Tofu his life, though. Yep, the gaze is there. Actually uses the Fairy Fire, but the Nether Blast is just enough.
I think he burned a Lotus there as well. But this is just a raw 3k lead from laning. It's quite substantial, and the big loser in all of this It's definitely the Beastmaster. Pure is falling very far behind the Terrorblade with his... Did he die twice, bot? Yeah, he did. So 2 deaths.
Save getting harassed by creeps. And Quinn doesn't have the Sonic Wave. Looks like he used it earlier, as Save is just going to be dove under the tower. With the cover of the creeps, and the shield rune as well, Quinn feels very confident. They're going to take out Toronto Tokyo in addition. All the while, GPK was forced back into the jungle, and we'll just have to take one more camp and likely go back to base.
This is falling apart for BetBoom real fast. Don't really know who you turn to for a comeback. Maybe a level 6 Beastmaster, and then rotating on that lane, trying to get a Roar kill on Terrorblade and opening up bot tower might be an idea. You could obviously also try to connect with your Kunkka with both supports, but it feels like they've kind of tried that, and it's just not enough. Like, you can't truly kill off the Queen of Pain, and Celery as well as Tofu have been really good at playing around that mid lane, obviously recognizing that Underlord is in there's just no threat on him. He can just sit up there.
Yep, Save. He gets Hurricane back and taking heavy damage. Tofu was there with the blast off. The Cellar is going to be using his ult to keep himself alive, at least for now, but Toronto Tokyo wants to try to finish this off. Sticky Bomb will slow him down. Sinister Gaze, though, with Pure on the other side, is enough to get the trade.
It's going to be a level 6 beast. He might not be safe, though.
Oh, Sticky Bomb actually hits. And yeah, double kill for Tofu as the boat coming in, but a nice Sonic Wave from Quinn turns into a triple kill for Tofu.
Oh my
and they get the kill onto GPK as well. This is as bad of a start as you can possibly have from BetBoom's side. Nothing is going their way. Duraccio shows up in the top lane, popping that meta to force Nightfall out. Pit of Malice keeps him in place for the time being, but he just will TP out.
But this is a lost tower now as well with that wave TP out. Nice rotation. I really like that move from the TP.
This is filthy. He has to use the Roar just to run away. It will be successful, but does not feel good.
And Quinn is going to reap the reward here with an Arcane Rune. Well, maybe they won't get the tower just yet this time around, but the Siege Creep wave is on the way for Ace, and feels like just a matter of time before that will fall. And in the meantime, they're also pushing the mid with that Siege Creep. Will be taken out by the tower at the very least for BetBoom, but not many silver linings to look at right now. You have all your cores are level 6, right? So again, it has to be plays around these ults that you're looking at. I think if you just slow the game down and you try to farm, for example, this pipe on Beastmaster, I think you're just letting Gaming Gladiators run away with it. They'll take every tower very quickly with this Chen having a good start with the Underlord being this huge. It does feel like Gaming can just play a timing push here where the Underlord gets the pipe, Chen gets the mech, and then you go 5-man lane. And do BetBoom actually even have the damage it takes to run into a teamfight at that point is my question. It's
yeah, and I know that they were questioning the Kunkka pick, and we'll get to that in just a moment as there might be a connection here from Quinn, although you can see GPK is very healthy. Arcane Rune popped. You can see the Fiend Gate placed as well. He gets the Torrent and the ship coming out. That's going to mitigate a decent amount of damage along with the Frost Shield and the heals from Save, so Kunkka is perfectly fine. Toronto Tokyo, though, not so much. Axe is coming out. They're dealing quite a bit of damage, and that's going to force Gaimin back. But I think it's not just about the Kunkka pick being slightly weird. It's the fact that it's the final pick that needs to be. It doesn't have to be a gotcha pick, but it can't be outright countered in the laning stage. And it feels like Quap just, at least historically, maybe something has changed. This is just like a small sample size of one game, but I feel like that hero gets dumpstered by Quap.
That's the thing though that I was getting at, is that depending on what time in Dota's history you're looking at, there were phases where Kunkka was one of the best heroes against Queen. Was when she was like the hero that was almost invincible in lane. Kunkka was one of the few that could handle her, but I just don't think since Shadow Strike has been healing that that's really a likely outcome. And you also have to look at the support dynamic, right? One team has Chen and Techies, and your team has Pugna as well as Lich. So the rotations that are going to be coming in,
oh boy,
are a little bit different in nature. Pure
Sticky Bomb with the ult from Quinn and the finish off. And they're going to steal a stack. 9K lead at not even 13 minutes.
About to be 10 here with this tower falling.
Yes. This is very bad for BetBoom. And of course, they were up by a considerable amount in game number 1. I mean, it wasn't this bad, but
again, it's
game
also
did come back to a degree.
You also have to consider the nature of the lineups that were played in the game, right? Like, it's one thing that the gold is this bad, as it was in the last game. Oh, Tofu might die here.
Yep, runs right into a bunch of members of
Hand
BetBoom.
of God, stick.
Yeah, Hurricane. He's on the
Almost
cliff.
live.
Will die, but a big Pit of Malice onto 3 and blocking off the exit for GPK as well. He gets off the boat, but Quinn can just... Well, thought he could just jump in and finish him off, but BetBoom will go the opposite way to be able to disengage.
Yeah, the thing about the 8K here is that in the last game, first of all, the 8K lead came later in the game, but also the nature of the lineups was very different. This time around, Gaming Gliders have a lineup that truly can just group up and get it done, where BetBoom's in the last game was more skirmish-oriented. It was good at finding like 3v3s, finding pickoffs. Gaming's lineup, when it comes together, can really just finish off the game. Terrorblade with an Aegis and all these auras backing him up. It's going to be a big challenge to deal with. He's going to steal this rune away at 14 minutes from Pure.
That hurts.
He's pinging for assistance. Somebody come here. Terrorblade just committed a crime, but nobody's nearby, so he can't roar him.
Yep. That feels very bad.
There's the pipe. There's... Oh, boy. GPK.
Okay, will Quinn go any further? No. I mean, how does the high ground... I mean, you're right. They have the auras. Like, they have the... It's a very traditional 7.33 lineup, right?
Yes.
To a T. As Sonic Wave coming out, X will be there with the Torrent, but you can see Fiend's Gate is used from Ace, who gets off the pit, slowing down GPK, who's going to get healed now from Save, which will likely cost Save his life, although he gets off the Decrepify.
Well played by Save here.
I'm not sure if anybody's going to go in for the finishing move, but Quinn getting relatively low as the tomato is there. And that is going to be more than enough to not only get him, but at the very least pressure this tier 2 tower. And Save gets off one more Nether Blast. Now he's going to be spotted.
Surely
behind
after
the
that.
tree. There's the pit. The heal lasting quite a long time, but...
Oh, he killed off quite a few creeps with that blast. I guess it's worth it. I mean, at least he laughs it off immediately after. It's like... Yeah, there was no way. He knew he was dead when he cast that spell, but... Has to just try to delay it so that the whole map doesn't fall apart. 10 minutes in, this is ugly. They hold their tier 2 with his Valiant defense. Oh my god, he has Vanguard 2 now on Ace. This Underlord is invincible. Look at this. Pipe Vanguard, minute 15, with a Lotus Flower, Hand of God, and Mech on his chin.
Yep.
Good luck. Feel like Gaiman could literally just force Roche right now, and I don't think BetBoom can deal with it. Like, even if they know, if they all chat them, hey guys, we're gonna go as 5 and do Roche in 30 seconds, see you there, I think BetBoom aren't gonna come.
Yeah,
it's gonna be like, oh, okay, well...
Well, maybe they still would to get the steal, because that is...
I thought you were gonna say to get to game 3.
Even, I mean, that is the other way to look at it, I suppose. Tofu, he gets spotted.
All right.
And that's going to be a pickoff for BetBoom.
Nice kill. Maybe they can get extras here.
Yeah, they will lose their Pugna in the meantime.
Oh, Quinn's fast as fuck, boy.
Yep, GPK, the TP out. Will actually be fine. Pure's just going to get harassed down, though. But you can see the Frost Shield. They're making Gaming Gladiators think about this a bit.
Firestorm,
it's a very,
Firestorm action.
Other than the burst damage of Quinn, it's a very methodical lineup, group up. I mean, the Quap is kind of the wild card, but everything else is very, very standard.
Yeah, and you do have a little bit of an X factor in techies, but you're always going to have that, right, when this hero gets first picked. It's why it's so good. It's good in lane, which is used to be one of Techie's Achilles heels. Doesn't really have that anymore because he actually deals good damage now on his auto attack. You get that gank potential burst damage. Toronto might get Sonic here.
Yep. And this will be a tier 2.
Yeah.
And considering that Roche is on the top area of the map,
okay,
maybe
they
go
Tofu
for that.
again, I guess.
Yeah, Fiend's Gate's coming, though.
He's not going to die.
Tofu wants to find someone with that reactive taser, but it ain't happening this time. Save's like their frontliner this game. Have you noticed?
Yeah. I mean, who else is going to? Kunkka? Not really.
Not with this. I mean, with this farm, nobody. For sure. Kunkka forced to go Spirit Vessel, by the way. So.
Oh.
Going for anti-heal.
Don't like that.
Which means it feels more like he's a support at this point.
Yeah, and the thing about going this item, like, who are you trying to counter with it? Is it... Yeah, who are you trying to counter?
I guess it's Chen heal.
That's just not good enough out of your mid-hero going Vessel this late. I don't know. I mean...
The heal from Shadow Strike, very important to mitigate that.
I mean, it's dire straits, right? Like, what can you really do? But I think this is just not greedy enough, basically. I think.
I mean, let's say he was doing well and he got this item. Would you even like it then?
Not in particular. I don't think it's that good in this game. Like you said, there's the Chen heal, and obviously the damage is decent against Underlord, but I feel like you're better off just really making sure that you somewhat scale. This item does not scale on this hero at all.
And plus it's 19 minutes and he hasn't finished it anyway. 60 away from doing so. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a big impact type of item. Speaking of big impact items, we just talked about Vanguard being completed. Well, how about a full Crimson? Yeah, 43 seconds faster
Well, would
than
you
average.
look at that?
But I bet they didn't have Pipe as well before.
What's his next aura?
Well, he's going Nullifier, which is not an aura.
That is not... If it was, that would be crazy. Well, Chen has the Greaves. Is anyone buying Boots of Bearing?
Probably not.
Techies has Drums.
Okay.
So he might upgrade them eventually, but he has Drums Arcane. Oh, well, that was another tower.
What happens if you buy a drum recipe again? Does it do anything?
You get reported.
Ace. Oh, Ace. There's the Spirit Vessel being revealed at the 20-minute mark. And it's going to be used to full effect because Ace cannot, despite how strong we may see he's seemed, Cinderin cannot 1v5.
Is this a good... I mean, they got the gem. He was stranded up there alone with the gem, but it's going to probably cost them Elena Barracks. So I don't know.
Potentially.
Quinn
Morphling turns into the Underlord. And yeah, that's a set of racks.
They got him, though. And they got the gem.
I mean, a gem is a big pickup.
Currently running around with it on Toronto, Tokyo. I feel like he should probably pass it on. He dies very quickly in this game.
All right.
Tormentor has been killed. Tofu will be grabbing a shard, so now he can cast Reactive Taser on allies.
Shout out to Valve for that addition today, by the way. I like that a lot.
Absolutely outstanding innovation.
Pure.
Oh, it's close to Sonic range, but Quinn only has Sonic Wave level 1 despite being level 12.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Not sure what the rationale is there. Maybe he just didn't do the math right, or was like, oh, wait, I'm level 12. Maybe he doesn't think it's that good to level up. I don't know. Gets a bit more expensive on the mana, but he has a decent pool. I don't think there's anything wrong with leveling it up on 12.
Yeah, so Gaiman, I'm a little bit surprised they haven't gone for Roche. But I guess they just feel they don't even remotely need it.
I mean, okay. This is just a power play, right?
Save. In the cover of his tier 3 tower will die. Not much cover after all as the Crimson pop for Ace, so they're essentially invulnerable to this Bet Boom lineup. Frost Shield will delay things a bit. No fortification, though, available, as there's the big buyback from Save. X marks. Dirachi, all right, this is their last stand, I would think. Chain Frost into the boat. They get off it successfully, but there's a Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain. Nightfall has to run away as he is disarmed. They get the Kunkka, and they are just getting everybody. GG called. This was a spanking.
Oh, yeah.
Not remotely close.
Yeah. Oh, Gaiman were like, all right, last game, we fell behind and we made it close. So what if we're just ahead instead, guys? What do you think? Do you think it's going to be close then? No. It was not close whatsoever. And, of course, importantly with this win, we have already established that the Blade Wars are completely useless. Don't put any stock into who wins the spin, but...
Wait, who won the spin this time?
Wasn't it Bet Boom again?
No. Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 then.
Yeah.
Might as well flip a coin.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Unfortunately, Superstition loses
I like
yet
it,
again.
We got to keep up tradition. It doesn't matter.
But I mean, what a great game from Gaming Gladiators. Just completely ran them over. There isn't, I mean, how much is there really to unpack? They crushed them in all 3 lanes and just ran them over.
This is the one team that when they win the laning phase, it just feels like
they almost never lose.
It's so
very rare when Gaming are ahead.
And that's why we question like the Kunkka pick. But we'll see. The panel can break this down a little bit better than us.
Can we? Can we break it down better than them?
No. It's not possible.
Impossible.
Might as well just go to break.
And that's game number 2, everybody. We'll be right back with game number 3.
Got him.
Got him.
This game was just all in the lanes, I think.
Yeah.
Like, they kind of prioritized the lanes immediately on Gaimin when they picked the Terrorblade into Beast. We were talking about it's not the greatest versus Pugna, and I feel like the morphling into the Underlord and the Kunkka into Quap didn't help that at all.
I feel like
was
that
supposed to win that Quap matchup. That was supposed to be their saving grace, but Quinn laid the smackdown on GPK in this game, and GPK didn't have a game. I saw it was like 19 minutes. Vessel completed on a mid Kunkka. Not where you want to be at all.
Like, what else do you have before that?
Phase boots.
Oh.
Very intimidating. Fear the mid lane Kunkka. Yeah, I'm really confused why they didn't pick the puck.
Do you think it would have changed much? Like, I think if Kunkka's already meant to be a winning matchup,
yeah,
then where do you go with the different hero? I think he just got outlaned. I think like when you play Queen of Pain, you can go for like the max Scream build where you're just farming and doing things and winning by out-CSing. Or you can go the max Dagger build where this Kunkka is constantly on 10% health and just can't lane or do anything, and just, you know, natural Quinn mid laning things happen there. It didn't help like bot lane as well. They won that pretty nicely. I think Beast farmed for a little while, but what ended up happening was Pugna left to go use his body to block the small camp. And when he did that, Chen was able to 1v1 the Pugna, which was in Chen's favor because he'd gone like Branch's circlet build and not like a headdress. And then Terrorblade used meta and 1v1 the Beastmaster, which he then won as well. And then that harass turned into a kill, and everything snowballed from there.
But that's just that lane. What about the other lane? What about the Underlord lane?
I saw Morphling at 0 CS after 2 creep waves.
I also saw that, and I was very curious.
I'm like, Fear, he has 0 CS.
Why?
I was like, that's not good.
I know Atrophior is...
That was precisely... that was almost exactly how he sounded, too.
One would say it's kind of bad. How does that happen?
The thing about Underlord is I remember somebody posted on Reddit a chart of all the heroes' base damage in the game. Yeah. Underlord was like 3rd. And you have Atrophied Aura on top of that. So Fear mentioned that the best thing for an offlaner to do against Morph is to just match his base damage. I think it goes the opposite for Underlord. Like, you want to threaten him. You don't want to let him hit creeps, because he will pretty much out base damage any hero in the game. And so Morphling's just, you're auto-attacking to try to time it better than the Underlord is. And he's probably interfering with your CS. And he was CSing under tower because they pushed in the wave with Firestorm. And he had 0.
Waves. Way she goes.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. And this game as a whole, you gave Gaming Gladiators one of the lineups in which they were kind of built on in a lot of ways. The Celery Chen, Ace playing his Underlord, Durachu on his Terrorblade. It's very difficult to play against this lineup versus a team that knows how to execute it so well if you lose all 3 lanes. It becomes impossible. It was like 7,000, 8,000 net worth advantage before even 10 minutes. That's insurmountable. You cannot come back from that. Especially add on the auras and the heal that they brought with that. You got to do a lot better in your laning stage if you want to contest. And I do like the fact that Gaming Gladiators, they went back to their comfort. And they just picked heroes that they know how to execute with. And it looked damn strong as it normally does when they get these heroes.
But I want them to pick 7.33D heroes.
Which are what?
Yeah, that was a
Broodmother, which they lost with. Hoodwink, which they lost with.
All right, so
what else did they have
it's
last
a good
game?
thing Tsunami's not drafting.
Give me other D heroes that got buffed.
Lycan.
Zeus. Lion.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
This is why a lot of teams that win oftentimes will just, even if it gets nerfed, they'll just keep playing their heroes.
Yeah.
Because they know how they work inside and out. They know all the timings of their heroes, and gaming just showed that so well, that they knew how the laning stage worked. They've probably played the same lineup, or maybe take out the Quap and the Techies, replace them with something else, right? They've played probably this Underlord, Terrorblade, Chen probably 10, 20 times, and they know exactly what their timings are, how to hit them. And if you let them get ahead with a lineup like this, you're just done for. And that says a lot for comfort over experimentation. Where I feel like LGD earlier today, they experimented a bit. It looked amazing. I was like, wow, but you tried doing that a little bit on gaming. Maybe gaming's the type of team they need to get the reps in first before they can perform.
And this is very much in line with how Gaimin have been behaving all tournament. Sheep, didn't you give the stat where the average Gaimin game is like 30 minutes or 29 minutes?
The average game and win is 32 minutes. The average game and game is 35 minutes.
Okay, and then for BetBoom, how long was their average win?
42.
What's their average game?
41. No, that was average win.
40 plus.
Yeah, I'm saying, what was average game?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't look at that stat. Sorry.
I'll take average win. So then there you go.
Back to the Beyblades.
Back to the Beyblades. 41 minutes, and our game one was quite long, probably because of some throws both ways. And then this one was just pedal to the metal. Once Gaimin had the advantage, they never let up.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a very simple game.
That is what happened.
Fits their archetype.
I mean, Gaimin made pretty much no mistakes that game when they were ahead. The last game, though, BetBoom made quite a few mistakes when they're ahead, right? But the ease of execution for Gaimin's draft is much more simple. It's like, oh, we win 3 lanes. We have Chen, we have Underlord, we have Pipe, blah, blah. We walk down lane, we take barracks. When you have a Monkey King carry and you don't have a Chen, game plan gets a lot more confusing.
I think the speed,
complicated, rather.
The speed was something massive to account for, right? Because BetBoom are desperately trying to reclaim some net worth. So you have Beastmaster dying, but usually players cover each other. You're like, okay, this guy goes with this guy, or we're close to this guy, so we can react if something happens. Instead, you just have Beast dying under his tier 2 tower alone. You have oh, we're making this nice smoke move top or something. We're killing Underlord. We're finally getting this big kill. Oh shit, our racks are gone. It was too fast.
They didn't gank the boys.
They didn't gank the boys.
It was only one set of boys also.
Yeah, it wasn't even that many.
One set of boys.
9 damage.
9 damage. The rally. Never underestimate the rally. And never underestimate the desire for these teams to commemorate Group Stage 2 by wanting to play all 3 games in a best of 3. Stick around, everyone, and we will be back with the thrilling conclusion of BetBoom versus Gaimin Gladiators after this.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt alone.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
No, I actually quite like that one. Prolific Pandas, do it again. That's what I'm talking about, everybody. Game number 3 with Game & Gladiators versus Bet Boom Team, where I'm figuring out more ways to complicate the situation with the blades. That was supposed to be just a one-game gimmick, but you guys are enjoying it thoroughly. So, you'll see I have 4 separate colors this time. And this time, there's also points on the line, because I believe that the mods have now created a channel point prediction. You gotta put some stakes on the line in this one. So it's a tag team battle. We'll get into the Dota eventually. But for right now, it's gonna be me and Fear versus Brian and Sheep.
Yeah, Sheep was given the first choice of teammate, and she chose me.
I didn't actually. No, I didn't. I went, I don't want to choose between either of you, but then I forgot how bad you are. So I really regret letting Fear take Tsunami.
It was more like, who do you guys want to be on? Fear was like, Tsunami.
I will, however, Brian, let you take choice of color. We have...
I got the green one.
No,
you got the green one.
Green one. It's OP.
Why? I have to fight the strongest guy, and you're taking the fucking green one from me.
We are all 4 in the same arena. I should explain that. The way it's going to go down is I'm going to bust out our freshly branded Dota Arena Meepo style. They're going to rip first. Fear and
You're
Sheep.
literally griefing the
It's
game.
home court advantage. And then Brian and I will enter the arena at the same time. All 4 of these blades will engage in mortal combat. And then we need to decide who wins. You at home will be able to predict that as well. You guys have been racking up those ESL Esports dollars. It's time to put them to use. God, I'm told it's just a poll again. Game number 3 has now begun for a Game Gladiators versus Bet Boom Team, where I believe most of you are here to watch that.
I hate BSJ so much.
He's on your team. Be nice.
Is this what it feels like to team with GPK?
Only when he's playing Storm Spirit.
I don't know. Does GPK like pick Nature's Prophet and just TP into the enemy fountain? Because that's kind of what you're doing to me right now.
He does not do that.
Why don't you trust him with the green one?
Because I need the green one to defeat Fear.
We're all in the arena.
Fear goes.
Some insight.
It's all 4
some
of us.
background knowledge here. Like this is withheld information.
No,
from me.
it's not.
We went into these Beyblade challenges. So basically, what I'm saying, all the other matches they were rigged because she knew the green one was by far the best Dota blade that we have, by far. And she didn't tell me that. She withheld this. She said, here, take the shitty one. I'll take the best one. Let's battle.
No, I gave you the 3 other options. You know, this is the equivalent of going to Game In and saying, you're not allowed to prepare for this match. You're not allowed to look at drafts of Bet Boom or
You
practice.
did your homework.
You're not allowed to play pubs.
You scouted.
Yeah, but you only one of the teams got to prepare. So like I don't know if you can tell this. I'm just glancing at it. All of these have different edges. The red has like little gaps in it. The yellow has little cuts and jaggedy things. This one just seems poorly crafted, but the green is pristine. This one is Japanese steel folded over 10,000 times.
Yeah.
Perfectly balanced.
And I
Perfectly balanced.
Well, maybe like he had as much opportunity to practice as I did.
But you selected.
But you know what he does instead? Because he's old, he just goes into the green room and he's just like.
No, I studied the games actually that we're about to.
Oh yeah? Tell me what the pick is gonna be.
Peckies.
The next pick.
Oh, the next one. I mean, I have to like tune into the draft now. All right, so the next pick is going to be. There's an Enchantress on the field. It's Gaming Gladiators. It's game number 3.
Go on.
A lot is on the line. This is group stage number 2.
Okay, tell me which player hero we're looking at. Are we looking at a carry?
I think we're looking at an off-laner.
We're looking at an off-laner. You want an ace hero. If you're right, you get the green one.
Okay. I don't want that
You don't
type of
want the
advantage.
green?
No, that's like you know how unfair this game would be if I got the green one? Like it's just not a I want a competition. I'm down to play her again and give her the green one and beat it with the worst one.
You can't beat it with the worst one. Me and Effie in the green room, we ran green vs yellow 100 times. It doesn't work. It's impossible.
But
Yellow's the worst.
I didn't play yellow.
It's an ace hero. Fear you. Oh wait, but you don't want it right now.
I want the. Which was the worst?
Which one's
Yellow.
the worst?
Yellow.
I want yellow.
Yellow? Okay, you get yellow.
That's based.
Let's go.
That is based.
Now, Sheep, if you want to earn green,
I don't want green anymore.
You don't want green
now
anymore.
Now he has the worst one. I don't care what.
Well, then what do you want then?
I don't care.
Blue, red?
Maybe red.
I got gamer colors. Do you want red? Okay, tell me. What hero are we looking at? What are we looking at? Also an offlaner? We're looking at a mid. Who's going with this Enchantress in the first phase? Who's pick 8?
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker? You want to carry hero?
That's specific.
I don't know.
Very specific. I respect that.
Oh, I only had to guess the role?
Yeah.
You only have to guess the role.
Shit, my bad. Yeah, carry. You see your offlaner? Fuck it. This makes the most logical sense.
Your teammate was whispering Terrorblade. He thinks that this aura stealing strat that Gaiman ran last time can be turned around on him.
Yeah, I'm trying to help my fellow teammate who I work with and encourage to be her best self.
Brian wants green.
Terrorblade.
It's fine. It can be a carry. I only needed the roll. They keep saving mid heroes for last.
Ah, Medusa.
This
that
could
works
potentially
too.
be offlane.
We don't
got
know
the
where
carry
it's
roll.
going.
She got it.
We don't know where it's going.
Wait,
oh, that one's a TBD. You're right.
It's a flex pick, my friend. Although I don't know if Nightfall has run it yet.
Nightfall.
Yes, he has.
He has.
Look at the archives.
Just be confident. No, I'm pretty sure I saw him play it once.
I don't care. I'm gonna check anyway.
You know, I'll check faster than
Why
you,
are
probably.
both teams still
Alright,
prioritizing
I've
Beastmaster
checked.
so
I've
highly? I feel like what
It's
this-
Nightfall's most played hero this tournament.
Really?
I told
Medusa?
you.
Yep.
Word?
Yep. Then TB, then Morphling. Well, maybe that's changed since the series started, but pre this series.
Okay. I'll take it.
Well, he hasn't played any of those heroes yet. No, he played Morphling.
Pure hasn't played the Medusa, so it's looking good.
Oh, so it's not a flex.
Well, it might.
They're gonna
be,
ban Morph Anti-Mage now for Bet Boom, right?
Hopefully.
Anti-Mage for sure.
Unless
I feel
they
like
want to put
Morph
it
is
offlane, no?
better than Terrorblade against Medusa. But it is Dyrachio Terrorblade, so I can understand the urgency of banning that hero. Yeah, it's gonna be AM Morph for sure.
I'm confident.
It
I
can't
agree
be
with you.
anything else.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's a very minimalist song that the Prolific Pandas are treating us to. I wonder if I tired them out by making them play twice on demand after introducing this.
This is like an intense game, so I feel like the music's just warming us up. Gotta build up the hype.
Do you
There
feel
goes
it?
the Morph.
I feel the calm before the storm right now. That's what I feel. I feel like
see
anybody
anything.
who like loaded into the stream and sees this, they're like, "What am I watching?
You're
What
watching.
channel did I turn on?"
This is Dream League, baby. Welcome to the fucking show.
Whoa! I already
Second phase bans.
scored twice. You're not allowed to swim.
Yeah, this is PG-13. We already used it once.
Oh, they didn't ban Anti-Mage.
They didn't.
Oh no!
It has traditionally been said that anti-mage carry doesn't match up all that well against Medusa in comparison to other roles like the offlane anti-mage.
Well, because you go the butterfly rush.
Just the
on
timings,
Medusa?
yeah, the timings don't line up. So maybe they think like anti-mage beastmaster not the most synergy. They might be able to punish it in lane. Maybe they'll ban it in the last round if they haven't picked their carry yet.
Yeah.
They could also just pick an offlaner that makes the game hard for Anti-Mage to get that farm. Because they did lock in their offlaner, so that does make a lot of sense. And if you are snowballing with Medusa and Anti-Mage is having a bad game, if you have 10,000 net worth on the Anti-Mage, you don't really care about this matchup anymore, and you're probably going to end the game before Anti-Mage gets to that point of critical mass. So it makes sense. I can see why they do it.
Looks like a Broodmother pick for Bet Boom, like based on their bans. Like TB only makes sense because it's good against Brood, Morphling's good against Brood and Medusa, and then Pango's kind of out of nowhere, but it's also good against Medusa too, so I'm kind of leaning towards them picking Brood here though.
Yeah, you know something I really wish Gaiman would play would be the old mid Snapfire that we've seen rise a little bit.
Not in the puddle.
I know.
We know the puddle.
It makes me so sad knowing Quinn's is gonna play 4 heroes because I really like seeing Snapfire get to the like later levels and then you can just kill this Ench, like it just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
And like the Medusa, you can even go for a diffusal build because whilst it's not like more. The diffusal on Snap is not better than other items on Snap, but against Medusa, I have seen it picked up because you just, shoot her so fast with the mana burn. It looks really nice.
Was that the hero, was Mira talking about that?
He said it, but she's wrong because she thought it made Snap really strong as a core, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It just doesn't. The only reason it gets picked is against Medusa Mana Shield. It's better to.
She was saying in general?
Yeah, she was saying in general, but it's better to go like the crit and stuff on
I see.
Snapfire.
But as anti-Medusa tech,
Yes.
then Shredder plus Diffusal is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon gets picked up, but Medusa's illusions got heavily nerfed in the D patch. They take nearly I don't know if it's twice as much damage, but
It was like 60% more.
okay.
70% more.
That's still pretty dramatic, though.
Yeah, they're killable now,
Uh-huh.
at the very least by right clicks. But I think they're still annoying for supports. Before they were effectively as tanky as like a normal hero. Now they're probably, like a 50% illusion would be.
Ooh.
Okay.
Man,
And we
Snap's
actually-
also a great Ember lane counter, man.
Like a pretty sick Huskar game.
No, because then you just put the Medusa off lane and the Ember safe lane. So
you think they have that flexibility?
Yes, I think they do. They're literally 800 carries. They probably all play Medusa.
This is a very difficult
That's true.
pick, I think, for Quinn. I don't know if you just want to pick Quap into this. And you definitely want to pick... You don't want to pick Void Spirit. You just got handled by an Ember when you played Void game number 1.
Storm is still in the pool.
But that's not part of his 4 heroes.
True.
So if you were to pick one of the 4 heroes, there's only Void Spirit and Queen of Pain left.
Yep.
Give him the Huskar, load up his pub history. Has he been playing it once or twice?
I mean, he will play it, but I feel like I would... With second pick, I would rather see the Huskar at the end of the draft than right now.
I just don't want to see him pick one of the 2 that he has picked already in this tournament.
A
I want to
fifth
see
hero.
something new, a 5th hero.
Whoa. Yeah,
No.
that'd be...
There it is! Let's go!
He has to be careful then. Like, I think you have to bet.
No, just get in there.
Okay,
Life
fine,
break
okay.
in there.
Whatever.
Don't even think.
Honestly, just do it. My pub Huskars tend to own. The only thing they die to is Roche when they're trying to armor toggle it.
Brian, as a reward, would you like the green blade for that Huskar prediction, or are you also, much like Sheep, too proud to use the most OP blade?
I have absolutely no pride. I am the humblest of the humble. Humility at its finest. I will take the green.
All right.
Well then, Sheep, it's down to blue and red as we get down to the final picks.
Sure.
Is BetBoom going to flex? Is this Ember Spirit going to avoid the Huskar lane?
Okay, I'm thinking because usually when I see this Huskar, if they do send the Ember mid, they just make sure that they have they make the lane really gankable. So the Ember stays mid. I think it might have been Quinn that played the matchup, and they just had the supports coming mid, because you get kind of owned in the first few levels, or at least the first levels is okay. Then he gets like the burning spears, then it hurts. Then the supports come mid, and then you get a bunch of kills, and it's okay again.
Okay.
But you really have to make sure those moves work, because if they don't, it's so hard for Ember.
Enchantress can do that.
I was gonna say this game's on save if he's playing Inch. Like I think that his moves early he's just an Inch, guru master. He can absolutely wrap around on Huskar the way the Radiant mid tower works. You kind of just pop up behind him, and him being able to flank the Huskar and surround him on all sides is absolutely what Huskar is susceptible to in the early game.
But do you not think the rotations of like Techie's Lich is like much stronger?
Not in the early levels.
I think Inch out-rotates them like level 3, level 4.
Inch is one of the best heroes to just rotate on the mid lane once you get at least level 3, right? You need that big creep, and then you run to the mid lane. It can tank the tower. You can do the tower dives. And by the time the supports do rotate, normally it's by a teleport and it's too late.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily want to just follow the Inch around in the jungle because it's dark and scary in there. And
And
if
you lose 1v1, right?
Yeah, and if you do meet the Inch in the jungle one-on-one situation, you're not going to be very happy about that. So I definitely agree that they have to make some type of play happen on this Huskar relatively early, or they have to punish Quinn doing Huskar things. And by Huskar things, I mean he's going to be like under the tower, zoning him to his tier 2, right in between the 2 towers. TPN, maybe bring a carry TPN. Doesn't really matter. You got to stop this Huskar earlier on. And Jirachu, he's getting his quote-unquote favorite hero of all time.
He's gonna pick it if it looks like a good game. He sees the Tidehunter, he's not afraid of it. And he sees the Medusa carry matchup, and he's also not afraid of that, Brian.
What I love so much about this Lifestealer pick is that I think Lich being free to do whatever he wants is super important to counteracting the rotations we've been talking about. And Lifestealer is the definition of a carry that wants you to F off after like the minute 4, minute 5. Because he just doesn't want your health, doesn't want you soaking his XP. But I know what you're getting to.
I want this analysis to F off.
Yeah.
You know what it's time for.
Yeah.
We have the results of our poll. Sheep.
Yep.
Last chance. Blue or red?
Red.
Take it away. Let's load it up.
Catch.
All right. 52% of the community has decided that you and Brian will be the champions.
Really? They didn't know I didn't get the green.
They lacked critical information.
Oh, no.
All right. You guys are going to go rip
Where's
first.
the other? Oh, I have it. Oops.
We're not allowed to rip. I thought we were.
And then we will enter the arena shortly thereafter. What do you mean you're not allowed to?
Can we change? Oh,
Stop stalling, Sheep.
sorry. I'm ready.
And could we, so everyone can keep track, demonstrate your color?
I'm green.
I'm blue.
This is yellow.
There we go.
I'm
Let's do it.
I've got the worst one.
Alright.
I've got the worst one as well.
There can only be one
Are
worst.
you ready? The game is starting, Fear.
The game can wait.
Let's go,
2,
bro.
1. Rip!
Holy shit. I gotta get mine in there.
Mine ripped
Give me,
way
give me,
too
give me,
hard.
give me.
Wait, Fear's
It's still going.
It's spinning over there.
God.
Mine ripped so hard,
Getting in.
it flew out of the arena.
Alright, let's go, wait. Let's go, Brian.
Carry me, green one.
All you, Neil. Verse 2.
Oh my God.
One down.
Oh, it's okay. You win these.
Green's got this. 1v1.
You win these. You win these.
Oh, red interfere. The corpse.
Fierce is
Get yellow back in there.
That's
been
What are you talking about? He wasn't in the game.
Oh my gosh, that's cheating. Okay, perfect. No.
We're winning.
Fuck it, perfect.
What the hell?
Green, carry.
Nice. Dude, BSC are so good.
Sorry, I was way too strong on that one.
I am
You can't control yourself here.
I can't. It bounced in and flew out. What can I do?
You're just dancing around my corpse right now.
That was just what we call good ripping form.
52% was right. It's time for game number 3. Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom team with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Bullshit.
Green wins again, and you know what that means? Absolutely nothing. Let's go on game number 3, Cinderin Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom. We got. Oh, that was a nice. Let's do that again.
I used to growl.
Do that again.
Would you believe me if I told you I used to growl in a death metal band?
30 seconds to battle.
No, actually.
That is good that you don't believe that. Oh, actually, I mean, I don't know. It would be cool if you believed it.
If you cut out the part about the band and just growling, yes, because you're weird as fuck. And anyway,
I meant in general. It's never mind. All good.
So we got some very juicy picks, and it's definitely not the Medusa. It's the Huskar mid by Quinn. And then, of course, my personal favorite, Lifestealer, of course, which Dyrachyo has absolutely demolished on this tournament. Pure, this is not a good start for you, my friend. He gets the bounty rune. He's getting blocked. There's the blood grenade. There's the Frost Blast. Who will the first blood go to? It is Dyrachyo again. He is the Tide Hunter killer this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen him play this matchup before, the Lifesteal against Tide. Just that last time, he did not have first blood. So, I mean, this is not a lane where Tide gets absolutely annihilated and bullied out usually. Maybe with this first blood, that's going to be different. But the main thing is Dyrachyo is just going to have a good time. Like, he's just going to have a free game. His support is going to be able to leave him like the panel talked about. And, you know, if history is anything to go by so far in this tournament, this is a reason for concern for BetBoom fans. Because Lifestealer, in my opinion, is generally kind of uncountered in this game. Medusa used to be a rough matchup, but I think with Infest working the way that it does nowadays and just being able to reset out and dodge the Stone Gaze and then go back in again, you're pretty good. And the other heroes don't do anything to you, in my opinion. So,
GPK, he's going to pop that Fairy Fire and the Flame Guard. He is certainly not dead yet. Quinn wants to try to finish him off, but...
Okay, he had Fairy and Flame Guard, so he barely lived.
Yes, he barely
Good
did.
prediction, Sunsfan TV.
But, I mean, you're the one that predicted incorrectly. And Quinn has control of this lane for now. GPK has some resources coming out on the Courier, though. That is definitely going to be a lane to watch.
It's a cause for concern if he gets off to a start like in the previous game with the Kunkka versus Quap matchup. And this one is way more lopsided. This is a super Husker favorite matchup, so expecting Quinn to...
But Quinn hasn't played this hero at this tournament yet.
Yeah, but he's played it
sure.
quite a lot. So don't think I would be too worried about his performance.
Not going to get dove under the tower. Dyrachyo with that Ghoul Frenzy needs to be level 2 to be able to do that, of course. Everybody knows that.
GPKs.
Yeah. He has the salve now. Has to wait for the spears to wear off. There we go. And it's Dyrachyo actually getting very low in the bot lane. One level of Anchor Smash and Kraken Shell for Pure. So we'll see once these level 3s come in. I think that is when we'll see our first kill in this lane, most likely. But Pure's getting some good farm now. all of a sudden. Of course, this lane is pushing in favor of Gaimin, though.
And just definitely being a very useful hero here in the beginning. It's one of Lifesteal's harder support matchups in lane, and she just runs really fast. It's hard to connect, and she has decent attack damage. Didn't go for the impetus so far, which is usually how you bully the Lifesteal as this hero, but obviously with the heal, he's been able to sustain a lot of the Frost Blast damage and just keep on attacking Dyrachyo non-stop. And when Dyrachyo goes for CS, he gets in range of that Anchor Smash. So, yeah, so far so good for Pure down there, but it is likely to get a bit harder when Dyrachyo gets his phase boots, potentially, depending on whether Tide reaches his breaking point of items. So he's got the Ring of Health coming out already. That would actually probably put a stop to a lot of the harassment here. And ultimately, this lane is likely to just develop into what we saw last time. Lich will leave, Lifesteal and Tide will both farm, but that's kind of what Dyrachyo wants. So.
Yep, and one hero we haven't talked about because we don't care about her anymore because we're sick and tired of seeing her is Medusa, played by Nightfall this game. Do they have enough counters? They don't really have any defusal carries. Is this more about just winning super early to the point where you're just snowballing? As save getting gone on now. Dyrachyo's rage wears off.
Dyrachyo
he can take a gush.
Trouble here.
Yeah, Frost Blast to give him a little bit of cover, but he actually dies. So the Lifestealer Master outsmarted.
He
and
thought
Tofu
he
drops
could
as
beat
well.
Inch's heal, and she also has a Fairy Fire. That was just a blunder from Dyrachyo. That was not going to happen. Just overextending there.
Well, the good news is that means not all 3 lanes are being won by the same team, Cinderin.
True.
The first time this series.
And this is the first time I think Dyrachyo's Lifestealer has died in lane, if I'm not mistaken.
It might legitimately be the first death on Lifestealer, period, at this tournament. I don't know if he died at all in any of those games.
Oh,
Could be
getting
wrong.
some more pressure on him here. Very nice damage. The Gush into Centaur Stomp and then Anchor Smash takes 600 health out of him again. So definitely a different experience for him by nature. But this is where it's at.
Cinderin, this mid
right
lane.
here.
This is a level 5 Huskar versus a level 3
oh boy, Dyrachyo's
Ember Spirit.
dead.
Second death for Dyrachyo. The cover of that Centaur enough for BetBoom to basically overtake this lane completely now.
I think we need a side-by-side player camera of Pure and GPK right now, because Pure was smiling. I think GPK, if GPK is smiling, it's character development. That's for sure with this.
Yeah, he got
this
a
laning
patch,
stage he's
hot
having.
fixed those issues he was having.
He's not having a good time, I'll tell you that much. He has 8 CS minute 5. Quinn is 28 for 16.
Yeah, this is as hard as you will lose mid lane. But again, it has nothing to do with GPK. It's just the hero matchup. Just awful for Ember, basically any melee hero against the Huskar. Anyway, back to the Medusa. It is a carry, so we won't be seeing the phylactery or anything like that.
Yep.
But how is Gaimin's lineup against the Medusa?
I think... Oh, hang on. Quinn died.
What?
Oh, the gank from Save. It's in the name.
Oh, my goodness. Tofu in the top lane. He's trying to run away. Nightfall with a very big wand. Gets full mana, full HP right after. No kills at all, but... yeah, that is the surprising thing.
That is a huge kill. You have to bring Ember into the game, and Save will pull it off there. GPK is still not healthy, but...
no, he is not, but the Tomato's going to help out with the Searing Chains as well. Celery... is he actually going to die to this Tomato? It's about to expire soon. Yeah, he's fine.
Okay.
And GPK... all right, so he's level 5 now, and Quinn level 6, so still a full level advantage.
We were talking about it in the green room about Huskar versus Medusa, that Huskar's ulti does nothing because Medusa, I mean, she's just going to turn around on you and fight you, right? I don't think it's going to matter that much in terms of how much mana she loses. So that matchup is not particularly great against the Medusa. The Lifesteal one we've covered a little bit can be all right. The thing is, I find historically Beastmaster, even without Necronomicon...
This is the gank.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do here. He doesn't have... he didn't have Inner Fire at the time, I think. It was only level 5, so...
The tip is probably... I don't even know if that tilts Quinn, because Quinn's still a full level ahead after that point.
He's like, good job, guys.
Good job, you got a gank. Nice. And Toronto Tokyo able to steal out the Wisdom
Double
rune.
Wisdom. Nice news for BetBoom here.
Indeed. Anyway, you haven't answered my question
Yeah,
yet.
not fully. So I don't think the Radiant lineup is particularly good against Medusa, but I do think compared to, like, let's say they have no direct hero counter, which I would agree with. The Huskar matchup isn't the best. The Lifesteal one isn't the best, but also not terrible. But I find Beastmaster in general to be a pretty good hero against Medusa, even though Necronomicon doesn't exist anymore.
Wow, look at that.
The Roar lockdown, the overall like vision control, and just kiting around, and whichever build you go for, if you go with the drums, you can sustain pretty well against Medusa's like steady damage output, and if you go for the Helm of the Overlord, you just offer your team a lot of utility in the fight in terms of like just raw HP from a golem, or you get armor from the dragon or whatnot.
Dyrachyo. Oh! Third death of the game on his favorite hero.
This is very unfamiliar territory. All right, here's a radical statement. Lifestealer sucks when it's behind.
Okay, Pure gonna
Very
ravage
radical.
on top of
Oh.
Quinn, who's just gonna turn his sights and just finish off the Titan himself. But you can see the impetus, how much damage does to Quinn. He actually gets denied by the neutral of all things.
Wait, how?
I think it pulled the creeps, and I think that's the small camp that actually
That
killed
is
him.
so random.
I might have to see a replay on that one. As across the board, it's a 2 for 2. And now Tofu might be the third. Mystic
Raindrop.
Snake hits. Another right click would have done it, but Nightfall has to fall back, pop a mango.
See, obviously that statement about Lifestealer sucking from at a deficit is not radical. It's just a well-known fact. This hero is not good when it has a rough lane. The recovery curve is extremely steep. You don't have a fast way of farming in the jungle. You're very much reliant on just being able to camp your lane for like 10 minutes. And he's been flushed out of it. This is going to be a very difficult game for Dyrachyo to recover in. We can look at the rest of their team that's doing fine, right? We had the Huskar mid who was doing well. Obviously, Beastmaster's looking okay, but Dyrachyo is going to be a big question mark here. Still, Ruby Bullet.
Look at the net worth of GPK and Quinn right now.
Yep. It's closing in.
300 difference after one of the worst lacking laning stages that I've seen.
But that's what one gank does, right? Like that ench rotation is a complete difference maker for GPK's game. And man, I gotta say,
Okay, watch the neutrals. I think it's the ones on the top that get ravaged.
It's the ghosts that come.
I think so.
That's just
Let's see.
Insanely lucky for Quinn here. The last ghost
my
attack.
God.
That would have been a really big kill for
Like,
save.
if it's an armlet play, then it's more understandable, right? You're armlet toggling or something, but that is insane. Oh, he's happy? Or is he sad? Okay, I think he just
like,
realized
yes,
there.
wait.
Neutral. Oh, no.
Let's go.
The meteor. Let's go.
All right, they get the tower. Big advantage mounting here for Bedboom. And okay, it's not only Lifestealer that plays poorly from behind. Huskar is not a good comeback hero either. And Quinn's game is not good anymore.
Yeah, he's struggling a bit.
He has two
Gonna get
deaths.
disrupted. Can't really do anything, though. Has his armlet now. But yeah, this is definitely a hero that wants to seize the opportunity with the laning stage win, typically.
Yes. And a lot of the times, Huskar needs coverage, right? A lot of the time you pick Huskar with some sort of a save or a heal or whatever to protect him, whether it's the Oracle or some sort of, like, even something like Shadow Demon just to protect him whenever things get really hairy. He has no line of defense in this game except Frost Shield.
Yeah.
So if his game isn't good, this hero has to play aggressively, and it's going to be difficult for Quinn to find angles to do that with. This is my MVP for the game so far.
100%.
Like, Save has been absolutely tearing this map apart. 4-0 and 3. He crushed bottom. He ganked mid and saved the lane. Now he's killed Lich 2 or 3 times in the jungle. Easily top damage on his team. This is what you want to see when you play a 4-inch. Just stellar work from Save in this game.
Not often we're going to see, I mean, obviously both these heroes buy it normally, but a double armlet game. When's the last time you've seen double armlet on the same team?
And it's not easy
Meteor
to...
Hammer. Oh, and the stomp here onto Dyrachyo. Is already at half health as Save. It's getting gone on by Stellar. Here comes the Ravage, though, trying to turn this around onto Dyrachyo. Has the Rage up. No Infest yet, and the impetus just kills him.
Quinn is gonna die too.
Quinn left all alone. Well, Tofu comes in with a blast off onto
Quinn is
3.
fine.
But they do finally kill off the creep, but they can probably dive this. It's the Meteor Hammer coming through as well. Quinn, the lone survivor.
For now.
He has to be careful. Doing a lot of damage to GPK. He will get the kill.
Good
Nice
toggle.
armlet toggling. Doesn't have his ult up, so can't go any further.
Damn, that was a... duality of Quinn moment. That could have gone either way. That was very, very close back and forth, but he stays alive with a good toggle and moving in and out. That's Huskar in a nutshell for you, though. You're constantly treading the line of life and death. He will survive, but it's not exactly a great outcome, but also not a tragedy. The kill on Ench is pretty big.
I mean, it's more Dyrachyo dying again. He doesn't have Infest
Wait, they
here.
didn't kill Ench. What am I saying? Actually kill him. He just got away.
Yeah, he just ran away.
Yeah. Scratch that.
I don't know, what level do you typically take Infest at? I mean, obviously, this is the point where he still doesn't even have armor, so he doesn't really want to fight.
I think he almost always goes 1, 2, 4. So this is his standard. He's going to skill it now on level 8.
Okay.
But yeah, there's definitely merit to, and I think sometimes players also just fall into this like habit of doing the same thing always, but I definitely think there's a good case to be made for maybe getting the Infest point a little bit earlier. But the reason you want to max Ghoul Frenzy is it's your farming skill, right? It gives you attack speed. So
yeah,
it sucks to not get that all the time when you can.
Tofu's dead.
Oh, Save is actually just running this map.
4K lead for BetBoom after...
He has Dragonlance Treads.
Holy crap.
Minute 13.
Okay.
He's
so
actually a carry
he's
right
a core now.
He can kill Huskar a lot of the time.
Searing
This is the
chains
problem.
onto Quinn. And the impetus is the one big thing that he can't do anything about. Continuing to try to right-click. Quinn thinking about going, but not really wanting to. Stone Gaze forces them back. So both teams technically disengage.
Got to be a little bit careful not to get too cocky, but it looked promising for a moment there that he could have taken down Quinn. The armlet toggle's good enough, though. And the regen. Oh, I love me some watermelon. I could do with that right now. You think it's a very overrated fruit? I think it's very good.
Doesn't matter what I think.
You have a lot of bad takes.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's just enough.
I'm just very picky. Pineapple. Mango.
Also good.
Kiwi.
Also good.
Those are the three.
You
That's
eat it with the skin, though.
I didn't. Let's not get into this.
Okay.
It's good, though. Yeah, with the skin. That's a nice little bitter taste.
Quinn gets purged.
Yep, he's in a bit of trouble. Sinister Gaze on the GPK slows him down, so the Lich might be the sacrifice, although the Frost Shield looks like that's enough for him to get away. Infest onto Quinn, so they have the Life Break Infest combo.
Yeah, but it's hard for Quinn to go in
which will be used to get away.
Yeah. Well, good thing he's skilled Infest.
Yeah, he is going for the Radiance build, which is what he built the last time.
He can infest Huskar and not jump out because he's scared.
Yeah, he can be the creep.
Yes.
Oh, we have a Ravage, and Impetus is more than enough for Quinn to take another tumble.
So, talk about cutting it close. That was about as close as you can be to hitting a slide without hitting it.
And this lead is just growing. Let's see if BetBoom can hold on to it, though. We've seen them get overconfident so many times.
But he's done the same damage as the top 2 enemy heroes combined. Which are, by the way, Lich and Huskar. Lich is at the top of the damage done for Gaming Gladiators from a good Chain Frost top earlier.
The one hero that is having a good game for Gaimin is Ace, though. We haven't really talked too much about him. He almost has a Helm of the Overlord.
He has to come up big because Huskar and Lifestealer are both having really bad games, so there isn't really any way out of it except Beastmaster needs to make some big plays, have some high consistent damage in the fights while Dyrachyo comes back on his Lifestealer. I don't know. I feel like I've seen so many games like this with Huskar, and his win rate has to be abysmal. It is so difficult for Quinn to recover this game that, I mean, if Ace makes a couple of mistakes, this just feels insurmountable, right? And it's only 5K. It's not like this is an absolute curb stomping in terms of net worth, but the lineups just really don't lend themselves to Gaimin right now. Demonic
Purge on the Celery.
Yeah, he's dead.
Nightfall's here to help clean it up. He's going to get Sinister Gaze, though. There's the Roar as well. Pushes him back. He was on an illusion, actually. He will Stone Gaze TP. Quinn, in the meantime, was running away initially. Now might want to turn his sights back onto the offensive side. Gets the Life Break actually canceled thanks to that Sleight of Fist, so GPK will probably just run away. In fact, going to try to turn this around on a Quinn as the Meteor Hammer will connect, and he's triple teamed. Lifestealer inside.
Beast is getting
the troll
stacked up.
creep. And Ace, this is the big kill. Nice blast off from Tofu, but the impetus again. Save is just doing so much damage on the back line. Dyrachyo trying to armlet toggle through. Searing Chain's not going to connect, but they should be able to get this kill anyway. They will find the Medusa eventually, does Gaimin, but it costs them 3 members and likely a 4th in Celery. So Ace, the only survivor.
Nice damage there from GPK, as you can see. Honestly, just nice damage all the way around. They all had a major impact in that fight in terms of kill power. And yeah, Ace, he's doing what he can with his big creep, but he has more than one creep in his team this game. So it's a challenge. That's a lot of bounty runes.
Yeah, this is absurd. 12-2 that is unforgivable. Whether you're losing or not, that early to give up that many runes, that is kind of unheard of, especially for Gaming Gladiators who are very good at these early game objectives / laning stage.
And look at that rune score. Quinn has 0 runes.
Well, he does. It's not a bottle hero.
He denied a region,
Okay.
so he didn't activate it.
It's also not a bottle hero, so he's not going for the water.
But you still usually try to get power runes, right? Like haste or DD or something. But
Lane was lost at that point. Tofu. He's going to mech up, save, trying to get to the high ground, but it's not going to happen. Blast off connects.
Disrupt.
Yeah, disruption was a little bit awkward. That leads to save dying, but a big Ravage coming in with the Meteor Hammer hitting one hero in Quinn. Shane Frost is going to bounce a bit. Here comes GPK on that Ember Spirit. Pure looking to just run away. Ace finally uses the Roar. It's on the Shadow Demon. Toronto Tokyo finally goes down to the Ogre as Quinn. He's trying to armlet toggle through, but that is the Stone Gaze. You gotta just run. Cannot face the Snake Queen as Ace now kind of left to his own devices, surrounded by the enemy, and he will be brought to his knees. And that was the one here that needs to continue snowballing for Gaming Gladiators. He's still top net worth on their team and 2nd overall.
Oh, nice find for Quinn. That's a big kill.
Quinn somehow wraps around through the stairs and...
Unexpected there for Pure. They didn't have any vision there, and Quinn just went for a high-risk play, but pays off big time. And they found the Ench kill first. The disruption from Toronto Tokyo, unfortunately, on the techies was after the blast off. So he still connected it on Ench, and looks like there's going to be maybe some revenge here.
This takes that. Oh,
okay. GPK should get him here.
GPK, he's greedy. He'll get it. He would have gone to the ends of the air. He literally would have fountain dove. I guarantee you to get that kill.
Gotta avenge.
All right, Sacred Relic now online for Dyrachyo. So just one component away from getting the Radiance, which, do you think Radiance is particularly good this game?
It's all right.
I feel like it's kind of underwhelming versus like a normal, like the average game.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel that way to you?
It's just, I don't know what else you buy that's better. Because like going for the standard, I'm going to just go in and hit really hard, doesn't sound great against Medusa Tide. You want to be like more just consistently able to farm the map, be a little bit more survivable yourself, do constant teamfight damage. I think the Radiance is probably the best approach here, but it's true. I mean, to be honest with you, nothing feels good on Lifestealer when you're behind. Like this hero just... It's like what's the lesser evil more so than what's good, I think. And this I agree with Radiance here 100%. Just all around a tough game, but Gaimin have flatlined the graph a little bit. Like this was getting really ugly, and if they get this Roche now as well, it's not quite over yet. I was close to writing them off because Lifestealer and Husker were like 7th and 8th in net worth. But that one kill on Ench and the fight that ensued, and Quinn getting the solo kill on Tide.
This is a contest. Bet Boom have an idea that this is happening, but it's too late. Quinn with the Aegis. I mean, if they could burn this quickly, but no.
This is pretty good for Gaimin. They're not exactly within striking distance, but this gives them a potential play now with the Aegis.
And Halberd online now for Quinn.
Yeah. Going to be using that on Medusa most of the time, but can also be very handy against Ench.
How does that work with Slight?
You don't attack. You move around, but I think you deal 0 damage, if I remember correctly.
So then theoretically it's good on Ember as well, if used properly. Well, Gaimin, we're trying to disengage, and Tofu is going to pop the mech, but will be eventually brought down as Pure gets a Ravage off, hits 2 heroes. Looks like Celery is going to be the sacrifice. So it's 2 supports dead for Gaimin, but they, I mean, in essence, secure the Aegis, so fully worth for them.
Yeah, not too bad. Ravage being used there is the big deal. This gives Game a possible fight in 20 seconds if they want to. Man advantage as well as Aegis, but obviously the Dusa with Butterfly is going to be a tough nut to crack. Talked about it, their lineup isn't exactly the best. Also not absolutely terrible, but when behind, this is the kind of game that Medusa kind of just runs.
Look at save. He's going for MKB next, by the way.
It's a classic save build on Inch, to be honest. I mean, he's pretty... The hero is decently tanky as
I didn't
is,
realize he finished Hurricane Pike. Okay, I thought it was just a Dragon Lance.
he has Pike and the...
Oh, boy.
I forgot the name of the neutral item. Specialist Array. So... He's relatively tanky. Like, 1800 health on Strength Treads. Untouchable. You don't... It's actually completely fine to go offensive items here. I like the MKB choice a lot. Gives him a way higher chance of hitting the Huskar. Way more damage output.
Dyrachyo runs into Bet Boom. He's going to get disrupted.
Here.
And yeah, we'll be fine. They have no way to cancel that other than Stone Gaze.
Yep. Quinn trying to put the Aegis to use here, and looks like he will be successful.
Ancient Granite Golem and company. We'll get the tier 1 mid. It's the 23-minute mid tower.
Oh, Quinn needs to not get overconfident here, though. If he goes up a little bit too far and gives them an angle, if they get the Aegis for free, it could evolve into more, but looks like...
What was changed on the Medusa illusions again today? It's just they're less tanky, slightly, right? Something like that?
Hang on, let me look this up. All these new things today.
Radiance online for Dyrachyo officially. Butterfly on to Nightfall.
Illusions have reduced... They take one less... They have one less mana block, effectively. So the absorption with shield is 3.6, on illusions is 2.6. And they gain less from the talent as well. That's it. And you gain less mana from the snake returning. Those are the nerfs.
Much needed, of course.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The illusions have always seemed ridiculous since the change with mana shield. Like, those illusions are just insanely tanky.
Quinn with another minute 40 on the Aegis.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to put it to use. They're still the team under pressure. It's nice that they get the Aegis out of the hands of Bet Boom, or rather prevent them from ever getting their hands on it, but they can't really look for a push.
Dyrachyo has to rage, will infest into the creep, but it's going to go down very shortly after. Chain Frost to try to give him a little bit of space. He's frost shielded. Still two stacks of shadow poison, but he's probably going to be fine as the Impale coming out from Pure. That's the shard, of course. It's going to spell the doom for Celery.
This is an awkward
Impetus
fight
onto
for
Quinn. He wants to die. He will. That's the Aegis. Ravage comes out a little bit late, but it's enough to take out Dyrachyo. Quinn focusing right now on Stave, who actually gets blown up by the techies, and there's the life break on the GPK, but another Impale into the Meteor Hammer from Pure. And Quinn left all alone, doing, you would think, a lot of damage to Medusa. We'll see in a few seconds as that continues to tick, as Dyrachyo apparently bought back into the game.
Oh my
now
God,
trying to fight his way out, but will not find the kill he was looking for.
Dyrachyo might die
he
again.
might die to these illusions, and Nightfall continues
ready.
to just right-click. Impale again from Pure into the Anchor Smash. He gets off the armlet toggle. Dyrachyo does tick away, though. Tofu a little bit too late to the party. And now Pure looking for the high five. They're not going to pursue any further.
He died to Dragon Scale, of all things. He was toggling. I was like, what killed him? Because Meteor Hammer was ready, so it wasn't that.
Yeah, I thought it was the Meteor Hammer tick for some reason.
Yeah, I was like, wait, it's ready. That can't be it. He literally died to the neutral tier 2 item. That little burn as he was toggling.
Wow.
And that's a dieback.
Yes.
And they lose the tower. Oh, dear. What an absolute tragic way to go. That is just... We're going to get a replay of it here. I'm assuming we get to see the whole fight this time around. So that Ravage kills him the first time.
Death.
Also clips Ace, so nice Ravage there from Pure. Really like that. Nice damage from Tofu here in the off-screen to kill off the Ench, but man, this follow-through. Quinn's doing everything he can here. Help with Medusa, but like, he's fighting into Butterfly. And this
GPK
TP out.
So close.
Very close. And there's nothing you could do here as lifesteal except stick on the target. You're never getting out, so... Let's see here. So...
Yeah, and there it is.
Dragon Scale, 22 damage tick. Oh. This is such an iconic Duracho. He always does this when he has a death like this. It's always that facepalm.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's nice. It's good to see some.
He is one of the most exciting
He's a very
players
emotional
to watch.
player, in a good way.
Yeah.
He gets pumped and he gets disappointed.
He
all the
might
same.
be in some trouble. We'll go inside the Centaur. Actually breaks out immediately.
I'm surprised Save gave him that.
True.
Could just run it away. All right.
But yeah, Duracho not able to have much of an impact, and well, again, impale from Pure.
It's not impale, Shannon.
Stellar. It's a tentacle impale. Come on, man.
What's it called?
I don't know. Tentacle surprise.
Why
Tentacular.
Why isn't it called that?
Tendrils of. I'm not gonna say. Who's gonna say tendril? He tendrils of the deep. No, it's a freaking impale.
Tentacle surprise.
It's literally the laziest spell ever created.
But that's only the first time you use it. After that, they know you have it. But the first cast is the Tentacle Surprise. And then it's called Tendrils of the Deep after that.
Smoke by Bed Boom.
Yep. They have Ravage.
Oh,
Duracho. Yeah, he's going to have to get the hell out of here. He will. Oh, well, they're keeping him there.
Okay.
This
Got
is
a plan there. Yeah, Mike.
Longest duration stun in the game. Everyone can cast it, F9. Unfortunately, it affects everyone, so they can't really get on top of him. Do you remember Faceless Void in Dota 1? His ult was to stun everyone on the map except himself. That was the old Chronosphere, was just the entire map was time-stopped except him. All allies, all enemies were just stunned.
Every time?
Yeah, it was his ult. He could just cast it, and then it was I think it was a 3-second, everything else is stunned except
That
me.
must have been before I started playing that, because I would definitely remember that.
There were some of the old Dota 1 spells are like
Remember
really
when there used to
funny in
be
the context of modern
2
Dota.
impales in the game, and now there's 3?
Oh, yeah. Now there's Impale, Earth Spike, and Tentacle Surprise. You never expect the third one.
Yep, it's that. It's the surprise.
This game is so good. Oh, all right. Well, Gaming Glider's going to try to invade here onto GPK. He has BKB, so
Yeah, it's going to be hard without like an Aghanim Scepter or something.
Maybe
even
blast
that.
off here. They don't really feel
They
confident.
could
going
use the
for it.
Tentacle Surprise, but
Well,
it's not
that's
on their
the other team. Yeah.
If only they had it. Nobody would expect a third impale.
Oh yeah. When Rubik steals it, it's actually a surprise.
Yeah.
There you go. They should make that. There's some custom spells, like when you steal Walrus Punch, it's called Sucker Punch when Rubik does it.
Really? I didn't know that. Oh.
If he steals Tendrils of the Deep, it should be Tentacle Surprise. It should just say that on the screen when you cast it. Because it says Sucker Punch.
Okay. I actually did not know that.
All right,
Today I
that's
learned.
free of charge, Valve. You can have that one. Don't need any royalties on that.
Yeah, they might be struggling a bit because they're reusing Impale for every spell in the game. As the high ground offense now.
Running out of funds for Dota. Hope Neon Prime is a success.
Hope they have Impale in that game.
Yep. Tower under pressure. Nice little snake party here for Illusions.
4 Illusions. Gotta love it.
And, well, Frost Shield is delaying it as much as they can, but it will go down.
Oh, look
Nice
at this,
trade
though.
off here. Gaimin are pushing equally fast
Yeah,
almost.
Fortification popped on the other side now. GPK.
He's gonna
showing himself
prevent them.
TPs.
Oh,
There's the Ravage. Do they have the Impale? They do. And that is enough to take Quinn out. Did not expect the Tentacle Surprise. And that is 1 death. But a couple members of Bedboom actually stuck around, which means Gaming Gladiators might be able to take advantage. It's only going to give them save, but I mean, he's felt like a carry this game, so that's going to feel good at the very least.
It's a decently big kill, yeah. Duracho's going to close in on his MKB from that.
Yep, he's close.
Tofu, the one to grab the kill, has about half of a halberd. Obviously, the item that they need against Medusa desperately. They'll need more than one, probably, eventually. They have the one on the Huskar. They're getting the one on Techies. Don't know if they want a third. Maybe. Beastmaster is also a good candidate for buying the item, but I don't know if that's a little bit too much of the same. Maybe you want an AC. Lich has the Solar Crest, so Beast will not be buying that. Yeah, I think AC for Ace might be the best item here. There's the MKB, so piercing through the butterfly will be easier now, but they've had a really hard time getting to Nightfall in general in fights. So
yeah, they don't exactly have, other than Roar and Blast Off, it's going to be hard to lock them down. I mean,
and there's always going to be the disruption
like
factor.
Ags on Huskar would be amazing this game, but it's just so far away.
Yeah, and at the same, I actually don't know how amazing it is. I think Quinn might become too vulnerable if he doesn't buy more stat-heavy items than the Ags.
Oh, drums pop. They want Toronto Tokyo. Blast off hit.
Get him.
They will eat him alive. Celery with that. Actually buys back into the game. They want to fight. Doraccio.
Yeah, they're not going to give them this rush for free. Not again.
Yep, true.
I like this buyback a lot. Like, just keep presence.
Was that their gem from BetBoom? Or is that bought by Gaiman?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it's Toronto Tokyo's. Okay.
They're going to go to town. They're going to challenge them.
They want to fight. They know that Ravage is down for the time being. Illusions will spot this out. Snakes coming in. The Impale actually connects onto 2 heroes. Quinn getting really low. He gets infested and thus will survive. The Aegis claimed by Quinn along with the Roche kill itself, but the cheese taken by Medusa, who actually eats it right away. Inner Fire actually almost pushed Medusa out, but still inside the pit. Aegis now consumed. Buyback onto the Lich. Ace will pop the BKB on the sideline. As you see, is that Quinn inside the pit? He's going to get Tentacle Surprise and brought down to his knees. And with that, I believe Game and Gladiators will attempt to get out. Tofu, you're at the corner of the map. There's nowhere else to go. You're waiting for patch 8.0 before they add a doorway to hell there.
It's the little things sometimes in Dota. If Medusa doesn't get the cheese there, Game and Gladiators make a full-on comeback in the game. Like that cheese, she was 100% dead. So she cheeses, gets almost full mana, stays alive, kills 2 cores, gets through the fight. They burn the Aegis and they kill it again. If she dies on the spot there, if that cheese is on Huskar, you're going to kill Dusa, you're going to run down extra. So you're going to see the replay here. So obviously Ravage is on cooldown, which is a big part of why Game and Gladiators are making this play. The Infest really nice there to keep Quinn safe. He gets disrupted, they buy some time, but Doraccio is non-stop mauling Dusa here. She's starting to lose health, there's the cheese. Buys that time. Quinn dies the first time. Nice Meteor Hammer. And Nightfall's just going to go all the way to the back of the pit, position himself here and stay alive.
God, that life break on Medusa
Got a
feels
huge
so
mana
bad.
influx there as well. I don't know if he had a Lotus Flower there too. Looked like he healed a ton of mana as well. But, wow. That was, I love that play from Gaiman. Like, definitely showed the potential of that move, and it's the perfect example of how when you're behind in a game, you have to take risks. And, you know, it was very close. If that risk would have swung a little bit more, if they get the cheese.
Well, then he would have gotten the Aegis, right? In that world.
Oh.
You have to get both.
Yeah. Click fast.
If they're both clicking.
I gotta have more people clicking.
I mean, if the Impale came 1 second later, I think BetBoom get both, actually.
Yeah, probably.
And the game just ends, most likely.
Yeah, because Quinn doesn't have BKB and nor does Doraccio, and I don't know if Rage was running at the time he blinked in. I think it was, but either way, BetBoom, keep cool and stabilize what was a very scary moment. Is that a refresher flying out for Tide? Oh boy.
Oh, that's a juicy boy.
That is a lot of tendrils.
We're going to have our 4th and 5th Impale.
This is a very, very dangerous proposition for Game and Gladiators. They want to get on to save. They better burst him instantly. If he gets to Force Staff to his teammates.
Got the MKB. There's the roar. Blast off as well. They're not layering that well. He's actually going to get saved with the disruption. Tofu actually infested, so he's going to stay alive a little bit longer. The Stellar on the outskirts. Looks like he's going to survive for the time being, but there's the Ravage coming through. They've already lost the techies, and now Doraccio's next. Quinn getting kited and brought down as well. 4 dead for Gaiman. As Ace, the lone survivor again. And that is going to be a lot of buildings being destroyed.
If they knew there was no buybacks, they could probably end here. Medusa is strong enough with Shadow Demon Disruption to actually clean house, but they don't know for sure.
GG's
Doesn't
called.
matter.
So BetBoom win Game 3 and win the series as a result. This was a very cool game, though.
Yeah, great.
I have to say.
Great series in general. I mean, the last game was obviously an absolute beatdown, but that's how it goes sometimes. But, you know, very, very high-skill game from both teams. Save looks thoroughly unimpressed with this game, despite being an absolute god here. It's like nothing phases him. He wasn't impressed. He was like, sorry, guys, I died after killing them 20 times. Maybe, but look at that hero damage on Inch. Second only to the Ember. Still, I mean, Save maybe slipped up a little bit toward the later portions of that game. Maybe got a little overconfident after absolutely annihilating the map. But can you blame him? What a sick performance in the first 10 minutes. And the rest of the team just followed through. Well played all around. kudos to gaming though. For me, at 15 minutes, this game was almost unwinnable, and they made it look exciting once again. So
Yeah, they did that twice, but didn't come out on top in either of those games, unfortunately for them. But see what the panel has to say about this amazing performance from BetBoom.
They were able to overcome the Huskar counterpick. And in fact, they overcame it so hard that many of my analysts, within the first 7 minutes, were like, yeah, this game's over. The side lanes won that hard, Fear? Is that what you saw?
I did see that, yeah, especially Duracio on his Lifestealer. He had a rough one, and Cindy was talking about it a lot during the cast. You can't have a bad lane with Lifestealer. It's very difficult to come back. Quinn, he owned mid lane, but the other side lane as well got shut down thoroughly. So both side lanes, they just didn't have a game. You see Dusa, #1 in networks. She likes doing that. She'll do that all the time. But when your Huskar is the only one having a good game, then he dies 2 times, you're definitely in a very hard spot.
And Sheep, you kind of saw it coming. You were skeptical about the Huskar coming out, and you were saying that it's heavily contingent on rotations. It seems when it all started to go poorly for the Huskar was when Save finally made a journey on over to the mid lane. And then once he got that kill, it's like, oh, I'm just going to carry now.
Yeah, he did. He went for like a hurricane pike, like Trez, I think. It was really nice. I mean, Save has been my MVP for both wins that BetBoom got in this series. I think he's been playing absolutely phenomenally. He came mid at around like 5.5 minutes, which is, pre-power runes, which is generally when we'll see supports start to move to mid. But I think like Tofu and stuff were occupied top with things, and maybe bot was going so bad, Lich didn't feel like he could leave. Either way, End shows up, gets a kill, then Pure on his Tidehunter gets his Meteor Hammer, he swings mid, he starts using it on the tower, and then by the time that tower's down, I think Ember was kind of completely recovered. Everyone just came and helped.
Yeah, we for people at home who didn't see Duracio play Lifestealers twice this tournament already, he was feasting on those offlaners the first 2 times. He absolutely slaughtered them. And when we asked him in the interview, like why he won so hard against a Legion specifically, he said because that IO support was useless as a hero to dissuade him from hitting the Legion. So I think he saw the tide and, he was ready to repeat history. He's like, oh, I remember those beautiful games. But he didn't consider the Enchantress support that we've already been highlighting, that hero hits hard when you're trying to harass the offlaner out. So I think Save not only carried in all the ways we're talking about, he won them both lanes, like bottom and
Yeah,
mid.
he did. I don't have much more to add to that. Like, he definitely just won 2 lanes for his team and scaled. What more do you want from your boss for?
Yeah, Enchantress was first banned by BetBoom the first 2 games when Gaiman had first pick, because Celery's a sick Enchantress as well. And so it's almost like a little bit of disrespect by Gaiman to not ban Enchantress when BetBoom had first pick.
I am curious why they settled on, because if what Duracio said was accurate, and he finds that the support in the offlane matchup is what discourages Lifestealer picks the most, surely Enchantress is not one of the supports that you're like, oh, I'm not worried about the damage coming out of an Enchantress as a Lifestealer.
He definitely was riding a high from those previous Lifestealer
I think
games.
so too.
There's no other explanation.
The jab syndrome.
You think you get one win. You think you can win them all.
You win with one hero and you just pick it every game until you lose.
Well, there it goes.
And lost. On the bright side, we expanded the puddle. One hero has now been added to Quinn Callahan's list. He is now the proud owner of 5 different heroes.
Yay!
I imagine that all the other ones he has wins on. Huskar will remain at a 0% win rate for now. What can you do?
I mean, the thing is, I wouldn't even blame him too much for this game because he dominated mid lane so hard. It was his 2 side lanes that put him in a position that if he died a couple times, the game's over. If his side lanes are winning and he had 1 or 2 deaths, it wouldn't have been a problem because it's a snowball hero. But when you're the only one winning your lanes and you're both side lanes loose, it puts immense pressure on you as a Huskar to not die anymore and somehow carry the game, which I think is pretty much impossible.
That's true. He went bot for that gank where he was like, I'm going to kill Tidehunter, and then he killed Tidehunter, but he then died
to a neutral creep.
Thank God, but still, it's not good. You're dying in like mid, then you're rotating bot, you're dying bot. That's already like, game's just over, because meanwhile, Ember's farming, other people are happy, you're not applying pressure, you're just dead. Bleh.
And very, very sad times for...
Oh.
That didn't work.
It did. It's
still going.
Oh,
going.
Look at it go.
That's reliable. Who ended up winning the Beyblade tournament?
I mean,
I won,
forget
I
this
think.
kind of stuff.
Gaiman lost.
Yeah, well, every time Sheep won, they lost, right?
No, I won
No,
all three.
She won all three, actually.
No. She lost the second one.
No, oh, it's okay, yeah, sure. No,
There's
no,
no
actually,
odds.
no. My pride doesn't allow me to say I lost to Fear. I absolutely destroyed him.
Trust in the heart of the
every
blades.
time.
Try again.
Every time.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to win so bad with the worst Beyblade. I did as hard as I could, and it just flew out of the arena.
Yeah.
You're too powerful, Fear.
You need a.
The arena is actually no arena would have saved from that rip.
What if we just
They
didn't
call
have
it-
an arena? What if we spun on
Then-
the hard floor?
How
Our
are they supposed to
Beyblades would
bounce?
never clash.
This is oddly hypnotizing.
Would you like to join me,
I
Brian?
got one, yeah.
Put it in. Put it in the pile.
Where's the in one? Oh, there it is.
You gotta load it.
Oh.
And you gotta rip it.
It says in.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. Let's go, BSJ.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You need to put it in all the way. What is this halfway technique?
You gotta twist it to lock it.
I'm not. I'm only good when the time matters.
Oh, God.
This is embarrassing to watch.
This is so bad.
There we go.
All right, can you give it to me?
What's wrong with you?
What did you even do to it?
Jammed it in. He didn't even.
I don't know. He just doesn't.
What did I do?
How did he? He clutched it so hard in the arena.
He did, I know.
I don't know
was
what happened
shocked.
here.
Now, Fear has the green. This is about as powerful as
see
it
that.
gets. You know.
Wait, I know. I hope the audience isn't getting sick of Beyblades yet, but I would. Oh, Jesus
Whoa!
He literally ran outside and just
Christ. He just went.
yeeted out of here.
Long gone now.
All right, hold up.
That was
Bye.
epic.
I'm finishing
I wish
the
you guys
story.
could have seen that one.
What's your story, Sheep?
This Beyblade bit came around because I think I mentioned it out of the blue, but then Fear just stepped up instantly and said, I would crush you at the. No, really quick. He plays Beyblades with his children. I love Fear.
Hey, Nightfall.
Hi.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Have you ever heard of Beyblades
nice.
before?
Beyblades?
Yeah, are you familiar with this Beyblades thing?
No, not really.
It's like a spinning top. It's like battle tops. They like hit each other. You ever seen that?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Okay, just making sure. Anyway,
He's a cultured.
congratulations on the win, Nightfall. More questions that would probably be suited to you. How'd you feel about the patch? I imagine you woke up this morning and was like, oh, Universal Heroes got nerfed. What was your second reaction after that?
I mean, patch is quite nice. It nerfed some most OP heroes. It's nerfed a bit like Octarine, like this Vanguard that you can build it into Octarine. It's like quite unbalanced. Shouldn't work like this. Or like most heroes like Bat and Timber is just too stupid. And some other heroes like Void Spirit and like Magnus got little nerfs. Medusa as well.
You still felt okay
it's,
picking
quite
Medusa
good.
though.
I mean, yeah, Medusa is a little bit nerfed, but I can't say it's like that hero. Like, it's still pretty like decent hero, I will say, in the meta. Maybe not first pick anymore and not double pick anymore.
Okay, that makes sense. Was there any heroes that you were hoping that would get more buffs? Because this seemed like a patch that just kind of nerfed a bunch of stuff. Not that many buffs.
I mean, I was hoping they won't nerf Abaddon, but for some reason they nerfed it. Even not much players did pick it, because I played like 50 games on this hero in pubs, and I was kind of owning, but I didn't get to pick it in official games yet, and they just nerfed it for some reason when it's like wasn't even super high win rate.
Aw, that's a shame.
Like this.
You'll get another chance, I'm sure. Sheepstick, anything on your mind for Nightfall?
Yeah, but it might be a scuffed question because I remember reading in an interview a very long time ago, I think, that you said you like to invent your own playstyle. I think it was in the context of asking if you like copy other players to get better. This was during offlane period. But my question was, how do you innovate Dota into your own style? You know, when you finish like learning from other players and growing as a player, how do you innovate your own style?
I mean, I feel like you always learn from other players, but same time, if you like want to be the best, you kind of have to create your own things. It's like just in Dota, it's like usually like little things you can do better than others, and playing a lot of pubs, you can like invent them, just stuff only you will do. I mean, how you do it, I don't know. Just play a lot of pubs and be familiar with like small things. Yeah.
Okay, so like when so kind of on the same like topic, when offlane is like all aura buying stuff, for example, do you think it's worth it to play to that strength in a patch, or like move and try and do something new and creative?
I mean, when offlaners used to only buy auras, like last patch, I quit offlane because it's like not really much fun for me. Like it was not enjoyable, so I just quit the troll. And if auras were that strong, you can't like ignore them if you want to win Dota.
All right, gotcha. And are you enjoying the carry role again? How's that been overall? Are you happier than when you were playing offlane?
Yeah, I'm way happier playing like carry. I feel like it's kind of my better role, and things I do well, it suits like position 1 better than position 3. And just overall, I'm enjoying playing carry in pubs way more than offlane. Like just last patch, I'm like coming into pub and I don't know what to pick. You know, like when I play an offlane, every hero is like not very enjoyable for me, and it's hard to play like this. And for carry, it's quite opposite. I like most heroes and the gameplay itself.
All right, that's really good to hear. Congrats on the win.
Fear, what you got?
All right. So my questions be somewhat related to that. You went from offlane to carry, and then Pure went from carry to offlane. How did that come to be?
How did this change happen?
Yes.
I mean, basically, I mean, it was a team decision, obviously, but I'm the one who forced it because I like didn't really enjoy playing offlane anymore, and we couldn't really grow as a team if anymore. So, and he was fine switching to offlane, so that's how it happened. And the team decided that it will be better as well. Yeah, so we can grow and improve as a team.
All right, thank you. And then the next question I have for you is going to be, in that game number 2, the Huskar in the mid lane was taking off quite a bit, doing really well versus the Ember. What point of that game did you guys feel like you won for sure?
It's game number 3, right?
Yeah, game 3. Sorry, game 3.
I mean, I thought we knew he gonna pick Huskar probably, but we thought it's not gonna be a big problem because we had decent side lanes, and we thought Enchanters can be really good against like Husk. You can just roam him down, and that's what happened.
So was it after like his second death on Huskar, you felt like the game was in the bag?
I mean, yeah, when he died like two times, we understood it's like kind of free game. So.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, Huskar is not really good hero if you can like snowball off lanes. But I just feel overall, like right now, Huskar is like it's really hard to win with this hero, like because good teams will just like play him up, and Huskar like it's like worst hero in playing him up. Yeah, even if you win your lane.
My question would be, if when a new patch like this one comes out, usually like smaller patches, how many games of like your favorite heroes do you need to play before you feel like they're good or bad or not? Like you've established whether or not you think they're good or bad.
I mean, it's a hard question, but I feel like if you play like 10 games, you can already understand if hero got a decent buff or it's still like same bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my other question
So I'd say like 5 to 10 games, yeah.
Okay.
In pubs.
So I know Duracio's favorite hero is Lifestealer. What's your favorite carry hero?
I mean, I got few. I mean, I'd say now my favorite heroes is like TB and Morph.
In this specific patch, you mean?
I mean, yeah. Just hero I enjoy playing the most. It's like TB, Morph, and PL, I guess.
Nice. I was hoping you'd say PL, because I always viewed you as a PL player. So my question would be, is PL completely dead now?
Ooh.
I mean, I'd say it's huge nerf for PL, but maybe you can play now like just without Aghanim, like just Defu like Manta hard build, and yeah, just get this talent anyway, like for E, level 15, and just play through hard.
Do you like get emotionally affected by the patch? Like you think like, oh, my favorite heroes are nerfed, or are you just kind of one of the people that says it is what it is, got to pick what's good?
No, I mean, for me, it's like I'm more like a second type. It's like some changes always gonna happen, and like I just accept it. Like I can't go against it. I'm just like whatever. Like it's nerfed. I'm gonna play something else.
Okay, thank you.
Nightfall, appreciate the interview. Congratulations on this 2-1 win against Game and Gladiators, and we'll catch you later on in this group stage.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The cold, calculated carry player.
10 games, Brian.
He gave me an exact number.
Which hero are you going to run to find out if it's got nerfed?
I think Faceless Void is the carry that I want to try out because he was seeing a lot of popularity before the patch, didn't really get touched, and he's one of my favorite heroes to play. Nice Arcana, too.
Have you gotten the white version of it yet?
No, not yet.
How do you level up the Faceless Void?
Chronosphere kills, I think. So I usually miss the Chrono.
I'm figuring out the issue, huh?
Well, nobody else was saying it, so I just owned up to it.
Self-deprecation is the name of the game for the co-host.
Got to use them to survive so you can keep farming.
Exactly.
Expensive Chronospheres.
And then you salve your team. Slashers way, baby.
Yeah, you got to walk to the other side real quick.
Yeah.
Salve them and then get out. That's why I chronoed you, so you wouldn't move. It's really hard to target people with salves when they're moving.
What a team player.
Yeah, I know.
Much as how Nightfall is very much a team player. You heard it from him. And now we need to get into our final series. We got one more BO3 for this group stage 2. It's Talon taking on Evil Geniuses. Stick around, everyone. We'll be back with the final series after a break.
The one last bait.
Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. I believe in the future. I believe in the past. I believe what you truly desire, you can bring it past. All you need is a focus and a story to hold, and the faith that you can achieve what's inside your soul. Someday we'll make it all right. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it all right. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Know that you can make it all the time, cause they will try to take it. Keep it close, cause they will try to shake it. But whatever you do, don't let them break it. Cause these moments just a new chance to take into your own hands and shape the life you see inside your dreams.
You love it, you wear it, wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Thank you very much to the Prolific Pandas for bringing us into our final series of the day. It's time for Evil Geniuses versus Talon. You're looking at me very inquisitively, Brian.
You see, Brian, I didn't lie to you.
There's just something about you. And her. But there's something about this.
Something about you.
That
We can fill
seems
it.
empty.
It's fine.
You're
there
right.
you go.
Void in my life.
Filled it.
You just, that's it? That's all fear meant to you was just a stack of pillows?
Yeah, send it back, camera.
Send it back.
Eh.
Eh.
There you go.
How about you use
Not
your
on me.
backrest?
Sure.
Show you're really willing to sacrifice.
There you go.
Oh, dude, I can even see the bottom two pillows are like basically as buff as his arms are.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
Those are kind of like his.
oh, you gotta move the
thighs.
arena.
You move the arena.
Brian, can you
Mr.
move the
Host,
arena?
Co-host.
I got you.
Lackey.
There we go. Look at Fear. Look at how,
Here's
look how
yoked,
buff
man.
he is.
Holy moly.
Look how jacked he is. But he lacks the certain warmth that I feel a human could provide. So let's bring in our final guest of the night. It's Kazu!
Are you sweating under there? I always get really hot in those masks.
Franker Z's in the chat, please.
Well, I couldn't wait for you guys to call me on. Yeah. I could see you, by the way, but it was good. What happened on this couch? Jesus Christ.
You went on quite the adventure there.
We were reminiscing in Fear's glory. His buffness.
Kazu.
You can have this dog now, Brian.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Dog or
Now with your dog bowl.
It's fitting.
With your dog bowl, bro.
Oh, dog bowl's back here. He can go to his bowl. Okay, Neil, you were gonna go do something.
Am I?
You said you were gonna say something to Kezu.
Hi, Kezu.
Hello.
How you doing?
I've ruined the.
Pretty good, but my goodness, it was hot in there. It was like 1 minute and this dog hat was enough. Can you smell it? Tell me what you can smell.
Essence of Kezu.
Smells like chamomile, argan oil, and dandruff.
Dandruff, god damn it.
You gotta get that checked.
Again? Yeah, I have it every now and then. What can you do?
All right, Kezu. I need you to actually...
Do analysis?
Yeah, mainly because normally I would be the Southeast Asian expert around here because I was covering the SEA DPC, but I was not given the privilege of watching a single Talon game during DreamLeague Season 20 Group Stage 1. And apparently they won a lot of games in that group stage. So what happened? Because I'm looking at a team that did not qualify to the Bali Major.
No, they're actually doing pretty good from what I could see. I watched like, a couple of their replays. They have some good openings with some... They play a lot of Wind Ranger. And then they flex it on 2 and 3 and 4. They also do really well. They stack a lot of their Ancients for jabs. He gets really fat in their games. And overall, I don't know, maybe they needed to not qualify to the Major. Like a kick in the ass. You do need that sometimes.
Yeah, they're like, shit, we can't make it a Bali, let's make it a Ria.
Contingency plan. What does that mean? What is contingency?
A backup plan.
There we go.
Hey, he's learning.
This is just my backup school, you know.
Well, the contingency for not getting Wind Ranger looks like it's going to be Techies, like you said. It's a signature for Talon, but not in this case. And I still am very disappointed at the lack of changes compared to 7.33C. This is also the first time that we've had you on the couch since the patch dropped, Kezu. What are your reactions to the D patch?
I would say it's a pretty good patch overall, but I also just heard Nightfall talk about Abaddon. I don't know why this hero got dumpstered so hard. He was just trying to make his way in. You know, just trying to make his way into, I'm a good hero, please pick me as a carry. And some teams tried it, and then it's like, see you later. You're dead.
I think they targeted all the right-clicking Universal heroes.
Yeah, they did.
And he was clearly
he was gonna get there.
To be one of them. So I don't mind that they targeted him because I think like they were like, okay, what Universal heroes can turn into right-click carries with stat items? And they missed Broodmother.
Yeah, that's the one that I was going to come up with.
Yeah, they missed Brood. I was like, okay, we'll see. I think all the other ones got hit pretty hard.
Snapfire didn't really get
Not a right-click carry, per se.
It will get there.
turn into one,
she's
though.
Sapphire's gonna get there.
You think she's like going to be the new Wyvern or something?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't know.
Contradiction?
New Wyvern? I mean, Wyvern was just kind of like, she showed up, she went to the offlane, she kind of sucked and lost a lot, and then now she's dead.
I just meant like a ranged right-clicker, but that's pretty harsh.
I mean,
She's not wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not objecting, but...
No, I agree.
I think Snap's kind of interesting because it's not like she's become a core because of this patch or anything. Like, she's sort of been played in a myriad of ways over like the last year and a half at least, I'd say. Like, I think it started with like Yopaj and C playing it mid, and then back then he would go like the boost of Travel Rush and then just try and be really active on the map. Then we started to see like, oh, Aura's really powerful. Now we're gonna go offlane Snapfire and buy like Greaves. Now we see carry Snapfire being played, which is not like a brand new build or anything, but like being able to go this dadeless and stuff and hit this like level, is it 20 timing, where your Shredder does damage? Yeah. And even then, you still have, through all of that, you still have South American teams playing offlane Snapfire and going Ags, which I think is super cool.
I'd like to pause and say she sounded way more excited about the Greaves than the Daedalus.
That's true.
And I don't know about that.
That's a true not +1 or +2 player.
Yeah.
It's because I realized I was talking in a monotone way and I wanted to make
Green!
Yeah! Green! Ah, let's go!
And then Daedalus.
I think the Ags and Daedalus sound way more fun.
Evidently not.
Yeah.
Unlucky, Brian. I agree with you, though.
You
I like
heard
getting
it too,
people in
right?
there. Yeah.
The voice inflection?
I heard it too.
Okay, just making sure.
This Daedalus and Axe. But the Greaves, though!
So green!
All right, then, Kezu, that's your reaction on Abaddon, but how about all the other nerfs? Because I look at, say, Medusa. That was another hero that Nightfall.
It's not bad.
Pugna,
What do you do,
Techies. These are all heroes that we saw very frequently in the C patch. And I think all of these heroes actually got hit in the D patch. Pugna's heal got decreased.
Yep. To allies, not to enemies.
True.
It's just they wanted him to be less of a gas station.
Okay. Undying, I actually don't know if Undying got touched.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna say
I'm whipping
no.
it out. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think he didn't. I would say that most of the patch, I like it. I mean, we're on, this is day 1 of the new patch, so I don't think
Yeah.
Not everyone really knows
We're
what
into
really
hour
got changed.
12 of the patch, I
Yeah,
think.
pretty much. I mean, Medusa just still seems like a good hero, but personally still think the hero, you can definitely play against her. I don't think it's some be-all, end-all hero. Generally, what people try to do is build a lineup where you can take long fights at 3 cores at scale. Talon have been really good at playing against this hero, actually. They very often have this Wind Ranger or Anti-Mage, of course, they are banned out. Something they've done before is they pick Monkey King and Jabs played it, and he would even go mid lane with it. I would say for Talon, the more crazy their draft gets, actually the higher win percent they have. From what I've seen.
I don't know about that.
That's what I've seen. Yeah.
This is a patch for Jabs for sure, though. That guy refuses to buy auras, even in the previous patch. I think that was why they gave Fifth 6 at the major. I think.
No, I think we're like top 12 at the best.
Really?
So they made it out of groups. They were the only Southeast Asian team to make it out of groups because SMG and Execration got eliminated. And then I think maybe they won 1 series after that, but not top 6, I don't think.
Okay, yeah. All I can say is that this guy refuses to buy auras. He was buying like Harpoon Vanguard on Mag.
Oh, wait.
In the previous patch.
In the major, they actually lost to Evil Geniuses. That's who they lost against.
I was just testing it.
Oh, okay, great job.
Good test,
Yeah,
good
so what I'm saying is he will buy the items that were already... He was buying these items before offlaners were supposed to buy these items.
Before Universal came out, he was Universal.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
He was carrying it up.
He's our man this patch. I can totally see why Talon would be enjoying 7.33C a bit more.
Yeah, we got 2 conflicting styles here.
Go on.
Like, you have Talon, the team with the longest game average
Yeah.
in Group Stage 1.
What was
Versus 41 minutes
40?
and 51 seconds.
God damn.
long time.
She's got the receipts.
Yep. Versus Talon. No, EG.
EG. You can't fix yourself.
Sorry. The team with the most average kills by the 10-minute mark,
Okay.
which was 7. Nope.
Next
7. Yep, 7.25. Sorry, guys. It's hard.
It's okay.
It's Kezu.
But basically, you have a team that really wants to murder you,
Yep.
and you really want to farm or drag the game out because you don't know how to deal with getting stomped out. I mean, maybe that's like the gameplay here, is they're going to get rolled by EG early and then make a comeback. It's going to last 50 minutes.
And who do you favor here?
I don't know, Kezu, who do you favor? Tell me
What, in
how to
terms
have
of
an
these
opinion.
two?
Like in terms of the dynamics.
I like EG more. And I think that aggression is currently better than just fun. I would say controlled aggression. I don't just want you to have to run at the enemy all the time. So I think if you have Pakaz on Medusa and you can chill with the rest, but they can play aggro, I like that more as opposed to Talon who prefer to farm on every hero. But I have to say that, do any of you know if Mars Pango got fixed?
It did get fixed. So it wasn't in the changelog, but there was a handful of bug fixes in the D patch as well that were not mentioned.
Well, unlucky.
Unlucky EG.
So hopefully they read the entirety. If you check like the blog post, then it specifies it fixed a bunch of things. There was also something about Phantom Assassin and DK's Breathe Fire. There was like
no, they fixed that?
Yes.
Oh.
Wait, explain the bug. So what was it?
So when you were DK, if you had Manta illusions, they benefit from your ult.
Yeah.
But they time out of your ulti when your ulti expires.
Correct.
But they were getting all the benefits of the ulti when they were melee.
Okay.
So you could still kill towers with melee illusions when your ulti was out.
And they would have like the corrosive breath.
Yeah, they'd have
Whoa.
corrosive breath still.
I'm not sure if that's what got fixed though, because it mentioned Phantom Assassin.
Never mind. That is not happening.
Yo, keep it down low, guys.
That was not a crucial part of my Manta Octarine build.
Okay. Yeah, I have not fully read it, but I know for a fact that the Pango fix is in. So Rolling Thunder can go through Arena.
Okay,
good.
Good, as it should be.
As it should be. And then as we know, way back in the day, Lion Impale into Spear used to send people over the arena walls, but that's been long fixed.
Oh, yeah.
We're slowly getting to Mars working as intended. Slowly but surely.
Yes, the Z-axis interactions are very peculiar.
They are, but I believe that...
Peculiar, what does it mean?
Ooh, strange.
Yes, we're teaching him English words.
What is a book?
What is the... I don't read, so I don't know what books are.
All right, I want to talk about Maz because I have feelings about this hero. I thought it was
really?
I thought it was
He's a good-looking guy.
terrible healer. Yeah, I have feelings. I love you, Mars. Return to us. No, I I have enjoyed watching LGD play it with New. He really likes the hero. It's one of his best. And they've been pairing it with Skyroth Mage every time they play it. So I thought, okay, EG, they have like the highest amount of Skyroth picks in this tournament, maybe, or like one of the highest. They pick it a lot. So I thought they might pair it if they were going to go that route. They choose Lion instead, which is slightly weird to me because now they don't have any like, outside of Finger, they don't have any easy lower cooldown burst to help kill with the Mars. I'm worried about this team's ability to deal with like a very farmed PL right now because as well your spear hits illusions.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult for this Mars to be effective too.
I assume the Lion over Sky has to do with the Pugna.
Yeah.
Like this Pugna ward just destroys Skyrev if it is underground. But I have also enjoyed Mars. I think it's better than people kind of give it credit for. But another hero that's also better than I think people give it credit for is PL.
Yeah.
I think this hero is on the rise. They now have Pango and PL both against Medusa in the game. They can also both play long fights. So I'm kind of liking Talon's chances.
Even with the PL nerfs?
I think so.
Okay.
You think 23 Savage has played his 10 games, Brian?
I played my one game. It felt okay, but
okay.
So
I
they
didn't play a
nerfed
PL game this
the
week.
Ags.
They nerfed the Ags, and then they
10%.
nerfed his 10 talent to 15.
And I thought Juxtapose...
And Juxtapose damage on level 1 and 2 ulti.
Yeah.
By like, what, 1%?
It went from 22% to 18, 20, 22. And then his level 10 talent, which gives him the permanent agility
The
rush.
Phantom, that was a sick talent.
Yeah, now it's at 15, which actually is a big deal because
That
that's
is a
the
big
point in the
deal.
game where you're farming jungle camps a lot. It's like level 10,
It helped you a
15.
lot.
And now it's a strength talent. That was his 15.
Yeah, but you don't even, like, the whole point of carry talents at level 10, the perfect ones are ones that accelerate your farm. Right. That's what you're doing at level 10.
So, BSJ, my man.
That's me.
What do you think then the problem that PL will run into will be? Do you think he'll be like just not able to fight in the mid game or like struggles more in like lanes and like what do you think?
I think you just your timings are going to be a tad slower.
Yeah.
Is really all it is. Like you can fight in the mid game, you just like the neutral farming camps will be slower because the amount of time where you have the extra 40 agility is just simply lower.
Yeah.
So I think the hero is still fine. I played him like he's the exact same hero. It's just your timings will
slower,
come out at
yeah.
15 minutes or at level 15 rather than level 10.
Yeah.
That level 10 talent change is actually huge.
That was his biggest nerf.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought.
for sure the biggest nerf.
Were people rushing Ags in competitive?
It's usually been first or second item. I have seen some people even opt to do it first. It may have been 23 Savage.
Pre-defusal?
Yes, like just first item Ags.
I would like to bitterly
condemn it.
Shout out to the people in my pubs at the start of 7.3
Who told you?
who literally AFK'd because I was rushing an Ags and said I'm garbage.
You were doing that in Fort Studio games too, weren't you?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Jenkins was the one telling you
Yeah.
to not do that.
I don't want to say that I was right and they were wrong. I would like to say, can people stop shitting on builds when a new patch comes out?
I agree. Like that is
Please.
so dumb.
Like, let people try things that have merit.
Right, like a mid lane underlord. Let people try that out.
Exactly. Like, I just hate that concept immensely. Sorry, I'm down now. I let it out.
No worries.
Void Spirit, that hero got nerfed a bunch.
It did get nerfed a bunch. Any reason why they're sending Underlord mid and not the Mars mid?
Because it's C small Underlord. He freaking loves this shit mid.
Yeah, but he plays all sorts of crazy stuff. I
Yeah,
feel like
he loves the Underlord mid. My dude.
He will do well mid in whatever matchup he's given, and I think it's Voice Bird. From what I could see, he should do well there. I think they just wanted like more help and control for the Medusa, but I'm probably a little biased against Medusa, but I like lineups that can play long fights against her, and I think Talon with the heroes they have, they can do that. On EG, it's more about they need to hit this Mars initiation and clap these supports and like try to get it done quick.
which you're going to have to do with a lion as your burst damage, which is another hero we didn't get to talk about too much, other than the shortcomings compared to Skywrath. Hero got some buffs. The Earth Spike, it's thicker now.
Yeah, it's girthy.
It's girthier. More stun potential, more multi-stun potential against a Phantom Lancer. Get him and all his illusions.
By no means is it a perfect PL game.
No.
Like, once he doppels, if they surround him with Arena, he's dead.
Yeah.
So, I do like... We're getting the exact dynamic you talked about, Chief. Where, like, they're going to be paced on EG, running at them.
Yeah.
Talon's going to be trying to buy out time.
Yeah, I'm hyped about
You
that.
nailed it, own it.
Let's go. As long as Whisper gets a good lane. I don't want to see a Maz that falls behind in farm. I want to see him get a good blink dagger timing and really go for it.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's see it. Let's see it happen. It's time for game number 1 of Evil Geniuses versus Talon with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Thank you very much. EG versus Talon. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. And yeah, I'm looking at both these lineups, Cinderman. EG have some fatty McFatties. There's 4 out of the 5 heroes are mega tank. Talon, kind of the opposite. Bunch of agility heroes.
Yeah, who
and
plays
intelligence
that?
heroes.
Where are the... I mean, they do have 2 universal heroes,
and
to be fair.
Universal
Wait,
as
do EG
well.
have 0?
What
a draft!
That's right. That's
0 universal heroes.
What's the win rate on 0 universal heroes in a lineup?
Wow, that is refreshing. It's hard not to cheer for that lineup. Think about that. That's crazy.
You're a real hater.
It's okay. Yeah, we'll get there. I want to highlight something about Talon's draft first and foremost. Pango offlane is not something a lot of teams are running anymore, but it's going to be interesting to see Jabs in this game running this offlane Pango. Like most of the time when we've seen it, it's been run in the mid lane recently. It used to be offlane for quite a while, but then its laning got nerfed in that aspect, and it was moved more toward that mid role. Part of the reason this hero isn't seen that commonly as an offlaner is it generally doesn't exert a lot of pressure, and it's really level dependent, and you get neither truly from the offlane. So I'm curious to see Jabs, how much he can bring to the table here. At the very least for him, I guess the Medusa matchup is pretty straightforward for Pango. He's not going to get very pressured from the side of EG. And, I mean, overall, what can I say? This is refreshing to see these picks, right? This is a lot of heroes that we haven't really seen much.
For sure.
Can't believe I think it's exciting to see PL, but here we are.
True. I mean, it's
Lion, love Lion.
It's all about variety. You know, that's all we want in life is variety.
Yeah.
And it's been a universal patch, which is ironic because it really hasn't. It's been literally universal heroes in terms of the attribute.
Yeah.
Not the true meaning of
True that. Yeah, this should be an interesting top lane to watch. Lion is a very frail hero, but he has offensive play potential with heroes such as Mars once you get a couple of levels. Mars Lion as a lane isn't particularly high up there, but at the very least they're laning against Phantom Lancer, so that's not the kind of lane that will put massive amounts of pressure. Pugna is a little bit tricky, though, to deal with as Lion. He just trades better than you. But Mars can definitely swing the balance there. And PL is the hero for Talon to keep an eye out to give a good game here. If 23 struggles, I think their strategy is very likely to fall apart, because as much as the other heroes like to fight, as you said, EG's lineup is kind of a brick wall. So
they sure are.
I don't think the rest of their heroes have enough damage once Underlord gets a pipe.
There is also the... I assume it's still a bug, Cinder. Do you know what I'm talking about before I even say it?
Arena versus Pango?
Yes. Do you know if that's been hot fixed? If
I do
anybody
not know.
knows if this is technically a bug, as Ollie is going to get first blooded by Whisper, and actually is going to get the successful spear onto 23 Savage as well. And here comes the tentacle surprise onto 23 Savage. Fairy Fire is going to keep Matthew alive a little bit longer, but 23 Savage will fall as well. Double kill for Whisper. That is a dream start for any Mars offlane, or any offlane in general, for that
Mars
matter.
is so good when it gets a head start, so this is huge. This hero doesn't tend to win lanes significantly, but when he does, against a hero like PL, who's very much a slow build-up hero, this is good news for EG fans out there. Also, Whisper. I feel like if you could pick any hero or any player on EG's lineup and you want to give them the dream start, I actually think I would pick Whisper, despite, you know, Pakaz is getting a lot of the credit for this team. He's obviously an outstanding carry player, but Whisper a lot of the time dictates the pace of the game. So when he gets this kind of a start on Mars, you know it's going to pay dividends down the stretch and make that space for Pakaz's Medusa this game to get nice and fat. So yeah, the bug about Pango versus Mars was, for all of Pango's history, when you're rolling up, you can, or not rolling up, when you're using Rolling Thunder, you can go through magic immunity, and you can also go through the arena wall. But in this patch, for some reason, the arena wall is counted as debris for the Rolling Thunder, so you actually bounce off the wall.
No, you actually do not bounce. You get stuck
You
in
get
the wall.
stuck in it?
Yes.
From
Now,
either side?
This is from
okay,
me
then
playing
it's 100% a bug.
This is from me playing it 2 weeks ago, and I can't speak 100% whether that's still the interaction now.
I thought you just bounced.
There definitely has not been any notes about it.
Okay, because if you bounce, I mean, you could say it's a change, because technically it is debris, right? He makes, like, terrain in a way.
Yeah.
You could, like, argue for that, but if you get stuck in it, it makes no sense. So We'll see if that's a deliberate part of the counter pick. I think Mars has other merit in this game. The hero's really good together with Medusa. You encase people so they can't get away from her. She just gets to stand and deliver. He has a pretty good match against the Phantom Lancer. But yeah, it might have been an X factor in deciding this pick for EG, of course. And you would imagine the teams are aware. So if it's common knowledge, then can't really blame them for taking advantage of it.
And I mean, I feel like that's been the only
nice
time.
From
Nice deny there.
Matthew. That was beautiful.
I feel like the only time I've seen Mars in this patch actually has been against Pango, specifically because of that quote-unquote bug.
Yeah. I mean, if it works the way you say, it's not quote-unquote, and it's absolute. That is not.
You never know with
behavior.
these patches. Jabs gets off the swashbuckle, which was just nerfed. We'll talk about it in just a moment. One more decay will do it. Panda's going to pop his mango and take him home. The swashbuckle, let's talk about that, because that seemed like the biggest nerf for him. So the dash range has been reduced by 150 at level 1.
Holy.
It ends up being the same when you level up to level 4.
Yeah.
But 150 at level 1 is pretty drastic.
And keep in mind, a lot of the time Pangos will max shield crash first, right? So that means you're gimped for a long time.
And look at this. Domination in 2 lanes now for EG. 4-0 advantage. And then how's the mid lane faring? C-Smile is 24-10. Mikoto 24-3. So the CS technically in favor of C-Smile.
This nerf is actually massive for offlane Pango as well, which we didn't really talk about that, right? With the fact that with the nerfs when you play offlane, a lot of what Pango used to be able to do in the offlane was escape trouble, right? It's like, okay, I'm getting gone on, I can at least swash away and reset if I haven't used it for CSing. But with that distance being 400, and the fact that you need to finish the animation, so sure, you're jumping 400, but you're not creating a 400 gap, because you're quote-unquote stunned when you arrive until all slashes come out. So how much distance are you really creating between yourself and a chasing range carry? Like maybe 200? It's not great. So that might really come into play. I actually think this time that Jabs died to the Undying, he might have lived.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very baby swashbuckle based on past patches.
He would have been close to being away from that decay with another 150, so maybe already seeing it come into play there. C-Smile will not be getting this rune. Talon are covering that very nicely, so Mikoto will grab himself an Invis. Not doing too poorly in that mid lane. I would say this is an Underlord favored matchup. He beats most melee heroes. You just put down Firestorm, you get more damage than the enemy heroes with Atrophy Aura, and you just get those denies. But the big win.
Matthew, Blood Grenade and Spirit Lance, but here comes the arena from Whisper. You can see TP supports are coming. Matthew looks to be fine, actually.
Oh, Swashbuckle hit the wall.
Whisper. Oh, Spirit Lance actually will connect again as Matthew being pursued by the PL. Whisper finds the kill onto Ollie as Matthew he actually wanted to go back in. Yeah, he's trying to bait
23 going?
with this Lotus. Panda. Oh, did he miss the swashbuckle? Jabs. Not doing that much damage now. Kind of a segregated fight overall. Whisper dodging another nuke here.
Oh, Jabs.
Gonna get the spirit, or the spear, I should say, into the nuke. And Whisper is just
I do not want to play Pango anymore in this game now. I don't mean in Dota in general, but if I'm the Pango, this is really brutal. You just TP'd top to help. You died, got no kills, and now you have to walk back to bottom to meet a level 6 Medusa who has treads, and you have a bracer. This is not going to be a particularly fun time.
Yeah, and I think
for the Musketeer.
Of the 4 games so far that we've seen today, that we've cast, this will be the 3rd game where one team has a severe advantage in the laning stage.
Yes, it's definitely been...
But of those games so far, the previous 2, the other team actually came back to a degree that made it interesting, but never overcame it for Game of Gladiators.
Right.
So we'll see if this
And well,
holds
in the
true
case of
this
Bet
game.
Boom, they never came back. They just got stunned.
Yeah, that was the one.
That was just an absolute beat.
Oh, I guess all 4 games then, yeah. Well, Panda taken
First
out.
kill on the board for Talon. And we'll find a Aether Remnant into Blast-Off combo on the 5 Undying mid, so a little bit of something, but the writing on the wall right now is with how these lanes have gone, Pakaz should have free reign of the map. Whisper is going to be able to make a lot of plays with his Mars. We're looking at probably a 10-minute dagger at this rate. Lion, who is generally a weak laner, is off to a pretty good start with 0-0-3. If you find some levels here and there, he can also be a part of it. And obviously, let's not forget the X factor of Fiend's Gate. That is going to come into play. When this Mars and Lion look for plays around the map, they can always count on a +1.
Yeah, because...
Yeah, I mean, the panel was talking about Pango as a possible solution to do so. I don't see Jabs getting a defusal at any reasonable time this game.
Yeah, man, look at this juicy stack for C-Smile.
Very nice.
He's got Atos on the menu.
I think what Talon have to do is get Pugna up to level 5 and start blasting bottom tower, open up the map a little bit. Pango now with his level 6 can potentially look to team up with Mikoto. But the challenge here is, who do you kill? I think Medusa is a very tough kill. I think Underlord's a very tough kill. I think Mars of the 3 is probably the most feasible one, but even he is starting to look dangerous. So
he's the one that's most farmed in the game now.
You got to be really wise about how you make your moves here, and you got to make them count for Talon. If you make a couple of failed ganks, you really run out of steam. It's nice to see Ollie doing that bottom push here, opting for that. It's the best aggressive play he has access to right now. He's going to keep that up.
Mikoto, he's in a bit of trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Well, he does get the pulse off and the
close call.
The astral step. So we'll be fine. Pauses the game. Yeah, that's why he got stunned.
He got away so fast he broke the sound barrier. That was a really, really quick astral step.
Yeah, but Talon have a lot of work cut out for them this game. Down 3K already.
Yeah, Whisper ported down here, but he can't defend this. So this is some good news for Talon, that the Mars rotation will not bear fruit, because sure, maybe he wants to transition down here anyway to give the top half to Medusa, but it never feels nice to TP down to a broken tower. Maybe Whisper was hoping they could set something up, but his teammates weren't really ready. C-Smile doesn't have ult skilled yet. Resources on the supports might not have quite been there with TP cooldowns and cooldown on other things. So let it go. Dagger coming up in 100 gold for Whisper. So yeah, that 10-minute mark pretty much spot on. Very, very good timing for the offlane Mars. And let's see what they want to do with it. I'd imagine Whisper wants to take some initiative at trying to find the PL as well as the Void Spirit. I feel like targeting Pango is probably going to be largely a waste of time. I actually don't think you need to be very concerned with that hero in the game already after his 2 deaths.
Man, how many stacks has C-Smile taken? Gracious.
Yeah, he's been pretty effective.
Everywhere he goes, there's a stack for him.
Opting to not skill the ult still. Yeah. Whoa. That's wild.
0 stacks, huh?
They've stacked 16 camps
Look at this
in 10 minutes.
Another ancient stack. I think C-Smile took this. Maybe he didn't take this one earlier.
This is what Kezu would refer to as a based cigar right there.
But how does Talon not stacked once? I mean, they don't have the normal stack taking hero, I guess, but normally you still see people stack regardless.
I mean, they've had enough to do with just putting out fires around the map, right? Maybe the supports haven't felt like they had the time for it. And you're absolutely right. Like, it's not exactly appealing for their heroes. Maybe their concern even is, I don't know if they've thought this far, but just be like, let's not stack because they're going to get stolen.
Yeah.
Like the enemy team is really good at farming your stacks, too.
But then if you're taking that into account, you'd think that they would have warded for these other stacks and maybe try to contest at some point, but maybe they just don't feel comfortable fighting yet.
I mean, maybe they could have got in and sentry blocked. I think their lineup, in essence, could not have contested this at all if EG are ready. Like, they're just too far behind from the laning stage to really stop EG from doing what they want to do. So I don't really mind them not contesting the enemy stacks, but it is alarming the amount of gold that EG have got out of the jungle so far. It's definitely accounting for more than 1,000 of the lead.
Look at this, though.
Despite
Talon,
having
8 bounties, and they're still
this
losing.
far behind.
Ollie bursted.
Woo!
Okay, that's stack number 1 for Matthew.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
One of many.
We've talked about this before, about spells that are satisfying to cast in Dota. Finger has to be top 5. It's just so
top
satisfying.
5.
So your number 1 is Axe Ult.
Yeah, easily.
And that's definitely top 3 for me as well. Might be number 1 as well.
One of my top 5 probably isn't in anybody else's top 5. That's Double Edge. That's so satisfying.
Yeah, that's also a pretty satisfying spell.
It's very good.
But Finger of Death has to be top 3.
Yeah, sure.
Actually.
Well, then Laguna is exactly the same, right?
Not quite.
Oh, Whisper.
Okay.
Okay, Sticky Bomb connects. Blast off to follow. He does have his arena available, which he could use against Jab. We talked about the interaction earlier. And oh, he goes through now. All right. Bug has been fixed. Clappity clap. Whisper taken out by the swashbuckle. C-Smile makes his appearance here. And the decay will finish him off. So
Thanks,
it ends up being a
Panda.
1 for 2.
It's like a hasted Underlord. Panda just shows up and casts one spell. Yoink. Oh.
Okay, I feel I can play Pango again. Thank God for that. Thank Gaben.
Maybe it wasn't, because there was like, it was a two-way, or a two, I can't find the word for this. There were two patches. There was the one that's in the client, and then there was the one that's the patch notes on Steam.
Yeah, the Steam.
And I think that Steam notes might have had the Pango fix, potentially, if you haven't seen that.
Potentially.
Because if you only read the official one in-game, there was some extra stuff. I know that much. That might have been.
Yep.
All right. Instant Hex. Well, they're not going to turn it into anything by the looks of it.
No. Spear does hit.
Give him a
See
little
Smiles
yawn.
there as well. And should mention this Underlord, I mean, against all three cores of Talon, the pit is insane against Pango, Void Spirit, and PL.
And so is the
What
Atos. I really like C-Smile's
insane
choice
pick.
to get it here. There's so much value in getting that chain. So I believe you need level 4 pit for this to be guaranteed. But what you can do with... The reason this item is good on Underlord is that you Pit of Malice. When the pit's about to expire, you Atos. And then when the Atos is about to expire, the pit kicks in again. I think you need level 4 pit. Maybe it's enough with level 3. But that combo is effectively going to be like a 6-second route on either Pango, Void Spirit, or PL, unless they start getting some status assist.
Well, Pango, if he gets shard, I believe he can...
Pango can handle it.
Roll up and
Yeah.
then ult.
Yes. But
And then
Void
Manta
Spirit-
will be needed for PL.
Void Spirits don't really
Void
buy
Spirit-
Kaya Sanj right now.
They do go Manta though.
Yeah, that's true. When he
Spear.
gets Manta. All right.
And this is a freebie onto the Pugna, so...
Got the tower as well.
Arena used for support, but pretty low cooldown. They're going to continue on here. We talked about this strategy being very ball-up heavy. And they actually find the connection onto Makoto. He gets blasted into oblivion. Matthews, second stack of the game.
So clean.
Jabs does have Diffusal, so Pakaz does have to be a bit careful, but he is still the most farmed hero on the map.
He got it faster than I expected, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's top net worth. What? How's Pango the richest on his team?
I mean, I don't know if that's a good sign.
No, I was going to say, that's really bad news, but how? How does Jabs have more net worth than the other heroes? Like, that is, oof. I thought Void Spirit was still going to be at least ahead of the other two that had a rough start, but guess what that death he just had got overtaken by Jabs. Talon are going to try to make a move here toward bottom and catch this Mars. This could be successful if they land an opening there. They will.
Yep, cancel the Blink Dagger, and
That
he
did
can Blink.
not work whatsoever, actually. No follow-through.
He will have Arena in 15 seconds. We'll see if EG want to get aggressive again with that. Always nice to have like these ults on your offlaners that don't necessarily have the longest of cooldowns. Another stack here.
This is definitely well choreographed. They've played this strat before with the Underlord mid.
That is...
we know they have.
Still
but
zero on the side.
Yeah.
What in the world?
Such a weird stat.
I don't think
to
I've
look
ever
at.
seen that before.
Oh, they're stealing it. That's some nice...
Okay.
Oh
my. Juicy. Whew. For Q.
Named after his sticky bomb hotkey. Actually, his nickname. Used it there.
Are you sure he doesn't use Legacy?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
What was Omni Slash in Dota? Was it M or O?
N.
N. That's right.
The original hotkey for Omni Slash was N.
God, I hated that.
The reason was it couldn't be M because that was move.
Right.
It couldn't be O because that was...
Is that Patrol?
No, that was P. What was O? Shit, I forgot. That was a hotkey as well. So O was taken, M was taken for move, and then N was next, I think, in the spell name.
Yeah,
I think that's how it was.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep.
Very useful.
People started using third-party software relatively early to rebind their hotkeys because Dota 1's hotkey layout was quite something. And ultimately, it did get changed. If you use Legacy in Dota 2, Omnislash is not N.
What is it then?
I don't remember, but it's definitely not N. I'll tell you that.
Okay, that's good to know.
The one Legacy hotkey I definitely know for a fact is Fade Bolt is X. I've told you this story before.
Okay.
Because when I was playing with Yapzor, he would always say, I'm Xing him. When he went to KS,
That's right.
when he would
Yeah,
KS with Fade Bolt on Rubik.
X isn't too bad, though.
No, it's a good hotkey.
Yeah,
It's
that's
fine.
not bad.
I use it for my inventory.
Now, EG, only, I mean, I say only, it's 6K lead, but it hasn't really grown. So, Talon still not anywhere near the top net worth in terms of just the cores, but they are keeping the lead the same, if that makes sense, or the deficit hasn't grown at all.
Yeah.
So that's something.
It's definitely flattened out a little bit.
But it's going to get harder and harder to kill this Medusa, as we're going to see the Flesh Golem pop to help take out Roche, and I doubt Talon will be able to contest this. Although, we do have some heroes close to the gate, but I don't think they're going to try to contest this. It's a little too dangerous, probably.
It's quite a slow kill, but Talon don't know. They pinged it now, I think. They're like, nobody's on the map.
Yeah.
They're being effectively, I guess gifted is the wrong word, but considering nobody's defending mid tower, they kind of make come to the conclusion that Roche must be happening. They're putting the Aegis on Pakaz. I thought maybe this was going to go on C-Smile, actually. I feel like Medusa, maybe they're concerned with the double diffusal on the horizon, right? They know there's one on Pango. They know PL must be getting one as well at some point. Has the Aegis, or sorry, the Axe for now. But, all right, time to ball down top. Are they just going to go the whole... Oh, wait, he has Butter.
He does have Butterfly.
They genuinely might just go high ground with this. This is a very early Butterfly. And they have the Shard on Lion, so he'll be able to Mana Drain away some of PL's illusions.
That will be very useful. And yeah, I don't see EG stopping while the Aegis is still in Pakaz's inventory. Also has a Lotus Flower in his inventory. Gonna try to take out this Nether Ward, but it is decrept for the time being. Swashbuckle starting to come out. Blast off from Q, he gets 4-staff back. Jabs actually does use his ult. Has the Aghanim Scepter, so the shield crash will proc. And there's the arena. Oh, very nice arena on basically the entirety of Talon. Astral Step to get away, though, so they do find their distance, and the only casualty is the Techies. Pakaz now completely out of mana, not wanting to use this Aegis quite yet. So EG likely will be reset, so a successful defense from Talon. Although they could just Fiend's Gate back and forth from the fountain and just try again.
Looks to be the idea.
Man, what a cool ult this is.
Yeah. What a great idea.
Yeah, great idea. Whoever thought of this idea deserves a raise. How much did you get for that idea again?
Free of charge.
Okay.
I don't think I suggested it exactly in its form, though. I can't take full credit for it being a 20-second two-way gate. Actually, I don't remember anymore.
You probably just made up the whole thing anyway. Knowing you, narcissist.
I didn't even come up with it to any extent. To be fair, though, I've been told it was actually an old idea, and there might have been a different version of this gate at some point in Dota's history, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, it sounds like you to recycle old ideas.
Yeah, I never have an original thought.
That's understandable. You were coded after all.
Yeah,
so.
That's true.
Tier 2 tower now
I
falling.
scraped the Play-Doh forums, and then I came up with an idea.
Yeah, a lot of great ideas on that forum.
There's the Diffusal.
Yep, a little bit slower, but he did get the Ags first.
He went Ags first, so this is obviously going to be very, very far off the average timing, because most PLs get that first. The Diffusal, that is.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, so his Ags, of course, is the Spirit Lance bouncing, which used to be his Shard, but kind of an upgraded version of it.
I'm curious to see if this game is going to reach a state, like, depending on how late it goes. If Lion gets level 15, we might see something we rarely see with this hero. He might take the Mana Drain talent and just siphon mana into Dusa. It's actually a pretty cool combination of heroes.
Oh, Makoto, he pops that shield rune. He finds Whisper. Here comes the Pit of Malice, though. Jabs with the Rolling Thunder coming through. Not really going to find any connections, though. Looks like Panda will be a sacrifice for